Chapter 1 This father is quite remarkable. On our summer revening. The wind was warm. And Insa and sophisticatus and fricks filled the air. Jiang miani aner den joyed a long slumber, and you upon awakening, sheffel tatwinji of hunger. As he opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of our round-faced woman's milling downather. Little one, you're awake now, and I beat you in grey. The woman, with her broad visage, scoopy dear opendiftly lifted her garment. Instinctively, she benured her mouth and dija lilachadon to nurse. The process flowed seamlessly, as if choreographed. As Hess swallowed, her thoughts wandered. Schwanded bewildering that had been reborn for a month, initially unable to see anything clear liar infantis were certa dept, perceiving everything in a has a blur. Gradually, her visions harpened and her heart sank. She had been born into an ordinary family, living in a muddy stabode furnished with astonibid and simple farming tools. Hella kin reincarnations me rather lackluster. Fortunately, this bodies a mother was gentland provided a sense of security. Her mother, though plain in appearance, had a large, round face, possibly from the perspective of a nursing infant. After nursing for a while, she grew weary, akin to a child her continues dojuk in an empty straw, feeling exhausted and ready to stop. Her mother cried leader, gently swaying and soothing her back, a comforting gesture that made her feel drowsiness more despite taving her turful. Suddenly, Theda or creaked open, allowing Garu Shofwarmeyer to enter. Jiang Mayanian blinked awake, her head still resting on her mother's holder. Then she was transferred into an other embrace. It was her father. Thescent of herbs wafted through the air. As her settled into high zymes, her spirits lifted. She struggled to penherius to get her clear of view of her further, but from the same upward angle all she could discern ways that you was handsome. Her further appearance ways unexpectedly striking. With long black hair, expressive eyes, and a strong nose. He donned corseline engament siater kudidane indescribable charm. A shinteredtharum, thespaces see mead tarbright instantly. She could not tell whether sembled her mother or father Marie perhaps tortoisely need toward their fathers, chesolently hoped. As usual, Shestranet to listen, eager to catch snippets of her parents' conversation, hoping to glean merciful information. For the past month, Hexistens had revel vidarendetting, sleeping, and litter lealsy sid from knowing shad parents sang siblings, shadi at town cover any further details, norch sin see dain of her own abilities. Is my Annie behaving today, has she caused you in a trouble? She's been exceptionally good, much your suitor marna jethant first do, there me milk supply is lacking and she's still thin. Warrior back from work surely toady? The ways a theft of medicinal herbs. Master Shang Gwain was furious and var to take action, sa return dearly. At the mention of stolen herbs, Jiang Mayanian perked up, her wrist twitching with curiosity, wondering if there was an ID pastry, and whether her father might face an eye percussions. Then she heard her mother softly ask, but did you court, it told Diana to take ye anything. Jiang Mian Yen? Her father, so good-looking, engaged in such activities, what a turn of events. It's finio you not worry, I'm the took ether to bulk waste a can bithosi above him. That's still dangerous, what if something goes wrong? The two continued their hushed exchange discussing thievery. Jiang Mayanian's heart raced, unable to comprehend what kind of person her father was. With such a handsome face, she never imagined he could be involved in such deeds. Her heart was still in turmoil. Footsteps echoed from its side, followed by a knock. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 2 This brother and sister are also quite remarkable. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the dim light evening outside. I am glad, enveloped in the zultrifening breeze, stepped inside. It was a brother, Jiang Feng. He carried a large bamboo basket in his hands. Jiang Mianian couldn't help but peek perhaps there were treats inside. Eldest brother Jiang Feng bore a striking resemblance to their mother, as if he are young Maleficent of her. With bushy brows, large eyes, and a round face, he appeared trustworthy and dependable. He entered, setting the bamboo basket down and rummaging through Hegra at opit. Sure enough, Heppel led a wild chicken with a long tail. Jiang Mayanian's eyes sparkled, her little eyes blinking with excitement. Father, mother, I've hunted a mountain chicken, a great supplement for you, mother. The chicken stale waste rule is splendid, a quinto thato for peacock, vibrant and colorful, coursing giang miani and lift the head instinctively. Her father turned it here around for a better view one admonished. Our phone, you went hunting where you and mountain again, didn't I tell you that where you and mountain belongs to Master Jeff the town, high ruthless if he catches you hunting in his woods, you could be killed. Jiang Miani and Sure Titan Ed Thighs weighs a brutal society who even hunting oiled chicken pose daylife a threatening risk. Farther, it's alright it uks her so off the village ahead and thetong mastro fly you family with me. Young master Lios family house van produce da scholar riff wage at court, theels you rely protect us. Jiang Feng still worry an IV expression. Jiang Mian Yen? She hadn't expected her big, earnest brother to have Sukar cunning side. Ilgo Clean Pechikan, Jiang Feng said, eager to avoid further scolding, and hurried away with fuel foul. The colourful feathers were mesmerizing Jiang Miani and wanted to see Marie, her little head bobbing with interest. Her father, ever attentive, turned it here around for a better view. Then she witnessed her big brother swift lit his pathy lively, beautiful chicken, Wixen lay lifeless, plucked and transformed into a small bird, hardly distinguishable from Ershik, save for a slight lie along a neck. Just then, the sister Jiang turned. The family was now complete. Sister Jiang also assembled their mother, around Fasti and Joel their mother's genes were quite dominant, leaving Jiang Miani slightly worried about their own appearance. Sister Jiang Yubo once the room. As he entered, their father stepped out oasis, and Jiang Mianian found herself back in her mother's embrace. Mother, look. Jiang Yu pulled a package from her bosom, revealing a pile of powder substance that seemed fragrant. Jiang Mianian sniffed, uncertain if her sense of smell was functioning it should. Mother, I help it into you from Meliskin today, that steward praised my efficiency and ordered me with those manthos cake, which I brought back. As manthos cake, Jiang Mianian looked at the powder, momentarily thinking it was some sort of illicit substance so dear my thoughts are weary. Watching her sister speak, her throat visibly moved with desire, yet refrained from eating. What a virtuous person! Usually, it's a quihogos. Why did it fall to you out today? Thumother inquired. Jiang Yu glanced around, then leaned closer to her mother, whispering, everyone yet side-eye saying that the guards told Lios place a bien seen with a quisvian cores da seneth steered her da batted and didn't want a working 3 anymore. Jiang Miani and Leonard into eavesdropping the gossip, surprised tots so chromantic news existed in her small place. Thunch saw the mother poke her sister's forehead with her free hand. Is this gossipy doing? How Kuldio spreads her tales? Sakrumer Scanry and Apason's life. Jiang Yu frowned, defending herself softly, im just stating tefacts. Aqua bragged that guard vujifted her Rosalver Harpen and event have chasse fiank, she's still flirting with others. Jiang Mian Yen? Sister Ways a bit fierce workplace competition was quite a ruthless, at thy sovereign pull task off hill ping out, just for a pisho for manthos cake. Hermith fell up in astonishment. Then a bit of powder was hoved into a mouth though, it was sweet, she licked her lips, swallowed, and opened her mouth again. You little rascal, spreading such gossip without fear of being discovered. It's not good for either if I truly want to help in the kitchen. Finder wait o tree fair roop if she's busy serving our mother, she won't be able to go, and I'll Bethina to take her place. Jiang Mianian looked you per their kind for a seed mother in astonishment. Cough, cough, cough. Sheniela choked. The Osman Puskake was rather dry.
Chapter 3 The abilities of the transmigrator. The world was enveloped in darkness. The relentless sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking filled the air. Jiang Mian lay uncomfortably in her mother's embrace, her throat feeling sore as she began to wail. Despite her discomfort, the ambience of the home exuded a sense of tranquil contentment. Her mother cradled her with one arm while chopping firewood with the other, producing rhythmic thuds of bang bang bang. Her father busied himself at the stove, slicing unknown leaves with a soft scrape scrape scrape. Her elder brother carefully whittled a piece of wood with a knife, the sound of shoo 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 accompanying his meticulous work. Her sister was washing clothes, pounding them against a wooden board with a resonant bang bang bang. Meanwhile, a mountain chicken splashed around in the boiling pot, making bubbling sounds of gaggle gaggle. Jiang Mianmian stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy once more, her eyelids heavy and unable to resist their descent. At that moment, she sensed her mother gently placing her down. Realizing she was being set into a wooden basin, a makeshift cradle crafted by her mother. She noticed the basin was cushioned with a pile of unidentifiable dry grass and layered with several pieces of repeatedly washed rags. Initially resistant, she found it surprisingly comfortable upon lying down. As her mother laid her down, she awakened, her eyelids fluttering open, yet she did not cry. She behaved obediently, even stretching a bit, attempting to bring her feet to her mouth. Suddenly, she felt the wooden basin being lifted, and then she gazed up at the sky. Her sister had brought the basin beside her. Mother, I will wash clothes while keeping an eye on my sister. You should rest for a while, her sister said. Jiang Mianmian thought to herself how strong her sister was, carrying the basin with such steadiness that she felt no swaying. She then joyfully looked up at the sky, where countless stars twinkled, truly an astonishing sight. A rare cool breeze brushed past, offering a slight relief. Just as her sister stood up to cover her with a piece of clothing, Jiang Mianmian wished to protest, but despite her wriggling, she could not shake off the garment. Her sister, instead, merely chuckled at her. Observing her sister's laughter, Jiang Mianmian noticed that when she smiled, her eyes resembled their handsome father's, with charmingly curved brows and eyes, making her sister quite lovely. As she continued to gaze at the stars while trying to push off the clothing, she soon succumbed to sleep once more. When she next opened her eyes, it was mealtime. The family gathered around for dinner, where the unspoken rule of no talking while eating was absent. Today, a large pot filled with wild chicken and vegetable soup graced the table, its vibrant green hue enticing and aromatic. Her mother served the portions, giving each person a generous bowl, and handed a small chicken leg to her father, saying, "You must eat more, you need your strength for the labor ahead." Her elder brother, Jiang Feng, offered his chicken breast to their mother, remarking, "Mother, you should eat more, look at how thin and dark my sister is." Dark and thin little Mianmian. Then her sister placed the chicken neck from her bowl onto her brother's, stating, "Brother, you eat this, I snuck a bite in the landlord's kitchen today and I'm not hungry." Lastly, their father passed his chicken feet to their sister, saying, "You enjoy gnawing on this, therefore you." Little Mianmian could only drink milk, watching the chicken rotate among the family's bowls. Had she not had those prior remarks, she would have truly felt this was a family imbued with genuine affection. Their mealtime was surprisingly refined, as they chewed slowly and savored the bones of the wild chicken, swallowing deliberately. After dinner, the family shared the pastries her sister had brought back. Jiang Mianmian gazed at them longingly, not wishing to partake directly. She hoped tonight's meal could carry the flavor of Osmanthus cake. Once the adults finished, it was her turn. She strained to nurse, her face reddening, perhaps because her mother had eaten chicken, and tonight's milk seemed a tad more plentiful, though it could merely be an illusion. Just as Jiang Mianmian was vigorously sucking, feeling as though she had emptied the sauce, a knock sounded at the door. The family quickly concealed any evidence of their meal, ensuring the surroundings appeared undisturbed before her brother ventured out to open the door. Entering was a woman clad in silk, her face heavily painted, which was quite alarming. Jiang Mianmian thought to herself that although her current family seemed impoverished, at least they were somewhat pleasing to the eye. If she had been reborn into that woman's household. What brings you here, Aunt Lu? Please, come in, her mother warmly called out. The woman, overly familiar, took a seat, casting a critical glance at the child in Chin's arms, then scrutinizing Jiang Yu several times before speaking. Sister Yu, you are truly beautiful, with a round and fair face. There's good fortune to be had. I am certain that Lord Wu from the capital is seeking someone. If Sister Yu were to catch his eye, not only would she enjoy a life of comfort in the capital, but Lord Wu would offer a handsome sum as well. She extended her palm, gesturing as she spun it in the air. A silver ring adorned her middle finger, her chubby hand looking somewhat swollen. 10 taels of silver, enough for your Feng to find a wife, she continued. Jiang Mianmian fixated on the ring, pondering whether her fingers might decay, only to then realize the implications of her words. Was this a proposal to sell people? Perhaps Jiang Mianmian's eyes widened too much, for the woman, having finished her statement, turned her gaze to Jiang Mianmian, saying, "Oh dear, poor thing, even if you disregard Feng, you must consider this little one. I've heard she weighed just over 4 pounds at birth. Old sayings tell us that 3 die, 4 are deformed, 5 are weak, 6 survive, 7 are healthy, and 8 are strong. This child appears frail and undernourished, not easy to raise. If Sister Yu goes to the capital to enjoy a good life, she could support her sister. After all, a life is at stake." Jiang Mianmian was taken aback at how she was now entangled in this conversation. She felt a surge of emotion, struggling against her mother's tight embrace, unable to move. "Mother, why not just sell me? Use the money to buy good food and raise my sister well, making her as sturdy as I am, her sister Jung-yu interjected. At that moment, Jiang Mianmian felt a sharp pang in her infant heart. She cried out loudly, distressed. Previously, she had thought her sister to be selfish for exposing a friend's misdeeds just to secure a kitchen job, yet now, her sister was willing to sacrifice herself for a bite to eat for her sibling. How foolish! Where was the selfless spirit she ought to display? Jiang Mianmian cried with all her might, her sobs echoing through the room, but her infant capacity limited her, producing only muffled sounds as if she were about to choke. The family was taken aback. Aunt Lu, we cannot accommodate you, please leave, her mother stated firmly. Aunt Lu, please go, we will not sell our daughter, her father added decisively. Her brother directly pushed Aunt Lu out the door. Aunt Lu, infuriated, stood at the threshold, cursing as she spat a thick phlegm. A bunch of worthless wretches, you don't even know how to enjoy life, you deserve to be poor forever. Jiang Lao, if you can raise your little one, I'll eat 3 pounds of dung. Due to Jiang Mianmian's alarming cries, the family ignored Aunt Lu. Jiang Mianmian was genuinely frightened. No matter who held her, she continued to cry. Unable to stop, she began to grasp the harshness of their living conditions. They were exceedingly poor. Her sister, cradling her, gently swayed back and forth. Mian, don't cry. I want to leave you. I will be by your side every day. I promise I want to go again. As she spoke, her own eyes brimmed with tears. If there were a way out, who would choose to become a servant? Suddenly, amidst her cries, Jiang Mianmian's vision blurred. Within her sight appeared a spring. The spring was about the size of a bowl, bubbling with water that shot up into the air, falling back down without a trace of splashing. Instinctively, Jiang Mianmian reached out to the spring water, and a drop of sweet, refreshing water sprinkled down into her mouth, quenching her thirst and clearing her stuffy nose. The abilities of a transmigrator. She momentarily forgot her cries, her mouth agape in astonishment. Jiang-yu, noticing her sister had ceased crying, was incredulous as her sister even appeared to smile. She too smiled, yet her tears flowed even more profusely. Chapter 4. Gathering information. The following day, before dawn had yet broken, while the insects remained in slumber and the dew had yet to coalesce, Jiang Mianmian's father, Jiang Changtian, the second son of the Jiang family, set off for work. Wrapped tightly like a dumpling, Jiang Mianmian gazed sleepily at her father. Despite the enveloping darkness, she could discern his figure, a testament that the spring water was no mere illusion. Though she still felt drowsy, her vision had improved, no longer clouded as if shrouded in a veil of sleep. It was far too early. She yawned widely, only to have her cheeks pinched playfully. Mian, your father is off to work, but I shall bring you back some delicious treats, Jiang Changtian remarked. Jiang Mianmian responded with a bright iya, her cleverness eliciting surprise from her father, who couldn't resist giving her cheek another gentle squeeze. Jiang Mianmian thought to herself, though you possess an appealing appearance, pinching faces is quite improper. After seeing off her father, she was fed a hearty meal by her mother, relieved herself, and soon fell back into slumber. When she awoke again, the sun had risen high in the sky. She lay nestled in her familiar wooden basin, which rested beneath the eaves, while her mother chopped wood nearby. She could clearly see her mother wielding an axe, splitting a massive log into halves, then further into quarters, until each piece was no thicker than her arm. The sight was oddly soothing. Just over a month old, she should not have burdens weighing on her, yet thoughts of the old crone's curse from the previous day lingered. This household was far too impoverished. Being so young, she could neither speak nor engage in any tasks, yet the prospect of articulating her thoughts now seemed daunting. Instead, she lay in the wooden basin, watching her mother labor with the axe, eventually succumbing to sleep once more. Thus, her day consisted of nursing, sleeping, unconsciously wetting herself, and observing her mother at work until nightfall arrived. Her elder brother, Jiang Feng, was the first to return home, followed by her sister, Jiang Yu, and lastly, their father. Jiang Feng had not engaged in any serious work, having spent the day idling about. Jiang Yu had helped in the kitchen at the Lu landlord's residence, managing to sneak back a small piece of meat. To Jiang Mianmian's astonishment, her father had brought her a small jar of goat's milk. Jiang Feng's hands were not empty either. He returned with 3 red strings, one for their mother, one for their sister, and surprisingly, one for her, which he placed atop her swaddling. Seeing the red string, Jiang Mianmian reached out her tiny hand, eager to grasp it. However, her attempts were thwarted as her hands, akin to those of a clumsy machine, struggled to hold it. Each time she grasped it, it slipped from her fingers, leading to an amusing tug-of-war with the string. Observing her delight, Jiang Feng cheerfully explained, I went to the market today, helped someone out, and this was given as a token of gratitude. Yet, their father, Jiang Changtian, scoffed, rebuking, are you not again aiding the girls from the Lichuan courtyard in ensnaring clients? Jiang Mianmian, finally managing to clutch the red string, found herself at a loss upon hearing this. Should she release it or hold on? Her elder brother's line of work was a tad beyond her comprehension. Unlike his usual jovial demeanor, Jong Fong spoke with earnestness. Last time, mother punished me, and I could scarcely get out of bed. I assure you, I have no intention of returning. However, this time, there is something substantial. Sixth aunt has always been one to rise early for profit and has looked down upon us. Now, she has set her sights on you. I must inquire as to the situation, hence my visit to Lichon Courtyard, where information flows freely. Their mother, who had been chopping wood, set down her axe, and Jeong Yu turned her curious gaze towards her elder brother. In the capital, Lord Wu has a feeble-minded son who, when afflicted, becomes uncontrollable and has even killed a previous maid. Consequently, he seeks a maid of good appearance from our humble abode, offering 50 taels of silver. With a sharp thwack, Jeong Yu struck the wooden hammer down with force, producing a resonant sound. This old hag dares to exploit the funds from selling her body. They are offering 50 taels. If I ever encounter her again, I shall tear her apart. Jeong Chongtian looked at his daughter, bemused. Her focus seemed misplaced. Was money truly the crux of the matter? The real concern was that if someone fell prey to such deception, their life would be forfeit. Fuming, Jeong Yu struck the wooden hammer several times before abruptly standing. Today, Fa Chui boasted to me about her plans to indulge in fortune in the capital. Though she is selfish and vexatious, I cannot allow her to be deceived like this, or I shall speak to her. She made to live. Clang. Qin Luoxia's heavy axe split a large log, sending splinters flying. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, her round face flushed, yet her eyes bore a hint of madness. Without a shout or the usual barrage of curses, she calmly stated, "First, eat your meal. Do not go. If you do, she will think you cannot bear to see her prosper. Leave this matter be." Surprisingly, the family complied and began to prepare for dinner. At that moment, Jiang Mianmian realized her mother was not to be underestimated. She had previously assumed that their handsome father was the head of the household, only to discover that it was the unassuming mother who truly held sway. Dinner was less sumptuous than the previous evening, consisting of a single pot of vegetables with a solitary piece of meat floating within, which no one touched, ultimately landing in their mother's bowl. With the spring water fortifying her, Jiang Mianmian felt somewhat revitalized, yet it was clear that water could not replace milk, leaving her still unsatisfied. The family's circumstances were exceedingly modest, and her mother's milk supply was evidently insufficient. She felt a pang of hunger. In hopes of ensuring a healthy and ample milk source, Jiang Mianmian devised a plan to engage in some covert actions while sleeping, only to find herself falling asleep fast. The next morning, her father roused her from slumber, and as she blinked her eyes open, she beheld her mother sleeping soundly, snoring softly. She stretched her little hand toward her mother's lips, envisioning the spring water flowing forth, and indeed, she witnessed tiny droplets trickling into her mother's mouth, who unconsciously swallowed. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped her body. Alas, in her moment of imagining the spring water flowing, she had wet her bed. Her entire body, from her bottom to her legs to her back, was all too warm. She was now submerged in her own fresh urine. Jiang Mianmian let out a wail. Ow, 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 ow. Chapter 5. The first outing. As dawn broke, wisps of smoke curled gracefully into the air. Jiang Mianmian had been changed into a fresh diaper, her bottom comfortably nestled in her mother's embrace, diligently suckling from her mother's ample breast with both hands. It must not have been an illusion. This morning, after feeding on the sacred spring, she now detected a sweetness in the milk that was richer than usual, and instead of the milk running dry after just a couple of sips, it flowed continuously until she was full and let out a contented burp, finally ceasing her feeding. After more than a month, she had finally enjoyed a satisfying meal, and Jiang Mianmian felt a renewed sense of vitality. She could only hope that next time, she would start crying before soaking herself. Having finished her milk, she reached out to play with the spring water, observing its consistent flow, which seemed to resemble a small bowl or perhaps a delicate cup, with just a thin layer at the bottom. After drinking, she returned to that familiar layer slowly. While sipping the sacred spring water, she sensed her sense of smell sharpening slightly. She could detect a fresh scent of milk and waste emanating from herself. Qin Luoxia watched her little girl waving her arms about and couldn't help but chuckle. Rising to her feet, she found her body surprisingly steady, feeling as though she had regained her pre-pregnancy agility. Indeed, country women were not so delicate. After a month's rest, she had resumed her industrious ways. She tidied the house thoroughly, cleaning every nook and cranny, and even chopped the firewood in one go. After completing her chores, Qin Luoxia paired a simple dry bread with the morning's broth and then tied a cloth around herself, securing her daughter to her chest, and set out. This was Jiang Mianmian's first venture beyond the confines of home, and she felt a thrill of excitement. Taking a deep breath, she was met with the pungent aroma of various excrement mingling in the air. Alas, there was no time to hold her breath. Jiang Mianmian buried her face into her mother's bosom. After walking for some time, they encountered other villagers, revealing that their home was somewhat secluded, not situated in the village center. Her mother greeted everyone they met, and Jiang Mianmian had some call her Qin, others a little Qin, and still others Sister Luoxia, Sister Jiang, or Feng's mother. Sensing her mother was well liked among the villagers. In the busier areas, the smell of waste faded slightly, and Jiang Mianmian curiously scanned her surroundings with her bright, round eyes. An elderly woman reached out and grasped her leg, startling Jiang Mianmian. The old lady's face was lined with deep wrinkles, somewhat intimidating, yet her eyes radiated kindness. As the old woman gently pinched Jiang Mianmian's leg, she spoke, "Such strength, lively, truly a blessed child." Qin Luoxia smiled at her daughter, saying, "This is your great aunt, and she says you're doing well, so you must be." Jiang Mianmian opened her mouth, babbling excitedly, kicking her arms and legs. Not a single word was said about her looks. Could it be that she wasn't unattractive? This was Qin Luoxia's first outing with her baby after her confinement, when just yesterday, the matchmaker had remarked that the Jiang family's little girl was frail and dark, resembling a little rat, which piqued everyone's curiosity to come and have a look. Upon seeing the wrapped bundle, while the child was indeed a bit thin and dark, chubby babies were a rarity in these times, and being slender was the norm. The little girl appeared lively and well-behaved, not crying or fussing, endearing herself to those present. Meanwhile, Hui was boasting about her daughter's upcoming journey to the city, only to find the attention diverted to the infant. She too approached for a glimpse, scoffing, "What's so special about a dark and skinny child?" TSK, the matchmaker certainly spoke truthfully. "This child looks like she would be difficult to raise." Feng's mother, "You yourself are healthy, yet you haven't left anything for the child. She is as thin as a crow. If only the old gentleman in the city would take a liking to your girl and procure some medicine for the child to at least help her gain some strength." Hui said this while adjusting the new silver hairpin atop her head, an impressive piece for the village, with 2 delicate tassels hanging from it. Hui, who had little affection for Qin Luoxia, had a few grievances with her, often comparing her daughter Hui to Jiang Yu, calling Jiang Yu lazy and greedy, while praising her own daughter's diligence. "Your silver hairpin is lovely, Hui," the woman interjected with a forced smile, trying to change the subject. Jiang Mianmian gazed curiously at the woman before her, realizing this was the very Hui her mother had warned her about, someone whose words were indeed irritating. The woman's face appeared to have been dusted with uneven powder, her cheekbones prominent, and her complexion fair, giving her an unapproachable demeanor. Jiang Mianmian preferred the familiar visage of her own mother. She quickly turned to circle at her mother again. "What is this?" the matchmaker said. "Once my Hui arrives in the city, the silver hairpins there will be far more beautiful. The city lord's residence has a grand four-courtyard house. Do you know what that means? Even their servants have more space than our homes. Oh dear." Feng's mother, "I heard the matchmaker visited your home but didn't find your girl appealing," saying she lacked awareness, unlike our Hui, who is clever and capable. This time, Qin Luoxia did not feel anger but instead gently swayed her little daughter in her arms, chuckling. "Indeed, the matchmaker offered 80 taels of silver, but our girl is a bit simple-minded." "What a pity." Hui's expression darkened immediately. 80 taels, the old matchmaker had only mentioned 10 taels, yet it seemed she had been cheated out of 70. Hui's countenance shifted, disregarding her earlier boastfulness, and she hurried off towards the matchmaker's house to seek retribution. The onlookers followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Qin Luoxia, cradling Jiang Mianmian, announced she would return home to prepare a meal. With no spectacle left to observe, Jiang Mianmian began to doze off in her mother's arms. As she drifted, she felt her mother's rhythmic walking, akin to the bus rides to school, causing her to sink deeper into sleep. When she awoke again, she found herself transferred to her mother's back. Her mother had secured her with a cloth, a contraption even more impressive than a traditional baby carrier, providing a steady hold. At this moment, her mother's movements became a bit vigorous, rousing her from her slumber. Her mother was bending and rising, as if digging a hole. Suddenly, Jiang Mianmian felt an urgent need to relieve herself and began to wail. Her cry startled Qin Luoxia, who quickly set her down. Seeing her face flash and her body arching, she realized the child needed to poop. This little one was indeed easy to care for. As Qin Luoxia positioned her, she began to encourage her to go. "Shoo, little one, it's time to relieve yourself." Shoo. Once Jiang Mianmian finished, she felt comforted and alert, only to be hoisted back onto her mother's back as they continued to sway. She initially thought they were heading home, but instead, they were in the fields. How industrious. Watching her mother work in the soil seemed to relieve stress, causing Jiang Mianmian to join in with a playful song. In the small garden, dig, 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 dig. Hearing her daughter's cheerful babbling, Qin Luoxia dug even faster. Before long, Qin Luoxia had excavated a large, deep hole. How deep was this? Was it for planting a person at that height? Then, she saw her mother spread decayed grass and various soils on top, leveling it to blend seamlessly with the surrounding ground. Jiang Mianmian couldn't help but glance around, but her limited vision and the direction of her head restricted her view. Moreover, if it weren't for the lingering smell of her own excrement, she wouldn't even remember where her mother had just dug. Once the hole was completed, her mother began to walk back, traversing a path illuminated by the setting sun and shaded by trees. Jiang Mianmian listened to her mother hum a tune. Yellow earth, green grass grows, my little girl is plump and round. Unable to resist, Jiang Mianmian joined in with her own little song. If there is a next life, I shall dig a hole on your destined path. Chapter 6. A mother's vow for vengeance on the day of grievance. The yellow earth, where green grass thrives, my darling daughter is plump and round. Listening to her mother's soothing melody, it was not long before Jiang Mianmian succumbed to slumber once more. When she awakened again, the sky had darkened. Nestled within the familiar wooden basin, a pang of hunger gnawed at her. Slowly, she brought her fingers to her mouth, beginning to suck on them, tasting the essence of fresh spring water, tinged with a hint of salt. After a while, an urge to relieve herself arose. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she initially intended to cry out for warning. However, both her throat and bottom reacted simultaneously, resulting in an uncontrollable release. Ow, 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 ow. She cried out, attempting to mask the sound of her bowel movement. Her sister, Jiang Yu, stood nearby, pinching her nose and remarking, "Didn't they say that children's excrement is odorless? Why does it smell so foul when it's my sister?" Despite her distaste, she swiftly changed the soiled diaper. Jiang Mianmian looked on innocently, somewhat befuddled by the odor. As Jiang Yu gently lifted her legs, she was meticulous, wiping with a tenderness that even surpassed their mother's care. Once finished, she felt no stickiness. Confident that she was thoroughly clean, rejuvenated, little Mianmian resumed sucking on her fingers, only to find them even saltier than before. Spitting in disgust, she was relieved when her mother finally appeared, contentedly rummaging through her rations. Today's provisions were abundant, even more so than usual, and she couldn't help but beam with joy as she finished her meal, unable to suppress a wide grin. Having ventured outdoors and experienced the world, she felt a surge of energy and longed to eavesdrop on her parents' gossip, particularly the follow-up on the lost medicinal herbs. She waited and waited, eventually dozing off without hearing a word. After yet another successful bowel movement, she embraced the end of the day. Early the next morning, a knock resounded at the door. "Is Feng's mother home?" A woman stood at the entrance, clutching a handful of wild vegetables. Jiang Mianmian's mother leaned against the doorframe, cradling her daughter in her arms, who had found a comfortable position. "Have you heard? Last night, Aunt Lu fell into the latrine and broke her leg. Who could have dug such a deep hole in the road?" Jiang Mianmian listened intently as her mother exclaimed in astonishment, "Didn't Aunt Lu claim that her chamber pot was made of old sandalwood? Why would she need to venture outside to relieve herself? Indeed, what is most peculiar is that she didn't even go to her own latrine, but to old Lu's," her mother continued, her round face animated as her eyes widened in intrigue. "What happened? Tell me more." "I have all the time in the world." Aunt Chui heard from someone that serving as a maid for the officials in the city costs 80 taels of silver. Aunt Lu only offered 10, trying to pocket 70. So, she went to confront her, and you know how Aunt Chui can be. Her words are sharp and unkind. She caused a commotion at Aunt Lu's for an entire afternoon, and then Aunt Lu fell and broke her leg. She had to be carried to Aunt Chui's house, and the argument escalated. Jiang Mianmian swayed gently in rhythm with her mother's nodding. The pair listened with utmost seriousness to the scandalous tale. Satisfied by the gossip but feeling hungry, she began to wail for milk, having enjoyed a hearty feed for the past 2 days. "This girl's cries are so resonant, feed her fast." "I just stopped by to gather vegetables and still need to return to prepare a meal," the woman remarked, pleased with the gossip she had shared before departing. With her bottom raised, Jiang Mianmian prepared to exert herself for her meal. As night fell, the family gathered around the table. Clearly, everyone was aware of the day's gossip. During dinner, her sister Jiang Yu cheerfully proclaimed, "Aunt Chui stirred up quite the ruckus, insisting that the official offered 80 taels and demanding Aunt Lu pay the 70. Aunt Lu denied it, and because of the money matter, Aunt Chui won't be going to the city anymore." Curious, her elder brother Jiangfeng asked, "Wasn't it 50 taels?" 80, Aunt Lu wouldn't even pay that if her life depended on it. Jiang Minyan couldn't help but chime in, iya iya, 80. Mother said so, 80 tails, 80 tails. Regardless, it's a case of retribution. Whoever dug that pit ended up with Aunt Lu breaking her leg. Even if she lies around for 100 days, she won't recover. Let us see if she dares to cause trouble again. Jiang Yu savored her bitter grins, finding them unexpectedly delicious. Jiang Minyan echoed her sentiments, iya iya, dig dig dig. Mother dug it, digging. At that moment, her elder brother playfully pinched her cheek. Mother, why do I feel like my sister understands us? It seems she is trying to talk. Be gentle, what could she possibly understand? She is just mirroring your joy, Qin Luoxia replied, offering little Minyan a spoonful of vegetable soup. Bitter, she grimaced, her entire face contorting in displeasure as she pouted, on the verge of tears. When her mother offered the spoon again, she resolutely closed her mouth, refusing to open it for the unpalatable dish. Seeing her reaction, Qin Luoxia and Jiang Chongtian couldn't help but laugh. This child was remarkably perceptive. As night deepened, Jiang Minyan drowsily overheard her mother's conversation. Do you think anyone will suspect that I dug the pit? Not likely. Aunt Lu is careless in her ways, and many harbor ill feelings towards her. Had she not gone to old Lu's, she wouldn't have broken her leg. It's all her own doing. Now, sleep, her father replied, reassured. Jiang Minyan drifted into a peaceful slumber, soon beginning to dream of digging pits. Dig dig dig. Chapter 7. Waiting by the stump for a rabbit. Fizzle, fizzle, fizzle. The new day began with a rather ungracious sound. The entire family had not rested well, for the little one had been afflicted with diarrhea throughout the night. Qin Luoxia herself had also made several trips to the latrine. She suspected her own misfortune in consuming something unsavory had inadvertently affected the child. Jiang Feng and Jiang Yu rose to assist, primarily to help their sister change her soiled diaper, fearing that she might be damaged by her own mess. It must be the curse of Aunt Lu. Why doesn't she just end it quickly? Jiang Yu remarked rather unkindly. Jiang Feng concurred, do not worry, Aunt Lu has offended so many that she cannot escape her own misfortunes. Jiang Minyan, feeling a tad guilty, dared not utter a word, remaining silent and subdued. Truly, Aunt Lu was not to blame for this predicament. Children ought not to indulge in outside food, and even the spring water was no exception. While adults might consume the spring water for its purifying properties, she was merely dragged along for the ride. The weight of her excrement nearly rivaled her own body weight, which seemed rather implausible. Now, she felt quite famished, bursting with energy, yet her mother refused to nurse her. In a state of urgency, she babbled, I want to eat, flailing her limbs in a desperate dance. Before dawn, the family was already bustling about. Her father, Jiang Chongtian, miraculously produced a handful of fine grains from somewhere, while her mother, Qin Luoxia, retrieved a stone mill from a corner of the house. Elder brother Jiang Feng pushed the stone mill, and elder sister Jiang Yu added the grains to it. They watched as the grains were ground into powder, the millstone turning in rhythmic circles. Jiang Yu carefully collected the powder into a bowl. Their father heated a pot, removed the firewood, leaving only the embers, and allowed the pot to warm gently before pouring the bowl of powder into it to sort. Mother held Jiang Minyan, watching intently. Jiang Minyan observed her family's efforts to prepare her meal, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Soon, the powder released a delightful aroma, and their father scooped it up, placing it into a clay jar, and ladled some out to mix with boiling water. The pan used for salt the grain powder was not wasted either. Water was added, and it was left to boil. Each of them, father, brother, sister, enjoyed a generous bowl of broth, while Jiang Minyan savored the salted powder mixed with water, its toasty rice flavor reminiscent of a comforting porridge, softly sliding down her throat and filling her belly with a sense of warmth and contentment. She quickly finished a bowl, babbling for more, yet her mother did not oblige. Instead, mother rinsed the bowl used for her porridge with boiling water and drank the rinsing water herself, deeming it sufficient sustenance. The family, apart from Jiang Minyan, had merely achieved a state of temporary fullness. As dawn broke, the sounds of roosters and dogs echoed through the village. Jiang Minyan, having eaten her fill, felt drowsy. Her father, Jiang Chongtian, yawned widely and hurried off to work, while Jiang Yu was needed at the landlord's house, and Jiang Feng vanished as usual. Qin Luoxia, however, felt an unexpected surge of energy. She believed she could chop a whole yard's worth of firewood, but alas, there was none left at home. After a moment of contemplation, she secured the child to her chest, strapped a bamboo basket to her back, and ventured towards the back mountain. Their home bordered the village, with the mountains rising behind. Qin Luoxia was adept at labor, industrious to the core. Having completed the household chores, she sought to forage in the mountains for something useful. She did not intend to venture far, merely hoping to find some herbs by the mountain's edge that she could dry and sell for a bit of money. Jiang Mianmian, nestled in her mother's embrace, slept soundly, even dreaming of flying in an airplane. As the airplane descended, she felt a rush. It flew too swiftly, causing her a moment of fear, and she abruptly opened her eyes to a canvas of green. Green leaves, blue skies, white clouds, and her mother's chin came into view. Taking a deep breath, she then felt her mother's strong heartbeat and robust chest. "Yay!" she exclaimed, expressing her hunger. At her cry, Qin Luoxia felt a rush of milk, her thin garment instantly dampening. During her confinement, she had lacked milk, never anticipating that post-confinement, she would have such abundance. Feeling her body had recovered after a night of emptiness, she decided it was time to nurse the child. Finding a large stone, she sat upon it, unfastened her clothing, and began to nurse. The weather remained warm, but the mountain breeze offered a pleasant respite from the heat. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air, a symphony to her ears. Jiang Mianmian, with milk in her mouth, eagerly suckled. Having consumed the spring water and purged her body of toxins, Qin Luoxia's milk was now rich and fragrant, sweet and nourishing. Jiang Mianmian savored every drop, as though someone was squeezing a bottle to fill her with milk. There was no time to spare. The excess milk flowed from the corners of her mouth. Qin Luoxia, cradling her daughter tenderly, seized the moment to rest. As Jiang Mianmian continued to drink, she grew weary, and her mother, ever considerate, switched sides. Just as she began to drink again, her eyes widened, her toothless mouth agape. Behind her mother loomed a cliff, from which a small bear cub tumbled down, rolling and crashing, landing squarely against a stone pedestal, rendering it dazed. Jiang Mianmian gasped, her mouth opening wide before closing again, swallowing a generous mouthful of rich milk. This, perhaps, was what it meant to wait by the stump for a rabbit or bear. Will we return tomorrow? Chapter 8. Inch chap chap chap. Squeak squeak squeak. Rustle rustle rustle. Quack quack. In the afternoon mountains, the harmonious symphony of various insects and birds intertwines, as the wind caresses the leaves like a skilled musician. Qin Luoxia has gathered a bountiful basket of herbs, some for medicinal purposes and others to be cooked as food to satisfy hunger. Beneath the grass lies an unfortunate little black bear who, for reasons unknown, tumbled hastily down the cliff and collided with a stone pillar, rendering itself unconscious. She walks home under the slanted rays of the sun, a bear balanced on her back and a child cradled in her arms. After a day of labor in the mountains, one would expect her to be weary and sore, yet today, she feels invigorated and sprightly, attributing her energy to the restful confinement following childbirth. With a light jog, she descends the mountain. The sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects gradually fade, replaced by the familiar calls of chickens and barking dogs, signaling her approach to home. At this moment, Jiang Mianmian slowly awakens, having slept deeply in her mother's comforting embrace. The fresh scent of the mountains envelopes her, providing a sense of tranquility and return to nature. As she nears the village, an unmistakable and pungent aroma mingles in the air, which is both unpleasant and oddly intriguing. Jiang Mianmian stirs uncomfortably upon awakening, catching sight of her mother's rounded chin and the familiar eaves of their home, which lifts her spirits once more. Upon entering, her mother places her gently in a wooden basin to stretch. She extends her arms and legs, unable to resist the urge to practice stretching, playfully tugging at her tiny toes. For reasons unknown, this action brings her immense comfort, and before she knows it, she finds her toes in her mouth, unable to control herself. Meanwhile, Qin Luoxia is busy drying the freshly gathered herbs, laying them out to dry lest they spoil if left together. As she tends to the herbs, Jiang Mianmian lies in the basin, occasionally glancing at the nearby bamboo basket, still preoccupied with thoughts of that little bear. A mix of curiosity and trepidation fills her, her youthful spirit eager to play. Although she can only babble and grasp at her feet, she is, after all, a chosen one with extraordinary abilities. Gazing at the bear in the basket, she begins to anticipate the day she might nurture a spiritual bear of her own, flaunting it proudly outside. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. Just as her mother steps inside to fetch a dustpan, the basket unexpectedly tips over, and the dazed bear tumbles out, still oblivious as it crawls directly to Jiang Mianmian's basin. The little girl is met with an overwhelming stench that far surpasses her own. The bear, leaning in, opens its mouth, releasing an even more foul odor. Jiang Mianmian is rendered speechless, her mind racing. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Instead of raising a bear, it feels as if she is about to be fed to one. Just as panic sets in, a large foot comes crashing down, sending the little bear flying. Qin Luoxia is startled. She had not anticipated the bear awakening in her brief absence. Fortunately, her reflexes are swift. Upon seeing the bear approach her child, she rushes in, her legs moving faster than her thoughts. Jiang Mianmian bursts into tears, terrified and clinging tightly to her mother's clothing. Qin Luoxia, heart racing, breaks into a cold sweat, horrified at the thought of what might have happened. Scolding herself for her negligence, she cannot help but tremble at the realization of the danger posed by the bear. The only method she currently possesses to soothe her child is to lift her clothing. As expected, Jiang Mianmian calms down while nursing, her little heart still racing from the fright. Qin Luoxia gently rocks her, murmuring a lullaby. In the yellow earth, the green grass grows. My darling is plump and round. As she sings, she approaches the bear. With a swift motion, she seizes the creature, twisting its head with a resounding crack, restoring her peace of mind. Jiang Mianmian, focused on nursing, continues to tremble, causing her mother's heart to ache with concern. Once she finishes her meal, she clings to Qin Luoxia, unwilling to leave her side. The fright of encountering a real bear lingers in her mind. Thus, Qin Luoxia secures her daughter to her chest and resumes her tasks. Jiang Mianmian feels a profound sense of safety in her embrace. Unlike other relatives who might drop a child to demonstrate resilience, her mother prepares a nourishing soup for dinner. Later that night, Jiang Mianmian awakens in fright, crying out twice, overwhelmed by her fear of the bear, which, to her infant eyes, appears as formidable as a full-grown grizzly. The psychological impact is undeniable. The following day dawns bright and clear. As the sun dispels the remnants of gloom, Jiang Mianmian stretches out in her wooden basin, enjoying the warmth on her bare bottom. Child-rearing in ancient times has its unique charm. Despite her momentary embarrassment, basking in the sun feels quite pleasant, especially with no one around but her mother. Contentedly, she lays there, occasionally practicing lifting her head. To her delight, she spots a small cluster of black ants on the ground nearby. The desire to raise a bear fades entirely. If a bear is too much to manage, surely ants are a more feasible option. Little Jiang Mianmian watches intently, her patience unwavering, as turning her head is a challenge for her small body. When one brave ant ventures close, she carefully extends her arm and drops a single droplet of spiritual spring water onto it, instantly freezing the tiny creature in place. As the water vanishes, the ant remains stationary, curiously raising its head and antennae to survey its surroundings. Jiang Mianmian wishes to observe further, but her mother turns her back around. Qin Luoxia dresses her daughter and lifts her to nurse. Jiang Mianmian, still yearning for the ant, struggles against her mother's grasp, worried that she might waste even a single drop of the precious spring water. At that moment, Qin Luoxia feels an itch on her foot, shifting it slightly as she continues to cradle and feed her child. Meanwhile, a bewildered ant, its antennae bent, circles the basin in confusion. Chapter 9 Disobedience. The weather was sweltering, with the sun blazing fiercely overhead. Thick clouds drifted across the sky, momentarily shielding the sunlight, yet the oppressive heat remained, akin to a lid placed over a steaming pot, intensifying the stifling atmosphere. Qin Luoxia glanced up at the heavens, sensing that rain was imminent. She prepared to gather her sun-dried herbs, lest they become soaked and her efforts be in vain. The ground teemed with ants, likely having detected the moisture in the air, heralding the approaching rain. A swarm of worker ants busily emerged in search of sustenance. Their diet was diverse, with a preference for insects, but they also consumed leaves, fungi, and honeydew. Among the colony, there were factions favoring sweetness and those inclined toward saltiness. The sweet-toothed ants could not resist honeydew. If both honeydew and insect carcasses were presented, they would invariably choose the former. Conversely, the salt-loving ants, being carnivorous by nature, would invariably opt for the insects first. Among them was a little ant, whom we shall refer to as Little Black, a quintessential member of the sweet faction, utterly enamored with honeydew. It was oblivious to the fact that a substance, 100 times more fragrant than honeydew, had descended from the heavens, enveloping it in a warm embrace. Immersed in this liquid, once it had quenched its thirst, a flicker of thought emerged. It found itself pinned beneath a colossal foot. Had it encountered such a fate previously, it would have been left mangled or worse, yet this time, only its antennae bent, leaving it unscathed. It felt an unfamiliar resilience coursing through its tiny body, as an irresistible force compelled it to circle around a gargantuan wooden basin resembling a mountain. Soon, it encountered another ant. Little Black instinctively took a step back, sensing a shift in its own scent, fearing discovery by its companions. However, in retreat, it collided with yet another fellow ant. In that moment, a peculiar instinct arose within its minuscule mind. If its scent was different, mingling with the others could lead to a fate worse than death. Cleverly, Little Black sought to flee, only to realize that a multitude of its kin had gathered around it. They bore no signs of aggression, rather, they seemed intent on following it. Finding a secluded corner, Little Black deliberately approached a solitary ant companion, harboring a thought: should their antennae touch and the other notice its difference, it would strike first, confident in its ability to overpower the adversary. Bump. A gentle collision ensued, exchanging pheromones. There was no aggression, the opposing ant displayed a friendly demeanor, even drawing closer. After a brief moment, that very ant, with whom it had exchanged contact, unexpectedly brought forth a morsel of insect flesh for Little Black. Astonished and delighted, Little Black's first instinct was to transport the morsel back to its nest for the queen. However, after a few steps, it suddenly halted, a question mark forming in its mind. Why should it toil so diligently to procure food for the queen, exhausting itself in the process? Who was it? What was the purpose of its existence? What was it doing? Little Black's tiny mind was besieged by existential inquiries. The complexity of these questions was fleeting, overshadowed by an overwhelming desire. It craved honeydew, it longed for honeydew, it yearned for honeydew. Meanwhile, infants are often blessed with ample sleep. After nursing, Jiang Minyan drifted off as if enchanted. She was startled awake by the sound of a knock at the door, her heart racing. Upon opening her eyes, she found it was still day, albeit her vision was slightly hazy. Realizing she was still cradled in her mother's embrace, she settled back, adjusting herself into a comfortable waking position. The door swung open. In this village, doors were usually left unlocked during the day. A robust woman entered, followed closely by a stately elderly lady. Jiang Minyan regarded her mother, who was already considered tall, yet this new arrival was even more formidable. In comparison, her mother could almost be deemed slender. The sturdy woman stepped in fast, followed by an elderly lady whose dignified appearance commanded attention. Despite the wrinkles, there was an undeniable beauty about her. Her delicate features and fair complexion evoked admiration. Just as Jiang Minyan pondered the identity of the newcomers, she heard her mother call out, "Mother." Oh, was this her grandmother? No, that couldn't be right. Her vision had sharpened remarkably. The elderly lady, though clad in simple attire, seemed to wear garments that once bore intricate patterns. An impressive feat in these times, where clothing adorned with designs was a rarity. At the very least, she had known better days. The elderly lady possessed a refined elegance that seemed out of place in the village. Accompanied by a servant, her gaze conveyed a blend of pride and innocence. Jiang Minyan's father, Jiang Changtian, was also remarkably handsome, a stark contrast to the village's other men. Were it not for the family's status, she might have assumed her father was a scholar rather than a mere farmer, and a landless one at that. Thus, this formidable woman must be her father's mother, so, this was her grandmother. Having been born over a month ago, it struck her as strange that her grandmother had yet to visit. The sturdy woman surveyed the room before settling into a seat, meticulously cleaning the area, producing a cloth from her bosom to lay upon the seat for the elderly lady. Clearly, this matron had wealth. Others referred to her father as Jiang Lao, suggesting he had at least one elder brother, Jiang Lauda, yet the villagers seldom spoke of him, and even her own family rarely mentioned him, which she found peculiar. Jiang Minyan's infant mind whirled in confusion, struggling to process the unfolding scene. Once seated, the elderly lady maintained a regal posture, her long neck adorned with wrinkles, yet exuding an undeniable grace. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Minyan, radiating a natural compassion that made the infant feel uneasy. She instinctively burrowed deeper into her mother's embrace, presenting her backside. Under normal circumstances, her mother would have already lifted her garments to nurse her. However, at this moment, Qin Luoxia remained solemn, merely stroking her daughter's back without further action. This grandmother was formidable. Though she appeared gentle, her silence could render one's existence unbearable. Upon her entrance, Jiang Minyan had initially assumed the elderly lady was benevolent, yet it was precisely such seemingly kind-hearted individuals that could cast a shadow over one's reputation, condemning their sons to a life of disgrace, forever trapped in the struggles of rural life. "Did you come here for a reason, mother?" Qin Luoxia inquired, her demeanor steely. The elderly lady's gaze fell upon Qin Luoxia, her expression imbued with sympathy. She remained silent, while the robust woman interjected, "To bear sons who roam aimlessly and daughters who serve as maids in other households, why bring another into this world to suffer and bring shame?" The elderly lady seemed to disapprove of her tone, frowning slightly, yet she gently sighed, "Ayao, do not speak so. After all, it is a life." Her voice was melodious, striking a delightful note that, if one did not see her face, one might mistake her for a youthful maiden. The cadence was soothing, reminiscent of a standard dialect that seemed to encapsulate the essence of common speech. Jiang Minyan found herself bewildered by the interplay of mockery and sympathy, while Qin Luoxia struggled to decipher the elderly lady's intentions, who was traditionally viewed as a paragon of virtue, reputed to have never harmed even an ant. All misdeeds were attributed to others. Qin Luoxia tightened her hold on her child and queried, "Mother, do you come bearing assistance, having seen our plight?" The elderly lady's gaze, tinged with pity, seemed to deepen. With an air of serenity, she remarked, "You, my dear, have acted imprudently. Though she was reprimanding someone, her tone was soft and somewhat affectionate. The robust woman, however, retorted coldly, "To fight over serving as a maid, Yujia has slandered others. You, as her mother, are vengeful and malicious, bringing shame to your ancestors. If you are still part of the Jiang family, you ought to be subjected to family discipline." Jiang Mianyan was, how could this elderly lady know so much? Her fierce demeanor was intimidating. "What family discipline?" the elderly lady sighed. "I cannot bear to be called mother. Our Jiang family has been noble for generations and does not produce offspring who serve as maids. Do not be tempted by convenience and ruin Yujia's future." Qin Luoxia's expression darkened, her anger simmering beneath the surface. This elderly lady had always been one to speak without understanding the burdens of others. When Mianyan was born, she had faced great difficulty, and when Yujia had sought a bit of grain, they had chased her away with violence. Even those who were neither kin nor ally would strive to help in such times. Jiang Mianyan sensed her mother's chest heaving, her rounded chin quivering. Had it been anyone else, Qin Luoxia would have already shouted for them to leave. Anger surged within her, and she longed to retaliate. Yet, every time she considered opposing the elderly lady, it was she who suffered the consequences. This woman possessed greater strength than her. She simply could not win. Gazing at the infant nestled in her arms, Qin Luoxia struggled to suppress her indignation. Having been married into the Jiang family for so long and having borne 3 children, she had learned a thing or two. Despite her coarse features and steady build. At that moment, she adopted the elderly lady's air of compassion. "My Yujia is indeed rough around the edges, eager even to compete for a maid's position. Unlike your Wanja, who is literate and talented from a young age, raised with propriety and a kind heart, surely heaven favors her, allowing her to avoid the fate of serving as a maid and instead ascend to the status of a concubine." Chapter 10. Injustice. In the afternoon, the wind picked up and rain began to fall. The ants scurried away, save for one solitary creature. The breeze whisked away the fragrant scent that had lingered in the yard from the old lady's visit. She carried an aroma reminiscent of sandalwood, as if she had been perpetually offering incense and praying. After the words left her lips, the old lady, as beautiful as a bodhisattva, revealed a fierce expression, her brows furrowing with indignation. It was audacious for that rustic woman to dare to compare her daughter Wana to her own. The audacity was beyond measure. The robust woman, in her straightforwardness, extended her palm the size of a sand pot, ready to strike, only to be thwarted by Qin Luoxia. The sturdy woman's face flashed crimson, astonished that the peasant woman, after childbirth, had somehow gained such strength that she could block her attack. How could this be? She was supposed to be the trained one. The old lady, her face darkened, spoke. "Qin, take heed of your actions. Those who commit injustices will meet their demise. Evil deeds, though they may not bring immediate retribution, will surely distance one from fortune. Ayao, let us depart." The strong woman assisted the old lady as they left. Such extraordinary flowers in this rural setting. Jiang Mianyan stood in bewilderment, uncertain whether they would be drenched on their way. For the first time, she harbored a mischievous wish that someone would be caught in the rain. Qin Luoxia seethed with anger, her spirit aflame, yet she had no outlet for her frustration. The old lady was a master of rhetoric, pursuing evidence and facts, always positioning herself atop a moral high ground. If she deemed one in the wrong, she could easily condemn them. Taking a deep breath, Qin Luoxia felt an inexplicable thrill at having successfully intervened to avoid a beating. They said that childbirth and confinement could cure previous ailments. Perhaps having given birth to Mianyan, her health had improved. She began to throw herself into labor with fervor. Thus, Jiang Mianyan watched as her mother hoisted the bed upon her back, lifted the stone mill, moved the pillars, and squatted to wipe every corner of the room. Though the furnishings were worn, they were impeccably clean. At last, the rain began to fall, growing heavier, a steady patter transforming into a downpour. Jiang Mianyan, feeling hungry, uttered, "Yaya, yaya. Mother, mother, eat, eat." Qin Luoxia sat in a small bamboo chair beneath the eaves, cradling her daughter, lifting her garment to nurse. She gazed at the torrential rain in the yard, a chill in the wind, and gradually, her anger dissipated. It was enough. Were it not for the old woman's pretentiousness, she would not have married her husband at all. Perhaps she even owed her gratitude. The rain fell softly, and the sky darkened early. The roguish Zhong Feng did not return home early either. As usual, he arrived only at mealtime. Today, he surprisingly brought back a piece of red cloth, his face beaming with delight as he presented it to his wife. Qin Luoxia's countenance soured. She ignored him, refraining from scolding. Jiang Yu returned from the landlord's house only once the sky had completely darkened, this time empty-handed, but with a frown. She said, "Mother, I need not go again tomorrow. Achui has agreed to marry the guard from the landlord Lu's family, and Achui can officially work at Lu's house now." Qin Luoxia merely responded absent-mindedly with a non-committal When Jiang Chongtian returned home, Qin Luoxia's spirits lifted. Her husband was intelligent. If there were matters to discuss, he would have solutions. She felt a twinge of concern for you, for the old woman, when silent, was bearable, but when she spoke, it seemed there was no. Today, Jiang Chongtian returned home with an unprecedented package of meat buns, 4 in total. Jiang Mianmian watched as her father elegantly retrieved them from his large sleeves, steam still rising. They were indeed buns, though they referred to them as meat buns. 4 plump buns, one slightly squashed. What good fortune has befallen father to bring back meat buns? I shall now be a minor steward, and my salary has doubled. This is indeed cause for celebration, and I shall buy you meat buns each month henceforth. Jiang Feng handed 1 meat bun to his mother, taking the squashed one for himself, taking large bites until he finished it in just a few mouthfuls. With a full mouth, he rubbed his belly and inquired, and what of the former steward Wu? He was rather difficult to deal with. When mother gave birth to my sister, I went looking for you and encountered him. He kicked me, and I still feel the pain. If he has been promoted, father, your work will surely become more arduous. Jiang Chongtian took the remaining meat bun, unlike his son, eating it with decorum and savoring each bite before slowly replying, he is dead. He was caught stealing public property and was beaten to death. The family fell into a heavy silence. Jiang Mianmian's eyes widened, her pupils slightly unfocused. She recalled her father's earlier mention of the stolen medicinal herbs. Then, Qin Luoxia was taken aback as well. Her mood had already soured, and hearing her husband speak of this matter elicited a smile from her that was more painful than tears. It is better he is gone. He no longer has to suffer in this world. The family, appearing to be made of stern hearts, chose not to dwell on the topic and instead cheerfully prepared for dinner. Jiang Yu cheerfully remarked, just in time, I need not help tomorrow, and I can stay home to care for my sister. With father's promotion, we shall no longer go hungry. With meat buns to fill their bellies, the evening's wild vegetable soup seemed all the more bitter. Yet everyone ate heartily, ensuring they would not awaken hungry in the night. Jiang Mianmian slapped her fingers, drinking milk, not participating in the wild vegetable soup. She observed her siblings, their faces adorned with grins, while her father appeared as a frail scholar. Today, however, the maid was glistening with oil, her arms and legs robust. Jiang Mianmian contemplated seizing the opportunity to add some spring water to the vegetable soup, if only to nourish her body. Today had been a day rich with information. Jiang Mianmian completely forgot that she had fed a single drop of spring water to an ant, which had since made its home at the bottom of the wooden basin. She played with her siblings for a while, determined to conserve her energy for listening at the bed's corner later that night. Finally, she nestled into her mother's embrace, lulled to sleep, and set aside. In the darkness, she lay wide-eyed, listening to the rustling sounds. She saw her father bury his head in her mother's bosom. In the obscurity, a muffled voice softly emerged. Steward Wu led me to this. I ought to be grateful, yet upon learning he intended to frame me, I reported him fast. He is dead, and I have survived, even taking his position. Sister Xia, I feel a sense of dread, yet a greater joy. I am indeed the unfilial and unscrupulous person mother described. Sister Xia, living is so difficult. In the shadows, mother's large hand gently stroked father's back. It turned out father was quite thin, his spine protruding. Though he usually wore loose clothing, giving an impression of elegance, Jiang Mianmian tugged at her own little toes, unconsciously putting them in her mouth. She suddenly felt her eyes moisten, tears slipping down, her toes tasting a bit salty. Chapter 11. Jiang Wan. In the early morning, the air was stifling, the room felt oppressive. Father had risen early to open the door for work, and there was little breeze outside. Jiang Mianmian, still drowsy and with her eyes barely open, began to eat. After satisfying her hunger, she instinctively relieved herself and slipped back into a deep slumber. When she finally opened her eyes again, she beheld the round chin of her elder sister, Jiang Yu. It was a rare occasion for her sister to be home during the day, keeping her company. Jiang Yu's chin was plump yet delicate, her face slightly smaller and devoid of any signs of a broad jaw. In truth, Jiang Yu possessed a unique charm, the kind that spoke of good fortune. While she inherited some of their mother's roundness, the subtle nuances from their father lent her a touch of elegance, making her appear graceful and fortunate, just the type favored by elders. However, it was best if Jiang Yu refrained from speaking. Her words often carried a sharpness, as she had a knack for pointing out the unflattering with an unkind tongue. Jiang Mianmian turned her head from side to side, failing to catch a glimpse of their mother. She sniffed the air but detected no trace of her mother's scent. Assuming that her mother was not at home, she remained quiet, knowing that crying would not procure her any milk. Instead, she obediently lay in her wooden basin, amusing herself by wiggling her toes. Jiang Yu sat beside her, deftly sewing, the needle dancing in and out of the fabric with skillful precision. After watching for a while, Jiang Minyan felt as if her eyes might be blinded by the needle's glint, so she quickly shifted her focus. As she turned her head, she spotted a black ant standing attentively at the. It was truly standing, showcasing its abdomen as if flaunting its strength, with a slender waist and delicate legs, though perhaps a few too many limbs for comfort. Jiang Minyan remembered that this was the little ant she had once fed with the essence of the spring water. To her surprise, it was still there. She had thought it might have wandered off. Now, observing the ant, she thought it appeared larger than before, seeming to have grown since yesterday. Afraid to make a sound and waste the precious drop of spring water, she remained silent. Her family had a rather fierce demeanor, and if Jiang Yu were to see this ant, she would likely squash it with a mere fingertip. Gently, Jiang Minyan extended her hand, observing the little ant intently, then closed her eyes and pushed the ant away from the edge of the basin. If only she could grasp something else, she would have used it to nudge the ant. However, her grasp was futile. Upon opening her eyes, she found the ant had indeed disappeared. Jiang Minyan began to squawk, waving her hands in the air, demanding to wash her hands. Unfortunately, her sister Jiang Yu did not comprehend her nonsensical babble. Mistaking her flailing for a need to change her diaper, Jiang Yu approached to check. Discovering it was dry, thinking Jiang Minyan was hungry, she went to the kitchen to fetch some fine grain powder to prepare a meal. With a resigned expression, Jiang Minyan consumed the rice porridge, seizing the opportunity to rub her hands against her sister several times, which calmed her heart. She devoured the porridge quickly, the bowl nearly empty, while Jiang Yu scraped the bottom of the bowl with a spoon, producing a jarring sound that yielded only half a spoonful. As Jiang Yu scraped, her throat moved as if to swallow. Jiang Minyan shut her mouth, deciding not to eat anymore. After all, there was no one around. Jiang Yu could secretly indulge a little. The last time she fed her the osmanthus cake, it was far superior to this porridge. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Yu pinched her chin, and Jiang Minyan opened her mouth, allowing the last half-spoonful of porridge to be shoved into her mouth. The warmth of the food filled her heart. Though the bowl was scraped clean, showing no residue, Jiang Yu nonetheless poured herself a bowl of boiling water, drinking it with utmost seriousness. After finishing, she licked the bowl with her tongue, ensuring not a drop remained, the bowl shining brightly under the sunlight. Immaculate in appearance, Jiang Minyan felt a tinge of embarrassment watching her sister's actions, relieved that there were no outsiders to witness her. Just as she was lost in thought about the absence of onlookers, a knock echoed from outside, followed by the door being pushed open. It was not their mother but a remarkably beautiful young girl, her visage sculpted with exquisite grace. The girl's complexion was pale with a hint of rosy undertones, her eyes clear and bright, adorned in opulent attire. Her hair was clasped with a silver hairpin, not the kind favored by Aunt Chui, but a sparkling, delicately crafted piece resembling a butterfly in flight, a craftsmanship that would leave even Chow Tai-Fook in awe. Her hair was lustrous and thick, contrasting sharply with Jiang Yu's round face and somewhat unruly, straw-colored locks. The girl had an alluring presence, her apricot-shaped nose and clad in layers of a traditional dress, though not new, it was a world apart from Jiang Yu's coarse fabric. Could this be Jiang Yu's plastic friend, Aunt Chui? She was far more stunning than Jiang Minyan had imagined. Jiang Yu spoke fast. Jiang Wan, what brings you here? You are not welcome, and should you cause any damage, we cannot afford to compensate. So, the girl also bore the surname Jiang. She was not Aunt Chui after all. Jiang Minyan's curiosity deepened. As the girl entered, her gaze fell upon Jiang Minyan with a hint of pity, quickly averting her eyes, as if unable to bear the sight for long. That look stirred an unsettling feeling within Jiang Minyan, as if she might not have long to live, a chill running through her. Why, you sister, you misunderstand me. I fell last time due to my own carelessness, and I do not blame you. I have come this time to deliver something for you. Only then did Jiang Minyan notice that the young girl was carrying a large bundle. The fabric of the bundle appeared new, unlike anything found in their home. Last time, my mother wrongly accused you. I was unconscious and unaware, but I have come specifically to apologize. Please do not disdain these items, though I have worn them, they are things I hold dear. Jiang Yu, growing impatient, replied, I do not want them. My mother forbids us from accepting your gifts. She says that taking even a green onion from your family would require compensating an entire acre of land. Despite Jiang Yu's harsh words, Jiang Wan remained unfazed, responding with a gentle smile, you sister, I came secretly. It was quite a journey. Although Jiang Yu's tone was brusque, she rose to fetch a clean bowl, pouring a cup of water to offer her. We have no tea, only cold water. Drink if you wish. Jiang Wan graciously accepted the bowl, the jade bracelet on her wrist chiming against the chipped ceramic with a delicate sound. Chapter 12. The Little Shoes. The morning breeze was rather gentle. Jiang Minyan opened her mouth wide and then closed it again. Observing the little girl's politeness made her feel slightly embarrassed, as she sensed that her and her elder sister's prank had perhaps gone a tad too far. However, she chose not to voice this sentiment. She stood beside her elder sister. Jeong-yu also cast her gaze downward, yet Jeong-won had only sipped from her bowl, offered a compliment, and then set it down. She unwrapped her bundle, displaying the items she had brought for Jeong-yu. Jeong Min-yeon was equally curious about its contents. With an enthusiastic ear, she expressed her desire to take a look. Jeong-yu, uncertain of her sister's intentions, lifted her up upon hearing her call. As the bundle opened, it revealed a complete outfit and a pair of embroidered shoes. They were not new. Jeong Min-yeon noted that the garment had faded colors, having been washed numerous times, and the tips of the shoes were slightly worn down. Yet, Jeong-yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm palpable. Jeong Min-yeon could feel her elder sister's grip tighten around her. If Jeong-yu weren't holding her sister, she would have been unable to resist touching the items. Although old, the clothing still bore faint traces of color and intricate patterns, complete with a delicately crafted belt. The fabric was smooth, a stark contrast to the coarse cloth she wore. The embroidered shoes were particularly exquisite, vibrant in hue, adorned with lifelike butterflies, and embellished with tiny beads that glimmered in the sunlight. Observing Jeong-yu's expression, Jeong-won knew her fair and delicate hands caressed the shoes tenderly. They had been custom-made by their mother, alongside the silver hairpin atop her head, both crafted by Baolai Pavilion. Regrettably, the shoes were too small for her, and she could not wear them. She also adored the outfit, though the hem was a bit short for her. I heard Auntie Yao Yao say you're going to the capital. You must not go there. It is perilous, believe me. Sister Yu, I have your best interests at heart. Do you remember when I was a mischievous child, climbing trees and accidentally falling? You were there to cushion my fall, otherwise, I would have met my demise. I would never harm you. Jeong-won spoke earnestly, her sincerity evident. Jeong Min-yeon couldn't help but feel a fondness for her. This little girl seemed different from the elderly lady and the maid from yesterday. At least she could distinguish between good and evil. However, their elder sister interjected, I didn't mean to be your cushion. I was merely unfortunate. Jeong Min-yeon thought, sister, sometimes you could refrain from speaking. Jeong-won, with unwavering seriousness, continued, in any case, sister Yu, you are my savior. Remember, do not go to the capital. Jeong-yu, slightly impatient, replied, I know, mother would never allow me to go. You used to call me second sister, now you address me as sister Yu. You are clever, so stop pretending to be kind. It's like a cat mourning for a mouse. Hurry back. If you hurt yourself, our family truly cannot afford it. Jeong-won felt stung by her words but bore no anger. She simply said, I cannot stay long. If mother finds out I came to see you, she will be furious. In any case, I am looking out for you, so I shall take my leave. Who would miss your presence? Hurry up and leave. Jeong-yu waved her hand, ushering her away. Watching Jeong-won exit, she slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, her demeanor somewhat fierce. Once the door was closed, Jeong-yu felt a flicker of unease and peered through the crack. Jeong Min-yeon also leaned forward to look through the opening. Seeing Jeong-won not venture far before being met by someone, Jeong-yu let out a heavy scoff. As expected, it's the young lady going out. She set her sister down and rummaged through the bundle meticulously, searching for hidden money. In truth, what the family needed most at present was money for purchasing grain. She had hoped Jeong-won's misguided kindness would have left her some. Jeong-yu sat in silence for a while before the lavish clothing and shoes, hesitant to touch the fabric for fear of damaging it with her rough hands. Finally, she picked up the shoes. They were truly beautiful, especially in the sunlight. After all, she was still a young girl, captivated by beauty, as is nature's way. Holding the shoes, she muttered, You expect me to be grateful for your hand-me-downs of worn clothes and shoes. If only my father could pass the imperial examinations, I too could wear such finery. I've heard from the village scholar that my father possesses remarkable literary talent, such misplaced kindness, such feigned goodwill. Yet, despite her words, she couldn't help but untie the shoes. She removed her own straw sandals, eager to try them on. Before she even wore them, she already envisioned herself looking splendid in them. Jeong Min-yeon watched as her sister's face flushed, forcing her large feet into the delicate embroidered shoes, which bulged comically. Jeong-yu cautiously stood up, taking unsteady steps. The butterflies on the shoes swayed as if preparing to take flight. Though painful, Jeong-yu felt a thrill as she approached Jeong Min-yeon and asked, Do I look good? Jeong Min-yeon responded with an enthusiastic, Yeah. Don't wear them, sister. I'll buy you larger shoes in the future. These do not fit. Ha, do you want to wear them too? You are so small you can hardly walk. Just wait. When you grow up, I'll earn money to buy you nice shoes, Jeong-yu said, reluctant to remove the embroidered shoes. She continued to tread carefully in the courtyard, making several turns. Sweat glistened on her forehead as she worried that her sweaty feet might dirty the shoes. Finally, she sat down to remove them, only to find that, in that brief moment, her heels had been rubbed raw, blood staining the shoes and enhancing their vibrancy. Chapter 13 How to communicate with one's pet. Yesterday, the rain had fallen, and today was not as sweltering. There was sunshine accompanied by a gentle breeze. Jung-won had departed, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance in the courtyard. It was not solely the aroma of her perfume, the old clothes she had left behind also bore that scent. Jung Min-min was not particularly fond of it. Jung Yu sat on a wooden stump in the yard, intently peeling away the skin from her heel that had been chafed. The pain caused her to gasp sharply, drawing tears from her eyes. Observing her sister's discomfort, Jung Min-min instinctively clenched her tiny fists. After Jung Yu removed the skin, she did not tend to the wound. Instead, she rinsed it with cool water from the yard, and upon seeing that it had ceased to bleed, she resumed her needlework. Jung Min-min lay in a small wooden basin, watching as her sister worked with unexpected cheerfulness. Jung Yu had a rather pleasant disposition. Aside from her ungracious words, she was generally quite jovial and bore no grudges. The infant mind of Jung Min-min pondered for a moment before fatigue set in, and she felt an urge for milk. As she turned her head, she noticed a small ant climbing up once more. Undeterred, it carefully made its way along the edge of the basin. It was so close that she could observe the ant's robust physique. Its proportions were striking, with a slender waist and 6 delicate yet seemingly powerful legs. The ratio of its body was at least 9:1. It was slender and elongated, glossy and dark, resembling armor. Its tail bore a shape reminiscent of a chicken heart, adorned with 2 mysterious stripes. Its head, aside from 2 antennae, sported 2 pincers that appeared quite sharp. A bite from them would surely be painful. Although she could not discern its eyes, it felt as though the small black ant was gazing back at her. With this thought, Jung Min-min reached out her hand, slowly approaching the tiny creature, closing her eyes as she nudged it downwards, only to emit a loud wail. Ow, 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 ow. Who among her family could comprehend that she was afraid even of an ant, her fear intensifying the more closely she examined it. Hearing her sister's cries, Jung Yu hurried over to investigate. The familiar routine ensued. First, she checked her sister's backside. It was wet. Time to change her diaper. Jung Min-min seized the opportunity to rub her finger, which had just pushed the ant, on Jung Yu's arm. After replacing the diaper, Jung Yu set aside her needlework and began washing clothes. The family was quite frugal with clothing and did not wash frequently. The primary laundry consisted of Jung Min-min's diapers. Jung Yu worked with remarkable efficiency, ensuring that the diapers retained no trace of odor. However, her mouth was not idle, though their mother often admonished her to keep quiet when out and about to avoid trouble. Within the confines of home, with only her sister and the fleeting presence of Jung-won, Jung Yu felt an overwhelming urge to chatter. Despite her sister's potential inability to understand, she could not restrain herself. If mother were to return and discover that I had taken something from Jung-won, she would surely be displeased. Jung Min-min promptly responded, Indeed. If a courtesan's belongings are fit for my brother to take, why should Jung-won's possessions be any different? Yeah. That is also true. But my brother assisted them with their tasks, receiving recompense in return. I did not aid Jung-won, she inexplicably bestowed upon me her gifts. Perhaps this is what father refers to as unnecessary flattery, which is either deceitful or predatory. Regardless, she offered it, so I shall not refuse. Jung Min-min nodded. That makes sense. Jung Yu's circular reasoning failed to convey any useful information, leaving Jung Min-min feeling somewhat anxious. Just then, she turned her head and, lo and behold, the small black ant had climbed back up, reaching the edge of the basin once more, and it was struggling to push a leaf upwards. At first glance, one might have mistaken it for a leaf that had merely fallen onto the basin. Jung Min-min observed as the little ant dragged the leaf, taking 1 step, then 2, then 3, until it returned to the very spot from which she had pushed it. Could it be that the ant believed she was playing with it? She truly wished for no such game. Or perhaps it was offering the leaf as a token of gratitude. It was said that ants fed on leaves. Jung Min-min was uncertain how to communicate with this tiny creature. If only she had antennae atop her head, perhaps a gentle nudge would convey her meaning. Watching the little ant exert itself to drag the leaf was rather amusing. She extended her hand, intent on grasping the leaf. However, the small ant, mistaking her gesture as another attempt to push it, tightly clung to the leaf and jumped down, clutching the leaf. The little ant descended as if it were floating gently down with a parachute, drifting. Chapter 14 A catastrophe of blood and light. In the afternoon, the rain began to fall once more, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. The raindrops danced upon the leaves, causing them to flutter down. A solitary black ant scurried away, seeking refuge beneath a leaf. Jiang Mianmian sat upon her elder sister's back, gazing at the rain. Her sister's back lacked the broadness of their mother, and the comforting scent of maternal milk was absent. Her sister's shoulders were slightly more slender, devoid of any fragrance. While accompanying her, her sister busily attended to her needs of feeding her, changing her diapers, washing her, sewing, laundering, drying herbs, and tidying up. Her hands were in constant motion, rarely pausing for rest. At that moment, to ensure Jiang Mianmian's comfort, her sister arched her back and swayed gently from side to side, evoking the sensation of being cradled in a rocking chair. Jiang Mianmian's thoughts drifted to a girl named Jiang Wan whom she had encountered earlier that day, a girl of similar age, tall and graceful, with a straight spine and an elegant neck, her chin slightly raised, undoubtedly free from the burdens of carrying younger siblings or performing arduous tasks at home. Her face pressed against her sister's back, feeling flattened and weak. Hunger gnawed at her, and she yearned for milk. Suddenly, the courtyard door creaked open, and before her eyes stood a great tree. No, it was their mother, Qin Luoxia, who bore a tree upon her shoulders. Mother, it's mother. Jiang Mianmian's heart surged with excitement upon recognizing the figure in the rain. Her neck instinctively stretched upwards. Qin Luoxia, upon entering with the tree, was greeted by the cries of her child. Her heart swelled with emotion, and though she refrained from embracing the baby for fear of dampening her, she hurried inside to change her clothes. Inside the house, Jiang Yu had already prepared hot water for washing. Qin Luoxia swiftly tidied up before finally reaching for her child. Lifting her garments, Jiang Mianmian, filled with contentment, clutched her large bowl of rice, devouring it in hearty mouthfuls. Once she had eaten her fill and let out a couple of satisfied burps, her mind began to wander, yet she was reluctant to leave her mother's embrace, clinging tightly to her. Mother, where did you go today? Jiang Yu, unable to contain her anticipation, sought to show their mother the items Jiang Wan had brought but worried about reprimand, so she cautiously inquired. Qin Luoxia's expression grew somewhat awkward. She had spent the day foraging for herbs in the mountains and had waited all afternoon by the stone mound where she had fed her daughter, only to be drenched by the rain without having encountered a bear. Such matters were best left unsaid to the children. However, on her way home, she had come across a tree laden with red fruits, convinced that her daughter would adore it, so she had brought the entire tree back to plant by the entrance of their yard. How was Mianmian at home today? Was she well behaved? Qin Luoxia asked. Mianmian was very well behaved, Jiang Yu replied, still hesitant and timid. As Jiang Mianmian dozed in her mother's arms, upon opening her eyes again, she discovered that her elder brother and father had returned home. As she blinked awake, her vision remained slightly blurred, and she perceived a vivid red before her. Rubbing her eyes, she realized it was not an illusion. Indeed, it was a splash of crimson. Her brother's head was covered in blood, a sight both alarming and terrifying. Jiang Mianmian gasped in shock, rendered speechless. Today seemed fraught with misfortune, as both her brother and sister bore the marks of calamity. Before their parents could voice their anger, it was Jiang Yu who first exclaimed, "Brother, where on earth have you been messing around? How did you end up like this?" Jiang Feng's head continued to bleed, yet he appeared nonchalant as he replied, "I got into a fight. I was injured, but the other party fared no better." In truth, Jiang Feng's forehead throbbed with pain, though he wished to spare his parents any worry. He was indeed hurt and bleeding, and the pain was undeniable. Jiang Mianmian, observing him, felt an ache in her heart, particularly for his head, fearing other lingering effects, especially given the rudimentary medical care of their time. She dared not cry out, lest she cause further trouble, and merely watched with bated breath. At that moment, she was placed in a basin, where she spotted the black ant again, but her heart was no longer inclined to play. Her family busied themselves around her. Neither their mother nor father scolded. Instead, they focused on tending to the injuries. Their mother gathered a handful of herbs, crushing them vigorously in a stone mortar. Their father cleaned the wounds, using none other than her own diapers, perhaps the softest fabric available in the household. He soaked the diaper in boiling water, allowing it to cool. It seemed as though the entire family possessed a rudimentary understanding of healing. When her sister's foot bled, they knew to rinse it with cool water to staunch the flow. Their father even had the foresight to use scalded water. Was this knowledge more commonplace in their world? As Jiang Mianmian observed her father tending to her brother's wounds, unable to discern the finer details, she felt a surge of anxiety and couldn't help but let out a soft "ee-yat" cry. Jiang Yu approached, scooping her up with a calm demeanor. Jiang Yu held her while gazing at their brother's injury. The gash was deep and bloody, though it was not a knife wound. It appeared to have been inflicted by some sharp object. Jiang Mianmian, having just begun her studies in medicine and assigned to a hospital for her internship, had only a partial understanding. It was not a major laceration and likely did not require stitches. Even if it did, they had no means to do so. Watching their mother apply the crushed herbs to her brother's forehead was akin to witnessing the application of a seaweed mask for wrinkles. Lacking any gauze, they could only allow him to recline on a chair. After tending to his wounds, their mother and sister went to prepare a meal. Jung-yu, perhaps feeling guilty, had shadowed their mother all day, likely without uttering a word about the matter. Jiang Mianmian found herself in her father's embrace. He held her as he sat on a small stool beside her brother. "Who did you fight with? What was the reason? Did you win or lose?" their father inquired slowly. Though he refrained from scolding, there was an undeniable sternness in his demeanor. Jiang Mianmian lay in her father's arms, relieved that she was still unable to speak. It spared her from the potential of causing trouble. Jiang Feng began to explain, "I ran into Jiang Rong in the county, and he accused me of stealing their family's discarded clothes and shoes, claiming our family were habitual thieves. I fought Jiang Rong and two of his lackeys. One of them had a black mole at the corner of his eye and was quite fierce, skilled in combat and armed with a weapon. I feared for my life, realizing I was outmatched. I deliberately fought them near a spot where the constables would patrol. Upon seeing them, I charged at them headfirst. I received 22 taels of silver in compensation, giving 10 taels each to the two constable brothers, and keeping 2 for myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mother, I didn't steal anything. I didn't want it, it was brought by Jiang Wan." Chapter 15. Planting a tree. The heavens drew down the curtain of night, pausing the rainfall. Those returning home need not brave the darkness while also contending with the rain. For dinner, mother prepared a soup made from wild vegetables, clear and watery, yet exceedingly wholesome, devoid of any meat, entirely natural and free from pollutants. One need not worry about developing fatty liver or hypertension. However, anemia and perhaps a calcium deficiency might be on the horizon. Nonetheless, it seems that mother's genes are remarkably robust. Mother, along with my elder brother Jiang Feng and sister Jiang Yu, are rather sturdy individuals compared to the people of their time. Sister Jiang Yu, too, does not possess the frail disposition of today's Jiang Wan. Only father appears somewhat lean. After all, in this household, only father and mother share no blood relation. As night falls, the occasional sound of coughing can be heard, yet father should not be too old, likely not even 30. In such times, people marry young, probably in their 20s. It seems father had suffered from a lingering illness since childhood, a cold that never quite healed, leaving him with some respiratory issues. Despite this, father possesses striking good looks. Otherwise, a particularly slender man who constantly coughs might appear hunched. As my brother's words hung in the air, the sound of my sister's weeping echoed within the room. A gust of wind swirled through the courtyard, intertwining with father's cough. In his arms, Jiang Mianmian felt the violent tremors of father's chest as he attempted to suppress his cough, which only exacerbated his condition. Father turned his face away, trying to avoid her. Then, Jiang Mianmian was swiftly placed into her brother's embrace, while father sat aside, coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. His pallid face flushed crimson. With long black hair cascading over his shoulders and his fair complexion tinged with color, his eyes glistened with tears from the coughing fit, making him appear almost like a portrait, exuding a certain charm. Jiang Mianmian stared, momentarily entranced. Her reverie was abruptly interrupted by the bundle thrown by her sister. Jiang Yu was a tempest of emotions, angry, anxious, and heartbroken. She chastised herself for her naivety, distressed over the unfounded accusations of theft against her family, and saddened by her brother's injury and Jiang Wan's behavior. The bundle fell to the ground, scattering its contents, beautiful embroidered shoes stained with fresh blood, faded garments in vibrant hues, all suffused with a fragrant aroma. Jiang Yu's nose reddened with indignation as she wept. Jiang Feng, reclining in a chair, cradled his sister. Jiang Mianmian, held in his arms, gazed vacantly at the clothes strewn across the ground, hesitant to voice her thoughts, feeling it was not her place to speak at that moment. Mother, Qin Luoxia, stepped outside, raising her hand as if to summon the wind. Jiang Yu braced herself, convinced mother was about to strike her, stubbornly shutting her eyes and waiting for the impending blow. Though she had never been beaten before, her brother had certainly faced mother's wrath. Qin Luoxia picked up the bundle, brushing it off to the side. Jiang Feng scoffed, addressing his sister Jiang Yu. "Jiang Xiaoyu, are you foolish? If it was sent here, it belongs to us." Carelessly tossing it aside would be a shame. "The fabric is exquisite, the kind that sisters adore, worth a considerable sum. With my injury, we could buy something delicious to help me recover, otherwise, the beating would be in vain." Jiang Yu, though unscathed, cried even louder. During dinner, she kept her head down and occasionally shrugging her shoulders. She was genuinely heartbroken. Those beautiful shoes, worn just once, had left her feet bloodied. She lamented that she should have worn them longer that afternoon to avoid such a fate. Jiang Feng's head, smeared with medicinal paste, was hastily bandaged with a piece of cloth. Jiang Mianmian observed it was still her diaper. Alas, one diaper less. She wondered if it would be too late to change. She did not wish to be bare-bottomed. The family gathered around the dining table, a picture of unity. How delightful it was, despite her brother's bleeding head and her sister's injured foot. Jiang Mianmian yearned to share some spring water with her family, yet her infantile abilities were limited. Mother would not carry her to the pot, probably fearing she might accidentally tumble in. After the meal, not a morsel remained. Washing the dishes was a simple task, just a rinse with water. Once everyone had finished, it was Jiang Mianmian's turn. Clinging to Mother, she devoured her food ravenously. Starved, Mother had been out for much of the day, and Jiang Mianmian felt a gnawing hunger as her bowl lay out of reach, leaving her with an extreme sense of insecurity. After feeding the baby, Qin Luoxia prepared to plant the tree she had brought. Jiang Mianmian fell into her brother's embrace, likely because he, being the injured one today, had the privilege of engaging in such a light task. Jiang Yu, who had been crying, was unusually quiet, assisting Mother by handing her tools. With one hand holding her, Jiang Feng could not resist plucking the red berries from the tree, popping them into his mouth. Seeing her brother eat made Jiang Mianmian desire some as well. She reached out, exclaiming "Ya" with her tiny voice, opening her mouth in anticipation. However, her brother grimaced, spitting out the fruit in haste. It was exceedingly bitter, astringent, and sour. What was this? Jiang Changtian glanced at his eldest son, shaking his head in disbelief. "Ayu, come here and help pick the red berries, leave the green ones." When called to work, she moved swiftly. Guilt weighed heavy on her heart, believing it was her fault that Jiang Wan's belongings had caused trouble, leading to her brother's injury. After collecting a small basin of red berries, Mother had already dug the pit. Jiang Mianmian found great relief in watching her mother dig. She was a natural at it, swift and efficient, creating a large, round hole. Once the pit was ready, Mother carried the tree over, placing its roots into the hole. Father assisted in covering the roots with soil. Sister Jiang Yu joined in, helping to pack the earth down. Family brother Jiang Feng held her while also helping to tamp it down. The family worked together seamlessly, fast and efficiently, as if they had collaborated many times before. Jiang Mianmian called out "Ya," expressing her desire to participate in the tree planting, yet her family failed to comprehend her intent. Upon hearing her exclamation, her brother first checked her bottom, noting it was dry, before turning to Mother. "She just ate, she can't be hungry yet," Qin Luoxia remarked. Jiang Mianmian excitedly gestured, and in a surprising turn, it was Father who understood her. He lifted her up and squatted down, allowing Jiang Mianmian to grab a handful of soil. Her tiny fist barely contained a pinch, but she threw it with all her might, inadvertently hitting Father's face with the dirt. Mud splattered across his fair complexion, yet Jiang Changtian was not angered. Instead, he pressed a kiss to his daughter's cheek. "My little girl is the most well-behaved." He lifted her high, and Jiang Mianmian found herself perched atop her father's head, with the newly planted tree looming overhead, a grand umbrella of greenery. She laughed joyfully, her giggles ringing out like bells. Chapter 16 The Grass-Cutting King, King, King. Lonely, lonely. The sound of barking dogs echoed through the village. The croaking of old frogs resonated in the stillness. It was not lively, rather, it imparted a sense of tranquility. The mountain village at night was enveloped in darkness. Occasionally, the flickering of distant stars appeared, faint and intermittent. The village's lights seemed dim compared to the glow of the fireflies nearby. At this hour, there were no streetlights illuminating the path. Ordinary households would not waste candles, keeping them lit for prolonged periods. Fortunately, the sky after the rain was remarkably clear, with clouds dispersed by the downpour. The moon hung obediently in the heavens, not perfectly round but nearing that state. Jiang Mianmian lingered outside her courtyard for the first time after sunset. In truth, her family's courtyard was not enclosed by high walls. It was merely a low fence, with a gap in one section that one could easily climb through. At this moment, a tree stood right at the corner of the gap, imparting a sense of completion to the wall. Beneath the great tree, her mother brought over a stone stool. Surrounding the stool were a few small stools and a bamboo chair. Her elder brother, Jiang Feng, reclined on the bamboo chair. Jiang Yu served everyone water, warm and unadulterated by herbs. The dinner had already been quite bitter, plain water sufficed. The cups were crafted from bamboo, entirely natural. Her father also sat on a small stool, sipping water, while her mother held her. Apart from her brother, everyone else occupied the small stools, with her father appearing particularly upright and handsome. Especially when the night breeze tousled his long hair, he looked even more striking. Jiang Mianmian glanced at her father and then curiously peered toward the village, relying on the moonlight to vaguely discern some houses. The village resembled a basin, with a sizable cluster of connected houses at its center. Other dwellings were sparse and scattered, some merely small thatched huts, uncertain if they were inhabited or hastily constructed. Her family's position was relatively elevated, with nearby houses, but they were not contiguous. Over there, a few homes were grouped together, while her family stood apart. A tree planted at the entrance seemed to expand their territory, evoking an inexplicable sense of joy. On this summer night, even after the rain, the air was warm. Beneath the great tree, the occasional flying insects and mosquitoes flitted about. Jiang Yu diligently lit a handful of magwat powder, infusing the air with a faint herbal aroma. Mosquitoes remained, yet they seemed disinclined to bite. Elder brother Jiang Feng, while reclining, was not idle. He was peeling the skin of small red fruits. Their father had previously instructed them to place these fruits in a pot to boil. Now, everyone gathered around the stone stool, manually peeling the skins. "What can we make with these bitter fruits?" Jiang Feng inquired as he continued to peel. "I told you not to wander off and to help me. You refused." "This is the red crowberry, its fruit resembling the beak of a red-billed crow, with a bitter skin, while the seeds can be used medicinally, treating spleen deficiency and stagnation. The flesh is sweet and diuretic," their father replied slowly as he worked. Jiang Mianmian felt for the first time that her father seemed quite knowledgeable. This was surely within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, though she did not fully understand it. In ancient times, knowledge was not as readily accessible, and to identify such properties from a mere fruit was no small feat. Nonetheless, her mother was far more adept at work. While their father could peel one fruit's skin, their mother could manage 5 in the same time. Older sister Jiang Yu could peel 3, and even elder brother, without much effort, could manage 2. As for Jiang Mianmian, she struggled to peel even 1. Clutching a fruit tightly, fearing it might slip from her grasp, she waved her arms in agitation. In her overzealous grip, the fruit burst with a loud pop, sending juice splattering. Unable to resist her curiosity, she brought her hand close to her mouth and licked it. "Ah, ah, ah." A piercing cry erupted. There was no sweetness, it was unbearably bitter, not merely sour but a cacophony of flavors that left her gut wrenched and her feet aching. Observing her sister's plight, Jiang Yu, whose face had been contorted in bitterness all night, finally erupted in laughter, a hearty guffaw. The others could not help but join in the mirth. Time flowed like the stars, and the wind stirred the grass. The magwatash was blown away. A new day dawned. Elder brother, with a cloth tied around his head, surprisingly set out early, long before dawn, carrying his bundle. Their father, too, departed before the sun rose, the two of them living together. Early that morning, sister Jiang Yu held Jiang Mianmian as they stood beneath the great tree, watching their brother and father depart. They stood for quite a while. Jiang Mianmian rested her head on her sister's shoulder, gazing for an extended period. The silhouettes of her brother and father gradually shrunk and disappeared. Sister did not return to the house. Jiang Mianmian wondered if her sister was reluctant to part with their father and brother, or perhaps with a bundle of clothes and embroidered shoes. The morning breeze was brisk, ruffling Jiang Yu's hair. It tickled Jiang Mianmian's face, prompting her to boldly relieve herself. Jiang Yu felt a sudden warmth on her back and hurried into the house. Mother, Jiang Mianmian, in turn, produced a healthy stool. After a drink of milk, their mother intended to place her in her designated wooden basin. However, just as she began to lower her, Jiang Mianmian spotted a large ant peeking from the bottom of the basin, its head appearing larger. "Oh no!" She clung tightly to her mother's clothing. Their mother released her grip entirely, and Jiang Mianmian found herself hanging onto her mother, refusing to descend into the basin. Who would understand? Her pet made her so frightened. Qin Luoxia, at her wit's end, assumed her daughter was more clingy today due to her departure the previous day, so she simply carried her on her back. Today, she intended to venture deeper into the mountains, hoping to hunt something. After all, Ofeng had lost so much blood, and little Yu's ankle had been severely scraped, yet she remained silent. Had she not checked on her daughter during the night, tucking her in, she would have never known. A chunk of flesh had been worn away. Those embroidered shoes were already small, crafted specifically for Jiang Wan's petite feet, and forcing them on was simply untenable. "You are what you eat. To replenish blood and flesh, one must consume blood and flesh." Once her husband and Ofeng left, Qin Luoxia rummaged beneath the bed for a spearhead. Rusty and unused for quite some time, she placed it on the stone slab in the courtyard to sharpen. Swish, 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 ha, 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 the sound of iron clashing against stone echoed. Each time their mother worked, she exuded a sense of strength and rhythm. Even while sharpening the spear, the rhythm was so exquisite that it lulled Jiang Mianmian, who was on her back, into drowsiness. She felt a twinge of curiosity about her mother's family background. The rusty spearhead soon gleamed in Qin Luoxia's hands, emanating a faint glow. Jiang Yu squatted in front of their mother, occasionally adding water to assist. She understood that her mother was planning to hunt secretly, away from their father's watchful eye. Their father would scold Jiang Feng for hunting, believing it too perilous. "Mother, can I come with you into the mountains?" "No, you must stay home and watch the child," Qin Luoxia family refused. "The mountains are dangerous. Should anything happen, I cannot attend to you." At this age, young girls are somewhat rebellious. The more their mother forbade it, the more Jiang Yu wished to go. Jiang Mianmian watched her sister puffing up her cheeks, grumbling. Their mother then remarked, "Girls take pride in delicate feet. If you accompany me to work, your feet will become large. Climbing the mountains will only make them wider and thicker, and you'll be less presentable to others in the future." Jiang Yu retracted her feet, feeling a bit chastened. She retorted, "But mother, you married father, didn't you?" Yet she no longer brought up the idea of going into the mountains. Jiang Mianmian thought their mother was rather formidable. Though she appeared robust, she had a knack for emphasizing key points in her speech. After finishing sharpening the spearhead, Qin Luoxia placed it in a basket, preparing to assemble the spear and spearhead. Once she ventured into the mountains, Jiang Mianmian drank another bout of milk in her mother's embrace before reluctantly transitioning to her sister's arms. She watched as her mother buttoned her clothes, efficiently strapped the basket to her back, and held the long spear as she stepped outside. Upon exiting, their mother encountered villagers, exchanging greetings. "Sister Luoxia, off to work, are you?" Their mother waved the spear in her hand and replied, "Just idling about, going to gather some grass." Chapter 17. Do you believe today marks the onset of the heat? It is an auspicious time for planting, raising livestock, adopting children, and receiving gifts, while it is ill-advised to tend to graves. Mother has ventured into the mountains. Jiang Yu carries her younger sister on her back, holding a diminutive golden bucket, essentially a chamber pot. Its design resembles a wooden flower basket, with a round wooden basin at the base, adorned with a vine-like handle that arches gracefully. With the sun not yet too oppressive, she intends to water the newly planted trees. Direct watering could scorch the saplings, therefore, she must dilute the water, aiming for a 1:9 ratio for optimal effect. Jiang Mianmian, covering her eyes, recognizes that this petite golden bucket is exclusively her own. Curiosity peaks within her. Could her diluted urine, when mixed with water and poured onto the trees, possess some extraordinary properties? If so, how intriguing. After completing her task of watering the trees, her elder sister carries her back indoors. Jiang Yu resumes her needlework, seated beneath the eaves to escape the sun's intensity. Jiang Mianmian finds herself placed back into the wooden basin, compelled to cultivate a bond with her pet ant. While other time travelers wield mystical waters to vanquish foes, she struggles even against a single ant. How timid, how utterly timid. As Jiang Mianmian reclines, she notices the industrious black ant occupying its familiar spot at the edge of the basin, a slight indentation suggesting it has burrowed there, perfectly contoured to its form. Quietly, she extends her hand, opening and closing her fist, contemplating the unique human ability to wield tools. If only she could grasp a stick, she would dare to prod the ant. Practicing her grip, she observes the ant, ready to scream if it dares to approach. After a prolonged period of inactivity from the ant, she diverts her attention to her sister. Jiang Yu's needlework is unspectacular, plain stitching without the embellishments of embroidery, likely mending worn shoe soles for their impoverished household. Each stitch, each circle, meticulously layered, reinforces the shoe's base, allowing for longer journeys to distant places and the promise of a return home. Focusing on the needle rather than the thread proves a surprisingly soothing endeavor. The swift, practiced motions far surpass any cross-stitching she has witnessed. Her sister's dexterity suggests that her stitching is equally adept, decisive, steady, with evenly spaced gaps between stitches, and seamless turns. After a while, hunger pangs strike Jiang Mianmian. With mother absent, she surmises that her meal will consist of rice porridge. However, she recalls that the last serving was scarcely a handful, and several days have passed. Surely, it must be nearly depleted. Indeed, upon calling out a few times, her sister sets down her needlework, checks her for wetness, and finding none, lifts her to retrieve some fine grain flour from the ceramic jar. The process seems to lack any hand washing. Jiang Yu shakes the jar lightly, only a small quantity of flour emerges. She vigorously taps the jar, thump, 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 until not a grain remains. Jiang Mianmian worries her sister might shatter the jar in her favor. After an eternity, only a modest amount of fine flour fills half a bowl. Watching her sister carefully add water and stir, ensuring no powder escapes, Jiang Mianmian senses that this must be the last of the supply, especially with the recent rains, rendering it unappetizing and slightly odorous. After a couple of bites, she loses her appetite, then, akin to last time, her sister, seizing the opportunity, pries her mouth open and feeds her a spoonful. One cannot stumble thrice in the same place. Jiang Mianmian prepares to resist, resolute in her determination to keep her mouth shut, yet, once again, her mouth is pried open, and another spoonful is forced down. She feels utterly wronged, as if enduring a form of torture. Fearing that crying out would result in her sister pouring the remainder into her mouth, she presses her lips tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Yu, perplexed, wonders why her sister dislikes the delightful taste of fine flour, which she herself dreams of consuming. Unable to employ any clever tactics due to her sister's staunch resistance, she refrains from pinching her chin, wary of causing harm. It seems her sister's stubbornness is formidable. Jiang Yu then resorts to persuasion. Let us finish these last 2 bites, dear. Recall how you looked before you ever tasted fine flour, thin and dark, like a cicada on a tree. Jiang Mianmian, upon hearing this, is struck with horror. What on earth is a cicada? How dreadfully unattractive must she appear? You see, after consuming fine flour, you become fair and plump. Fine flour nourishes you. Just think of Jiang Wan from yesterday. Though she puts on airs, she grew up on fine flour and looks splendid, does she not? If you partake in fine flour, you too shall become beautiful, nay, even more so. The more Jiang Mianmian listens, the more her tears flow, not merely due to the unpalatable porridge but also an inexplicable heartache. Unable to contain herself, she finally cries out. In the end, her sister force-feeds her the last remnants of the porridge. To make matters worse, due to the meager portion of porridge today, Jiang Yu even refrains from drinking the water used to rinse the bowl, offering it instead to her sister. As Jiang Mianmian drinks, her tears plummet into the bowl. After consuming half, she lets out a resounding burp, not from fullness, but likely a mix of anger and frustration. Observing her sister burp, Jiang Yu decides against offering more water, recalling their mother's words that a burp signifies satiation. She opts to drink the remaining half bowl of rinse water. Given the warmth, it cannot be left unattended. The Jiang family's culinary discipline forbids waste. One must consume what they can. The moment Jiang Yu takes her first sip, her eyes widen in astonishment. The flavor is exquisite. Hiss, she inhales sharply, reminiscent of when she peels calluses from her feet. Could it be that she failed to clean the bowl thoroughly, yet the water appears clear now? Jiang Yu drains the bowl in one go, then fills another to drink. The second sip reveals a lack of flavor. Suddenly, she tilts the bowl towards her sister, coaxing, delicious, just a sip, it's particularly fragrant. Jiang Mianmian rolls her eyes in exasperation. One must not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Even her carefree sister attempts to deceive her. Jiang Mianmian reluctantly takes a sip, then promptly shuts her mouth. Jiang Yu, with unwavering devotion, cradles the bowl, then takes a sip herself. She smacks her lips, realizing the taste has vanished. Indeed, it is merely water, devoid of any aroma. She had fancied she uncovered a marvelous secret. Her sister's touch somehow rendered the bowl more delectable. Jiang Mianmian perceives her sister as excessively idle, thus, she relieves herself. Upon finishing, she beams with pride. At just over a month old, she possesses such remarkable control. Her future is bright, full of promise, free to relieve herself whenever she desires. She then emits a couple of playful sounds, sucking on her fingers, gazing innocently at her sister as she prepares to change her diaper. Jiang Yu, having changed her sister's diaper, cannot resist leaning down to plant a kiss on her chubby cheek. Startled by the unexpected affection, Jiang Mianmian's cheeks flush a deep crimson. Indeed, this sister of hers possesses a kind heart. In the mountains, Qin Luoxia traverses the path, wielding a long stick, striking it against the ground. She collects suitable wild vegetables into her basket and exchanges greetings with a villager. Gradually, she ventures deeper into the forest, where the grass grows increasingly lush. It is only then that she retrieves the spearhead from the bottom of her basket and assembles it. The spear, sharp at the tip, features a hollowed middle and a blood groove, reaching nearly to her elbow. Unlike the hunting spears of ordinary folk, it is a military-grade weapon, marked with inscriptions upon closer examination. Once assembled, the spear transforms Qin Luoxia from a new mother into a formidable warrior, exuding an aura of power. In that fleeting moment, her cherubic countenance morphs into one of fierce determination, resembling a fierce beast. Her speed accelerates, and soon she melts into the dense forest. The occasional startled birds take flight, hinting at her presence. As evening descends, more birds take to the sky in alarm. Qin Luoxia emerges, shouldering a hefty black-haired wild boar. The spear has tasted blood, leaving her hand slightly sore. She wears a fierce expression, her demeanor unusually grave, yet, beneath her fierce exterior lies a hint of bewilderment. She recalls her mother often speaking of her father, a legendary hero who charged into battle, sweeping through armies with ease. Her mother lamented not leaving behind a son to inherit such prowess. Has she, after giving birth thrice, inadvertently inherited her father's indomitable spirit? Initially, she sought merely to hunt a few mountain chickens in the thicket, never expecting to encounter a wild boar. Startled, she thrusts the spear wildly, utterly unprepared for the outcome. She has slain the creature. Now, her brow furrows with anxiety. How shall she explain this to her husband? The last encounter with the small black bear was dismissed as an accident, and her husband had been skeptical. Would he believe her claim of colliding with a wild boar? Chapter 18 Dissection. In the mountains, birds chirped melodiously, and the water flowed with a gentle murmur. Qin Luoxia sensed that her husband would undoubtedly be incredulous. Thus, she shouldered the wild boar and ventured to a nearby stream. She devised a clever plan. Setting the wild boar down, she noted that a living boar was somewhat intimidating, but a dead one was far less so. At the water's edge, Qin Luoxia commenced the dismemberment of the boar. The spear, transformed into a tool for butchering. It was only today that she realized how exceptionally useful this spear was. It could be disassembled into 3 segments. By taking one segment and attaching the spearhead, she fashioned a short knife, making the task of cutting meat remarkably convenient. Qin Luoxia was exceptionally decisive in her actions. She began by severing the boar's head. When she encountered bone, she applied her skill, slicing through the connective tissues with ease. In the afternoon, the slanted sun cast its rays onto the cascading water, resembling a curtain of colorful beads, each falling gracefully. The vibrant droplets plummeted into the deep pool, sending ripples radiating outward. By the pool stood a statuesque woman with ample bosom and long legs, her back exuding a robust athleticism, complemented by an alluring derriere. She embodied a naturally sensual beauty, distinct from the delicate charm admired in the capital. Hers was a tall and voluptuous allure reminiscent of distant lands. Tilting her head back, she wiped the blood from her brow. Standing at the stream, embraced by the mist and the cool breeze, she felt a sense of comfort. If one were to overlook the scattered pieces of wild boar meat at her feet, this scene could easily be depicted as a beautiful portrait of an elegant lady. After cooling off, Qin Luoxia sought large leaves to wrap the dismembered boar meat, placing it into a basket, which she covered with grass before shouldering it homeward. As she walked, envisioning her family severing the rich broth and feasting on meat, a broad smile spread across her face, unable to be contained. Her pace quickened into a light jog. As the sun dipped below the horizon, birds chirped incessantly, urging travelers to return home. Jiang Mianmian's face lay flattened in slumber. Jiang Yu, while tending to her tasks, stole glances at her younger sister. She mused that Mianmian resembled soft cotton, so gentle and pliable. When asleep, she let out the tiniest of snores, vitally endearing. Jiang Yu remarked that Mianmian's consumption of fine grains had indeed made her fairer and more beautiful, a statement not made to flatter. Now, Mianmian appeared a world apart from the dark, mouse-like creature she once was. Her little nose was now delicately upturned, her lips a rosy hue, and her long eyelashes framed her closed eyes. Though they lacked density, her hair had turned black, and she seemed to transform more beautifully by the day. Her small face increasingly resembled a miniature version of their father, a sight that tugged at Jiang Yu's heartstrings. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Yu inadvertently pricked her palm with a needle, causing a small bubble of blood to surface. She quickly sucked on her finger, unwilling to waste a drop. Jiang Yu's mind wandered to the previous day's encounter with Jiang Wan. Every time she crossed paths with Jiang Wan, misfortune seemed to follow. The last occasion, when their mother faced a difficult labor, she had sought fine grains from them, only to run into Jiang Wan, who offered to fetch them but instead collapsed, leading to her receiving an inexplicable beating. This time, Jiang Wan had come to deliver items, yet her eldest brother had nearly faced peril. Though not particularly astute, Jiang Yu had gleaned 2 lessons from these experiences. First, associating with Jiang Wan invariably led to calamity. Second, she felt compelled to do the opposite of what Jiang Wan disapproved of. Sucking on her finger, Jiang Yu pondered what she might accomplish if she were to become a servant in the capital. Surely, she would need a new set of clothes. She had heard that the maids in noble families donned exquisite attire. As for shoes, she harbored doubts about their existence, understanding that as a maid, mere appearance sufficed. She had never served anyone and had only performed menial tasks at the Lu landlords, never approaching those of higher status. Rumor had it that the young master was prone to violence, and she worried that should she retaliate, she might inadvertently harm him. Yet, if faced with a multitude of adversaries, she would surely be at their mercy, just as she was at the Jiang residence, where she was perpetually outnumbered. Moreover, she had never ventured far from home and felt a lingering fear. She resolved not to act foolishly out of spite toward Jiang Wan. Suddenly, an image flashed through her mind. One day, she would be adorned in lavish silks, her embroidered shoes embellished with gold and pearls, her hair adorned with glimmering hairpins, seated in a grand palanquin, parading through the streets. Upon envisioning this scene, Jeong-yu realized she was daydreaming and couldn't help but smile broadly. Jeong Min-min started awake, observing her elder sister sucking on her finger, alternating between frowning and smiling foolishly. Lost in her own world, startled, she wondered if her sister had awakened some latent power. Habitually, she began to suck on her own finger, but truthfully, it felt somewhat unsanitary to suck on a digit that had already been moistened by her saliva. If only she could stand, she would wash her hands thoroughly before indulging. Just then, she seemed to hear familiar footsteps outside the courtyard, heavy and deliberate. They approached steadily. Surely, it was their mother returning. Jeong Min-min anxiously called out, "Mama, Mama." She wanted milk, desperately craving it. Indeed, moments later, a knock echoed at the door. As only Jeong-yu and her sister were home, she had locked the courtyard door today. Hearing her mother's voice outside, she hurried to open the door. Chin Luoshia's basket was brimming with grass, the tip speaking out. Although it should not have been heavy, it emitted a dull thud as she set it down. Jeong Min-min's cries grew louder, her urgency for milk intensifying. Upon hearing her daughter's pleas, Chin Luoshia felt a swell of pride, but she still held back, opting to change her clothes and tidy herself before nursing. Jeong Min-min clutched her bowl, ravenously gulping down the milk, only pausing to reflect once her small stomach felt satisfied. Suddenly, she detected an unusual odor in the milk, a strong metallic tang reminiscent of blood. What had their mother been up to? Even if hunting, it shouldn't have carried such a pronounced scent of blood. The aroma on her mother seemed akin to that of her forensic science senior, who had dined with them recently and mentioned returning from an internship where she had just dissected a fresh corpse. As Jeong Min-min glanced at the basket her mother had placed at the entrance, she noticed bright red blood seeping out gradually. Chapter 19. A pair of red embroidered shoes. The twilight was dimming, and neither my elder brother nor my father had yet returned home. Jeong Min-min was held by her sister beneath the large tree at the entrance of the courtyard, pacing back and forth several times. It was truly enchanting. Though she was so young, she already yearned for the return of her loved ones. Especially while standing under the tree, gazing into the distance. Whenever she caught sight of a small black dot appearing at the village entrance, her heart would race a little faster, and she would feel a surge of joy. However, when they did not arrive after a long wait, she would become somewhat anxious and worried. To Jeong Min-min, the outside world felt like a vast beast, shrouded in mystery and fraught with danger. After waiting beneath the tree for a while with no sign of them, her sister Jeong-yu decided to carry her back into the courtyard. Inside the yard, their mother was busy preparing wild boar meat. Just as she opened the basket and revealed the smooth, glistening pieces of meat, Jeong Min-min felt her little heart stop for 3 seconds. Her sister, Jeong-yu, was beside herself with excitement. Mother, you bought meat. We can eat meat. It wasn't bought. Today I encountered a wild boar in the forest that foolishly charged at my spear and accidentally got killed, Chin Luoshia replied calmly. Jeong Min-min thought to herself. Mother is deceiving me. Wild boar fur is very long. How could there be none left? Just smooth white skin. Surely, mother didn't kill the wild boar on the mountain, skin it, and cut it into neat pieces, washing them clean? Does she have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Hannibal. Then she saw her mother arranging the meat, perfectly aligned, like building blocks. Finally, the pig's feet and head were added, the entire wild boar laid out in an orderly manner. The fur was also neatly tied with grass rope, sorted by length, with 6 bunches of bristles. Without seeing the pig, Jeong Min-min might have mistaken those bunches for pine needles. She had never seen a pig dismembered so completely. Was this an ancient version of Lego? Upon seeing the meat, her sister Jeong-yu was even more excited than she was, completely absorbed in her joy, as she spun around while carrying her, occasionally peeking out the door to see if their father and elder brother had returned, hoping they would arrive soon so they could eat the meat. Jeong Min-min noticed her sister occasionally wiping her mouth. She was truly drooling. Then her sister would wipe her drool and cheerfully ask, "Are you craving it, Min-min? Do you want to eat some meat?" Jeong Min-min thought. No, it's just that my infant nervous system is underdeveloped, causing poor control over my body. My mouth remains open, unable to manage my facial muscles, resulting in drooling, not because I'm craving it. Never mind, it's hard to explain. Seeing her sister's silly grin made her join in with a cheerful yeah. It was quite delightful. Just because of a meal, her sister's smile brightened, resembling their father more and more, carefree and joyous, bringing happiness to those around her. Finally, when the sky had turned pitch black, their father and elder brother returned. Jeong Min-min, without needing to step outside, discerned their arrival by the sound of their footsteps. Nowadays, she relied on the spirit spring to replenish her fluids. Aside from a few days when her bowel movements exceeded her body weight, the most notable change was her heightened senses. She felt that her hearing, smell, and vision had improved significantly. As for taste, anything unpalatable became a remarkable experience. She could detect the strangest flavors. Her sense of touch had not improved much yet, as she was always with her family, enjoying her sister's kisses and her mother's embraces. She couldn't quite perceive the specifics but felt that her family cherished her. Indeed, although she was just a small infant, she genuinely felt like the center of the universe, surrounded by their love. Even when her sister pinched her cheek with the same hand that had just touched her bottom, the scent was a tad peculiar, yet the sensation was still gentle and filled with affection. Jiang Minyan noticed her elder brother's footsteps were steady yet occasionally bouncy, indicating a good mood. Their father's footsteps were almost silent, remarkably light, and even, were it not for her enhanced hearing, she would hardly have noticed. Iya, open the door, Jiang Minyan exclaimed with excitement. It had only been a day since she last saw them, and she missed them dearly. Indeed, Jiang Yu opened the door, revealing her elder brother and father, both carrying a considerable load. Perhaps due to the abundance of their belongings, they had returned home at dusk, wary of being seen. Having lived in poverty, they were cautious about any money they possessed, afraid it might be exposed. Jiang Yu was curious about what they had bought. Observing the neatly packaged items, she was far more thrilled than when their mother brought home the pig meat. After all, things bought with money were precious. Jiang Yu picked up a bag, shaking it curiously and bringing it to her nose to sniff. Jiang Minyan knew without smelling that it was Chinese medicine, as the scent was quite strong. Jiang Yu recognized it too and obediently set it down. Then, her face lit up with excitement. Father actually bought fine grains. That's wonderful. My little sister had nothing to eat and cried for a long time. Jiang Minyan thought. I cried because you insisted on feeding me, not because I wanted to eat. Suddenly, Jiang Minyan heard her sister let out a shriek. Startled, Jiang Minyan wondered what had happened. Did their father also bring back neatly arranged meat, perhaps without fur? But then she saw her sister holding a pair of embroidered shoes. They bore no butterflies or small beads, yet they were new, with exquisite embroidery on a red surface. Father, are these for me? Jiang Yu asked excitedly as she rushed into the room. Upon their return, her brother and father first attended to their personal grooming. Jiang Minyan noticed that her family seemed particularly considerate. Once her brother had finished washing up, he came over to hold her, settling her comfortably against a bamboo chair. She then heard their father say, "Embroidered shoes, I don't know, I didn't buy them, you should ask Ofeng." Then her sister dashed out like a whirlwind. Brother, are these for me? Are they brand new?" Jiang Feng, holding his sister, proudly nodded. "Just a pair of embroidered shoes." Jiang Yu was beside herself with joy. Sitting on a small stool, she quickly removed her shoes but did not try them on. Instead, she hurriedly took the embroidered shoes back into the room. Jiang Minyan was momentarily baffled, remembering that this was ancient times, where modesty dictated that women should not expose their feet in front of men, including her brother. After a while, her sister re-emerged, sitting down before her and earnestly putting on a pair of socks. They were neither too tight nor too loose. Indeed, Jiang Minyan had overthought things. With their bellies empty, they still needed to work the fields, leaving little room for such formalities. It seemed her sister was merely concerned about getting the new embroidered shoes dirty. Jiang Yu carefully donned the shoes, joy radiating from her as she walked back and forth with a smile that never left her face. She walked steadily in her new embroidered shoes, each step firm, even bouncing lightly without daring to jump too high, fearing the shoes might wear out. Nonetheless, she couldn't suppress her excitement and jumped a little. Turns out wearing new embroidered shoes doesn't hurt at all. Jiang Yu exclaimed, pacing back and forth. She approached her brother and asked, "Do they look good?" Jiang Minyan, in her brother's arms, nodded. "Yeah. They look beautiful." Jiang Feng huffed, not responding, but a bright smile graced his face. Jiang Yu twirled around, bubbling with excitement. "Tomorrow, I'll wear these embroidered shoes to show Ochwei." Chapter 20. Satiated. The evening breeze carried a faint aroma of roasted meat, wafting delicately through the air, lingering long after it had traveled some distance. The residents of another hillside seemed to catch a whiff of it, an almost imperceptible scent. A child from that household, insistent on having meat, wailed and cried until chastised by their parents, finally quieting down. Their cries, loud and penetrating, reached the home of Jiang Minyan, yet it did nothing to dampen their spirits. In the kitchen, a pot of wild boar meat simmered, bubbling contentedly. Meanwhile, in a corner of the courtyard, a makeshift pot had been set up, containing a weathered earthen jar filled with traditional Chinese medicine simmering for Jiang Feng. However, the medicinal scent could not compete with the enticing aroma of the boar meat, which seemed to enhance its appeal, reminiscent of medicinal cuisine. Jiang Yu strolled about the kitchen with her younger sister Jiang Mianmian in her arms, occasionally wandering to the spot where the medicine was being brewed. Curiously, she found herself salivating not only at the sight of the meat but also at the medicinal concoction, as if she yearned to taste both. Their parents had retreated to their room for a private conversation. Occasionally, Jiang Mianmian could overhear snippets, such as, "Husband, believe me, I am not speaking in jest, that wild boar might have an eye ailment. I examined it, then one of its eyes had an abundance of white." Jiang Mianmian was left speechless. Her elder brother Jiang Feng appeared utterly exhausted, reclining in a bamboo chair and dozing off, his head wrapped in her diaper, eyes tightly shut and occasionally twitching his hands. The diaper appeared somewhat soiled, stained with blood from his wound. Jiang Mianmian felt a twinge of concern, wondering if it might lead to an infection. The medicine was finally ready. Jiang Yu, carrying her sister Jiang Mianmian on her back, prepared to serve the potion. She poured out most of the medicinal broth, then placed the remaining dregs into a piece of cloth, twisting it tightly like a dumpling to extract every last drop until nothing remained. During this process, Jiang Mianmian discreetly added a few drops of spring water into the broth. Watching the steam rise, she grew anxious whether it would lose its efficacy, recalling that vitamins should not be soaked in hot water. Just as she contemplated adding another drop, her brother's sudden shout startled her, causing her to drop the water and urinate. "Jiang Xiaoyu, that is my medicine, are you trying to steal a sip?" Jiang Yu, equally startled, felt a wave of warmth against her back. She only meant to taste a little, but now felt guilty as her brother stirred awake. "Ah, Mianmian has urinated again, mother, Mianmian has wet herself." Jiang Yu shouted towards the house. Jiang Mianmian remained silent. After changing her diaper, the now comfortable little Mianmian nestled into her father's embrace. Of all the family members, her mother offered the coziest hold, infused with the delightful scent of milk. Next was her father, whose faint medicinal aroma was equally pleasant. At dinner, the family gathered around the table, serious and attentive. Their mother ladled generous bowls of pure meat broth for each, abundant with succulent meat and just a hint of herbs. The previous bear feast had left only a small portion for the family, as most had been sold by her father. That night, Jiang Mianmian learned from the corner of her bed that her father had recently been promoted and used the money to buy fine fabric for his superior. He truly understood the art of social interaction. Tonight's meat was hearty, and the family refrained from passing dishes around, each intently focused on their own bowls, embodying the principle of eating without conversation, immersed in their meal. Only Jiang Mianmian, feeling a bit bored, turned her head from side to side. Perhaps due to her previous misadventure with food, her family no longer offered her random morsels. The meat broth did not include her share, as she awaited her turn for milk. Once their mother finished, it was Jiang Mianmian's turn to eat. Nestled in her mother's lap, she adjusted her position comfortably, clutching her bowl as she swallowed her food. After she finished, she was passed to her sister Jiang Yu. She watched as her brother consumed the medicinal concoction. Jiang Yu then cleared the bowls, and to Jiang Mianmian's astonishment, she saw her sister actually rinsing the medicine bowl with water and drinking the rinse. Her stubborn sister simply had to taste it. After drinking, Jiang Yu grimaced. "Indeed, it is bitter, bleh." Jiang Mianmian remained silent. After swallowing the medicine, her brother reclined back in the bamboo chair. Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat guilty, approached him and softly inquired, "Brother, did you sell those clothes and shoes? How much did you get?" Jiang Feng shot her a glance, irritated. "Are you still thinking about that? Those shoes are far too small for you, and the clothes would not fit your slender shoulders." Jiang Yu puffed out her cheeks. "I wasn't thinking about it, I just wanted to know how much they could fetch." "Brother, how do you know so much about women's clothing and shoes? What if I mention it to mother and father?" Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Feng began to cough, causing Jiang Mianmian to panic, fearing the cough might lead to more bleeding. "You ungrateful wretch, I exchanged them for a couple of silver coins, and spent 100 yuan just to buy you embroidered shoes," Jiang Feng retorted, exasperated. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she counted on her fingers. "Wow, those clothes and shoes were worth so much, a couple of silver coins." Aunt Lu said she would only give 1 or 2 for me. "If I had known, I would have worn them longer." Jiang Feng rolled his eyes dramatically at the thought of his sister wanting to wear those blood-stained shoes longer. "Hand Mianmian to me. If you carry her any longer, she'll surely catch your foolishness, and there will be no saving her." The playful banter echoed throughout the courtyard, resonating in the night. The stars twinkled above, as if alien spectators were wide-eyed, observing the unfolding drama below. Chapter 21. The Inside Story. The summer sky twinkled with stars, shimmering like a myriad of tiny hearts, casting a warm glow over the earth. Even as night fell, the heat lingered. The cries of children gradually subsided, and the barking of dogs diminished, perhaps weary from the day. However, the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas grew increasingly fervent. Without air conditioning or fans, the room felt stifling. In impoverished households, the usual respite from the heat consisted of sitting bare-chested beneath a tree, waiting for a breeze. Jiang Mianyan's family also found themselves beneath a newly planted tree. Their attire remained neat, no one was bare-chested. The area beneath the tree felt somewhat spacious, with an occasional gentle breeze, barely lifting the tips of Father S' hair. His robe, made of coarse linen, was too stiff to flatter. The heat was so oppressive that Jiang Mianyan lay alone in a wooden basin. The basin rested on a stone platform while mother wielded a palm fan, diligently attempting to summon a breath of air for everyone. Jiang Mianyan felt a slight chill, yet curiosity nagged at her about the whereabouts of her little aunt. Had mother moved the basin and accidentally crushed it, or could it be nestled within the straw mat? Oh dear, anxiety crept in as she shifted within the basin, producing a series of soft squeaks. Ultimately, it was father who picked her up. He felt relatively cool, even in the sweltering summer heat, and while one might poetically describe him as a gentleman akin to jade, one could also harshly remark that he was simply lacking vitality, frail even in the sweltering heat. Leaning against Father S' embrace, Jiang Mianyan comfortably gazed at the sky, occasionally hearing the sound of Father S' cough. Then, her injured elder brother, Jiang Feng, coughed twice. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Time stretched on. The stars flickered in the sky. The doorplate of the Jiang residence had faded, worn by the passage of time. Jiang Rong entered quietly with a servant and a guard, only to be taken aback by the brilliance of the lights inside. Upon entering, he was led into the grand hall. Grandmother, mother, and father were present, and his sister, Jiang Wan, stood beside grandmother, casting glances at him. Jiang Rong thought to himself, this is it. With father here, he would surely face punishment today. Kneel, boomed the authoritative voice of a man in the hall. Jiang Rong promptly knelt, and the servant and guard behind him were even quicker to follow suit. I sent you to study, yet you squander your days in idleness. Fighting is one thing, but you have the audacity to abscond with 100 taels of silver to that filthy place. Look at you, it's only a matter of time before you land yourself in grave trouble. It would be better to strike you down now. The man was genuinely furious. Impatience etched across his brow as he gazed upon his kneeling son, wielding a long whip, prepared to take matters into his own hands. Seated in the center was the old matriarch, clad in a Buddhist robe, her demeanor ethereal. In her hand, she delicately played with a gold and jade pendant, its ruby stones chiming softly. Hearing her son's words, she frowned slightly and said, what sort of talk is this? The child is still young. If he doesn't understand, we must teach him. How can one speak of death so lightly? Amitabha, may the Bodhisattva grant forgiveness. Upon hearing his mother's words, Jiang Huayuan's frown deepened. When his younger brother had erred, their mother had been exceedingly stern. Was it a case of love's depth leading to strictness? Now, with her own son, she was unwilling to discipline him for any wrongdoing. Surely this would sow the seeds of future calamity. Observing her husband with the whip, a graceful and strikingly beautiful woman felt an overwhelming urge to leap to her son's defense. My dear husband, let us first hear Rong's explanation before discussing punishment. He is usually obedient. Surely today's misstep must have some underlying reason, Mrs. Wu pleaded, tugging at her husband's sleeve with a tone of endearment. The old matriarch watched Mrs. Wu's actions with slightly furrowed brows, her fingers quickening their movements upon the pendant. Yes, father, mother, grandmother, please allow me to explain. Jiang Rong quickly rose and rushed to kneel before his grandmother, clutching her legs and weeping. Grandmother, I did not intend to fight. It was Jiang Feng who attempted to extort money from me, deliberately provoking me, and then faking an injury before the constables to extort 22 taels. Moreover, I went to the treasury to withdraw 100 taels not to visit that filthy place, but for my sister's honor. That vile Jiang Feng not only extorted my money but also stole my sister's clothing and embroidered shoes to sell at that sordid establishment for 20 taels. I was anxious to redeem her garments and shoes to preserve her dignity, hence the expenditure of 100 taels. Jiang Wan also knelt beside her brother, tears of disbelief streaming down her cheeks. She could hardly fathom that Jiang Feng would engage in such disgraceful acts. Her previous indifference toward this brother, who had quickly faded from her memory, was now replaced with disgust at the thought of her belongings being sullied by filthy hands. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks, and before she could utter a word, her sorrow was palpable, evoking a desire to shield her from all harm. Jiang Huayuan had intended to chastise his disobedient son, but this evening's revelations, entwined with his usually docile daughter, left him torn, the whip heavy in his hands, unsure of its fate. Jiang Wan, possessing both beauty and grace, bore a striking resemblance to her mother, her radiant features emerging, while her forehead, smooth and round, mirrored that of her father. Her eyes carried more of her grandmother's essence, glistening with emotion, and she seemed to embody the best traits of the family, bright-eyed and fair-skinned, a vision of elegance and dignity. In contrast, Jong-rong resembled his father, with a more stoic appearance. His eyes, reminiscent of his mother's, danced with mischief, giving him a somewhat unruly air. As Jong-won knelt, she began to confess, "I merely wished to gift sister you a set of garments and shoes I cherished, as her attire was tattered during her last visit. I never anticipated they would. I acknowledge my mistake." The old matriarch trembled with anger, striking the arm of her chair forcefully. The gold pendant chimed incessantly from the motion. "That family is rotten to the core. I expelled them from our home, and you all pleaded for their return. Look at the state of affairs now, Amitabha." Mrs. Wu could no longer contain her ire, muttering, "Initially, I offered them 100 taels, and now they have extorted 22 taels from Rong-a and deceived us of another 20 taels in that filthy establishment. Such wealth could sustain a common family for years. I've heard they even plan to sell their daughter as a servant. Their greed knows no bounds." The Bali servant, Yao Gu, observed quietly, for it was under the old matriarch's tacit approval that the silver had been retained. Jong-rong, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered his gaze and refrained from revealing that he had witnessed Jong-fong hand over 20 taels to the constables, while the garments had only fetched 5 taels. He had spent 20 taels to redeem the clothing, leaving him with 80 taels spent elsewhere, as expenses in such establishments were indeed exorbitant. Ultimately, Jong Huayuan lashed out with 2 strokes of the whip, appalled that his young son had ventured into. Jong-wan, too, faced the penalty of confinement. Jong-rong wept bitterly after receiving the lashes. The old matriarch couldn't help but scold her son, "You've committed a grave sin." Jong Huayuan stormed off in a fit of rage. Jong-rong was sent back to his quarters, lying down in despair. His father had struck him mercilessly, his garments torn. Having been raised in comfort, his delicate skin bore the marks of his father's anger, with bruises marring his back, a sight both alarming and sorrowful. The old matriarch, upon seeing this, bestowed upon him a jade pillow to ease his discomfort. She ordered servants to bring 2 ice basins, placed by the door, so that maids could fan the air, thus cooling the atmosphere. Observing Mrs. Wu wiping her tears, the old matriarch felt a need to retreat, wishing to avoid further distress. Mrs. Wu, seeing her son's back, couldn't help but weep. "How could your father be so hurt? It is all that wretched family's fault. Remember to keep your distance. Encountering them is nothing but misfortune." Seeing her daughter lingering, her frustration surged. "You foolish girl, were it not for you, your brother would not have suffered this punishment. Return to your room." Jong-wan, gazing at her brother's injuries, felt a pang of empathy. It was clear that he bore the brunt of the consequences for her sake, and she couldn't help but speak up, "Brother, do not worry. Good and evil will eventually be repaid." Jong-rong moaned, though the pain was less severe than it seemed, for the room felt pleasantly cool. He waved his hand, urging his sister to return, not wanting her to witness his pitiful state. "I'm fine. Do not fret." Once Jong-wan departed, only mother remained. Jong-rong, feeling the need to drop his facade, attempted to rise but winced at the pain in his waist, a result of Jong-fong's kick. The dull ache reminded him of the wild nature of Jong-fong, who had tried to kick him even with the servants and guards intervening. Suddenly, curiosity struck Jong-rong. "Mother, why was uncle expelled from the family? What transgression did he commit?" Jong-rong pondered the goodness of his grandmother's nature, her kindness evident, and wondered what heinous act could have warranted such a punishment. Upon hearing the question, Mrs. Wu's expression shifted uncomfortably. Initially, she had been unaware that it was linked to her. Yao Gu had mentioned that uncle had spied on her while bathing and that hidden within his quarters were garments he had pilfered from her. Thankfully, the old matriarch believed in her innocence, otherwise, she would have been irreparably stained by the scandal. Once a woman of high standing in a prominent family, Mrs. Wu had often lamented her circumstances brought upon by her husband's family, relegating her to this rural existence. Following that incident, she ceased her complaints, her heart swelling with gratitude toward her mother-in-law. Previously, she had viewed her as overly delicate and prone to fuss, but after this, she recognized her mother-in-law's profound sense of justice and genuine care for her as a daughter-in-law, even protecting her reputation by expelling her own flesh and blood. Yet, as she thought of the man cast out from the family, a youthful figure, handsome and charming, she couldn't fathom he would harbor such vile intentions. It was a breach of familial bonds. Yet, beneath the surface, the flicker of pride emerged within her, for surely it was her unparalleled beauty that had incited such folly in the young man. Observing her mother lost in thought, Jong-rong posed his question but received no response, ultimately turning to announce his desire to sleep. Mrs. Wu, after several admonitions, finally took her leave. Alone, Jiang Rong lay for a moment but found it unbearable. The lingering pain in his waist, a reminder of Jiang Feng's kick, stirred his frustration, compelling him to vent his anger on his guards, hurling objects from his bedside. You mentioned that Jiang Feng was injured by your weapon and could barely escape. How is it that he was able to visit the Lichun courtyard today? The guard, unperturbed by the thrown objects, offered reassurance. Young master, just wait until tomorrow, the money they've amassed will be just enough for a coffin. Chapter 22. Fever beneath a canopy of stars. The day of the midsummer heat is particularly elongated. The green hawthorn fruits on the trees are gradually tinged with red by the night breeze. Infants are perpetually ravenous, waking multiple times during the night for nourishment. As Qin Luoxia breastfeeds, she casts glances at her other two children. Jiang Mianmian sometimes drinks milk in a daze, while at other times she is startlingly alert. It is inevitable, infants sleep extensively during the day, and it is entirely normal for them to awaken at night. At this hour, it feels as though midnight approaches, devoid of a watch or clock. She is unaware of the exact time but senses an enveloping stillness outside. Aside from the chirping of insects, silence reigns. Perhaps due to the meat soup consumed earlier, father seems to be sleeping more soundly tonight, devoid of his usual intermittent coughs. Otherwise, he would typically emit a few light coughs. Jiang Mianmian, nestled in her mother's embrace, joins her in checking on her elder sister. The elder sister's sleeping posture is quite ungraceful, limbs sprawled in every direction, her head resting awkwardly against the corner of the bed as if she might tumble off at any moment. Mother cradles her, gently nudging the elder sister toward the center and covering her with a quilt. The quilts at home are rather charming, resembling a patchwork of various old fabrics akin to a ragged robe, all meticulously handcrafted. She recalls that such handcrafted fabric, even in A4 size, could fetch over 100. A quilt would be simply priceless. 1 seeks that rustic beauty, while the other is driven by sheer poverty, striving to make ends meet. The elder sister and the elder brother share a room, separated by 2 wooden panels. The eldest sleeps soundly, a source of no concern, prompting Qin Luoxia to merely glance at him. Yet, she soon realizes something is amiss. Her eldest son is burning with fever, his body curled up in a tight ball. When she reaches to touch his face, it feels alarmingly hot. Startled, she exclaims, "Fonga, Fonga." Qin Luoxia gently nudges her son, but he remains unresponsive. Earlier, he seemed well enough, merely coughing a few times. She never anticipated he would develop a fever. Qin Luoxia is overwhelmed with anxiety. Jiang Mianmian, equally concerned, reflects that in modern times a fever can be treated, yet in ancient times, it can be fatal. If the fever persists, one might either lose their mind or succumb entirely. Qin Luoxia hurriedly returns to the room to awaken her husband. The elder sister, who had been sleeping poorly, is also roused, and Jiang Mianmian is handed over to her. Ideally, the younger one would sleep alongside the elder, but Qin Luoxia fears that placing Mianmian on Yue's bed might result in her being kicked off. Jiang Yue, still bleary-eyed and unaware of the situation, takes her sister into her arms, which are warm and comforting. Jiang Mianmian feels slightly uncomfortable. Her sister's embrace cannot compare to their mother's expansiveness. Nevertheless, she refrains from causing any disruption, merely adjusting herself into a more comfortable position. Jiang Yue wipes the sleep from her eyes, becoming somewhat more alert as she holds her sister and notices both parents approaching. Jiang Chongtian is startled awake, his heart racing. He is not a physician, merely a minor official working under the county magistrate. He serves as a helper, part of the lower tier of the supply chain for medicinal herbs collected from various locales, which are then sent to the capital, and subsequently to the palace, under the pretense of catering to the needs of a noble in ill health. Of course, all of this feels distant to him. Jiang Chongtian is merely a cog in the wheel of this supply chain, striving to make a living. He is a remarkably intelligent individual. While others idly pass their days, he has not forsaken his studies. Even while overseeing the collection of herbs, he diligently learns about their properties, able to assess their quality and age simply by holding them. Yet, this knowledge is not equivalent to that of a physician. At best, he could be considered a half-hearted apothecary. Upon discovering that Fonga has succumbed to a high fever and has lost consciousness, his heart sinks like a lead weight. Jiang Chongtian's hands tremble as he suppresses the urge to cough, his face flushed with anxiety. It's all right, he had medicine tonight, the remedy was appropriate. He was fine last night, surely he will be fine today, Jiang Chongtian repeats, attempting to reassure himself. Luoxia, go fetch a basin of cool water, he instructs while unfastening his son's clothing. As he does so, he notices numerous bruises and scratches adorning his son's body, with a particularly conspicuous wound on his head that is bleeding. He remains silent about the other injuries. Jiang Changtian's mouth gapes open as he struggles to hold back his tears. This is not a time for tears, he must not cry. Chapter 23 Administering medicine. In the stillness of the night, the faint candle flickered, its flame trembling precariously. Qin Luoxia approached with a wooden basin of water, repeatedly wiping her son's body, his arms, face, and hands. Jiang Changtian unwrapped the cloth from his son's forehead, only to discover that the wound appeared to be rotting, emanating a faint foul odor. A normal injury would not present itself in such a manner. Even a wound inflicted by a dirty blunt object would not decay so rapidly. As he beheld the injury, Jiang Changtian's mind raced with thoughts of various herbs, yet, at that moment, he could not recall which remedies might offer relief. Qin Luoxia did not weep or wail. Instead, she continued to wipe her son's head, neck, and body, focusing on the heated areas. Luoxia, I shall fetch some medicine. Do not panic, he will be all right, Jiang Changtian reassured her, though he dared not gaze upon his son for fear that one more glance might shatter his resolve. He could only fixate on the dim candlelight, which flickered feebly, its wavering glow painfully blinding. Jiangyu had already hoisted her younger sister onto her back, and now she too refrained from uttering a word, assisting her mother by wringing out cloth and changing the water. Tears streamed down her face. The once lively older brother now seemed lifeless, and she was filled with dread. Jiang Mianmian felt the same trepidation. Surely, nothing would happen. She had infused the medicine with spiritual spring water, and it must be effective. She steeled herself with this thought, yet uncertainty loomed large, an ephemeral spectre. She only knew that fever could be fatal. A loud crash echoed from the adjacent room, as if something had fallen. Qin Luoxia's worry spurred her to instruct Yu Jie to change the water and wipe her son, while she ventured to investigate. Upon entering the neighboring room, she found her husband had toppled a cabinet, crawling inside in a most disheveled state. In all her years of marriage, she had never witnessed him in such a predicament. After fumbling for an extended time, Jiang Changtian finally unearthed an object emerging from the cabinet. He turned to see his wife. There is hope. Luoxia, look, this is ginseng, this can save lives. If Feng Er ingests it, he will recover. Jiang Changtian clutched a root of ginseng, its beard severed. He did not mention that this very ginseng had been the catalyst for Wu Guanxia's execution. When he had pilfered it, he had been unaware of its significance, merely extracting a portion from the assortment of stolen goods. Having learned the truth afterward, he dared not speak of it, concealing it tightly. He truly did not know whether this would benefit Feng Er, yet, given the lives it had cost, it must possess some efficacy. How shall we administer it? Qin Luoxia asked, gripping her swaying husband. Slice it. If slices are unmanageable, grind it into powder and mix it with water, Jiang Changtian instructed, steadying his wife. Without hesitation, Qin Luoxia began by slicing off a piece for her husband before taking the remainder to pound it. Jiang Changtian attempted to place the ginseng slice into Feng Er's mouth, but his son remained utterly unconscious, rendering the effort futile. Even prying open his mouth proved ineffective. Jiang Changtian's hands trembled uncontrollably. He turned to his daughter, "You are, come here, hold this medicine, do not let it spill." He went to change the water and continue wiping. The sound of pounding medicine echoed in the yard, swift and urgent. Jiang Mianmian, overwhelmed, could no longer contain herself and wet herself. She had no control, as she would inevitably do so after drinking milk. Jiang Yu felt the warmth seeping through her back, yet she paid it no mind, diligently trying to feed her brother the ginseng slice, gently rocking him as she murmured, "Mianmian, do not worry. When Gij awakens, I will change your diaper, just be good." Qin Luoxia finished pounding the medicine and placed it in a bowl, adding a bit of water. Observing her son still unresponsive, she struggled to contain her emotions, her mouth agape, fighting back tears. Those overcome with grief often find themselves voiceless, as if performing a silent play. "It will be all right, it will be all right, the medicine has arrived, husband, there is medicine, once he takes it, he will be fine." She gently patted her husband's back. "You are, hold the medicine steady. Husband, come here and lend me a hand," Qin Luoxia calmly commanded. She settled at the head of the bed, alongside her husband, supporting their son as he leaned against her. Their child had grown into a young lad, and such intimacy was rare. She often observed him running about, engaging in reckless exploits, behaving like an adult, yet now, he resembled a small furnace nestled in her embrace, his body marred with wounds, bruised and blackened, his lips tinged with purple. As Qin Luoxia held her son, her throat constricted with emotion, yet she resolutely declared, "Husband, you administer the medicine, I will support Feng Er." Watching their son in such a state, Jiang Changtian's hands quivered, the spoon failing to find its mark. He was their firstborn, and until Feng Er's arrival, he had been but a child himself. It was only after becoming a father that he began to shoulder responsibilities, no longer succumbing to despair. Once a cornered beast, filled with cynicism and resentment towards the world, he now witnessed his wife family opening their son's jaw, urging his mouth to pat. Jeong Changtion, trembling, remarked, "This won't do. If his throat does not open, the medicine cannot be administered. I will press on the acupoint. You feed him." Jeong Yu took the bowl, nervously stirring the medicine. Jeong Mian, observing this scene with trepidation, could hardly fathom that her once carefree brother, who had often teased her, now bore so many grievous wounds. As her sister vigorously stirred the medicine, Mian seized the opportunity to discreetly drip spiritual spring water into the bowl until her supply ran dry, leaving only a thin layer at the bottom, perhaps just a spoonful, exhausting her reserves. Once finished, she collapsed, leaning wearily against her sister's back, oblivious to the fact that she was still soaked in urine, feeling as though she would dry up if she lingered any longer. Jeong Yu, as if feeding her brother a delicate porridge, spooned the mixture into his mouth, scraping up any that was rejected. Jeong Changtion steadied his son with one hand while pressing firmly against the acupoint on the right side of Feng A's neck with the other, hoping the medicine would take effect. He was uncertain of its efficacy, but at the very least, all the medicine had been administered. Red marks began to appear on Jeong Feng's chin and neck. Jeong Changtion continued to wipe his son's arms and body. The family took turns, administering the medicine. All that remained was to cool him down and leave the rest to fate. Jeong Changtion's eyes were red-rimmed, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, his frame slender and frail. For some reason, Jeong Mian felt an overwhelming pity for her father. Her family was generally lively and boisterous, except for him. He walked softly, spoke softly, and even laughed softly. When he held her, he was gentle and cautious. His emotions rarely surfaced, save for that one night when he wept in their mother's embrace. Though he was a father, he seemed neither mature nor brave. Outside, the cicadas' cries grew ever fainter. Inside, the candle light dimmed, flickering lower as it neared its end. Chapter 24 vows the passage of time possesses a remarkable elasticity. It can stretch infinitely or vanish in the blink of an eye. When one toils through sleepless nights, engaged in monotonous tasks, time may seem interminable, as if every muscle cell is on strike. Yet, when one is fervently focused on the pursuit of a miracle, that protracted duration becomes inconsequential. There is a relentless busyness, an incessant activity, fueled by the hope that such exertion might yield some meaningful change. However, as time progresses, the sense of powerlessness intensifies. Water has been replaced countless times, and a faint light begins to emerge on the horizon. The candle's flame has extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. In this moment, Jeong Yu sits on a small chair, cradling her sister. Exhausted and fearful, she dozes off for a brief spell, her grip on her sister tightening in a protective embrace. Jeong Mian, too, has succumbed to slumber several times. The infant's strength wanes, having depleted her energy by consuming all the spiritual water. Yet, in fleeting moments of consciousness, she perceives her parents exchanging duties to tend to her brother. At this juncture, as the candle burns out and darkness envelopes them, Jeong Changtion is engulfed in profound despair and remorse. Before him lies an abyss of blackness, devoid of any glimmer of light. A chill permeates his being, and as he touches his son's body, he finds it devoid of warmth, seemingly cold. Unable to contain his anguish, he lets forth a soft, heart-wrenching cry, akin to the lament of a wounded beast. From a young age, he felt the disdain of his birth mother, who wore a mask of kindness towards others but could not conceal her loathing for him. Things were bearable while his father was alive, but after his father's passing, his mother's gaze towards him became colder than that directed at a beggar on the street. In those moments, he vowed never to have children. If parenthood brought such disdain, what was the point? Yet, fate led him to be cast out, to marry, and to father children. Though his life was fraught with poverty and hardship, he found solace in the stability of family. He would do anything for this home, even commit murder or set fires. However, his beloved Fonga has perished. Just the day before, he had been playfully bantering with himself, selecting embroidered shoes for his sister with a carefree demeanor, displaying a maturity beyond his years, enduring pain without a single cry. Now, he feels as though he is being consumed by anguish. Jeong Changtion clutches his son's hand tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, his body trembling with grief. As he sways, darkness engulfs him, and he collapses into an embrace. His wife catches him, preventing him from falling. This ordinary-looking woman has always been there for him. Jeong Changtion will forever remember the time he nearly drowned. It was she who jumped into the river, rescuing him and carrying him to safety. Though her features are unremarkable, she possesses a steady stature and broad shoulders. She can cook, not exceptionally well, but enough to fill their bellies. He never imagined he would marry her, yet in this moment, as he holds her close, he feels her tremors, her voice quaking as she reassures him, "It's all right, it's all right." We have silver, we can buy a fine coffin. Fonga loved vibrant colors, we shall procure a splendid one. In the next life, he will be reborn into a wealthy family, living a life far better than this. It will be fine, my husband, it will be fine. No. Jiang Chongtian wails in despair. Why is the heavens so unjust? What wrongs did Fonga commit? He harmed no one, even the courtesans of the brothel adored him. He smiled at everyone, radiating kindness. If there is retribution for good and evil, let it fall upon him, let him perish, be torn apart, his remains scattered, pierced by 1,000 arrows. Just spare his child, spare him. Jiang Chongtian cries out in anguish, filled with a seething hatred. His dear Fonga is gone, and he demands justice. He thirsts for vengeance, wishing them to suffer 100-fold, 1,000-fold, a myriad of times over. Why should they live in luxury, unscathed? Why should they wield the power of life and death, seated in high places? They must fall, they must perish, they must wallow in the dust, struggling as he has. The bitterness he has tasted, he wants them to experience even more. He desires for them to regret and repent day and night. Jiang Chongtian grits his teeth fiercely, drawing blood, the metallic taste flooding his mouth. At last, he can no longer restrain himself and spits forth a mouthful of blood. Chapter 25. He comes from hell. Auntie-oh. 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 The rooster crowed. Wow, Jiang Chongtian coughed up blood. Jiang Feng vomited. Jiang Minmian regurgitated milk. A sudden dawn burst through the door with great force, chaotic and frenzied. In that instant, everyone came back to life. Jiang Minmian had just heard her father's suppressed sobs, unable to endure the sound. Perhaps she had tossed and turned throughout the night, catching a chill, or her emotions were too tense, leading her to spit up milk. Her father, Jiang Chongtian, expelled a mouthful of blood, a manifestation of the turmoil within his heart. Her elder brother vomited, the contents spilling forth in a messy, odorous manner, 100 times more foul than Jiang Minmian's excrement, reeking with resentment. Upon catching a whiff of that stench, Jiang Minmian, already on the verge of vomiting, could not help but retch again, her stomach churning with sour bile. Yet, seeing her parents' faces alight with joy as they hurried to clean up, wiping and washing without a hint of disdain, filled her with a strange comfort. Her sister, Jiang Yu, assisted Jiang Minmian in tidying up, changing her into a fresh outfit, refraining from cleaning her. Perhaps, in those times, there were no water heaters or electric hair dryers, making it perilous to wash an infant. Jiang Minmian noticed she still bore a slight sour odor. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, had expelled several buckets of dark liquid, far from human in nature. Nevertheless, at that moment, the Jiang couple found no cause for concern, they merely felt relief. It seemed that even if their son had transformed into a demon or a ghost, they would still rejoice, so long as he was alive. Their hearts and eyes brimmed only with elation, the sensation of having regained what was lost. The couple gazed into each other's eyes, more resolute and composed than ever. No one knew what they, if fury and resentment could take form, it would be enough to raze a city to the ground. Such was the purest love of a father and a mother. Jiang Feng stared blankly at the scene before him, weakly uttering, "Did Minmian just soil me? Why does it smell so foul?" Jiang Minmian replied, "You. Hey, don't falsely accuse me." Upon hearing her son's words, Qin Luoxia couldn't help but laugh through her tears. "Don't talk nonsense. Your sister smells delightful. Are you hungry? Mother will prepare something for you." "Father, I'm so hungry. I want to eat beef." Jiang Feng's voice was still weak, yet the content remained as cheeky as ever. Under normal circumstances, he would surely have been reprimanded, receiving a verbal scolding from his parents. Beef was hardly a luxury for common folk, why not wish for the heavens instead? To his surprise, Jiang Chongtian responded, "All right, tomorrow we shall have beef. Today, you've just recovered, you need to rest a while longer." Jiang Feng looked at his father in astonishment. He lay there, but suddenly broke into a smile. Morning broke. Qin Luoxia went to prepare breakfast. Jiang Chongtian moved a bamboo chair into his son's room, lay down, and instantly fell asleep, snoring loudly. Jiang Yu, still young, had also kept vigil for most of the night, but she dozed off several times. Now, in her brother's room, she stared wide-eyed at him. She wanted to speak, but her brother made a shushing gesture. Reluctantly, she gazed at him, and after a while, she fell asleep, cleverly wedging her head against the chair's backrest to prevent herself from falling. Jiang Feng glanced at his sister, then at his father. He drifted into a long dream. Last night, he had felt unwell, his body aching, and he wanted to vomit. He thought that perhaps a good night's sleep would remedy it. His parents would need to work the next day, and although he felt miserable, he believed he could endure it. Besides, he had taken medicine and had enjoyed some meat soup the night before. He should be fine. Thus, he slipped into a hazy stupor. However, losing consciousness was not a reprieve. Somewhere in the depths of his mind, he was vaguely aware, yet unable to open his eyes. He sensed his parents administering medication to him. He heard their cries, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not open his eyes or speak, as if he had truly died. Panic set in. He could not perish. If he did, what would happen to his family? His sister was still so small, and Jeong Seoyu, being so naive, would surely fall prey to deception. His father was frail, and his mother had never enjoyed a day of ease. He simply could not die. Yet, the more he struggled, the more difficult it became. He felt as though he had been clad in a new, colorful garment and then placed into a coffin, buried in a grave. His mother had dug the pit herself, and his father, along with Jeong Seoyu, had piled the earth on top. He did not wish to remain alone in the darkness. He longed to escape. He thought of his father, his mother, his sister, and Jeong Seoyu, but he could not crawl out. He could only watch as his body slowly decayed in the dark. Then, one day, he noticed another pit beside him. A familiar sensation, the addition of a small coffin. He saw his youngest sister, so tiny, eyes closed, lying in the grave next to him. He saw his mother and father digging the grave, but Jeong Seoyu was nowhere to be found. His father's hair had turned white, and his mother had acquired many wrinkles. The earth was cold, it was winter. He desperately wished to climb out, for he saw his parents, yet, with the presence of his tiny sister, he worried she might be frightened. She was so small. He could only stay here to accompany her, watching his own body decay further, witnessing his own disintegration. Eventually, he transformed into bones, and his sister too became bones. Strangely, they were not the prettiest of bones, lacking whiteness. Their quality was poor, brittle. Soon, another pit appeared beside him, and he saw his father. His father was digging a grave, while his mother was not, for this pit was meant for her. Jeong Seoyu was still absent. Jeong Fong beheld his mother, the one he cherished, and in that moment, even as a mere skeleton, he felt tears welling up, a sense of pain. He saw his father digging alone, burying her on his own. That day, he heard someone crying from outside the earth, weeping for a long, long time. Just one person. He wished to accompany them. He hoped his sister, with their mother by her side, would no longer be afraid. He wanted to climb out, to be with his father, while also wondering where Jeong Seoyu had gone, unsure if she had been deceived. Yet he could not escape. Time sped by, when soon his mother had become bones too. Her bones were white and beautiful, but her neck was broken. He often heard cries from outside. Perhaps they were the winds. He could not bear that sound, and soon he could no longer distinguish between the wind and the weeping. His bones deteriorated, gradually turning to dust. He glanced at himself, having forgotten what he was. All he knew was that he could not endure the sound of crying, especially the cries of men. That noise was so loud, it persisted for what felt like an eternity. But suddenly, one day, the sound of crying ceased. It was gone for a long time, never to return. He began to reminisce, yearning deeply. He forgot the reason, yet he longed so intensely. Then he heard crying very close, right beside him. He opened his eyes. He saw flesh and blood, felt the presence of his father and mother. He beheld Jeong Yu and Jeong Min Min, and then he vomited. He vomited violently, uncertain of what he expelled, as if it were decaying earth. He released a torrent of dark liquid. He had come back to life. He was alive. His sister was also alive. Jeong Seoyu was still before him, and his mother and father were there too. He trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot. He had returned. He had crawled out. He attempted to speak. Did Min Min just soil me? Why does it smell so foul? He had a response. You. He was certain he had emerged, for in the earth he had spoken many words to his sister, but she had not replied. Don't talk nonsense. Your sister smells delightful. Are you hungry? Mother will prepare something for you. It was his mother's voice, responding to him. Jeong Fong's eyes brimmed with tears. He continued, Father, I'm so hungry. I want to eat beef. His father replied, all right, tomorrow we shall have beef. Today, you've just recovered, you need to rest a while longer. Jeong Fong lay back down, a smile gracing his face. He had emerged. Chapter 26. The Mark morning dawned with the sweet chirping of birds residing in the trees. Chap, chap, chap. Today, the Jeong family remarkably indulged in a sumptuous breakfast. Each member was served a bowl of porridge made from fine grains and meat broth, its aroma tantalizing. Jeong Min Yen found the scent utterly delightful, believing she could partake as well. However, upon taking a sip, she discovered it was a tad too coarse for her throat. Embedded within the fine grains were subtle remnants, leading her to conclude that her mother's milk was far superior. In an unprecedented turn of events, her father did not leave for work that morning. Frankly speaking, it was the first time Jeong Min Yen had seen her father during daylight since her arrival in this world. Each day, he departed before dawn and returned only after nightfall, yet, today, her father appeared somewhat diminished compared to the previous day, as if a decade had been added to his age overnight. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a considerable amount of grey in his hair. Nevertheless, it was not unappealing, rather, it possessed a certain rugged beauty born of life's hardships, yet, who among family would desire such a beauty? It would be far better for him to appear more ordinary, Jiang Minyan mused, reassured by her spiritual spring, believing it would alleviate her concerns. Her elder brother had survived, and there was unexpected joy to be found. Previously, she had harbored worries that the spring water would deplete, prompting her to hesitate in using it fully, yet, after consuming it all yesterday, she was pleasantly surprised to find the spring water had thickened slightly today. Previously, it could barely cover the bottom of a bowl with a mere spoonful. Now, it seemed to have risen enough to yield at least 2 spoonfuls. However, there was a slight side effect. It appeared that her brother, after drinking the spring water, had become particularly clingy. He lay in bed, insisting that his sister Jongyu bring her wooden basin closer so he could gaze at her. "You're the one who is ill, yet you wish to watch me," Jiang Minyan thought helplessly. However, there was little she could do, for her charm and cuteness rendered her irresistible. Reclining in her wooden basin, Jiang Minyan stretched her toes towards her mouth, practicing her flexibility while peering curiously out the window. Their home was a blend of wood and earth, and conveniently, there was a wooden window adjacent to her brother's room. Ancient architecture was remarkably adaptable, showcasing an early mastery of craftsmanship. With wooden planks interlocked and a groove beneath, the window could be pushed open. By day, it revealed a picturesque view of the trees beyond the courtyard. Jiang Minyan gazed curiously at the trees, eager to locate the source of the chapping she heard. Chap, chap, chap. As she watched, she could not resist the urge to drool. Not from hunger, but rather, a lack of control over her nervous system, causing her mouth to part involuntarily. Indeed, it was true. Nearby, her brother lay staring at her with an expression of sheer awe, as though he had gazed upon her for a lifetime. Jiang Minyan couldn't help but wonder if the side effects of the spring water were somewhat overwhelming. As her brother appeared rather dazed, simultaneously, she felt an increase in pressure. This family could not be without her. Her mother adored her, her father cherished her sister doted on her, even showering her with affection, and her brother clung to her. Jiang Minyan resolved to grow up quickly. Determined, she attempted to grasp her tiny feet, inadvertently placing them back into her mouth. She continued to observe the birds in the trees, her brother lying beside her, and then her gaze fell upon a tiny ant. It was remarkable, having excavated a small hole beside her basin. At that moment, it peeked out, swaying slightly as it regarded her. Jiang Minyan was astonished to discern a semblance of a smile upon its dark, unappealing head. Perhaps it was merely her good mood. After all, her elder brother was all right, and the spring water had increased in quantity. Looking up, Jiang Minyan found her brother's gaze fixed upon her. Instinctively, she offered him a smile, despite lacking teeth, resulting in a dribble of saliva. Jiang Feng smiled back, basking in the sunlight, relishing the breeze, then gazing intently at his vibrant little sister, unable to take his eyes off her. At that moment, their father, Jiang Chongtian, and mother, Qin Luoxia, entered the room along with sister Jiangyu. Jiang Minyan found herself enveloped in her sister's embrace, only to notice her mother carrying in a fire basin. Was there to be a fire ritual for exorcism? Surely her brother was not yet able to rise. Was it some ancient ceremony? Jiang Minyan leaned forward with curiosity. Then she witnessed her mother holding the spear she had sharpened the other day over the fire basin. A sense of foreboding washed over her. What was this all about? Next, she observed her father tending to her brother's wound on his forehead, just above his left eye. The wound emitted a faint, putrid odor and appeared rather ghastly. Jiang Chongtian spoke. "Fonga, this may sting a bit, bite down on this." He offered his son a piece of softwood. Jiang Feng, weakly smiling, replied, "Father, I am not afraid of pain, truly, not in the slightest." He had endured long, tormenting nights, witnessing countless insects gnawing at him, watching himself decay into bones and dust. He was genuinely unafraid of pain. "Indeed, my child is brave, unafraid of pain," Jiang Chongtian remarked, patting his son's shoulder, yet still placing the softwood in his mouth. He then turned to his wife, saying, "Xia Mei, pass me the spear." Qin Luoxia, holding the glowing iron spear, replied, "Husband, allow me. I am quicker." Jiang Chongtian shook his head. "You are stronger, hold Fonga down." Jiang Minyan watched in awe as her father tied his long hair into a bun. Goodness, a man with a bun could look so handsome, as all his features were now on display, accentuating his attractiveness. Suddenly, her sister covered her eyes. A muffled grunt escaped her brother's lips. Jiang Minyan struggled against her sister's hold, finally peering through the gaps to witness the scene before her. Her father was pressing the glowing spear onto her brother's wound. The brutality of the act was staggering. It resembled a torture session in a prison, yet she noticed her father's hands were steady, devoid of tremors, despite his usual cough-prone demeanor. Now, he wielded the glowing iron spear, pressing it against his son's head with precision. Qin Luoxia restrained her son's convulsing body. Jiang Feng claimed he felt no pain, yet he beat down hard on the soft wood, letting out muffled sounds. While he did not perceive the pain in his heart, he felt a strange joy, a sense of exhilaration. The sensation affirmed his existence, yet his body could not help but convulse uncontrollably. Jiang Changtian performed a cruel act, yet his expression remained focused and unwavering. To Jiang Mianmian, her father appeared as the most skilled surgeon, an unfeeling machine executing surgery, for she saw that he was not merely pressing the glowing iron onto the wound with brute force. Rather, he meticulously tended to every small incision, striving to cleanse the rotting flesh without damaging the healthy tissue. Jiang Yu, initially with her eyes shut, covering her sister's eyes, could not suppress the urge to peek upon hearing the muffled sounds. Tears streamed down her face as she watched her father's actions, blaming herself for her brother's suffering. Hadn't she greedily kept the clothes and shoes given to her by Jiang Wan? It was her greed that had led to her brother's punishment. Now, he was enduring such agony, having nearly lost his life. She, who would flinch at the slightest touch of warmth, now witnessed her brother's flesh searing, emitting a savory aroma. The iron, once removed from the fire, would cool and darken, yet its temperature remained exceedingly high. Jiang Changtian's hands grew increasingly steady. Aside from the initial tremor, each subsequent touch was more assured than the last. He did not seem to be branding his own flesh and blood, rather, it resembled a meticulous work of art. With the glowing iron, he pressed against the flesh, stroke by stroke, transforming the grotesque, festering wound into a living canvas and reminiscent of a black mandala. Chapter 27. The Brother's Secret. The warm breeze wafted gently. Jiang Mianmian's mouth fell agape, bitterly astonished. As drool flowed freely, her elder brother, Jiang Feng, presented a visage that was initially characterized by honesty and sincerity. Viewed from the front, he indeed appeared steadfast and genuine. However, after sustaining an injury, he bore an aura of fragility that heightened his honesty. Yet, one must not gaze upon his left profile. There, an inexplicable enchantment manifested in the form of a flower adorning his eye, reminiscent of a tattoo, an intricately three-dimensional design. The gruesome wound had astonishingly transformed into a sculpted blossom. From this angle, it evoked an eerie beauty akin to the fallen goddess of mercy. A bit unsettling. Yet, how remarkable was their father, who had managed such a treatment for the wound, akin to an ancient version of a high-frequency electrosurgical knife, employing extreme heat to separate and coagulate bodily tissue, effectively staunching blood flow and preventing cross-infection. Their mother released her hold on Jiang Feng, who spat out the cork and wore a blissful, albeit foolish, grin. "Father, mother, I feel rejuvenated, I am bursting with energy now," Jiang Mianmian observed as her father discarded his spear and reclined in a bamboo chair. Jiang Changtian's back was drenched, yet his face radiated a relaxed smile. "Yes, you are well now, and you will continue to be so. For now, take a rest." Jiang Feng, reluctant to succumb to slumber, hesitated, but ultimately, he drifted off to sleep. His father, Jiang Changtian, had set up a reclining chair beside him, and they both fell into a peaceful slumber. He stirred occasionally, reassured by his father's presence and the sound of his breathing, before sinking back into a deep sleep. Jiang Mianmian was cradled by her mother and taken to the courtyard to bask in the sun. Her mother folded her limbs, exposing her bottom to the sunlight beneath a tree. The light was not direct but filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow. However, this position was profoundly embarrassing. She was bare-bottomed before the entire village. Even though the villagers lacked telescopes and Google Maps, the thought was mortifying. Initially, Jiang Mianmian resisted, but soon the warmth of the sun lulled her into a comfortable sleep. Upon awakening, the realization of her exposed state hit her, but thankfully, her bottom was already covered. Yet, she remained sprawled on her stomach, seemingly enjoying it. She then noticed her sister, clad in newly embroidered shoes, pacing before her. Her sister's heart was indeed vast. Turning her gaze, she spotted her brother lounging in the bamboo chair beside her. It was midday. Their father had rested for an hour before returning to work. As soon as their father departed, Jiang Feng awakened, suddenly fearful of the dark and the solitude. Only under the sunlight, while gazing at his sister, could he find solace. Lying in the bamboo chair, he surveyed the village, occasionally glancing at his sister, who lay dozing. When she awoke, she turned to him, flashing a silly smile. Jiang Feng returned the smile. His sister truly possessed a joyful spirit, and her laughter melted his heart, even as his bones ached. Jiang Xiaoyu, in her new embroidered shoes, circled him, her foolish antics making his head spin. Jiang Feng remarked, "Aren't you meant to wear those to impress a Chui? Why aren't you leaving yet?" Jiang Yu gingerly replied, "Mother said to take care of you and sister, so I shouldn't wander far. I can wear them at home." Having had enough of lying on her stomach, Jiang Mianmian propped herself up on her little arms, shifting her weight to attempt a roll, only to flop back down. She had failed to turn over. Laughter erupted from her sister. "Ha ha ha, sister looks like a little turtle, she can't even flip over." "Jiang Mianmian, you, who learned to turn over only after a month, show me how it's done." Eventually, her sister manually helped her turn over. Jiang Mianmian, in frustration, wet herself. "Dare to laugh at me, and I shall retaliate." Now in a clean diaper, Jiang Mianmian lay in a small wooden basin, glancing at her brother. She chirped a greeting and resumed her play. There was no other choice. Looking at her brother was exhausting. While others thrived and prospered after drinking the miraculous spring water, she merely wished to master the art of flipping over, and had failed. Jiang Mianmian remained undeterred. The essence of humanity lies in finding someone weaker to tease, which brings a bit of joy. She observed the little ants in her yard, dragging a leaf to their burrow, the entrance of which resembled a quaint little chair. The ant sat contentedly beneath the leaf, as if it were a parasol, and Jiang Mianmian mused that if it were provided with a straw and a drink, it would surely lounge back, sipping with its legs crossed. She wondered how an ant would cross its legs. Would it be 2 legs overlapping or 4? After watching for a while, she decisively pushed the leaf off the basin's edge. Sunlight streamed directly onto the little ant's head. To her astonishment, the ant shot her a helpless glare before jumping down. Moments later, a leaf sluggishly crept back up to the basin's edge. "Help!" Suddenly, Jiang Mianmian felt a fondness for the little creature. It was so diligent. Just as she was engrossed in her observation, a large hand reached toward her. The little ant, along with the leaf, was scooped up into that hand. Jiang Mianmian gasped, looking up to see her brother, who had woken and caught her in a daze, likely having noticed her fascination. Concerned her brother might crush her precious ant, after all, it had been nourished by the miraculous spring water, she protested vigorously. "Iya. Give it back." She waved her arms and called out loudly. Jiang Feng had been fixated on his sister since waking, as if it had become second nature. He watched her movements, her earnest attempts to roll over, and her play with the little ant, each action warming his heart. No one could comprehend that feeling, which felt so unlike a dream, too painful, as if every bone ached. He also realized that his strength had increased significantly. When he attempted to rise, he accidentally broke off a piece of his bed's edge. He recalled his mother saying that the bed was made of exceptionally hard, rare old wood, yet here he was, holding the splintered piece, which he crushed effortlessly into powder with a gentle squeeze. Leaning back in the chair, he released the wood dust, letting it scatter gradually. He pondered the implications of his experience. Surely, he had truly died, and his family would perish too. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness, which brought him back. He must conceal this secret. He would never reveal it to anyone. He would ensure his family remained oblivious. Such experiences would bring tears of anguish upon mere reflection. He gazed at the green leaf in his hand, observing the little ant, its tiny limbs flailing. Watching his sister reach out eagerly, he understood her intent. Indeed, he had watched her for a lifetime, longing for her to respond. Now, every word she uttered felt like a response. Gently, he returned the leaf and the ant to their rightful place and reached out to caress his sister's head. It felt warm and soft, not hard or brittle, and he smiled widely. Jiang Mianmian, relieved to see the ant return, exhaled with relief. As she sensed her brother's hand brushing her head, an unexpected chill ran down her spine, as if he were not merely touching her hair, but rather her very skull. Chapter 28, Mother's Secret. Chap. The birds chirped intermittently. Qin Luoxia ventured deep into the dense mountains and forests once more. She was acutely aware of the peril that lay ahead, despite having just assured her husband that she would no longer take such risks. Today, after he had departed, she found herself here again. Illiterate and unable to articulate her emotions, she was engulfed by a tumult of anger, resentment, hatred, and pain the previous night had felt interminable. As she kept vigil beside Feng Er, her thoughts had inexplicably drifted to the family finances, pondering whether it would suffice to procure a coffin. The purchase of a coffin had become her fixation, spurred by her mother's incessant admonitions throughout her childhood. When your father died, his remains were scattered, a macabre sight, leaving behind a dismembered corpse. Your father cannot be reborn, or he is doomed to wander as a lonely ghost. In her mother's final days, she had only found peace upon witnessing her daughter secure a coffin. Luoxia had exhausted her dowry and accrued considerable debt to make this purchase. Her mother had closed her eyes contentedly, leaving Luoxia an unmarried spinster. The coffin held immense significance. With a spear in hand, Qin Luoxia navigated through the thicket, her strides growing more rapid, her tall figure increasingly agile. She leaped over stones, vaulted across wide ravines, and scaled rocky walls, moving with the grace of a nimble gorilla, thriving amidst the wilderness, yet the anguish within her remained unexpressed. She had witnessed her husband cough up blood, a sight that terrified her, for her mother had also bled from the mouth before her demise. In those days, she had sought out a physician who had suggested that consuming the heart of a vicious python could restore vitality. Back then, she was merely a young girl, stronger than most in her village, yet terrified of even ordinary snakes, let alone searching for a ferocious python. Her mother had brought her to this village, claiming they were refugees from the north. Due to her towering stature, she had often been bullied as a child, with whispers suggesting that her mother had been dishonored by outsiders, and that Luoxia was a product of that shame. Deep down, she had believed it to be true, for she was indeed much taller than the other girls. However, in her mother's final days, she had repeatedly proclaimed that her father was a hero of unparalleled might, a valiant warrior who had single-handedly faced legions. Luoxia had thought her mother must have lost her senses. She could not bring herself to believe such tales, often dismissing them as fanciful dreams, mere illusions that accompanied her mother's passing. Her mother had possessed a striking beauty, while Luoxia considered herself rather ordinary, perhaps resembling her father instead. She believed her greatest fortune in life was marrying her husband, a man she regarded as ethereal, who treated her with utmost kindness. Whenever she erred, he would gently guide her, unlike the men in the village who resorted to violence against their wives. He never scorned her stature. In his embrace, she felt cherished. He had told her that holding her brought him peace. Last night, as he held her, a myriad of memories flooded her mind. She dared not think of Feng Er, nor anything associated with him, and thus endeavored to fill her thoughts with other recollections. She concentrated on her previous hunts in the forest, and vividly, the entire landscape emerged in her mind, the paths she had traversed, the trees, the stones, the ravines, even the creatures that inhabited this realm, all returning to her consciousness piece by piece. In that moment, she believed her mother's assertions that her father was indeed a legendary warrior were true. Otherwise, how could she recall the intricate details of the forest so clearly? It felt as if the entire woodland had transformed into a battlefield in her mind, and she was destined for conquest. However, the thought of Feng Er having once wandered these woods abruptly halted her reverie, her sorrow overwhelming her like a tide. It was as if everything had been a mere figment of her grief, akin to her mother's delusions of grandeur before her death. Yet, she pressed on, disregarding whether her mother had truly been delusional or if she herself was succumbing to hallucinations. She could not be without her husband. She had to hunt a python. Entering the forest, she was surprised to find that it was not an illusion. Having visited only once before, she now remembered it vividly, even anticipating where the stones and cliffs lay, moving with astonishing speed as if treading on flat ground. She navigated through the woods and arrived at the previous ravine, her mind recalling that the area below was likely to harbor a giant python. A memory surfaced of an inconspicuous plant she had glimpsed while butchering the wild boar. At the time, she had merely glanced at it, yet now, the details returned to her vividly. Years ago, an old doctor had mentioned that near the dwelling of a ferocious python, one would find a plant with tongue-like leaves. She recalled this distinctly, the imagery aligning with the words. She became certain that a giant python lurked below the ravine. With unwavering determination, she raced towards the ravine, which was situated halfway up the mountain. Water cascaded down from above, forming a waterfall, while the area below resembled a sheer cliff, exuding an eerie chill even in the midday sun. Luoxia was convinced that the python would be found below, for pythons shunned heat and sought refuge in the shade. Her husband had mentioned this too. He was a man of great knowledge. Moreover, she spotted the tongue-like plant at the base, thick-stemmed, and in her mind's eye, she envisioned the python coiling around it. The damp traces on the black rocks suggested the serpent's frequent passage. Luoxia settled at the edge of the ravine, recalling her previous task of butchering a wild boar just yesterday. She felt a surge of elation at the prospect of providing meat for her family, though a twinge of anxiety lingered at the thought of her husband's potential disapproval. Nevertheless, she was fueled by determination. Yet now, something felt different. After the harrowing experience of nearly losing her son and witnessing her husband's bloodshed, Luoxia sat at the ravine's edge, feeling the mountain breeze and occasionally getting splashed by droplets of water. Gazing into the distance at the dense forest and downward to the abyss, she could not compose poetry nor dared to shout into the void. Instead, she rubbed her spear against the cliff wall, creating deep gashes in the hard surface. She was uncertain of her thoughts. Her desires remained simple, to ensure her family was fed and clothed. As she carved the 7th mark into the cliff, she sprang into action, leaping down the precipice. In that instant, she resembled an eagle unfurling its wings. Although she appeared to plunge straight down, she employed a deft maneuver, planting one foot against the cliff face, propelling herself outward, grasping a vine, and using it to vault forward. Her formidable silhouette vanished in mere moments, as though merging with the shadowy depths below. Chap, chap, the occasional calls of birds flitted by. Drip, drip, the sound of water striking the rocks echoed. Thud, thud, the plop of droplets falling into the deep pool resounded. Rustle, the wind rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of natural sounds. A serene tranquility enveloped the area. It was said that such sounds could lull one to sleep, offering solace to the sleepless, yet this very sound masked the violence of the forest, concealing the harsh truth of survival of the fittest. The cries of the vanquished, the trickle of blood, resonated softly, echoing against the stones, and when it fell into the depths, it produced a haunting melody. The sounds of demise were equally subdued, quiet and meek. The slicing of meat, if done swiftly, produced a whispering sound, while contact with bones and hardened scales elicited a sharper clink. As the sun began its descent, Qin Luoxia emerged from the ravine, dragging a massive python behind her, her body drenched in blood, as though she had returned from the depths of hell. Yet the confident smile on her face mirrored that of a victorious warrior. In that moment, her ordinary appearance radiated brilliance. In this familiar place, she began to dismember the python, the water washing away the remnants of battle. Despite the wounds she bore, her joy and exhilaration remained untainted. She had accomplished her goal, she had proven herself capable. Once, she had felt inferior due to her imposing stature, wishing to blend in with others, often unconsciously hunching her shoulders and lowering her head. But today, as she executed her plan with clarity and purpose, she felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. She was not a product of shame. Her mother had not been delusional. Her father was indeed a peerless warrior, and she had inherited his indomitable spirit. Marrying her husband would not bring disgrace upon him. Previously, she had merely been stronger than others, but after last night's tribulations, she understood her husband's assertion that facing life and death could awaken one's latent potential and bring it to fruition. She felt transformed, not only possessing immense strength but also an acute awareness, as if the memories she had once encountered now vividly replayed in her mind. Qin Luoxia adeptly dismembered the python, carefully preserving the snake's gallbladder. Standing beneath the waterfall, she washed the blood from her body, the heat of the day ensuring it would soon dry. As she wrung out her hair by the pool, she caught a glimpse of a long-haired woman in the reflection. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to keep her lineage a secret. Her husband was just an ordinary scholar, her strength was already conspicuous, and the village gossip had warned against a strong woman and a weak man. Furthermore, her husband's mother was particularly pretentious, yet Luoxia sensed that her husband genuinely cherished his mother, which was why he treated every child with kindness, never raising his hand against them or uttering harsh words. Her husband favored gentle and dignified individuals. She could not be reckless, she could not expose herself, lest she frighten him. Once she had tended to her wounds and cleansed her body, Luoxia organized her thoughts and wrapped the python in large leaves, skillfully placing it in a bamboo basket, covering it with edible wild vegetables. Then, she sprinted homeward, contemplating how her husband's consumption of the python's gallbladder might strengthen his constitution. Perhaps they could even have another child. Feng Er was rather lonely as the only boy, lacking a companion for his scuffles. Through the forest, her powerful silhouette darted forward, as a male bear retreated into its den. Chapter 29. The Bear and the Wolf. The evening breeze was thick and oppressive. Jiang Mianmian was drenched in perspiration, her hair clinging damply to her skin, rendering her rather uncomfortable. She felt a twinge of hunger, for there had been no time at home to prepare rice porridge for her. Instead, she had resorted to consuming a thin gruel of meat broth. This was a privilege afforded to her and her injured brother alone. Although her elder sister, Jiang Yu, appeared to be salivating at the thought, she resolutely refrained from partaking. Dressed in her new embroidered shoes, she walked with her head held high, resembling a proud little hen. She then sipped from the water used for rinsing bowls. Stubborn as ever, she ignored her brother's protests and continued to abstain. Jiang Mianmian perceived her sister as a person of distinct character, particularly vain in certain respects, often competing with her plastic friend, Chui, yet unwaveringly loyal to her family. Her brother seemed to have just emerged from a life-and-death ordeal, his complexion mud. If not for the spring water, she might have been overwhelmed with panic. Yet, after such a tumultuous night, her sister still remembered to don her new embroidered shoes come morning. Jiang Mianmian felt a pang of envy for her sister's fortitude. She seemed capable of thriving anywhere. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, she longed for her mother, yearning for milk, then contemplated the state of her existence. With no air conditioning, no fan, no refrigerator, and none of the familiar brands like Illy, Wyeth, Abbott, Feha, or Royal Friesland Campina, her only option was to drink breast milk. Alas, her mother was not at home, which left her disheartened. Jiang Mianmian's lips involuntarily pursed in dismay. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted. Her sister had scooped her up, burying her face into Jiang Mianmian's side for a moment. Jiang Mianmian wore a mix of resignation and a hint of pride, comforted by the thought that her sister truly cherished her. It seemed her sister treated her like a kitten, showing her affection. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, relishing the sweet scent devoid of any unpleasant odors, then spoke, Mianmian, are you missing mother? She will return soon, let me rock you. Cradling her younger sister, Jiang Yu began to sway gently, then with increasing vigor, and soon enough, Jiang Mianmian's mouth opened in laughter, prompting her sister to join in with hearty chuckles. Jiang Mianmian was rocked so vigorously that she could hardly keep her mouth closed. 80 times, an infant's open mouth is not a sign of laughter but rather a lack of muscle control, resulting in drool spilling forth. Oh dear, mother is back, she really is, Jiang Yu suddenly exclaimed, coming to a halt. Jiang Mianmian, still dazed, glanced into the distance and beheld a robust figure rushing towards them, moving with remarkable speed. Was it not a tad too rapid? It resembled a bear charging forth. Startled, Jiang Mianmian felt as if she was still disoriented from the rocking. She strained to reach her eyes with her little hands, rubbed them, and upon reopening them, confirmed that the figure was indeed their mother. To her dismay, a foul and overwhelming scent of blood wafted towards her, far more pungent than before. This stench could not possibly be human blood. Their mother must have gone hunting again. A sense of guilt washed over Jiang Mianmian. She had given both her mother and brother the spring water. If their bodies were to undergo any changes, would they suspect her? Among them, only her sister seemed slightly anxious in terms of intellect. The others were quite perceptive. Not having overheard any discussions, Jiang Mianmian chose to feign ignorance, reminding herself that she was merely a child incapable of articulating words. What ill intentions could a child possibly harbor? Upon seeing their mother approach with a bamboo basket, Jiang Feng instinctively rose to assist. However, Qin Luoxia promptly declined, saying, "You are still injured, don't move." The bamboo basket was exceedingly heavy, the giant python inside weighing it down considerably, and she worried it might crush her son's fragile frame. Despite his injuries, Jiang Feng felt an unusual strength coursing through him. Moments earlier, while reclining on the bamboo chair, he had casually picked up a stone to test his newfound power. Though he could not crush the smooth pebbles, he could throw them with great distance, even envisioning them as potential weapons to strike prey. Conversely, he could easily shatter the irregular stones with a firm grip. This was certainly not a strength typical of an ordinary person. He hesitated to reveal this transformation, for he could not articulate it clearly. Moreover, he was still injured. Perhaps once he healed, his strength would only increase. Nevertheless, instinctively, upon seeing their mother return with the bamboo basket, he stood to help. Both mother and son grasped the basket simultaneously, pulling and tugging at it, sharing an unspoken moment of surprise and strangeness. As they engaged in this tug-of-war, Jiang Feng released his grip, allowing Qin Luoxia to take hold. It was a rather mundane exchange, one that Jiang Yu hardly noticed. Jiang Mianmian, who had initially been indifferent, suddenly found herself captivated by the peculiar tension in the air between her mother and brother, as though witnessing a bear and a wolf locked in a contest. Had she succumbed to some form of hysteria in broad daylight? Perhaps she had consumed too much spring water. After all, it was merely her mother and brother. She called out, "Iya!" Instantly, both her mother and brother turned to her, the warmth of their smiles brighter than usual. Her mother's expression was particularly gentle and soothing, while her brother's was endearingly simple and sincere. "Iya, iya!" Jiang Mianmian exclaimed, flailing her arms and legs in glee. Chapter 30. Homecoming. As the smoke from the cooking fire spiraled upwards, the tranquility of the water in the pot rippled into motion. With the preparation of medicinal broth and foraging for wild greens, the atmosphere in the house transformed as mother returned, filling it with warmth and liveliness. She forbade her elder brother from rising to work, while he sat idly on a chair, tending to the gathered greens. Sister Jiang Yu continued to simmer yesterday's medicinal concoction in a clay pot, for the costly herbs could not be squandered. The remnants from the previous day's brew were also preserved, intended for a second infusion, effectively yielding 3 doses. Mother quietly handled the python meat, and Jiang Mianmian was aware of it, as mother did not conceal her actions, perhaps underestimating her understanding due to her youth. Clinging to mother's back, Jiang Mianmian watched in trepidation as the chunks of meat were prepared, cut with precision akin to salmon. She marveled at the size of the creature from which it came. Then, she beheld the head of the beast, a chilling realization dawning upon her. "Oh no, mother is going to kill me." Jiang Mianmian's infant heart raced in fear, feeling as though it had skipped a beat. The vividly colored, immense python head lay there, expertly severed, and she momentarily mistook it for the head of a dragon, reminiscent of a lively lion dance during festivities. Its eyes, a striking yellow with vertical pupils, seemed to glare at her from the cutting board. Wasn't it said that a severed snake's head could still bite? If this head were to bite, it could swallow her whole, yet, upon closer inspection, the head had been transformed into an art piece of sorts. Surely, it posed no threat. How frightening it was, the very thought sent shivers down her spine, causing her to emit a couple of nervous burps. The delicate skin of her infant body undoubtedly prickled with goosebumps. Mother worked diligently, humming a tune unconsciously, the lyrics somewhat incomprehensible to Jiang Mian, perhaps a local folk song. She could make out a phrase, fishy silly cat plump, not entirely sure of its meaning. She found the melody resonant with her. It was evident that mother was in good spirits, her pace brisk, almost dizzying. After burping twice, Jiang Mian succumbed to slumber amidst the rhythmic cadence of mother's labor. As she drifted off, she mused that this scene would forever remain etched in her memory when she grew up. Mother's back felt soft, akin to a gently rocking boat, swaying and floating, yet she was never concerned about falling off. It was a comforting sensation, imbued with sweetness. At that moment, during the twilight hours, the room was slightly dim. A woman, her head bowed, wielded a large knife with an impassive demeanor, methodically slicing the meat, while the lifeless head of a gigantic python sat there, coldly observing. This woman radiated a chill that surpassed even that of the serpent. Approaching her closely, one would realize she crouched merely to create a slanted slope for the infant on her back to sleep more soundly, the baby's face pressed against her back, sleeping soundly, cheeks puffed up, occasionally mumbling softly, breathing lightly, as if blowing tiny bubbles in slumber. She was the fiercest of hunters and yet the gentlest of mothers. As evening descended, the county hall's grand chamber, adorned with a solemn plaque, remained stark and silent, already in a state of closure. Matters were generally resolved in the morning, and by afternoon, cases were seldom entertained. The county office lay at the heart of the town, adjacent to the city god temple on one side, and the opulent residences of influential families on the other. In these troubled times, calamity and misfortune intertwined. Treacherous officials held sway, and the common folk languished in despair. The wealthy thrived in abundance, while the impoverished struggled for mere subsistence. In a small, dimly lit corner of the county office sat a scholar-like man amidst an orderly arrangement of various herbs, each labeled with its name, purpose, year, and quality. Though the space should have appeared cluttered due to the multitude of items, it was meticulously organized, featuring a wooden board fashioned into a makeshift table, with stacks of roots serving as stools. A man clad in a coarse, long robe sat there, suggesting he had occupied this spot for an extensive duration, as the roots had been worn smooth. The wooden table, connected to a small window, his calligraphy exuded a remarkable vigor. Were one to judge solely by the aesthetic quality of his writing, the applause would be inevitable, despite the dense script merely cataloguing herbs and their annotations. The ink he used was of the lowest quality, prone to clumping, necessitating additional caution during use, its pungent odor thankfully masked by the medicinal scents within the room. In this secluded corner, he had penned countless words. If he were a true scholar, his hands would bear the calices of a writer, yet his hands bore many calices, overshadowing those of a scribe. A man devoid of filial piety could not sit for examinations. None would vouch for him. Many years prior, he had been barred from the path of scholarly advancement. That time, he had not grasped the significance of this loss. In the ensuing years of toil, monotonous, back-breaking labor, hope and future eluded him, not only for himself but also for his children. A lifetime spent in grueling toil, subsisting on meager rations, a life less than that of swine or dogs. Gradually, he comprehended the futility of his plight. He had fought against this fate, kneeling in supplication for the sake of his children. When he had been cast out from his home, he had stood tall, yet, once he became a father, he knelt easily. He refrained from informing his wife of his capitulation, enduring even more scorn and humiliation. It became evident that a man's knees bore no gold. Upon kneeling, others merely spat upon him, trampling on his spine with the intent to bend and shatter it, rendering him forever lowly, unable to rise again. The notion that effort would yield reward proved false. Heartfelt sacrifices only resulted in further injury. The room was small and stifling, with but a single window allowing a thin sliver of light. Yet, within these confines, he read every book he could find, writing and recording tirelessly. The labor he undertook, though plentiful, yielded little in terms of compensation. The sole advantage was the ability to write. He felt shame in his role as the head of the family, unable to provide adequately for his wife and children, utterly powerless. As evening fell, the chimes of the city god temple resonated through the air, tolling thrice. Following the third chime, the affluent families would commence their evening meals. From his position, he had a clear view of a small door, through which he could see the bustling street outside, particularly the side entrance of a residence across the way, which opened 5 times daily, with a steady stream of comers and goers. His fingers lightly tapped the table surface as he observed the door swing open, revealing two figures. He stretched out his right hand, massaging his stiff neck, turning his head slightly before returning to his writing. The fragrant aroma of herbs filled the air as ink slowly emerged upon the paper: arsenic, strychnine, aconite, white peony, pinelia, south star, green maggot, gonsway, tom huang, thousand gold, now yonghua, red rising dan, toad venom, nightshade. The potency of these herbs was dangerously high. Beneath the list, another paper detailed the life of an individual, Wulu, with a black mole by his eye, adept with a needle, standing 5 feet 3 inches tall, fond of meat pies from the corner of West Street. He had a mistress, married, residing at number 46 on West Street. Upon completion, he tore the 2 pages, crumpling them into fragments. As darkness enveloped the room, he rose and exited. The man stepped out, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, his steps light and gentle. He greeted those he encountered with courteous nods. He was well liked. Open, open, open. Called a group of gambling officials upon Jiang, care for a hand. Jiang Changtian waved his hand in decline, good-naturedly explaining, my wife and children await, I must return home. As he exited the county office and passed the city god temple, the incense burned brightly, a testament to the worsening state of affairs. The closer he drew to the temple, the more lively the streets became, the scent of women as perfume overpowering the fragrance of incense. Come, dear guest, have a seat. Beckoned a woman in a flowing red sleeve, but Jiang Chongtian walked past, his gaze unwavering. He paused momentarily at a bun shop, hesitating before purchasing 2 meat buns, then continued on his way, his pace quickening slightly. As twilight deepened, the trees loomed ominously on either side. He had once feared the dark. Mother would lock him alone in a windowless room where he would envision countless horrors. Yet, as a father, he gradually overcame this fear, for his child served as a beacon, illuminating the shadows of his heart. He strode purposefully, the wind swirling around him, gradually catching the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking. A smile broke across his face uncontrollably. Home was near. Chapter 31. The return of favor. The evening glow today is resplendent, a vivid tapestry of red hues that stretch magnificently across the sky. Jiang Mianmian has awakened from her slumber on her mother's back, drowsily consuming milk and relieving herself. Now fully alert, she stretches and stands side by side with her brother beneath the great tree at the doorway, basking in the twilight. It resembles the fluttering silks waved by elderly ladies posing for photographs, soaring and swirling in the air, dancing in a delightful chaos. Jiang Mianmian watches, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She glances at her brother, who is with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. The flowers at the corners of his eyes appear to bloom, perhaps illuminated by the evening glow. Then, she notices a small ant by the wooden basin, which seems to smile at her. Jiang Mianmian finds this quite endearing. After all, having encountered the unblinking gaze of a giant python, this tiny ant's head feels remarkably charming and gentle in comparison. Boldly, she reaches out to touch the ants. They feel surprisingly firm. If it were larger, it could be steamed, cracked open with a metal spoon, and dipped in vinegar. Oh wait, that is a hairy crab. She cannot suppress the urge to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, she feels her brother's finger brush against her lips. She flails her little arms. Yeah. Thank you. Her brother's hand then begins to affectionately ruffle her hair, a gesture that feels entirely natural. He rubs her head once, then again, and once more. Yeah. Don't touch my head. Jiang Mianmian extends her arms in protest, her exasperation manifesting as a bubble of saliva escaping. It seems her resistance is futile. The more she struggles, the more earnestly her brother continues to ruffle her hair. She feels his gentle touch on her scalp, even catching the faint sound of him snoring softly. Jiang Mianmian pouts, contemplating her situation. Suddenly, she notices that the little ant, somehow, has managed to hoist a red berry and is steadily ascending towards the wooden basin. It is not pushing or rolling. It is carrying it. Jiang Mianmian recognizes it. This is a raspberry, known colloquially as a red bubble, sweet and delectable. This little ant has seemingly become extraordinary. Her heart races with an exhilarating thrill. She observes the small black creature as it confidently approaches her, effortlessly traversing the distance to her palm in just a few steps. An ant can carry items weighing over 400 times its own body weight and drag objects exceeding 1,700 times its mass, knowledge gleaned from her prior experiences in her ant workshop. Yet, the ants she tended were rather lethargic, perhaps due to domestication, and seldom worked. But this ant is indeed delivering a reward. Aware of her clumsiness, it nudges the red bubble into her palm while carefully avoiding contact with her own antennae. Oh my! Gazing at the beautiful red bubble rolling in her hand, Jiang Mianmian is unable to restrain the secretion at the corners of her mouth. She longs to taste it. However, should it not be washed before consumption, she scrutinizes the stunning red hue, the fine hairs standing erect and fresh. It is too much to bear, and her mouth waters even more. She strives to control her grip, fearing that if she becomes too excited, the red bubble might be crushed in her grasp. Heaven knows how difficult it is for an infant to accurately deliver an object to her mouth. When she wishes to gnaw on her hand, she can do so freely, but when holding something, it never aligns with her mouth. At last, with all the strength she can muster, Jiang Minmian tosses the red bubble into her mouth. The sweet flavor explodes within her mouth, overwhelmingly delightful. Lacking teeth, she experiences the slow, lingering sweetness akin to that of an elderly lady savoring a treat. After finishing, she beams with joy, having previously shared her precious spring water with a little ant, and now finally witnessing a return of favor. Ioya! Ioya! She cannot contain her excitement, her hands flailing in glee. Suddenly, she hears her sister's voice nearby. "Oh, I smell meat buns." Jiang Minmian sniffs the air. Surely not, for her keen senses detect nothing. "Father must be back, there are meat buns." Jiang Yu exclaims, dancing with joy. Jiang Minmian observes a tall figure approaching through the darkness, a long hair flowing gracefully. Jiang Yu dashes down to greet their father, neglecting her newly embroidered shoes. In her excitement, night has fallen, with the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking echoing around them, accompanied by the cries of children. Jiang Feng awakens from his slumber, gently patting his sister's head while watching Jiang Yu rush to welcome their father. He turns back to see their mother leaning against the doorframe. It is the most heartwarming scene. Jiang Minmian, feeling a twinge of anxiety, moves her head restlessly, worried about her early balding. Surely, the fine hair on her head, what they call fetal hair, will grow back, right? It must, surely. Chapter 32. The evolution of Father Night. Inside the house, Jiang Minmian observed as her mother stealthily fed her father. In her hands was a fist-sized, triangular, golden yellow object that appeared somewhat sticky, and impressively large. Beside her was a bowl of water, prepared to accompany the offering. Jiang Minmian felt a twinge of sympathy for her father. She had witnessed the entire process and had already discerned what it was. A snake's gallbladder. Typically, a snake's gallbladder is about the size of a pigeon's egg, but this one was as large as a chicken's egg, perhaps even the size of a goose's egg. Jiang Chongtian stared blankly at the object before him. Having some knowledge of medicine, he could discern its shape and scent, vaguely grasping what it was. The pungent odor was unmistakably that of a snake. However, its size was astonishing. It seemed almost artificial, akin to a sheep's gallbladder coated with the essence of snake. Xia, sister, is this really a snake's gallbladder? It seems a bit too large, doesn't it? Qin Luoxia, cradling the infant, feigned busyness as she nursed, saying, "Isn't it bold? I caught this snake while it was out for a stroll, perfect for you to consume. Just finish it in one go." Having just been fed, Jiang Minmian was unexpectedly offered another feeding. As her mother held her, Minmian's arm conveniently reached out to the bowl of clear water. She pondered that anyone consuming such a ghastly item would likely have a stomach upset for a day or two. With no psychological burden, she reached out to pour the divine spring water, mimicking the way she had done for her brother, emptying the bowl before releasing her grip. Only then did she realize she was completely soaked. She had wet herself. She had tried her best. Thus, Qin Luoxia busily changed the infant's diaper while urging her husband to eat. Jiang Chongtian gazed at the unsightly, foul-smelling object, feeling as though it might poison him. Nevertheless, he picked it up and began to chew it bite by bite. The snake's gallbladder was bitter at first, yet it was said to have a sweet aftertaste, dispelling wind and dampness, clearing the mind and heart, soothing the lungs and alleviating coughs, and prolonging life. The promised sweetness was absent. The bitterness overwhelmed him, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. He continued to consume it, however, as he noticed bruises on Xia's sister's wrists, more than one. She averted her gaze when lying to him. After finishing the fishy gallbladder, Jiang Chongtian grabbed the water beside him and drank it down in one go. Perhaps due to the bitterness of the gallbladder, the cool water tasted exceptionally sweet. After drinking, Jiang Chongtian took his daughter into his arms, resting her head on his shoulder, gently stroking her back until Minmian let out a milk burp before he stopped. Jiang Minmian relished being held by her father, who was gentle and measured in his embrace. He always cradled her with utmost care, striving to ensure her comfort, even instilling a sense of respect. Curiosity piqued within Jiang Minmian about the efficacy of the divine spring water. Her mother had consumed it, resulting in a stronger physique and an increase in strength, evident in her fierce demeanor while hunting. Her brother had drunk it, vomited, yet was recovering, his resistance presumably heightened, and he now clung to her affectionately, often stroking her head. As for herself, after drinking the divine spring water, she felt her strength had not significantly increased, but her senses had sharpened immensely. She could perceive the slightest rustle in the environment and was more sensitive to the emotions of others. As for her father, the anticipation lingered. Qin Luoxia also looked forward to whether her husband would become steadier after consuming the snake's gallbladder. However, later that night, Jiang Chongtian's face turned pale from repeated trips to the toilet. Jiang Mianmian stayed awake for a feeding and, in her groggy state, thought how even such a handsome father still needed to use the toilet before drifting back to sleep. Qin Luoxia grew anxious for her husband, fearing the gallbladder had upset his stomach, yet she recalled the old doctor's words that her vitality was waning and only the gallbladder of a fierce python could save her. She had questioned the doctor about the python's venom, to which he replied that one must combat poison with poison. Her husband must surely be detoxifying. Jiang Feng had also had his father's movements but was not overly concerned, knowing his father would be fine. It was only when he heard the restless noises from the neighboring Jiang Xiaoyu that he slowly succumbed to sleep. Jiang Chongtian continued to run to the outhouse, without complaint, believing it was merely an issue with his own body. He had often suffered from food-related ailments as a child, his stomach not being particularly strong, and he had grown accustomed to it. It was only after marrying that he had slowly nurtured his stomach back to health. Yet tonight, after consuming the gallbladder, it seemed his old affliction had resurfaced. Still, Jiang Chongtian bore no resentment towards his wife. He understood that Xia's sister had endured much hardship to procure the gallbladder. She concealed her injuries from him, yet in the darkness, he could feel several wounds on her. He hoped for a stronger body, to protect his family from the elements and to venture further without being a burden. However, this time, the consequences were rather severe. Jiang Chongtian was somewhat fastidious, particularly regarding his image. He declined his wife's offer to accompany him and went to the outhouse alone. Back and forth he toiled, weary of waking his wife and children, opting instead to lie on a bamboo chair beneath a tree, awaiting dawn. The summer nights were sweltering, and even in the early morning, the breeze was warm. Jiang Chongtian lay on the bamboo chair, feeling no discomfort, rather, he felt quite alert as he awaited the gradual illumination of the sky, watching the sun slowly rise in the east. In such moments, life felt meaningful. As the sun ascended, he felt a surge of vitality within him. Lying there, he let his hair flow freely, not binding it, perhaps a bit disheveled, but it was home, so it mattered little. He quietly watched the sunrise alone, feeling a mix of emotion and relief. Inside, Jiang Mianmian awoke, hungry. Habitually, she sought out her source of nourishment. Finding her mother, she eagerly drank her fill. It seemed she did not notice her father's absence as her mother, while nursing her, wrapped her in an old garment and stepped outside. The courtyard door creaked open. Qin Luoxia, yawning as she cradled the infant, the first rays of morning sunlight fell upon him. In that moment, Qin Luoxia found herself at a loss for words, her heart racing. When she had jumped into the water to rescue him, she had thought she was saving a beautiful female water spirit, only to discover he was a man. Years of toil appeared to have rendered him indistinguishable from the crowd, yet, now, upon a second glance, she felt a sudden rush of the initial spark. The morning light bathed him in a golden glow, as though a true celestial being had descended. Jiang Mianmian, who had been nursing, felt the rhythm shift when her mother stopped patting her. She glanced up, startled, and gasped. In the early morning light, a handsome man with flowing hair lay on their bamboo chair, his entire being enveloped in golden radiance, exuding an air of nobility. Jiang Mianmian was so astonished that she closed her mouth, swallowing a large gulp of milk. This divine spring water seems to have misfired in its effects. While it granted her mother greater strength, her father appeared to have received a beauty buff. He had already been the most attractive in the family, but now he was beyond compare. Jiang Mianmian, having been fed, dared not make a sound, fearing she might disturb her stunning father. However, upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Chongtian turned to see his wife and daughter bathed in the morning light, and he smiled. "Xiao sister, good morning." Qin Luoxia's face flushed crimson in the morning sunday. She hastily handed their daughter to her husband and dashed back into the house. Jiang Mianmian lay bewildered in her father's embrace, unable to close her mouth, drooling uncontrollably, shaking her little fists in excitement. Chapter 33, The Queen Ant. Bang, bang, bang. Early in the morning, mother was chopping firewood. Normally, a single swing of the axe would cleave the logs into halves, or at most quarters, just enough to fit into the stove. However, this morning, Qin Luoxia was so overwhelmed with excitement that she had nowhere to channel it. While others might feel nervous and restless, mother was unabashedly exuberant. She continued to chop the already split firewood into smaller pieces, neatly stacking them in an orderly fashion. Jiang Mianmian thought they could serve as her toys, envisioning herself playing with building blocks when she grew a bit older. Observing her husband, Qin Luoxia felt a surge of pride, believing it to be the result of the snake gall she had procured. Though her husband was indeed handsome, he always seemed somewhat frail, emanating an air of sickness. The gossipy women in the village often whispered that both she and her mother were fated to be widows, that her husband's longevity was questionable. While she had previously dismissed their words as jealousy over her husband's good looks and character, a seed of worry lingered in her heart. But now, it was different. Every glance at her husband made her blush fiercely. One look, and her cheeks flushed. 2 looks, and they reddened even more. After the 3rd glance, Qin Luoxia couldn't help but reflect on her own worthiness, pondering what merit she possessed to be wed to such a man. She mused that perhaps in her past life, she must have saved thousands of lives to earn such fortune in this one. As she chopped firewood, she contemplated the depths of the forest, wondering if there were still fierce pythons lurking within. Given their solitary nature, it would be remarkable to find even one in a vast forest. She yearned to visit Huayuan Mountain at Zhao Yuan's house, rumored to have an expansive woodland. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she chopped with fervor, embodying the spirit of Pangu creating the world. Meanwhile, in the morning, Jiang Yu awoke to find her father. She stared in disbelief for a while before speaking. "Father, are you truly my biological father?" Jiang Chongtian gently tapped his daughter's forehead. "What nonsense is this so early in the day?" Jiang Yu shook her head, letting out a sigh. "It's over. I want to be able to marry. With a father like you, how can I bear to face Wu and Guo brothers? I truly cannot bear it." Perhaps this was why Achui, despite their frequent quarrels, still chose to play with her. She couldn't even glance at Wu brother without feeling ill at ease. Jiang Chongtian reassured his daughter, "Do not worry. If you dislike them, I shall not force you to marry." Jiang Feng gazed at his father, radiating warmth, yet his heart ached even more. Such a wonderful man as his father should not have to endure such hardships. He fell into a deeper silence. After finishing her firewood, Qin Luoxia shooed the children away, preventing them from crowding around their father. She then pulled him into the house, with Jiang Mianmian following since she was in her father's embrace. "Husband, you cannot go out like this. What if others inquire? I may not encounter such a daring snake again." "Shall I assist you in tidying up?" Qin Luoxia inquired cautiously. Jiang Chongtian chuckled, though a hint of sadness lingered. Thus, Qin Luoxia began to apply some ointment to her husband's face. She recalled her youthful desires to enhance her beauty, attempting to emulate the village girls, only to find each attempt backfiring, leaving others laughing at her. Jiang Mianmian observed her mother's technique. This was merely a paste, ineffective and bound to smudge. Jiang Chongtian took the brush from her, saying, "Let me handle this." He washed his face again and looked into the basin, momentarily entranced by his reflection, as though it were a visage he had seen before. The moment was fleeting. He gently tapped the water, causing ripples to distort the image. He began to tidy himself up, a skill he had mastered since childhood. He sensed that his mother always regarded him with a hint of disdain, pondering if it was due to his differing appearance from his elder brother, who always drew her affectionate gaze. He unconsciously applied some color to his face, wishing to resemble his brother a bit more, darker, broader, with a shorter chin and narrower forehead. As a result, Qin Luoxia was able to tidy him up in just a few strokes. He appeared much like his usual self, handsome, yet lacking that exhilarating spark that made one's heart race. He seemed a touch frail. Jiang Mianmian, nestled in her mother's arms, marveled at the process. Her family possessed such peculiar talents, the miraculous art of reverse makeup. How adept her father was. With a simple charcoal pencil, he could transform his features. A new day dawned. Father went to work, and shortly after, her brother departed as well. Mother ventured back into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables. Jiang Mianmian and her sister Jiang Yu remained at home. Early in the day, her sister donned a new pair of embroidered shoes, moving about the house with glee, her footsteps echoing joyfully. Jiang Mianmian felt no envy. She easily wiggled her little toes, relishing in the freedom to smell or nibble on them at her whim. She reminisced about the sweet red bubbles from yesterday, yearning for them again. When she glanced at her little black ant, she found its dark, than appealing appearance oddly endearing. The little black ant was rather impressive. Given the current food scarcity, anything edible would surely be snatched up. It was a mystery where it procured its sustenance. When Jiang Mianmian was placed in the wooden basin by her sister, she immediately began searching for her little ant. It was still in its burrow, peeking out as she approached. In a bold move for a taste of the red bubble, Jiang Mianmian reached out to touch the ant's head, feeling as though she had pricked herself with 2 tiny needles, a tingling sensation coursing through her. She thought intensely, I want to eat, yet, after the contact, the little ant simply lay back down, unmoving. Curious, Jiang Mianmian widened her eyes, wondering if it was in a state of dormancy. Did it perhaps have its own cycles, not wanting to move? After all, the ant she had raised was likely male, only the queen ant would be female. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she murmured in frustration, oh dear, communication is so difficult. I cannot speak, and neither can the ant. Even if she were to gain the ability to speak in the future, the ant would remain uncomprehending. What a solitary endeavor this was. Jiang Yu sat beneath a tree, hammering clothes. Though their family was impoverished, with 5 members, the chores were plentiful. Jiang Mianmian resolved to ignore the little ant from now on, deciding not to touch it again, and opted to bask in the sun and take a nap instead. As she turned her head, she noticed a long red line on the path not far away. Upon closer inspection, she saw a swarm of little ants carrying 1, 2, 3 red bubbles towards her. Heavens, Jiang Mianmian thought she was hallucinating. She rubbed her chubby little hands over her eyes. Then, she saw clearly that an average of 4 ants were lifting 1 red bubble, and the procession was orderly and precise. Jiang Mianmian felt as though she were witnessing a miniature industrial assembly line. When the line of red bubbles reached the edge of the wooden basin, her little black ant surprisingly appeared to take its place. Having grown accustomed to her own little ant, she thought it was quite small, but when compared to the others, it stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, impressively large and quite spirited. While the other ants struggled to lift a red bubble with 4 of them together, her little black ant single-handedly hoisted a bubble, puffing and panting as it climbed up to present it to her. Happiness arrived too swiftly and unexpectedly. Jiang Mianmian felt as though her little ant were exclaiming with vigor, I raise you. Today, Jiang Mianmian had already mastered the art of stuffing the bubble into her mouth. It was a bit sour, not quite as familiar as yesterday's flavor. Tears welled up in her eyes, her face contorting into a mix of emotions, unable to determine whether it was the sourness of the red bubble or the joy of her little ant having its own little companions. She turned to see her sister still diligently pounding clothes, splashes of water hitting her face. Her hands were now adorned with numerous red bubbles, and the basin was overflowing with them. She felt as though she were being buried beneath a mountain of red bubbles. Would she be mistaken for a queen ant, a whole legion of ants laboring to supply her with food? She felt so large, soft and tender, utterly motionless, drooling all day, yearning for food. Oh dear. Chapter 34. The villain and his wicked friends. In the early morning, a young maid tiptoed to retrieve a large, crimson lantern resembling a bubble from the door, extinguishing the candle within. Another maid, carefully carrying warm water, approached the old lady's chamber. The old lady was exceedingly particular about her health. She avoided anything cold in the morning, as it could easily harm her lungs. Her breakfast was also meticulously prepared, not lavish, yet well combined, consisting of foods conducive to longevity and health. The balance of soft and hard meat and vegetables was exemplary. As the door to the old lady's room was gently pushed open, the entire household began to awaken. Each person had their own attendants to assist with washing and dressing. Jiang Wan rose early as well. After a brief grooming, she sat upright to transcribe a Buddhist scripture. She was earnest in her task, maintaining a proper posture and a firm grip on her brush. Her grandmother cherished these scriptures, and she copied one daily to present to her. Her chamber was spacious, adorned with numerous vases and jars upon the antique shelves, yet the most striking feature was her bookcase, filled with a plethora of books. These tomes were a rare treasure. In this day and age, literacy was uncommon, and those who could read were honored with the title of Sir. Yet, for someone like her, not only literate, but also possessing such a collection of books, it indicated not only wealth but also a lineage of cultural heritage. On her desk, alongside the Buddhist scriptures, lay several well-thumbed books, clearly indicative of regular use. Beneath them were a few landscape paintings, common scenes of mountains and waters, yet captured from excellent perspectives, imbued with an effortless charm, each bearing Wana's small seal. Adjacent to the bookcase was another window, overlooking a small bridge and flowing water in the courtyard, and within the room rested an ancient zither, its playing surface polished and shiny, a testament to Jiang Wan's frequent. The books on the shelf encompassed various genres, including a dedicated section for chess manuals and strategy. After transcribing the scripture, Jiang Wan rose and washed her hands with the assistance of a maid, graciously accepting the towel offered to her with a polite thank you, causing the young maid to blush with embarrassment. The matriarch of the household, Madame Wu, had also risen, her complexion rosy. Her husband had awakened even earlier, likely to train at the martial arts grounds. Although her life was far from the opulence of the past, with jewelry that did not align with the current trends and social circles comprised of those she once deemed beneath her, she appeared to be thriving. Her husband doted on her, and their harmonious life together was blissful. Although he lacked the handsome features of her second uncle, he was refined and well-versed in both the arts and martial disciplines, far surpassing her uncle's frail demeanor. After marriage, she realized that mere looks held little value. In high spirits, Madame Wu instructed the head maid, Bai Luo, go to the courtyard and fetch a fresh branch to replace the old one, to invigorate the atmosphere. At the martial arts training ground, a robust man clad in a dark blue training robe practiced his punches with precision, his breathing steady and strong. Jiang Huai was a rare talent in this era, born into nobility, excelling in the 6 classical arts. Even in this rural setting, he persisted in his rigorous studies and training, displaying remarkable self-discipline day after day. Among the family, the greatest source of concern was perhaps the young master Jiang Rong. Having received 2 lashes from his father, he had feigned illness for 2 days. Fearing further punishment, he rose early today, clad in a hastily made new robe from his mother. He first went to pay his respects to his grandmother, observing her demeanor to be as usual, with no signs of distress. He thought to himself, perhaps Jiang Feng had not encountered trouble. Despite the old lady having cast that family out, she would be the first to know if anything befell them. His sister was as dull and uninteresting as ever. After paying his respects, Jiang Rong seized the opportunity to slip away while his father had not yet arrived. Today, the guard Wu Lu was conspicuously absent, leaving him uncertain of his whereabouts. Jiang Rong, accompanied by 2 young servants, strolled towards the county school. In an unexpected turn, he spotted a group of ruffians not far ahead, one of whom was Jiang Feng. It seemed Jiang Feng had noticed him too, his gaze unsettling. A twinge of discomfort shot through Jiang Rong's waist. Alarmed, he took a step back, but then chastised himself for his cowardice. What was there to fear on the street? He strode past Jiang Feng with a swagger, and indeed, Jiang Feng paid him no heed, engrossed in conversation with his companions, a smile adorning his face. Jiang Feng's smile remained as he watched Jiang Rong pass, the injury on his eye, concealed by his hair, itching slightly. A youth beside him munched on a steamed bun, swallowing it greedily, then nudged Jiang Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, are we going?" "My elder brother said we should merely go to cheer them on, scaring the passers-by without engaging in actual violence. They will do the fighting, we will merely outnumber them, and when they feast, we can sip the broth." Jiang Rong, hearing this from a distance, could not help but scoff inwardly. Wasn't this merely thievery? A leopard cannot change its spots. Indeed, wickedness was inherent, and they spoke of such vile deeds as if they were noble. No need for him to intervene. Jiang Feng and his ilk would inevitably bring about their own demise. Jiang Rong quickened his pace, feeling that even proximity to someone like Jiang Feng lowered his own stature. He was undeserving of the Jiang surname, as it was an affront to his lineage. Listening to the words of the youth beside him, Jiang Feng casually inquired, "How many of us are there? How many of my elder brother's men? Who are we to scare?" The youth scratched his head, forcefully swallowing the morsel in his throat, and replied, "Just us lot, perhaps 7 or 8. My elder brother said we are merely there to cheer. Their numbers are greater, and will intimidate a few wealthy young masters out for a stroll, you know, the rich ones in their silks. Brother Feng, are you going or not?" "It's up to you, we all trust you. If you go, we will follow." Another youth, without a bun, stared eagerly at the one eating, swallowing several times. Jiang Feng glanced at Jiang Rong's back, dressed in silken robes, and nodded, "Yes, let us go cheer for my elder brother. I will definitely join." "Let us hurry then, my elder brother said that if he gets a piece of meat, we will certainly have broth to drink," the youth urged, tugging at Jiang Feng. Yet, Jiang Feng remained unmoved. He patted his patched robe, chuckling, "Let us go, and enjoy the broth." The group of youths linked arms, swaggering down the path. Chapter 35 The Little Peddler Beneath the Red Crowberry Tree. A maiden clad in a coarse linen skirt ascended a chair, deftly tying a red ribbon to the branch. This cherished ribbon, a gift from her elder brother, was carefully affixed with her toes arched and neck elongated. As the wind blew, the red ribbon danced gracefully. Once secured, the maiden stood beneath the tree and bowed reverently, murmuring, "May the tree spirit grow ever stout, then may its fruits multiply abundantly." Jiang Mianyan lay in a wooden tub, pondering whether she too should offer a prayer. Yet, her tiny fists were quite resolute. Raising them apart felt akin to a superhero's effortless stance, but bringing them together seemed a challenge. At that moment, she resembled a fierce little Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even with the skill of catching a blade with bare hands, it was of no use. Her short arms simply couldn't meet. All she could do was wave her arms in encouragement for her elder sister. After finishing her prayer, Jiang Yu gleefully gathered all the red bubbles from her sister's tub into a bowl. What a substantial bowl it was! As she collected them, a few bubbles accidentally burst, and unable to hold the remnants, she popped them into her mouth. While munching, she recited, tree spirit, bestow upon us yet more fruits." Jiang Minyan mused perhaps she ought to rename her little aunt to Jiang Shaoshu. Jiang Yu selected the largest red bubble, took a gentle bite, and indeed, it was exceptionally sweet. After inspecting it for any insects and finding none, she promptly stuffed the remaining half into her sister's mouth. Seeing her sister eat with such earnestness, clearly relishing the sweetness, made Jiang Minyan beam with delight. Unable to resist, Jiang Yu indulged in another. For every 10 she ate, Jiang Minyan would receive 1. Jiang Minyan listened as her sister confessed between bites, "Elder brother does not fancy these, nor does our father or mother, thus, it is only my sister and I who shall partake, so it does not count as greedy indulgence." Suddenly, a melodious bell chimed through the village. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. Indeed, the tree spirit is quite magical, the little peddler has arrived. In that moment, Jiang Minyan found herself lifted by her sister, her legs being spread. "Shoo shoo shoo, time to pee." Jiang Minyan, blushing, complied. She understood her sister's urgency before embarking on a playful outing, reminiscent of her own experiences when interning at the hospital, where the first order of business before meeting the head physician was always to locate the restroom. Once relieved, her nerves would settle. Before attending to patients, a trip to the restroom was paramount. Heaven knows, this in turn was often more terrified than the patients themselves. In retrospect, the restroom had marked the commencement of every significant moment in her life. Life, indeed, is a tapestry of varied flavors. Once Jiang Yu had attended to her sister's needs, securing the diaper, she hoisted her onto her back, then retreated to retrieve a tattered cloth pouch containing small coins hidden beneath the bed. Jiang Minyan had just discovered another of her sister's secret stashes. She pondered, when she grew up, if she were to exchange her sister's copper coins for stones, would her sister weep inconsolably? Jiang Minyan contemplated this, suddenly realizing her thoughts were amiss. How could she entertain such notions? With the coin secured and her sister comfortably placed on her back, Jiang Yu donned her newly embroidered shoes, preparing to head towards the village center. Just as she was about to leave, she felt the urge to relieve herself once more. She set her sister down in the tub and dashed to the latrine. Jiang Minyan. Truly, she is my dear sister. As Jiang Minyan reclined in the wooden tub, she noticed the little ant peeking out, seemingly displeased since her sister had taken away the red bubbles. Tentatively, she prodded the little ant's head with her finger, asking, "Would you like to join me for some fun? But you mustn't climb on me, for that frightens me." She sensed her expression was rather lengthy and wondered if the little black ant would comprehend. When her sister came to carry her, she observed the little black ant had jumped onto Jiang Yu's new embroidered shoes. Jiang Minyan found herself secured to her sister's back, her bottom wrapped snugly, her little legs kicking. Beneath the grand tree at the village entrance, the atmosphere was unusually lively. Following her sister, Jiang Minyan squeezed into the throng, spotting the little peddler encircled by a crowd. Initially, she believed the term little peddler referred to a youthful merchant, only to discover that he was, in fact, a dwarf, short in stature, with a large head, long arms, and a robust build. Beside him stood a tall cabinet and a basket, from which he tirelessly arranged items onto the cabinet. The silk flowers atop the display were particularly favored by the young maidens and wives. Jiang Minyan observed the silk flowers, which resembled cheap plastic blooms. Considering that plastic was currently non-existent, creating them in vibrant hues proved quite the endeavor. Each silk flower cost 10 copper coins, thus she overheard others inquire. Evidently, her sister's coins were insufficient. She had just seen her sister count them and come up with 8. "Little peddler, could you lower the price? We have 8 copper coins together. Might you allow us to purchase a few more?" a young wife blushed, asking. The little peddler vigorously shook his head. No, the cost is 8 copper coins, the remaining 2 are merely my travel expenses. I've had to eat and drink on my journey. If you wish to buy more than 10, the minimum is 9 copper coins. Jiang Minyan continued to observe the commotion. Her sister reached out to touch a silk flower, then set it down, turning her attention to other items. At that moment, Achui arrived. Achui had taken leave and evidently thrived at the Lu landlord's residence. She squeezed into the crowd, exclaiming loudly, "Little peddler, did you bring the hairpin I asked you to get for me last time?" The little peddler looked up at Achui, grinning. "Miss Chui, I surely remember your request, but the hairpin is quite precious. I feared losing it, so I left it at the inn in the county town. Once I sell everything, you can accompany me to retrieve it, or you could send someone along with me." "Chui, are you buying another hairpin? Your family must be living quite luxuriously in the village. Chui, when are you sharing your wedding candy with us?" Chui, Wu Hua's mother was notorious for her frugality. She would divide a single leaf of cabbage into 3 meals. "How can you indulge so?" Jiang Minyan clung to her sister's back, unexpectedly splashed by the spittle of nearby chatter. The saliva could indeed be overwhelming, not merely a figure of speech. The way these people spoke was truly a fountain of spittle. Alarmed, she quickly buried her head. Even the thick-skinned Choi could hardly endure such a deluge. She tugged at Jeong-yu, inquiring, "What are you buying? Have you made your purchases?" Jeong-yu glanced around, shyly asking, "Little peddler, do you have that white candy you brought last time?" The little peddler looked up at Jeong-yu, his smile widening, and patted his own large head, saying, "Unfortunately, that bag of candy also remains at the inn. I simply had too much to carry. You can accompany Miss Choi with me to fetch it later. Today, I brought peach-flavored ones." After saying this, the little peddler earnestly attended to other young wives and mothers, occasionally sharing snippets of fresh news from outside, eliciting bursts of laughter and gasps from the crowd. Even those who did not intend to buy remained to enjoy the spectacle. The purchasing power in the village was limited, with most being impoverished families drawn by the novelty, and few were truly willing to spend. The affluent Lu landlord's family would not shop here. They would go directly to the county or the city for their purchases. Before long, the little peddler had gathered his wooden cabinet and basket, preparing to depart. Choi tugged at Jeong-yu, softly persuading, "Come with me to fetch the hairpin. Once we have it, I'll lend it to you for half a day." Jeong-yu shook her head. "I cannot. I must take care of my sister." "Did you not wish to buy candy as well?" Jeong-yu swallowed, shaking her head. "I have just 4 copper coins, not enough to buy much." In reality, she possessed 8 copper coins, he. Choi noticed the little peddler had already shouldered his burden and was about to leave. She stamped her foot. "I will treat you to meat buns in the county town. We'll share one." Jeong-yu wiped her mouth, declaring, "Let us go. I do not wish for meat buns. I primarily want to accompany you." Choi shot her a look. The two, tugging and pulling at each other, fell into step behind him. Jeong Min-yen felt a twinge of unease, yet the villagers appeared completely unperturbed, as there had been others who followed to retrieve items before, and everyone seemed quite familiar with the little peddler. Perhaps she was overthinking it. As they exited the village, the path narrowed, yet it was not excessively tight. A cart could pass, and 3 individuals could walk side by side, albeit a bit cramped. Jeong Min-yen curiously glanced left and right. Dense forests bordered both sides, perhaps a tad intimidating. Suddenly, her wild owl was startled into flight from the woods, its wings flapping as it soared over the heads of the onlookers, resembling a dark cloud passing overhead. The owl's call was sharp and urgent. Hoo hoo. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 36. A chance encounter. Chap 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 chap. Outside the intricately carved wooden window, the trees flourished. The elderly matron could no longer endure the incessant clamor of the cicadas, which she believed disturbed her devotion. Each day, the servants were tasked with capturing the cicadas. However, this morning, a magpie with a dark head, neck, and back, coupled with a white belly and long tail, perched on a branch, chattering incessantly. The old lady frowned slightly. The weather was rather warm, and in the countryside, the only respite from the heat was a few bowls of ice, which could not be overdone for fear of catching a chill. In the capital, there were water houses and pavilions for cool retreats, thus sparing one from feeling so sticky. The matron, advanced in years, was sensitive to both heat and cold. "Grandmother, the magpie's call heralds good news. Why not let Wana accompany you to Qingyuan Temple outside the city for a vegetarian meal? You could stay there for a night before returning. Wana wishes to present the Buddhist scriptures she has copied before the longevity Buddha, seeking blessings for your long life and for the family's health and safety." The old lady gazed at her granddaughter, who stood gracefully in a half-new, half-old Aryu skirt, her delicate hands resting on the cover of the Buddhist scriptures, reminiscent of her own youthful beauty. "Your filial piety is truly commendable. Yao, you may proceed with the arrangements." As an overnight stay was necessitated, preparations became more extensive. Food, bedding, incense, an array of items were gathered, and it was not until midday that the grandmother and granddaughter set out in their sedan chair. "Quack quack, ha, a mountain cat," startled Jeong-yu. She turned to glance at her younger sister, who was resting her head on her back. Obediently, she reached back to pat her sister's bottom. Choi was also taken aback. She feigned calmness and said, "Your sister is quite well behaved, not crying or making a fuss." Xiao Mian was bewildered, exclaiming, "What a massive bird. It could barely fit in a pot." Her mouth agape, saliva dribbled out. Choi found the little one amusing and called out to the peddler ahead, "Hey, little peddler, why are you walking so fast? Wait for us." Jiang Mian looked up, realizing that the peddler, despite being short and carrying a heavy load, was moving briskly, creating a considerable distance between them. Jeong-yu hastened her steps alongside Choi, lifting her sister's bottom while complaining, "What a loss, but Choi, I want to eat more meat buns. These new embroidered shoes of mine will be worn out after walking such a long distance with you." Jiang Mianmian, feeling the strain of being held for too long, thought she needed a break lest her legs become bowed as she grew older. Ik ik. She waved her arms and began to shout. The little peddler stopped and set his load down to rest. He opened his water pouch and asked Achui and Jiangyu, "Ladies, would you care for some water? It's sweetened with sugar." Both Achui and Jiangyu shook their heads, indicating they did not need it. However, the peddler poured some into 2 bamboo tubes for them, drinking from one himself. Seeing the peddler take a sip, Achui and Jiangyu followed suit. Jiangyu smacked her lips, a bit sweet, but there's an odd taste to it. Is it spoiled? Nevertheless, she diligently drank the entire contents of her cup. Achui, eager to continue, quickly finished her water as well. They were unguarded, as there had been others trailing the peddler for goods before. If there were any trouble, this little fellow would surely be no match for them. Then, Jiang Mianmian watched as her elder sister and Achui suddenly collapsed. Her eyes widened, her mouth shutting tight. Had they encountered human traffickers? What calamity was this? Suddenly, a robust woman emerged from the dense forest, shouldering a burden. Isn't this a catch? 3 of them brought back. The woman shoved the 2 downed figures aside and hoisted them into a basket. This little one looks particularly fetching, not crying or fussing. We'll take her back to raise as our own. The peddler spoke up. She's quite special. Even if she doesn't have a proper heir, we can raise her to work for us, then later, she can be a wife to our boy, bringing us comfort. The woman contemptuously inspected the infant's legs, spitting, "A worthless child, not worth it." Jiang Mianmian. The insult was far too severe. Though she lacks certain attributes, we can raise her to marry our son, and she can work for us. In the future, Wana will enjoy the fruits of our. The peddler resolutely shook his head. No, she's too little. It could affect her. When once raised, she could be sold for a good price. This child looks like she belongs to a wealthy family. Even if our son doesn't fancy her, raising her for sale would not be in vain. Perhaps the money could cure our son, and we would no longer have to suffer in the open. Let us go. The peddler and the woman continued on their path toward the city outskirts. Once we sell these 2 girls, we can no longer sell goods in this area, the peddler sighed. The woman scoffed. The money from selling goods, does it suffice for your food and drink or for our son's medicine? This place is inherently poor. After all this time, there's hardly anything of value. Jiang Mianmian, nestled in the peddler's basket, was covered with a bamboo lid, lying on tattered cotton cloth. The scent was a bit overwhelming, yet light filtered through the bamboo cover. The basket swayed like a cradle, surprisingly more comfortable than being carried by her sister, but she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Listening to the conversation outside, their accents were thick, their speech fast, and she could only grasp fragments. They seemed to be professional child traffickers. What to do? How could a child under a year-old save herself? At that moment, she spotted Xiaohe, who had somehow followed her, now perched atop the bamboo lid, lying down like she would at home in a wooden basin, providing a modicum of comfort. She reached out to poke the little black creature's antennae, feeling anxious but trying to convey her urgent request simply. If they encountered anyone, bite the peddler, the short one, and be cautious. Worried that Xiaohe might not understand, she offered it a drop of spiritual spring water. It was time for it to fulfill its true purpose. After drinking the spring water, Xiaohe adeptly crawled away, glancing back at her once before disappearing. She lay still, feeling like a queen ant being trafficked, large yet utterly helpless. The peddler and the strong woman walked briskly, soon encountering a luxurious sedan chair, complete with bearers, servants, and 2 guards. The peddler and the woman did not exhibit overt panic. This was not their first illicit endeavor. Once done, they would merely relocate. As long as they did not abduct the children of the wealthy, they would face no repercussions. The children of the poor would not be missed. They walked smoothly, and as they approached the sedan, they donned several smiles, stepping aside to allow passage. Suddenly, the peddler exclaimed, "Ouch, ouch," as if a bug had bitten him, causing him excruciating pain, prompting an involuntary shout. The sedan halted, and the curtain was lifted to reveal a fair, exquisite face adorned with a white jade hairpin, pearl-studded earlobes, and large, dark eyes. "Grandmother, it seems there are 2 peddlers," the young lady remarked to the elderly matron. Chapter 37. A Good and Evil. Nash, 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 nash. At noon, the forest was devoid of birdsong, yet the cicadas sang incessantly, their chorus enveloping the air like a gossamer net, ensnaring all within its grasp. A group of youths frolicked in the woods, baring their teeth in playful mockery. One of the boys climbed a tree, perching upon a branch, surveying the world from his lofty vantage point. Elevated as he was, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting the fringe of hair from his forehead to reveal a faint, dark crimson scar, reminiscent of a flower. From afar, seated upon the bough, he gazed into the distance. A solitary path lay ahead, shimmering in the sunlight, devoid of any travelers. He mused that should his mother discover he was plotting a robbery, she might well rush over, axe in hand, in a fervent dash. However, he had no intention of robbing passers-by, he was merely awaiting his older brother, as described by Dogsy. Dogsy claimed his brother was the formidable fourth leader of their village, a man of considerable prowess. After this venture, his brother would undoubtedly ascend to third leader, and then he would indulge him in a life of luxury. This was their unspoken pact, though they remained oblivious to its true implications. Any true hero must present a token of allegiance upon joining. They understood that to prove their integrity, they must shed blood, for without such a testament, how could anyone trust them? Bloodshed marked an irrevocable path. His father had always cautioned against a life of crime, especially one that was overt. That was the height of folly. If one must tread such a path, a retreat must be assured. The path before him was narrow and winding, obscuring both forward and backward routes. It was an ideal avenue for thievery. The sun hung low, casting a gentle glow upon the face of the girl in the sedan chair. A flicker of greed flashed in the eyes of the small peddler. Before he could feign humility, he could not help but exclaim, alas. His wife, unable to contain her impatience, glanced into her basket where two young maidens were ensconced. A fleeting glance revealed an elderly woman within the sedan, her hands clasped around prayer beads, resembling a living bodhisattva. Typically, it was her husband who would abduct individuals, while she merely assisted in the carrying. She held a stern demeanor towards her husband, but seldom spoke in public. When they crossed paths with such esteemed individuals, they would merely pass by, for those of high stature rarely acknowledged their presence. Yet fate had conspired against them as her husband called out, not knowing the chaos he was inviting. What folly! At that moment, she suddenly became aware that the lid of her basket was askew, pinning down a portion of her sleeve, causing beads of sweat to trickle down her forehead. The small peddler noticed the sleeve too, yet he seized his wife's trembling hand, squeezing it firmly. With a humble smile directed towards the occupants of the sedan, he said, I am but a humble peddler, bringing fine wares from the county to the village. Might the esteemed ladies have any desires, I possess all that one could wish for. Yaogu disdainfully regarded the tattered basket, retorting, what could the county possibly offer? You claim to have it all. The elderly lady frowned slightly, finding it inappropriate to halt in the middle of the road. She still had prayers to offer. Suddenly, a sharp clack echoed. The lid of the peddler's basket tumbled away, drawing the attention of all present. To their astonishment, nestled among the dark, worn fabric lay a plump, fair-skinned infant, her tiny arms flailing adorably. Drops of perspiration fell from the woman's brow as regret flooded her heart. She should have suffocated the child moments ago. Jiang Minyan stifled her cries, fearing that her distress might provoke the infant or irritate the onlookers. She could only strive to push off the lid and present herself in what she believed to be her most endearing manner. At home, this was how she garnered affection from her elder sister, a gentle pat from her brother, inquiries of hunger from her mother, then loving embraces from her father. As she removed the cover, her keen eyes instantly recognized the figures within the sedan, familiar faces. Jiang Minyan felt a surge of excitement. Surely, those she recognized were preferable to human traffickers. Her elder sister was still in the basket, and now that the young girl had been abducted, her fate was undoubtedly grim. In that moment, she perceived that the young maiden within the sedan appeared even more enchanting than the last time they had met. She was not merely a delicate beauty, she was a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. Flailing her arms, she exclaimed, Ya. Indeed, the young maiden responded, is this your child? Quite a striking appearance, I must say. The small peddler, suppressing his pain, swiftly lifted the child, kneeling before the roadside with his wife, declaring, we are impoverished, with no one to care for our child. We can only sell goods while tending to her. If the esteemed lady finds my child appealing, it would be the fortune bestowed upon her by the heavens. We would gladly offer her to you in exchange for a morsel to eat. It is far better than enduring hardship alongside you. As he spoke, tears cascaded down his cheeks. His wife followed suit, bowing her head in supplication, her body shielding the basket. Jiang Wan, witnessing this spectacle, felt a jolt of fear and glanced back at her grandmother. The elderly matron furrowed her brow. How can one of dubious origins enter our home? Let us simply offer them a bit of coin. Jiang Wan retrieved a handful of silver coins, casting them forth, saying, I merely complimented your child's beauty. I had no intention of taking her away. It is best for a child to remain with her parents. Please take this money to procure her some treats, as a token of our brief acquaintance. With that, the sedan's curtain fell. The group ambled away with an air of confidence. The small peddler and his wife knelt, watching the sedan disappear from view. The sedan continued onward, and the elderly woman murmured a prayer, Amitabha. The old servant, Ayao, remained observant, her gaze steady, refraining from comment. She had seen enough in her lifetime to discern that the two peddlers were not as they appeared, noting the coarse fabric peeking from the basket. Having traversed streets and mountains, who could say what those peddlers had done to survive? Though the husband and wife bore contrasting heights, they concealed their true nature well, yet the air of menace surrounding them was unmistakable. Such individuals, driven to desperation, often attracted trouble. Ayao wished to avoid conflict, not to mar her mistress's rare moment of leisure. She opted not to expose the truth, allowing Miss Wan to engage in her act of kindness. As Jiang Wan sat within the sedan, reflecting on the peculiar scene she had just witnessed, she felt an odd sensation, as if she had seen that child before. Her memory was sharp. While she could not claim to possess perfect recall, she could easily remember what she had read after 2 or 3 readings, yet the recognition eluded her. Nevertheless, having offered some coins, the child would at least have something to eat, and that could be considered a good deed. Jiang Wan traced her fingers over the Buddhist scriptures she had copied, filled with anticipation for her journey to Qingyuan Temple. The scenery in the temple's rear courtyard was exquisite, elevated enough to behold the sweeping vistas of mountains and rivers, a scene worthy of artistry. As the sedan vanished from sight, the small peddler and his wife eagerly picked up the scattered silver coins from the ground. The wife, disregarding the dirt upon the coins, bit into one, noting her teeth's imprint on the silver, exclaiming with delight, "Husband, it truly is silver. Just moments ago, I considered eliminating that little creature. I had no idea it would bring us fortune." The small peddler, drenched in sweat, returned the infant to the basket, covering her once more, then called out, "Wana, check my back. Has something stung me? The pain is unbearable." His wife lifted his shirt, revealing 2 swollen, red welts, yet even as she turned him around, removing his clothing, no insect could be found. "We must leave the city swiftly, dear husband, lest the villagers come seeking us. That would spell trouble." She transferred some of the burdens from her husband's load to her own basket. "Let us go." The small peddler, feeling somewhat lighter, gritted his teeth and rose, swaying unsteadily. His face had drained of color, yet he persevered onward. "Quickly, we must sell these girls and procure medicine for our child. The little one awaits us at home." Under the scorching sun, the beleaguered couple trudged forward, laden with their burdens, fervently striving to secure a better life for their ailing offspring. Within their basket lay the children of others. Chapter 38. The blood oath. The county school was filled to capacity with the sons of various families, each laden with aspirations. The grand hall, illuminated by bright windows, featured expansive tables and plush chairs. The teacher stood upon the platform, passionately reading from a book, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table in time with his recitation. Below, the students followed suit, some reading with earnestness, while others drifted into daydreams. Zhong Rong swayed his head in sync with his reading. Despite his intelligence, he grasped the material quickly after just 1 or 2 readings, yet the inadequacy of the county school left him frustrated, as the teacher's methods were painfully repetitive, echoing the old adage that, the meaning of a text becomes clear after 100 readings. He had memorized the content, but following along felt like a waste of time. However, the teacher was quick to reprimand, so he could only continue to sway his head, occasionally casting glances out the window. Outside, trees swayed gently, and a bird, seemingly aware of his gaze, fluttered its wings and took flight. Jiang Rong felt a twinge of envy. The bird soared so high and freely. Suddenly, a flock of birds erupted from the forest, flapping their wings in a frenzy. The boastful elder brother of Guzi had arrived, and the rowdy youths fell into an uneasy silence, including Guzi himself. Jiang Feng first spotted them from atop a tree. They were a group of 4, all armed. The last man bore a long spear, while the 2 in the middle wielded machetes, and the leader brandished an axe, his face marred by a ghastly scar. Jiang Feng instinctively touched the scar on his own forehead, which his father had treated. It was far less unsightly. He recalled a joke about how one with a scar could not serve in the court. Guzi eagerly greeted the elder brother, flattering him with words of camaraderie. Jiang Feng leapt down from the tree and followed suit, calling out, "Elder brother," as well. Their group totaled 6, down from 8. Nyo had been unable to join due to a broken leg from a recent fight, and Shaoxi's mother was gravely ill, requiring his presence at home. Thus, only these 6 vagabonds remained, poor boys with nothing to do, no books to read, simply drifting through life, often seen loitering in the alleyways. They dared not commit grave offenses but were prone to minor trouble. Such individuals had no future, and the prospect of marriage seemed remote. Guzi, somehow befriending the elder brother, claimed he would lead his comrades. The moment they stepped beyond the city gates, their destinies began to shift. They possessed a one-way ticket out of town. The lives of the impoverished held little value, so they pressed forward without much contemplation, resigned to their fates, living or dying without concern. Among the group of youths, Jiang Feng was one of the few who pondered the implications of their actions. He cared for his family, and that concern drove him to follow. He shouted with particular fervor, "Elder brother!" The men brandishing knives, axes, and spears regarded the inexperienced youth before them with a mixture of warmth and a hint of cruel mockery. Once, they too had been as naive and unrefined. The other boys felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively stepping back, while Jiang Feng cautiously edged forward. They had initially claimed to be there to cheer on their comrades, yet now, confronted by the imposing figures of the armed bandits, fear mingled with envy within the youths. The axe-wielding leader patted Guzi on the back and then gave Jiang Feng a friendly tap, exclaiming, "Well done, stick with me, and you'll enjoy the finest feasts." Guzi, emboldened by this promise, declared to his friends that while they would merely drink soup, the elder brother would feast on meat. To their surprise, the elder brother spoke of shared indulgence, causing Guzi to flash with excitement. "Elder brother, we will do whatever you command without question. These are my good brothers, and we will heed your every word," Guzi proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently. Jiang Feng joined in the chorus, though he was neither the strongest nor the leanest among them. He typically eked out a living, and his physique was not particularly robust. It was Guzi who had more connections and strength. Yet Jiang Feng was clever and could manage to scrounge some food, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry. His gaze held sincerity, and his features appeared trustworthy among the group of youths, even leaving a favorable first impression on the bandits. "You'll have your moment to prove yourselves. There's no need to rush. Today, elder brother will impart your first lesson, patience." "Wait," said the bandit with the axe, settling down to clean his weapon, its handle stained with dark blood, the blade remarkably sharp. The other bandits followed suit, pretending to their own arms. The boys, unarmed, felt a surge of excitement coursing through them. Jiang Feng approached the axe-wielding bandit, asking, "Elder brother, might you grant us some weapons? Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, I fear we won't be able to assist. I wish to be as formidable as you." The bandit, taken aback by the trust and admiration evident in the youth's eyes, found him likable and promising. If he survived, he could be taken back to their lair. "Indeed, old Joe, take them to fetch some," the bandit with the spear instructed. He led them into the dense woods, where, beneath a large tree, they discovered an assortment of fine weapons buried beneath the earth, spears and knives of varying lengths, some stained with blood, others rusted. Jiang Feng selected a spear, recalling that his mother possessed one, which he had played with before. The boys were astonished that they had been summoned to cheer on their comrades, only to be issued weapons. They had expected to merely watch their friends brawl, but now, armed, they felt as if they were participants in a momentous occasion rather than mere onlookers. Guzi chose a hefty knife, and the group began to playfully spar with their newly acquired arms, reveling in the moment. The bandits observed without interference, merely watching the boys enjoy themselves. Jiang Feng joined in the playful scuffles, using the opportunity to familiarize himself with the weight and balance of the spear, though his aim was far from precise. He noticed that the bandit who had led them to the weapons had climbed a tree. Suddenly, the man clapped his hands against a branch, and the leader raised his axe. The youth ceased their playful antics, adopting a more serious demeanor as they crouched and peered into the dense foliage. Not far away, figures approached along the path, an entourage with a sedan chair, accompanied by servants, maids, and guards, indicative of a wealthy family. The boys' eyes brightened with anticipation as they looked to the elder brother. Jiang Feng squinted, recognizing the sedan. It belonged to the Jiang family, and he recognized the servants and guards. His heart raced, pounding fiercely in his chest. He felt an overwhelming urge to charge forward, gripping the spear tightly, his palms growing clammy. It felt as though if he dashed out, he would be liberated. Exhilarated, however, his father's words echoed in his mind. "Fonga, if given the choice, we must be good people. Good people reap rewards and prosper." He turned to gauge the bandit leader's reaction, noting his calm demeanor. Guzi whispered, "Elder brother, shall we advance? Be cautious, there are dangers lurking, and we are not alone." "Do not act recklessly," the bandit replied, continuing to polish his axe. The group of youths fixated on the lavish sedan as it passed by with an air of confidence. Jiang Feng, one hand gripping the spear while the other nervously rubbed a small round stone he had picked up, observed a line of ants busily traversing the ground. After a significant pause, more figures finally approached. This time, the youths were eager to act, only to discover it was merely two porters carrying baskets. Jiang Feng recognized one of them, the diminutive vendor, whom his sister Jiang Xiaoyu often spoke of, claiming he sold the sweetest candies. The thought of Jiang Xiaoyu brought a smile to Jiang Feng's lips, revealing a shallow dimple on his cheek. Chapter 39. You seek the Buddha, I kill. Qingyuan Temple. The visage of the Bodhisattva, sculpted in gold, bears dimples, and the Buddha's eyes are filled with compassion. This century-old temple thrives with incense and devotion. Upon entering, the oppressive heat dissipates, and the agitation within the human spirit fades away. The elderly lady, a devout patron of the temple, is generous in her offerings, bestowing abundant donations upon each visit. Awaiting her is a composed middle-aged monk, whose eloquent speech is imbued with Zen wisdom, rendering the elderly lady's countenance ever more serene. Jeong-won listens attentively. It is customary to first light incense and pay homage upon entering the temple. Jeong-won and her grandmother cleanse their hands and faces before the Buddha. The elderly lady possesses a dedicated meditation cushion. Despite her tender age, Jeong-won exhibits remarkable piety. The great Buddha gazes. The elderly lady holds a string of 18 beads, reciting sutras. The golden Buddha stands tall and majestic. The serene young maiden kneels gracefully. Incense wafts gently before the Buddha, as the maiden earnestly chants the scriptures. Her voice is soft and melodious, a delightful sound. The Bodhisattva listens with a beaming smile. Jeong-won, in her fervent devotion, grapples with certain enigmas in her heart. Only during her recitation does she find solace. She gazes at the great Buddha, and suddenly, the image of the infant she had seen in the peddler's arms flashes in her mind. The child seems to gaze back at her, eyes glistening with tears. A sudden recollection strikes her. She has encountered this child before. When she visited Jeongyu, she had cast a fleeting glance at a nearby wooden basin, where a small child lay swaddled in a patchwork of fabric, pale as snow. She had thought little of it, instinctively believing the child would not survive long. Reflecting on that moment, she recalls the woman bowing in prayer, the coarse cloth peeking out from the basket behind her, akin to Jeongyu's garments. Alarmed, her complexion pales, her straightened back nearly collapses against the cushion. She shuts her eyes tightly, unable to meet the gaze of the Buddha. Repeatedly, she recites the scriptures, her voice quickening and fragmented. After 3 recitations, she opens her eyes to behold the great Buddha once more. The Buddha's smiling face suddenly morphs into that of the infant, the Buddha's eyes now filled with tears. The droplets seem heavy enough to fall upon her head. Jeong-won's forehead beads with sweat. She continues her recitation. All forms are illusory. If a bodhisattva holds notions of self, of persons, of sentient beings, or of longevity, they are not a bodhisattva. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning. Thus should one contemplate. She chants fervently, kneeling before the Buddha. She sincerely prays for the well-being of Jeongyu and her sister, imploring the bodhisattva for protection. She did not act with intent, she was merely oblivious. Perhaps this is fate, truly challenging to alter. Her pale complexion gradually regains its color. The Buddha's eyes twinkle with a tearful smile. The maiden kneels humbly and devoutly before the great Buddha. Jiang Mianmian lies in the basket, feebly sucking her fingers helplessly. She gazes upwards. The lid above is tightly secured, and she cannot push it open. Fortunately, it is woven from bamboo, allowing for some air, otherwise, she would suffocate. The only comfort she finds is in the multitude of small ants gnawing at the area around the lid's clasp. A small black ant directs the others, occasionally brushing against her fingers, as if to console her. The basket sways continuously, and she realizes she is moving forward. She can hear the conversation between the peddler and his wife. "Can you still manage, dear? Are you feeling unwell? Just endure a little longer, we will soon reach the next county." "I can endure. The doctor said that if the basket takes 6 more medicinal doses, it will be fine." "Yes, the girls from the earthen kiln perish quickly. They are in high demand this time. Selling these 2 girls will yield 20 taels each and provide half a year's worth of medicine for the basket. Can you still manage, dear? The road ahead is treacherous, we must hurry." Wana, I am truly exhausted, let me rest. We are just 2 peddlers, the mountain bandits will not pay us any heed." The burden clatters to the ground. The small peddler, bitten by insects, plops down. He is unaware of what insect has stung him, but he feels a heavy tightness in his chest and struggles to breathe. "Wana, can you check my back?" The small peddler lifts his shirt. The woman turns to look and gasps in shock. What began as a few welts has now merged into a swollen mass covering his entire back. "Aren't you a medicine seller? Give me the antidote for insect bites." "It's useless, fake," the small peddler replies, furrowing his brow. Clatter, the lid falls again. The small peddler winces in pain. Wana, seething with anger, exclaims, "I told you to strangle them, can such a small, worthless item be sold?" She storms toward the basket, ready to strike, but suddenly recoils in horror. Beneath the infant swaddling, a mass of black ant swarms, which she initially mistook for her husband's garment but now realizes are countless ants, seemingly lifting the child. Jiang Mianmian, startled by the woman's ferocious approach, is terrified and can no longer hold back her cries. "Oh!" The piercing wail of the infant reverberates through the forest. In the woods, several youths stare restlessly, only to discover that there are merely two impoverished peddlers. One youth, eager to prove himself, recognizes that such peddlers are of little value and not worth the effort. Yet, upon hearing the infant's cries, he is compelled to act. Eldest brother, I am going down, Dogsy declares, gripping a large knife, his face flushed. Before the eldest brother can respond, another young man rushes forward, followed by a group of youths who believe they are charging forth bravely. In reality, they stumble in small clusters. The four bandits do not intervene, remaining seated, anticipating that these young fools will learn a lesson before they act. The bandits are well aware of the unspoken rule. Lone peddlers on the road are best left alone, for they are both poor and obstinate. Such individuals are reckless, and in a scuffle, one can never tell who will emerge unscathed. As they observe the figures charging from the forest, Wana grabs her shoulder pole, positioning it protectively in front of her husband. The small peddler, suppressing his pain, rises and retrieves a stick from his wares, thrusting it into the ground to reveal its blade. In an instant, the couple stands back to back, fierce and unyielding, unsure of who might be the true robbers. Jiang Feng, hearing the familiar cry, feels a snap in his mind. He is the first to charge forth. Upon reaching the front, he sees the infant in the basket. Indeed, it is Mian Mian. With his spear, he pries open the lids of the other two baskets, discovering that each contains a girl, one of whom is Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Feng's face turns ashen, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on the two peddlers. Although the small peddler is a dwarf, he possesses great strength, with robust arms and powerful legs, exuding formidable explosive power. The other, a woman, is equally fierce. 6 youths, 3 in the lead and 3 trailing behind, tremble slightly. It appears that the two peddlers are far more intimidating than they are. One could easily overpower them all. Jiang Feng, Dogsy, and Mantu are at the forefront. Dogsy wields a machete, Jiang Feng clutches a spear, and Mantu holds a hammer. The small peddler speaks, "If you seek money, we have none. If you are wise, you will live. I have traversed these mountain paths for years. No one has robbed me, yet many have lost their lives at my hands." Wana, silent but fierce, brandishes her sturdy, thick pole, her arms twice the size of Dogsy's. Jiang Mian Mian lies in the basket, mouth agape, forgotten in her tears. She is bewildered by this extraordinary turn of events. She knows her brother's extensive repertoire, but she never expected it to encompass highway robbery in addition to his other endeavors. She is unsure whether to cry, laugh, or cheer him on. "You are kidnappers, we will report you," a youth at the back shouts, trembling, his spear serving more as a crutch to prevent him from collapsing. The bandits behind chuckle at this report, to whom Jiang Feng's heart burns with fury as he gazes at Jiang Xiaoyu, usually so talkative, now reduced to mere cargo in the basket. He observes Mian Mian, whose cries have ceased upon seeing him, her eyes still glistening with tears, recognizing her brother. Jiang Feng's nature is such that he prefers others to lead while he reaps the rewards. Thus, the group respects Dogsy but feels a strong connection to Jiang Feng. "No need to report, for those who sell humans, death by hanging awaits kill on sight," Jiang Feng declares as he charges forward with his spear. The youths follow suit, rushing headlong. The 3 stragglers close their eyes and plunge ahead. They number 6, while the kidnappers are merely 2, yet they are fiercely determined. In an instant, Dogsy is kicked aside. Mantu sustains a gash across his face, blood splattering. They have fought before, but never have they taken a life. Neither has Jiang Feng yet. With his spear firmly thrust into the small peddler, he extracts it drenched in blood, only to plunge it back in again. Thud, thud, the rhythmic sound resonates. Initially awkward, he struggles with the sensation of the spear piercing through fabric and into flesh, then bone. Gradually, he acclimatizes. He has hunted before, wielding a wooden spear, its tip sharp. With each thrust, blood splatters forth. He too is injured, yet his opponents suffer far worse. A heavy blow from the woman strikes his arm, and he feels the sensation of bones fracturing. Nevertheless, he steadfastly raises his spear, stabbing. In the end, he cries out, "I cannot kill, I cannot kill, I cannot kill." The small peddler and the woman collapse to the ground, their bodies riddled with wounds, blood seeping profusely, yet they remain alive. This youth wielding the spear seems to understand anatomy, each thrust precise and deep. Had he deviated even slightly, they would have perished countless times, yet he continues to pierce their bodies with his spear. 5 youths lie sprawled on the ground. The 4 bandits in the dense forest stand in shock. A clear, piercing cry disturbs the frenzied Jiang Feng. He drops the spear, vigorously rubbing his bloodied hands in the nearby green grass until they are clean, before rushing over to embrace the wailing infant. "Brother is here, brother is here. Do not fear, do not fear." Chapter 40. What need is there for previous acquaintance? The wailing of the infant was piercing, echoing far and wide. Jiang Mian Mian was truly frightened to tears. "Woo woo, woo woo," she sobbed, struggling to catch her breath. The scene she had just witnessed was utterly terrifying. It began as a chaotic melee and then devolved into her brother mercilessly stabbing the two assailants. Woo! So much blood, an overwhelming amount. She had never seen such a profusion of it. Brother is here, do not be afraid, do not be afraid. When her blood-soaked brother embraced her, her sobs intensified. It was unclear whether she was crying out of lingering fear or relief. As she finally fell into the familiar embrace, Jiang Mianmian lost control of her bladder after holding it in for so long. When her brother lifted her, the floodgates opened. Her cries grew louder. Jiang Feng caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor, yet his bloodied visage broke into a smile. The antidote. Jiang Feng cradled his damp-bottom sister in one arm while wielding a spear in the other. The peddler shook his head in terror. There is no antidote, just drink plenty of water. Meanwhile, the dog hurriedly scrambled up, retrieving his water pouch to first hydrate Jiangyu. After being given a bag of water, Jiangyu promptly spat it out, her eyes widening in bewilderment. Jiang Feng shoved Mianmian's rear towards Jiang Xiaoyu's face, handing her the task. She has soiled herself, change her diaper. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced around, spotting another basket with a tray and then looking at the peddler lying on the ground along with the woman beside him, both covered in blood, while her brother, drenched in crimson, held his sister tightly. She let out a wail, realizing she would never dare to indulge in gluttony again. As she wept, she began to change Mianmian's diaper. Having brought a spare with her, Jiang Feng produced a rope from his person, calling for assistance to bind the two peddlers. The four bandits lurking in the dense forest had yet to emerge, and the 6 youths, battered and bruised, stumbled about, all gravely injured. At that moment, 2 young men on splendid steeds approached, kicking up dust as they rode. The horses were magnificent, their forms well-proportioned, muscles rippling, manes glistening like polished copper in the sunlight, and the saddles were adorned with vibrant trappings. The 2 young riders were even more impressive. Their garments were not merely silk but were complemented by armor that protected vital areas of their chests and legs. Swords hung at their waists, real swords, with exquisite hilts embellished and rust-free. The contrast between the noble steeds and swords and Jiang Feng's ragtag group was stark, rendering them as pitiful as field mice. Jiang Yu continued to sob while changing her sister's diaper. Jiang Mianmian was anxious, frightened, and mortified, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Seeing her sister weeping while lifting her little feet, she couldn't help but nudge Jiang Yu's face with her tiny foot, urging her to stop crying. The 2 wealthy youths, seasoned in adventure, were taken aback by the chaotic scene before them. Instead of hastily riding away, they came to a halt. The 4 bandits in the forest, upon spotting the approaching youths, fixed their eager gazes upon them, ready to pounce. These were the individuals they had awaited. Brother who, having received word, spotted 2 plump sheep, possibly of considerable background, and contemplated whether to proceed. Being a cautious individual, he had brought along a few inexperienced youths to test the waters first. The scene was a disarray, tragic and pitiful, yet a young girl knelt by the roadside, changing the diaper of an infant. The child was as white as snow, with a pale face, white legs, and a white bottom, tears glistening in her eyes, resembling a frightened snow rabbit. "Miss, is there anything I can assist you with?" called the square-faced youth, reining in his horse as he addressed Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu turned around. The round-faced girl, her eyes swollen from crying, held the infant close as she looked back, surrounded by blood and scattered belongings. The square-faced youth felt his cheeks flush. He thought it must be the afternoon sun that was too intense. The youth beside him nudged his arm. "Meng Shaoxia, your compassionate nature has resurfaced. You have just saved a maid and stirred up a heap of trouble." The square-faced youth replied earnestly, "It is only right to draw my sword in aid of the wronged. Although that maid sold herself, she ought not to have been beaten to death by her master. My actions uphold my principles. Without them, what purpose is there in living? Your principles are all well and good, but you have left that maid in my care, which is a hassle." The square-faced youth, slightly abashed, replied, "Brother your noble intentions are commendable." At that moment, the small peddler suddenly cried out for help. "Help! Young hero, help, these people are highway robbers, they are bandits, please, young hero, help us report to the authorities." While Jiang Feng was binding the small peddler, he inadvertently jabbed a finger into one of the peddler's wounds, causing blood to gush forth. "Ah, it hurts. Help!" The small peddler writhed in agony. His companion, Jua, barely clinging to life, echoed his plea, "Help, help, report to the authorities." A few ruffians were startled by the peddler's cries, clutching their rusted weapons. They suddenly recalled their purpose for coming here. They had indeed come to rob. Mantu suddenly remembered the decapitated bandits he had seen in the Yamen, causing him to collapse in fear. At that moment, Jiang Yu, still holding her sister, sprang to her feet. Seeing her brother binding the small peddler, she rushed over and began to kick him repeatedly in the face with her new embroidered shoes. As she kicked, she cursed, "You filthy bandit. Your whole family are bandits, you deceived me into buying candy, where is the candy, where is it?" Jiang Yu wept as she berated him, her kicks drawing blood from the peddler's mouth, staining her new shoes crimson. Seeing the blood splatter onto her shoes, she cried even louder, wailing, "How could you sell me off like this? Why did you not inform my father and mother? How could you not pay me, not pay me?" Chapter 41. Qinyuan Mountain, Jiangfeng. Once upon a time, there stood a mountain known as Qinyuan Mountain. Nestled within its embrace was a temple called Qinyuan Temple. The temple boasted a yellow wall, resplendent in its vivid hue. Beneath the ancient temple's striking yellow fade, embroidered shoes adorned with pearls delicately traversed the ground. She walked with a languid grace, reminiscent of the passage of time itself. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, it transformed into a radiant glow, casting an even more vibrant sheen upon the yellow wall. She seldom expressed desires, yet today, she inexplicably voiced a wish for her grandmother to accompany her to Qinyuan Temple to pay homage to the Buddha. It seemed as though she possessed an instinctive awareness that an important encounter awaited her here. In her act of worship, she also found herself in anticipation of someone. An ineffable feeling lingered, akin to a significant opportunity. Thus, she hurried along the path, anxious not to delay and risk missing her chance. Only upon arriving at Qinyuan Temple did she feel a sense of relief. Strolling beneath the wall, step by step, her embroidered shoes picked up a few specks of mud, causing her brow to frown slightly. Jiang Yu's embroidered shoes were stained with blood, her heart ached intensely, and her cries grew louder. Jiang Mianmian, nestled in her sister's embrace, remained cautious and obedient, refraining from any mischief. She vowed never again to exchange her sister's hidden savings for stones. The other youths watched with shared sympathy. A dog whined nearby, mourning for his little sister, who had vanished without a trace. His father had gone to work on someone else's boat, hoping to find her, only to drown later. His mother fell ill and passed away, her final words a constant murmur of her daughter's name, Afu, Afu. The girl wept earnestly, yet her kicks were equally forceful. The square-faced youth atop his horse thought to himself that had he saved this girl, he wouldn't have needed to trouble brother. This girl would not endure a beating in silence, nor would she allow herself to be beaten to death by that foolish young master. Even if she lost her memory and forgot her family, she would still resist, even if it meant bleeding. One strike against her would at least elicit a bite in return. She was as tenacious as a little wolf dog. He yearned to rescue her. Another youth on horseback shivered uneasily. This rustic girl was far too fierce, instilling fear. After kicking the vendor, his foot ached. Jiang Yu wiped her tears with her sleeve, raising her head to speak to the person on the grand steed. "These individuals have come with my brother to rescue us. We were abducted by traffickers. I implore the young hero to assist us in reporting to the authorities. My brother and the others are injured. Could you take us back with you?" For reasons unknown, the once fierce little girl, her nose reddened from crying, now spoke to him, causing the square-faced youth's cheeks to flush. "Of course, my family's guards are just behind us. They will arrive shortly. Soon, you shall accompany us into the city to report to the authorities. You need not go to the Yaman. I shall arrange for someone to escort you home first." In her sister's embrace, Jiang Mianmian also caught sight of the square-faced youth on horseback and thought to herself that he seemed quite kind. Meanwhile, Jiangfeng, with his uninjured hand still gripping the spear, gazed past the elegantly dressed youth, his focus fixed on the dense forest. Within that thicket, the trees stood thick and close, casting an eerie green shadow. Birds did not take flight, and cicadas continued to call. Brother Hu and the others were somewhere inside. Jiangfeng's hand trembled slightly, fatigue setting in after holding the spear for so long. Achui, having been revived after being doused with water, surveyed her surroundings, taking in the sight of so much blood, and upon seeing Jianggu, she fainted once more in fright. Jiang Yu clutched her sister tightly in her arms, bowing her fists to the square-faced youth on horseback. "Thank you, young hero. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving kindness. I can only repay you with my body." The square-faced youth's face, illuminated by the evening glow, turned crimson. Jiang Mianmian, bewildered, wondered what kind of scene this was. Had her sister watched too many operas? Jiangfeng, his face smeared with blood, felt an urge to knock some sense into his foolish sister. "What are you thinking, little fool? Such words belong to the stage. No one truly behaves like that." He tugged at his sister's hand. Achui, who had been fainted, nearly opened her eyes, astonished by Jiang Yu's boldness. The other youth on horseback rolled his eyes, thinking, "Here we go again." This girl was clearly intent on making a claim. Menggu, with his square face, exuded a sense of reliability. Many had sought to repay their debts along the way, leaving Menggu feeling quite pressed. Jiang Yu pushed her brother, who was holding her hand, forward and said, "But I possess no skills, I am lazy and gluttonous. My parents cannot bear to part with me, not even allowing me to work as a maid in the governor's house. Therefore, I shall give my brother to you. He has a pleasant voice, is diligent, and is well liked by everyone." Jiang Yu's round face radiated sincerity, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, the blood stains on her shoes still fresh, while the doll in her arms playfully sucked its fingers. She perceived that this square-faced youth was a benevolent, wealthy individual, and thought it better for her brother to associate with him, perhaps paving a brighter path ahead. The elders often said that following a dog led to scraps, while following a wolf brought meat. Upon finishing her statement, the other rascals looked on enviously, admiring Feng Gu for having such a good sister, wishing to be associated with him. For them, aligning themselves with a young master who owned fine horses and swords was undoubtedly better than wandering aimlessly on the streets. They could hardly measure up to a mere mountain bandit wielding an axe. Jiang Feng, tightly held by his foolish sister, tilted his head back, his eyes inexplicably moist. He feared that if he did not keep his head up, tears would spill forth. The square-faced youth dismounted, his complexion less flushed now, and politely stated, "You were already on the path to self-rescue. I did nothing extraordinary, merely a gesture." Observing the scene, he noted the round-faced girl's brother was drenched in blood, his spear also stained, while the two robust traffickers lying on the ground bore numerous wounds. Though the girl's brother had a scar on his forehead, it did not detract from his appearance. His face was bloodied, yet his eyes were clear, exuding a sense of righteousness. He embodied the spirit of a hero capable of slaying 100 foes without leaving a trace, reflecting on his own ability to save others while restraining himself from taking lives. The square-faced youth felt a deep respect for him. He solemnly clasped his fists in front of the round-faced girl's brother and said, "I am Meng Xiaoxia from the Meng family in the capital. A flaw cannot obscure a gem. Your skills are remarkable. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve great things." The other youth on horseback, astonished that Meng Gu would dismount to pay respects, thought to himself that although Meng Gu was overly kind-hearted, he had an excellent eye for character. It dawned on him that the scene before them was largely due to the girl's brother's efforts. Without him, they would not have succeeded. He too dismounted and clasped his fists in greeting. "I am He Chen from the He family in Qingzhou." The two introduced themselves, both hailing from prominent aristocratic families. However, the local rascals were none the wiser. Jiang Yu did not comprehend, and Jiang Mianmian was even more oblivious, merely finding the self-introductions quite impressive. "Yaya," she exclaimed loudly, "I am Jiang Mianmian." The vendor couple lying on the ground groaned in pain, unable to utter a word. Why were they still exchanging pleasantries? Were they reporting to the authorities or not? It had so much. As for Jiang Feng, he had rarely encountered someone treating him with such formality, greeting him with respect. He reciprocated with a bow, saying, "I am Jiang Feng of Qingyuan Mountain." He Chen chuckled heartily. Meng Xiaoxia joined in the laughter. "Today, you are known by the name of Qingyuan Mountain. In the future, Qingyuan Mountain shall take pride in you." Jiang Feng smiled, the blood splattered across his face, failing to conceal his dimples. His arm seemed to throb less painfully now. He thought to himself that this square-faced youth spoke even more eloquently than he did. He Chen of the venerable He family from Qingzhou laughed heartily. "We were originally on our way to Qingyuan Temple. Having encountered you, Jiang Feng of Qingyuan Mountain, we have already found our fated companion. Come, let us enter the city and share a drink." Jiang Yu pressed her lips together, uncertain of what these individuals were saying. Had the young square face agreed or not, she felt anxious. Jiang Mianmian gazed wide-eyed at her sister Jiang Yu, realizing that her sister could be quite clever at times, then certainly not socially awkward. Amidst their conversation, the sound of galloping hooves began to fill the air. The guards of the two young masters followed closely behind. The foremost guard shouted, young master, Qingyuan Temple is just ahead. We have taken a wrong turn and must head down another path. We shall not go there, we are entering the city." The sunset illuminated the group as they turned back. The rascals, for the first time mounted on horses, squirmed in their seats, each nursing their share of injuries, yet unable to suppress their smiles. Having done a good deed and received praise from the young masters, they forgot that they had initially come to rob. As they rounded a bend and the dense forest became nearly obscured, Jiang Feng glanced back and spotted a face amidst the trees, offering him a smile, while a massive axe was brandished menacingly toward his neck. Riding his horse, he called out loudly into the open valley, "I am Jiang Rong of Qingyuan Mountain." Chapter 42. A family reunion. The mountains are lofty, the forests dense, and mist often rises. Today, Mother Qin Luoxia still longs to seek out another giant python. Thus, she traverses the rugged terrain, unwittingly finding herself deep within another secluded mountain range. Her pace is swift as she estimates the time, knowing she must return to nurse In the thicket, she moves with the grace of a deer, and before long, she arrives at Qinyuan Mountain. Huayuan Mountain belongs to the Zhao family, and her husband has strictly forbidden Feng Er from wandering there. She is also wary of causing trouble for him, consequently, she has ventured further afield. Qinyuan Mountain spans a vast area, and there is a temple upon it, one she has never visited, having heard that offerings and incense require payment. Even when her mother was gravely ill, she yearned to pray to the Bodhisattva, yet she had no money. The little she possessed was reserved for her mother's medicine and to prepare a coffin, thus she had never made it to the temple. The Buddha does not reach the impoverished, for they lack even the fare to journey to the temple. She had never prayed at Qinyuan Temple, and now she absurdly seeks to hunt for a giant python there, which feels somewhat sacrilegious, as the cats, dogs, birds, and snakes in the temple all partake in the offerings. Qin Luoxia has never been here before, so she wanders astray. Gazing at the jagged cliffs, she observes some scattered dwellings above and senses they are not temples. She has heard that temples are quite beautiful and opulent, adorned with golden splendor. She decides to take a preliminary stroll, pondering where one might find a giant python. Upon her return, while meandering, she unexpectedly encounters 4 individuals. In this dense mountain forest, there are indeed strangers. One wields an axe, 2 carry machetes, and 1 holds a spear. Qin Luoxia conceals herself, daring not to move, for she is a respectable woman with a husband. Encountering strange men is not something she can take lightly, especially in a place where everyone knows one another. In the depths of the forest, she maintains a level of vigilance. As she crouches, she blends seamlessly into the surroundings, instantly becoming one with the forest. When the 4 men draw nearest to her, they are but a few paces away. She notices that the axe in the man's hand is larger than her own wood-splitting axe. The machetes of the 2 men are also more formidable, though the spear held by the last man is of lesser quality than hers. The spear-bearer appears somewhat astute, glancing in her direction several times. Qin Luoxia overhears their conversation. "Tiger brother, what use are these greenhorns? They're just here to die, to take the blame. Something feels off this time, Tiger brother. If there were truly good fortune, the second in command would have gone himself. Fortune lies in danger, we'll see if it works out." Hearing their words sends a chill down Qin Luoxia's spine, causing her milk to swell. She has encountered bandits. The dwellings she just glimpsed atop the cliffs are not temples but rather a bandit's lair. Terrified, she hides more securely and waits until the men have moved far away before she turns to flee. In her panic, she accidentally knocks against a tree as she runs back, and the bandit quartet walks by normally, passing the fallen tree. "Tiger brother, this tree seems out of place. It appeared fine yesterday," the spear-wielding bandit remarks curiously. The 2 machete-wielders also pause, measuring the tree with their blades. It is so thick that it would take them quite some time to fell it. Tiger brother, hefting his axe, ponders for a moment before stating, "It must have been a bear. There are bears in these mountains, though they usually don't come this way. You all need to be careful on your patrols. If you encounter this fellow, you'll surely perish." The quartet continues onward. The spear-wielder glances back at the fallen tree, sensing something amiss yet unable to articulate it. There are no bear tracks on the ground, but Tiger brother's word is law. Qin Luoxia races homeward, her heart racing, realizing just how perilous the outside world can be. Her husband was indeed right. As she approaches home, she remembers she ought to gather wild vegetables. However, the plants near her home have already been stripped bare by others. After a moment's thought, she uproots a small tree to take back, knowing her family enjoys sitting beneath it for shade. One tree seems somewhat bare, adding another would make it more lush. Breathless, Qin Luoxia carries the tree home, only to find the house empty. She inquires in the village and learns that Sister Yu has taken her younger sister and Achui to the county town with a little peddler. Achui's mother is already at the village entrance, scolding, "Why haven't they returned yet? They must be shirking their duties. Sister Yu always loved to slack off. I fear she is leading my Achui astray." Qin Luoxia senses something is amiss. Although Sister Yu has a penchant for food, she is also quite sensible. The sun is already dipping in the west. How could they possibly still be out? Her daughter is clever. Even if she does venture out, she would surely calculate the time and return home before her mother. In a hurry, she returns home, grabs her spear, and heads toward the county town. With each step, Qin Luoxia grows increasingly self-reproachful, blaming herself for not keeping a better watch over the household. Her husband has gone to work, and she has inadvertently left both Sister Yu and Mion unguarded. He adores the children, never minding their gender, treating each with kindness. Anxious and frantic, she repeats to herself, "Stay calm, stay calm. Think of your husband. No matter the circumstances, he remains unflappable and composed." She must emulate his steadiness. Emerging from the village, she keeps a keen eye on the path, scanning the forest to her left and right. She discovers a place where someone has hidden. There are signs of a recent presence and 2 baskets left behind. The little peddler must have accomplices. He cannot have managed to abduct 3 children alone. At a fork in the road, one path leads into the county town while the other leads out. Without hesitation, Chin Luoxia chooses the latter. She notices the tracks of palanquins and carts along the way, indicating that nobles are also leaving the town. She wonders if she might encounter that little peddler. They have abducted children and their behavior is suspicious. If she crosses paths with them, she wonders if she might be able to rescue them. Chin Luoxia strives to maintain a positive outlook, attempting to quell her rising panic, yet, deep within her heart, despair settles heavier, for she observes fragments of cloth scattered along the road. Every so often, she picks one up, inhaling deeply. It bears the scent of Mion Mion, the unmistakable aroma of a nursing infant. Having nursed her, she recognizes it instantly. With each step, she quickens her pace, driven by urgency. She dares not contemplate the circumstances. Instead, she clings to hope, reminding herself that no harm can come to them and that the remnants of fabric are markers left by Mion Mion. Her heart races uncontrollably, feeling as though she is leaving behind shadows of herself. The evening sky is ablaze with crimson hues, mirroring the color of Chin Luoxia's eyes. Suddenly, she hears the rhythmic pounding of hooves. Standing in the middle of the road, she makes no move to evade. She intends to halt the riders and inquire if they have seen the little peddler. Armed with her spear, she stands resolutely in the path. Whoa! In the wilderness, with no one around, horses often gallop swiftly. As dusk falls, the beauty of the surrounding forest is breathtaking. The foremost rider fails to notice the obstruction in the road until it is too late. Upon seeing her, he pulls back sharply, startling his horse, which rears in fright. The rider, incensed, is about to shout at the audacity of someone blocking the path of their procession, questioning their sanity. Yet, the horse, more perceptive than its rider, senses the formidable presence of a fierce woman, causing it not only to halt but to back away in unison with the others, resulting in a chaotic tumble as the riders are thrown from their mounts. "Are we encountering highwaymen?" one of the men in the rear exclaims in astonishment. As they near the county town, who would dare be so brazen? After a brief moment of bravado, the group of ruffians begins to reconsider their actions. It dawns on them that they have come to rob a well-armed convoy. Such folly could lead to their demise. One of them realizes that Tiger Brother had no intention of involving him in this escapade. He merely wished to see him meet his end. Unbeknownst to them, they are on the brink of returning home when they suddenly encounter a formidable obstacle. Could it be that Tiger Brother has brought his band of brigands here? Jiang Feng shields his 2 sisters, scanning their surroundings. The weary couple of peddlers, on the brink of collapse, exchange glances, their eyes glinting with a flicker of hope. If they truly are highwaymen, they might slip through the chaos and survive. Hichen and Meng Xiaxia exchange glances, their eyes alight with excitement. They have successfully drawn in numerous bandits by posing as easy prey. They had not anticipated that such audacity would extend even to the county town. Their horses, inherently superior, surge forward, yet to their astonishment, they discover that their highwaymen consist of merely a large woman, one with an ample bosom. Chin Luoxia, feeling the tension rise within her, pushes aside her anxiety and calls out, "Excuse me, have you seen a peddler, a dwarf peddler?" Hichen, riding forward, is taken aback to find someone searching for that very scoundrel. Curiosity piqued, he inquires, "Who are you in relation to that peddler? What business do you have with him?" Chin Luoxia, unable to contain her excitement, replies, "That peddler is a kidnapper. He has taken my child, and I have come to find her." Meng Xiaxia's gaze falls upon the spear held by the woman, an odd sight indeed. Observing her standing alone in the road while the escort lingers a full 10 paces behind, he notes the marks left by the horses retreating in alarm. It's mother. Jiang Mian Mian, with keen hearing, recognizes her mother's voice from afar and catches the familiar scent of milk. She begins to wail, "Yi," and then bursts into tears. "Wah!" Hearing her child's cries, Chin Luoxia cannot afford to ask questions. She sprints toward the gathering, where she sees Feng Er covered in blood, her simple-minded daughter Yu Jie, and Mion Mion, who is sobbing uncontrollably. Chin Luoxia's throat tightens, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She nearly lost her children. How could she ever explain this to her husband? The guards and the 2 young masters on their steeds stare in astonishment at this heartfelt reunion. It is moving but leaves them somewhat perplexed. How did this mother suddenly burst onto the scene? Meanwhile, the hopes of the peddler couple are dashed once more. Chin Luoxia cradles her daughter, soothing her, while Jiang Mion Mion, nestled in her mother's arms, is overwhelmed with joy. The outside world is far too perilous. She vows never to stray again, preferring to remain close to her mother, who is steady and offers the safest refuge. Her cries are punctuated with hiccups as she yearns for milk, though a touch of shyness holds her back. Still holding her child, Chin Luoxia first expresses her gratitude to the two young masters leading the escort. Her gaze then settles on the peddler couple, and she speaks, "I have heard that they resorted to such nefarious deeds to obtain medicine for their sick child. It is a pity that all parents share such sentiments. May I have a word with them?" The onlookers, seeing this mother cradling an infant, recognize that she has recently given birth and is currently nursing. At such a moment, the woman's heart is most tender. Even as her child is being sold, she speaks with compassion for others. The round-faced motherly figure casts a kind and gentle gaze. Thus, there is no objection. Chin Luoxia approaches the peddler couple, with Jiang Mian clinging to her, feeling a touch of fear as she buries her face against her mother, inhaling her comforting scent. A glimmer of hope reignites in the eyes of the peddler couple. Indeed, they have reasons for their actions. "We had no choice, we are doing this for our child," the peddler's wife says, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Mian wants to retort, "Your child is a child, what about others' children?" Chin Luoxia, nodding in understanding, replies, "I comprehend, I too am a mother." She leans closer to the peddler's wife and whispers, "If you go to the county office, you will surely meet your doom. I know you worry for your child. I will bring him to you tomorrow so your family can reunite. I have heard he is a simpleton who merely takes medicine but is round and healthy, having endured no hardships, correct? I shall ensure he suffers no pain. With one swift action, I can take his life and send him to you. You must remember to wait for him, otherwise, he will be lost on the road to the underworld." Chapter 43. The distressing version of the sacred spring. As darkness enveloped the world, another tree had mysteriously appeared at the entrance of Jiang Minyan's home, a red crowberry tree, alongside another one whose name remained unknown to her. Its leaves were vast and thick. The head of the household, Jiang Changtian, had returned home. It was only after encountering the peddler and his spouse at the county office that he learned of the near collapse of his family, with 3 out of 5 members gone. Jiang Changtian maintained a smile as he observed the distressed couple, their faces pale and drawn, while the crowd murmured and pointed. "The kidnappers are utterly despicable. Those who steal children ought to be executed. These 2 kidnappers are pitiable as well. Look at the state they are in, their leaking air." Jiang Changtian wore a faint smile, attentively listening, his demeanor betraying nothing of his own anguish. He engaged in conversation, inquiring about the origins of the kidnappers and the manner of their abduction. It was said that a group of young heroes had rescued the victims. Had they not been saved, they would have been sold into a brothel. A tragic fate indeed. The girls in such establishments were treated not as human beings but as mere livestock. The kidnappers claimed they had their own hardships, a foolish son requiring medication the peddler hailed from nearby Hexian and had left his ailing son in someone else's care, only to engage in such nefarious activities himself. Surely, no medicine could be that expensive. He must have been deceived. Jiang Changtian turned away and hastened homeward, his pace quickening. He walked with a smile on his face, warmly greeting those he passed. This was his nature, his heart filled with resentment, yet his outward expression exuded warmth, his appearance more radiant than ever, even as he attempted to conceal his true feelings. He reflected on his mother's words, realizing she was right. He was indeed a villain, a man steeped in wickedness, with malice and cruelty ingrained in his very bones. The urge to go mad simmered within him, just as it did now. As he made his way home, he passed by houses numbered 44, 45, 46, and 47, on West Street, his steps unwavering. He continued on his usual path, turned a corner, and purchased 4 meat buns before retracing his steps, just as he always did. Swiftly, he returned home, his scholarly demeanor belying the meat buns he carried, alongside a small, sharp dagger, his source of courage. His family was his very soul. Upon arriving home, he observed Xia Mei tending to a newly planted tree, Feng Gu leaning lazily against a chair, and Yu Jie cradling Minyan. Seeing everyone gathered, he exhaled slowly, yet the hands concealed beneath his sleeves trembled uncontrollably, shaking violently. He instinctively felt the urge to cough but could not. It seemed the snake gall that Xia Mei had given him was profoundly effective. Otherwise, he doubted he would have managed to return home at all. With each step closer to home, his fear intensified, fear of finding the house empty, fear that the news he had heard was false, that the kidnappers had already sold their victims. Even now, seeing his family gathered, he still could not quell the trembling. He handed one of the meat buns to his second daughter and scooped up his youngest, feeling her slight weight in his arms, soft and fragrant with the scent of milk. At that moment, he finally felt a sense of relief. It was not a dream, his family was indeed present. During dinner, they enjoyed a hearty meal of unknown cured meat, python meat, dried vegetables, coarse grains, and meat buns. After a day filled with terror, Jiang Minyan had managed to discreetly enhance the meal for her family. The living conditions were exceedingly harsh, and she felt an urgent need to improve everyone's physical well-being. She did not aspire for wealth, only for survival. The family relished their meal, believing the deliciousness stemmed from the meat, especially with the addition of the meat buns. Jeong-yu savored her food, tears streaming down her face as she thought, if she were ever sold, she would never again enjoy such delectable meat soup and buns. Jeong-fong ate with great gusto, his head bent low, avoiding the gaze of his parents, unsure how to explain the ambush outside the city. Jeong Chongtion ate with utmost focus, each spoonful of wild vegetable soup savored with an air of elegance. Qin Luoxia consumed copiously. She needed the nourishment to produce milk. Food not only filled their empty stomachs but also soothed their anxious spirits. At any moment, the priority was to eat well to muster the strength to carry on. After the meal, their mother fed Minyan, their father washed the dishes, and Jeong Seoyu tidied up. The older brother, eager to assist, was gently pushed aside, his anxiety palpable. Minyan devoured her meal voraciously, tugging at her mother, her pace frantic. She was frightened. Her swaddling had been gnawed to shreds by the little black creature, leaving a trail of markers on the ground. Her mother was astute, having managed to pick it up. Minyan had grown increasingly reliant on her mother, vowing that the next time her mother ventured to gather wild vegetables, she would throw a tantrum, insisting on accompanying her. Though her elder sister was kind, she was often led by her stomach. She also wondered how her mother would react if she discovered that her elder brother had been involved in the robbery. Minyan anticipated the spectacle. Ultimately, after a hearty meal, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep, unable to control herself. Indeed, she was too weary and drowsy, her soft snores filling the air. When she next opened her eyes, she found the room cloaked in darkness, likely well past midnight, yet her father alone occupied the bed. Her mother was absent. Yeah. Mother, she called out. Jeong Chongtion cradled her gently, saying, your sister was frightened during the day and has a slight fever. Your mother has gone to tend to her and will return shortly. In the enveloping darkness, he rocked her tenderly. She yearned to see her sister, aware that despite being just over 10 years old, her sister was still merely a little girl, a standard elementary student by modern measures, who would surely be frightened. Yeah. I want to see my sister. Minyan tugged at her father's sleeve. To her surprise, Jeong Chongtian understood and wrapped her in a garment before carrying her outside. Qin Luoxia, upon seeing her husband approach with their daughter, took her into her arms to nurse her. Dear husband, you should rest a little longer. Yu Jie is fine. She has a slight fever, likely from the impure water given by the peddler. She has been running to the toilet frequently. The poor girl is too shy to let you see her. Qin Luoxia explained as she nursed. Jeong Chongtian yawned, not opting to rest but instead headed to the kitchen to kindle a fire for boiling water. Minyan, sipping her milk, felt her eyes darting around, fully awake in the dead of night. She speculated that her sister's distress might be due to the spiritual spring water she had added to the dinner. The distressing version of the sacred spring water was something her sister had not consumed. From her observations, she noted that her mother, after drinking the spiritual spring water, had gained strength, her milk becoming richer and seemingly more abundant. Other effects remained to be seen. Her elder brother had also likely gained strength, otherwise, the peddler couple, who appeared quite fierce, would have overpowered the other brothers. Only her elder brother, armed with a spear, had managed to fend them off. Another change in her brother was his newfound affection for her, often ruffling her hair and seeking her company. Her father, after drinking the spiritual spring water, seemed to have stopped coughing. Though his strength remained unchanged, he still held her lightly, his hands slightly cold, yet his appearance seemed to have improved significantly. She wondered how her sister had fared. As she drank her milk, she noticed Yu Jie limping toward her, her legs numb and emitting an unpleasant odor. Minyan pushed her away with her hand, not wanting her sister to come too close. Jeong-yu, she had genuinely seen her milk-drinking sister roll her eyes at her, displaying a look of disdain. Truly. Having always enjoyed robust health and rarely falling ill, this time had been a trial for her. The odor was unbearable, making her feel as if she might faint from the stench. She resolved never again to consume anything of dubious origin, vowing to taste it first before deciding whether to finish it. With a pale countenance, Jeong-yu turned and dashed back to the outhouse. Minyan innocently continued to drink her milk, reassured by the healthy and plentiful supply, savoring the nourishment that would help her grow. Chapter 44 Steamed egg custard. In the dead of night, the candlelight flickered and extinguished. Jeong Minyan's eyes widened, unable to drift into slumber. There was no remedy. The sleep patterns of infants arrive abruptly. One moment they slumber, and the next, they awaken. She tossed and turned on the bed, feeling as though it was immensely vast. Rolling towards one side brought her into her mother's embrace, while rolling to the other led her against her father's chest. Such bliss! Her parents were growing weary, yet she remained alert. After some time of rolling about, she was finally restrained by her mother, nestled firmly in her arms. Be good, your father must work tomorrow, shall we sleep? Her mother sang a lullaby, a melody drifting through the darkness, its origin unknown. Jiang Mianmian mused that perhaps it was a lullaby sung by her mother's mother. She listened intently. Fishy silly cat fat feather you when returned. Jiang Mianmian thought she understood a fragment. It was not merely fish, silly cat, and fat, but rather feather. When will you return? It was as if someone was calling out across the wilderness, a poignant blend of sorrow and sweetness. She considered her mother's lullaby to be overly melancholic, and it had an accent as well. Fat and return did not share the same pronunciation. However, as she listened, she found herself growing drowsy. The sound of her mother's voice soothed her. In her drowsy state, she heard her mother ask her father, "Do you know where that crooked fellow's hometown is?" Her father replied, "He county, now sleep." His hand enveloped her as well. She was enveloped in the sweet embrace of slumber. Auntie, the crowing of a rooster stirred the slumbering Jiang Mianmian awake. To her surprise, her parents were no longer by her side. Upon waking, she wore a bewildered expression, momentarily disoriented. Should she drink milk fast or relieve herself? Never mind, she decided to cry. Wow! She bellowed, straining her voice. Soon after, her elder brother entered, scooping her up in his arms. Don't cry, your brother is here, Jiang Feng comforted, gently swaying her. He had rushed in upon hearing her cries. Jiang Mianmian ceased her wailing upon being cradled by her brother. Initially, her cries were an announcement to the world, declaring her awakening and summoning attention. Yet now, her brother had placed her back on the bed, and then he proceeded to inspect her from head to toe. Her brother was a weirdo. Jiang Mianmian felt as though she were a mechanical doll, being examined for the functionality of each part. Jiang Feng meticulously checked her, relieved to find she was well, lively, and showed no signs of poisoning. He then helped her back into her clothes. From outside, her mother's voice rang out, "Why are you taking so long to carry the child?" "I'm coming, just a moment," Jiang Feng replied. His arm, swollen from a beating the previous day, felt as if it might be broken, yet he bore it silently, concerned for his parents' worries. He had taken medicine to treat it himself. His father had encouraged him to learn, and while Jiang Feng had indeed learned, he could not tolerate his father's submissive demeanor in front of others. His father, in his eyes, deserved much better. His father was often mocked by that group, called a bookworm, destined not to read, yet he continued to write and read daily. A fool in their eyes. Fool, they derisively called him behind his back. They addressed him as Mr. Jiang, a title laden with sarcasm. Jiang Feng understood the ways of the world, yet he could not bear to see such treatment directed at his father. He firmly believed his father was the best, deserving of the finest. Though he was reluctant to work alongside his father, he secretly endeavored to learn, memorizing everything his father taught him. Jiang Feng had some knowledge of medicine. He understood that his injury was severe. The huckster's wife had immense strength, and the blow to his arm had sounded like a crack. Yet, unexpectedly, after a night's rest and a simple meal of wild vegetable meat soup, he found his arm miraculously healed. It felt as though the bones had rejoined. Now, lifting Mianmian was effortless, as if the swelling had subsided. He increasingly believed he had indeed returned from the dead, that what he had witnessed was not a dream but a genuine experience. He felt as though he had crawled out of hell, transforming him entirely. His strength had amplified, and his recovery was remarkably swift. Perhaps he was no longer merely human, but rather a deeply vengeful spirit clad in human skin. Yet, regardless of whether he was human or ghost, as long as he could protect his family, that was sufficient. He hurried to check on his sister, anxious for her well-being. Upon seeing her gaze fixed on him, filled with exasperation, Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned down and planted a kiss on her soft head. Jiang Mianmian looked up at the sky in resignation. Her brother enjoyed kissing her head, her sister liked to kiss her belly, her mother favored kissing her face, while her father adored kissing her tiny feet. Alas, as the center of the universe, she found herself exceedingly busy. A new day dawned. Her father had already left for work. Jiang Mianmian drank her milk, had her diaper changed, and then basked in the sun in her wooden tub. Jiang Yu had been restless through the night, yet now seemed remarkably energetic. However, their mother, believing her to be frail, had prepared a bowl of thick, meaty wild vegetable porridge. She was overjoyed. Suddenly, she discovered a new skill. Pretending to be ill could yield delicious rewards. She delicately savored her porridge throughout the morning, reluctant to finish it in one go, every spoonful as if it were ice, licking one bite at a time. Jiang Mianmian observed her sister with a sense of disbelief, sensing that her sister was inviting trouble, exuding an aura of mother. "Come and scold me." Suddenly, voices echoed from the foot of the mountain. Jiang Mianmian watched as her sister gulped down the remaining porridge in one go, as if she were a glutton. Instantly, the bowl was empty, licked clean, and placed atop a stone pedestal. Jiang Mianmian also heard the voices and suddenly realized her predicament, how embarrassing. She was exposing herself while sunbathing, not to be observed. She exerted herself, summoning the strength from the previous morning's milk, and with a thud, she successfully turned over. Thankfully, her sister was considerate, knowing her shame, and helped her get dressed. Luoxia, Sister Luoxia, the familiar sharp voice rang out. The newcomer was Aunt Chui, carrying a basket filled with wild vegetables, 6 eggs, and a piece of red cloth. Qin Luoxia emerged upon hearing the voice, greeting the visitor warmly. "What brings you here, Auntie?" Aunt Chui handed the basket to Qin Luoxia, saying, "Sister, my daughter Chui is indebted to your son Feng. This is a small token of gratitude. My husband insisted I bring it." Qin Luoxia promptly declined. No need. We are all from the same village. Anyone would lend a hand." However, Aunt Chui insisted on giving it. She glanced at Jiang Yu, who was sitting on a stool, full of energy, and noticed the bowl in front of her, realizing the little girl had finished her meal upon her arrival. Meanwhile, her daughter Chui was not so lively, still asleep after a long night. She inquired, "Is Yu Jie well? Her little face looks pale. Has she been frightened?" "Indeed, she suffered through a long night of diarrhea," Qin Luoxia replied. "How is your Chui?" Aunt Chui boasted. "My Chui is fine, no diarrhea." She said the water from that huckster seemed off, so she didn't drink much. "Meanwhile, your Yu Jie must have a hearty appetite, drinking it all, no wonder she suffered." Jiang Yu, Chui clearly drank some too afterward. Aunt Chui felt her words were inappropriate, considering she was there to express gratitude, yet her mouth was uncontrollable, often offending others. Knowing her husband would soon call for her, she hurriedly set the basket down and dashed off. "I am leaving, sister. The things are for Feng to regain his strength. Farewell," she called out, her voice booming as she retreated. Jiang Mianmian gazed at the basket filled with wild vegetables, eggs, and the red cloth, feeling a strange sense of fondness. Perhaps that aunt wasn't so disagreeable after all. The aroma of the egg custard wafted through the air. Thus, Jiang Mianmian succumbed to the allure of a steaming egg custard and fell asleep. Qin Luoxia tidied up efficiently, shouldering the basket as she ventured back into the mountains. Chapter 45. Ruthless and unyielding. "Go work, Sister Luoxia." "Yes, I'll gather some wild vegetables. Don't overexert yourself. The sun is rather fierce today." "I understand, I'll be cautious, thank you, Aunt." Beneath the great tree at the village entrance, a group of people engaged in conversation. Every passerby was subjected to scrutiny and commentary. Observing Qin Luoxia's departing figure, they began to voice their opinions. "Jiang Laonyo's wife is quite a catch. She is exceedingly capable and remarkably industrious. Her temperament is delightful, she never quarrels with anyone. Indeed, her nature is commendable. I dare say, her temperament is excessively good, almost too accommodating. It's not about being overly accommodating. It is sheer foolishness. With such a grand house in the county, if it were me, I would have created a scene, cried, and thrown a fit. Surely I'd gain some advantage. Humph, the intricacies of high society are profound. What do you all know? I've heard that Jiang Laonyo was cast out of his home because he inadvertently poisoned his father. Really, that doesn't seem plausible. Jiang Laonyo is not that kind of person. That is just what I heard. They say his father was gravely ill, and Jiang Laonyo accidentally mixed up his medication. The child, not understanding, replaced it with something else, and upon consumption, his father met his demise. Oh, goodness. The village was rife with tales about Jiang Laonyo. This was merely one among many. Originally, Jiang Laonyo was the scion of a wealthy family, yet now he endured hardships akin to theirs, perhaps even greater, for he seemed inept at all tasks. Farming, carrying manure, and felling trees were beyond his abilities, leaving him at risk of starvation. Nonetheless, Jiang Laonyo had received an education, and the villagers held a natural reverence for those who were learned. Initially, they believed that a mother and child bore no lasting grudges, and perhaps Jiang Laonyo would someday return to the grand estate. The villagers harbored a sense of envy towards Qin Luoxia, the outsider who managed to marry Jiang Leonayu. As the years passed, Jiang Laonyo fathered children and found work, blending in with the community. Their acceptance of him grew, and they would often jest about him, whispering envious remarks behind his back, yet they acknowledged his worth. After all, both Jiang Laonyo and Qin Luoxia were good-natured individuals. They willingly lent a hand whenever someone was in need. Jiang Laonyo even possessed some medical knowledge, offering assistance when villagers suffered from ailments, never charging a fee, instead instructing them on how to gather herbal remedies. The couple enjoyed a stellar reputation in the village. Upon hearing this version of events, the crowd expressed astonishment, though few believed it. Moreover, some spoke out to dispel the rumors. Leaning against the tree, the inebriated Yan Laosan interjected, "Nonsense. High society has countless servants and maidens. How could a mere child mix up the medicine and serve it to a patient without anyone noticing? It's clearly slander. The villagers' attention shifted back to Yan Laosan, a notable figure in the community. He, too, was an outsider, having fled from famine. His mother had abandoned him here, joining another group of refugees. The villagers, pitying him, witnessed his resourcefulness as he scrounged for work to eat. He stumbled through life, growing up without the villagers' assistance, for he possessed limbs and strength, and was expected to fend for himself. Yan Laosan, however, was rather lazy. He worked only enough to fill his belly, never overexerting himself. He remained unmarried, a man of leisure in the village, lacking any inclination towards petty thievery. He simply sought sustenance, relishing his meals and enjoying singing, which he did rather well. The villagers often mocked him, suggesting that, as a grown man, he ought to consider performing for coins. Yet, to suggest such a thing was an insult, for despite their poverty, the villagers held disdain for those who resorted to singing for a living. Yan Laosan remained true to himself, his disheveled hair and beard reflecting his carefree nature, spending his days beneath the trees and finding a ramshackle place to sleep at night. When he spoke out against the rumors, the others laughed at him. Yan Laosan, you who came here fleeing from famine, what do you know of high society? You've never even set foot within those doors. All three, I say, you should drink less and save some money. Finding a wife should be your priority. Yan Laosan waved his hand dismissively, irritated by the noise, and stumbled off. His disheveled appearance, hair unkempt, beard wild, clothing in disarray, was met with laughter from the crowd. Amidst the laughter, a young woman quietly remarked, if only Yan Laosan tidied himself up, he might look quite handsome. Hexian. Hexian. Not far from Hexian. As Qin Luoxia departed from the village, her pace quickened. Her shadow stumbled behind her, struggling to keep up. She held her breath, racing towards Hexian. Last night, she had meticulously planned her route, considering the quickest way to return in time for nursing. Approaching Hexian, she encountered more signs of life. Under the blazing sun, fields were still being cultivated. Hexian appeared noticeably more prosperous than their village. The land was flat and fertile, and water was abundant. Qin Luoxia had donned the attire of a peasant woman, her head wrapped in cloth, obscuring her face from view. She walked with her head bowed and shoulders hunched, exhibiting a demeanor of timidity. Clearly, the rumors of the peddler couple's misdeeds had yet to reach this place. Hexian County was vast, surrounded by affluence, and the town itself was markedly wealthier, with streets wide enough to accommodate twice as many people. After wandering through the county town, Qin Luoxia eventually squatted in a corner, nibbling on a dry bun. Bite by bite across from her, a brothel operated, its door ajar intermittently. A disheveled young woman numbly opened and closed the door, while muffled sounds of shouting and weeping emanated from within. How dare you, you good-for-nothing, steal a bite? If you dare to take another mouthful, I'll break your legs today. Even if you are on your deathbed, you'll still have to spread your legs for me. Do you think you are still a lady? Qin Luoxia squatted in the corner, swallowing her bun without water. The dry bread made her eyes sting. Perhaps having crouched for too long, a man emerged from the establishment to chase her away. What beggar are you? This isn't where you belong, get lost. He raised his foot to kick her, anticipating his move. Qin Luoxia rolled away just in time, her retreating figure a picture of disarray as she stumbled off. After leaving the brothel, she stumbled upon a narrow alley, placing her basket before her as if to sell herbs. A few children were playing nearby. Among them was a plump boy, robust and chubby, with a round face and arms, though his intellect seemed lacking. The other children occasionally bullied him, and despite his clean, fine clothes, they soon became dirty. The stout child seemed oblivious to the teasing, responding with a silly grin. He bore a striking resemblance to the little peddler. The little peddler was a dwarf, while this chubby boy was not. He was healthy in stature, albeit not very bright. Qin Luoxia could imagine the joy of a dwarf if he were to father a healthy boy. As the children frolicked, adults nearby chatted casually, accustomed to the scene. The chubby boy seemed unaware of the teasing, happily mingling with the others. Suddenly, one child lost control of his kick and sent the chubby boy sprawling to the ground. An elderly woman, seated at the wall and snacking on seeds, shouted, "Stop it, if you keep this up, his father will come back and sell you off." This warning was commonly used in the alley to frighten the children. Initially, they were scared, for dwarfs held a certain intimidation, but as they became accustomed to the tale, they laughed and scampered off. The elderly woman made no move to assist the fallen chubby boy, continuing her conversation, accustomed to the situation. Children falling and bumping into things was normal, especially for a simpleton. The chubby boy tumbled right to Qin Luoxia's feet. The other children resumed their play, while the elderly woman remained at the wall, fanning herself, enjoying the shade. The chubby boy was indeed very plump, his elbows and fingers were pudgy, and it was evident he was well fed, as a child could not become so rotund without ample nourishment. Chin Luoxia helped the fallen lad to his feet, gently brushing off the dust from his clothes. Her touch was tender. Noticing he had bumped his nose and was bleeding, she gently wiped it clean. Perhaps her sturdy build resembled that of his mother. The chubby boy beamed with a silly grin, saliva dribbling from his mouth. He looked up at the woman before him and exclaimed, "Mother, I want to eat something delicious." Chapter 46. Mother in the height of summer, with no breeze and the sun blazing fiercely, Jiang Mianmian lay in a wooden basin beneath a great tree, playing for quite some time. She amused herself with her tiny toes and then engaged in a game with Little Black, watching as it held up a large leaf and ambled about, eliciting gales of laughter from her. Afterward, she turned her attention to her older sister. Her brother was nowhere to be seen, and their mother had also left, leaving only her sister at home. She was curious to see if her sister had undergone any changes after drinking the spring water. It seemed that there were indeed some changes. After her sister fed her some rice porridge, she also partook of a meal. Her sister, being somewhat unwell, had been given a rather thick portion today. Yet, after finishing, she began to scavenge for more food. Jiang Mianmian watched as her sister drooled at the sight of the birds perched in the tree, then removed her embroidered shoes and climbed up, only to catch nothing but a few leaves before jumping back down. "These leaves are thicker, they smell as if they might be edible," Jiang Yu mumbled to herself. She washed the leaves and began to chew on them, reminiscent of a bamboo rat. Jiang Mianmian observed as the leaves swiftly diminished, disappearing entirely. Her sister's cheeks moved rhythmically. Jiang Mianmian gazed helplessly at the sky. This spring water was not omnipotent. Perhaps it merely enhanced the skills they already possessed. She, an infant, was in the process of developing her senses, and thus, after drinking the spring water, her senses were greatly heightened. Yet, she remained fundamentally an infant, unable to abruptly mature. But her sister, watching her round face scrunch up in discomfort from the leaves, yet still stubbornly consuming another, Jiang Mianmian wondered, was she not afraid of toxins? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Oddly enough, witnessing the leaves vanish while listening to that sound was quite soothing. Her sister, munching on leaves, was utterly adorable. If her sister were to arrive in the modern world, she could easily become an internet sensation simply by relying on her leaf-eating skill, ensuring she would never go hungry. Jiang Mianmian envied her sister and, out of boredom, began to nibble on her own toes, finding them slightly salty, only to spit them out with a grimace. Just as despair began to settle in her heart, she seemed to catch a whiff of her mother's scent. "Ya, Jiang Mianmian called out excitedly. Jiang Yu noticed a figure at the village entrance that resembled their mother. Seeing her sister, who was calling out, was simply remarkable. It is said that infants can sense their mothers. Could her sister truly know their mother was returning from such a distance? She reached out to pat her sister's bottom. "Oh, it's wet." She had wet herself. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Once Jiang Yu changed her sister's diaper, their mother finally reached the door. She appeared somewhat out of breath, her face flushed. Jiang Mianmian sniffed intently. Last time, their mother had returned calmly after slaying a giant python. What could have caused her to be in such a rush this time? There was no peculiar scent, perhaps just a hint of human blood. No, it seemed more like the scent of a child. Could it be that their mother had another baby outside? I want to be held, I want to be held. Jiang Mianmian waved her tiny fists in the air. Chin Luoxia, having tidied herself, scooped up her daughter. She lifted her garment and began to nurse her. Jiang Mianmian drank with great satisfaction but felt something was amiss. Her mother's heartbeat was unusually rapid, swifter than usual. Suddenly, their mother buried her face in Jiang Mianmian's body. Jiang Mianmian thought her mother must be very fond of her, having missed her after being away for so long. She chose to overlook the scent of other children on her mother. Chin Luoxia wept as she held her child. She was filled with fear. She had committed a grave misdeed. Originally, she had intended to kill that child. Yet, when faced with the reality, she found herself unable to act. That one cry of mother rendered her incapable of harming him. After much contemplation, she could only tear a corner of the chubby child's clothing to wipe his nosebleed. She had brought that scrap back with her. The chubby child continued to play joyfully with his companions, still subject to bullying. She carried her basket away, listening to the laughter of children ringing through the alley. She returned to the earthen cave, where faint cries occasionally drifted out. She struck a match. The cave was the worst, the root of all evil. The foolish child understood nothing. As long as his parents were dead, he would face a lifetime of suffering, an interminable misery. In this world, death was far easier than living. Chin Luoxia wept for her own weakness, for her child, and for herself, but she was a mother now. She could not afford to cry. She had always despised her own mother's tears. Whenever her mother wept, she wished to die alongside her daughter, and no more tears. Crying solved nothing. Therefore, as a mother, she must not cry, she simply must not. She needed to smile, to show her child a mother who smiled, so that the child would not worry. This world was not so dire. Smile, you still have your mother and father. Do not fear. Her silent tears soaked Jiang Mianmian's swaddling cloth. Only when Jiang Mianmian felt the dampness on her arm did she sense something was amiss. She opened her mouth, pushed her mother away, and looked up at her. To her surprise, her mother wore a broad smile, her eyes red and glistening, her brows arched. Has my little one eaten enough? From now on, wherever I go, I will take you with me, all right? I will never lose you, and you will never mistake someone else for your mother, Qin Luoxia said, her voice trembling yet tender. Jiang Mianmian waved her arms, reaching for her mother's face, rubbing it vigorously. Their mother cried. In that instant, Jiang Mianmian's own tears surged forth. She could not bear to see anyone cry. During her hospital internship, whenever she witnessed patients or their families in tears, her eyes would immediately well up, earning her reprimands from her superiors. They said that if healthcare workers were always crying, patients would be terrified, thinking they were on the brink of death. She couldn't help but feel tears for those with whom she had no connection, let alone for her own mother. She wanted to shout, "Mother, don't cry, but urgency rendered her voiceless. Poo, mother. Jiang Mianmian strained to produce that sound, wiping her mother's face with fervor. Qin Luoxia was utterly astonished. Her little one could call for her now, unable to contain herself any longer. Tears streamed down her face, yet her smile remained radiant. Mother is here, mother is always here. Don't be afraid, do not fear. Chapter 47. You kill, I set fire the 8th day of the month. Clear skies. It is auspicious for funerals, sacrifices, and the moving of coffins, while it is ill-fated for matters of the heart. In He County, a clandestine brothel has been exposed. The flames blaze fiercely, illuminating the night as brightly as the sun. The roaring fire consumes every dark corner, warming the buried bones of many unknown young maidens, whose remains lie beneath the earth, forever shunned by the sunlight, leaving them cold. A single fire serves as just the remedy. The great Buddha at Qinyuan Temple glimmers under the sun, radiating a golden light. Our Buddha embodies compassion, universally guiding all sentient beings. After partaking in a vegetarian meal, offering prayers, and contributing generously to the incense funds, a night has passed. The grandmother and granddaughter return home. Jiang Wan is not entirely at ease, sensing a vague sense of loss. Moreover, her sleep last night was restless. In her dreams, tears fell from the Buddha, striking her like a stone slab, leaving her head bloodied. Throughout the night, she encountered the faces of infants in her dreams, waking in fright multiple times. In the morning, her demeanor reflects her unease. When her grandmother inquires, she merely claims to be slightly uncomfortable with the bedding, for the accommodations in the temple are not as cozy as home, refraining from mentioning her nightmares. She is aware that her grandmother prefers not to hear of unpleasant matters, thus she speaks only of joyful tidings. There is a small tree in the temple that emits a delightful fragrance. The master said it is a Milan tree. Its aroma calms the mind. Grandmother, I had it transplanted into a pot to bring home and place in the Buddha hall. The old lady nods in approval. She, too, seems to have had a restless night. Her eyes half closed. Upon their return home, a multitude of matters awaits them. The matriarch, Madame Wu, is indifferent to all affairs, as long as her husband treats her well. She possesses little authority over household matters. However, there is one pressing issue: the disappearance of young Master Rong's bodyguard, Wu Lu, who has not been seen for 3 days. Wu Lu has faithfully served the young master, recently clashing only with Jiang Feng. The old lady furrows her brow at the thought of this matter. Ayao, observing the old lady's expression, instructs the housekeeper, go to the yamen and summon someone. It is evident that despite the Jiang family's current low profile, they possess a profound background. Soon, a clerk resembling a scribe arrives. Jiang Wan remains by her grandmother's side, not shying away. Upon hearing that a bodyguard has been missing for 2 or 3 days, the clerk scoffs inwardly, deeming it trivial. Perhaps the bodyguard is simply spending the night at some lady's abode. Nevertheless, a visit to the yamen likely comes with generous rewards. Moreover, the atmosphere here is pleasant, accompanied by the soothing scent of incense, and an exquisitely beautiful young lady nearby, providing the clerk an opportunity to broaden his horizons. He politely inquires about the case. Upon learning of the involvement of the wayward Jiang Feng, the clerk hesitates before saying, unfortunately, there is currently a case related to Jiang Feng at the yamen. Jiang Feng and his associates have captured a couple of flower sellers, accusing them of abducting his 2 younger sisters and a girl from the village. Jiang Wan is momentarily taken aback, feeling relieved yet uneasy. She had not anticipated that the two individuals were indeed flower sellers, for she had generously rewarded them. The old lady pauses in her prayers, her beads momentarily stilled. Amitabha, are those children unharmed? The children are fine, but the two flower sellers have been severely beaten. Why would they resort to abduction? Such vile deeds invite retribution, do they not? The old lady enunciates each word carefully, her fingers hastening over the beads. Ah, it is indeed a lamentable tale. The abductors claimed they had a sick child at home who needed medicine to survive, and it was out of desperation that they committed such acts, asserting it was their first offense, and they were too anxious to avoid detection, the clerk explains, choosing his words to please the affluent audience. Ayao remains composed, her gaze observant, but refrains from interjecting, thinking to herself that the two flower sellers appear seasoned. How could this possibly be their first offense? The old lady intones, Amitabha, though their actions are despicable, they are also pitiable. The hearts of parents are universally compassionate, and their sins do not warrant death. The beautiful young lady beside her lets out a soft sigh, pity the hearts of all parents. The clerk praises, old lady and young miss truly possess compassionate hearts. Yet, in his mind, he believes the abductors deserve death. He contemplates how he should convey the old lady's and young Mrs. sentiments to the county magistrate, ensuring the sentence is mitigated. Fortunately, he indeed receives a generous sum for his troubles, equivalent to a month's salary. Overjoyed, he instructs his subordinates to apprehend the flower sellers. Regardless of the whereabouts of the bodyguard, they will first capture the wayward Jiang Feng, and he hastens to find the county magistrate. At the largest tavern in the county, the Qingfeng Tavern, several youths have indulged in a bit too much drink and now find themselves retching in the corner of the courtyard, lamenting the loss of such fine dishes. Jiang Feng, however, remains unaffected, displaying a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. He shows no signs of being inexperienced with liquor. He and his companions have accepted an invitation from two wealthy young masters to partake in a feast. They have donned their most presentable attire, minimizing the patches on their clothing, yet they still appear as unsightly as ever. Many bear injuries upon their faces, have rough hands, or walk with a limp. Their demeanor lacks refinement, standing awkwardly, and sitting even more so, their nervousness betraying them. After all, they are merely uneducated rascals, inexperienced with the wider world, their background and knowledge far inferior to that of the young master's bodyguards. They typically would not dare to seek leftover food at the Qingfeng Tavern, yet today, they find themselves upstairs, feeling quite out of place. In truth, the two young masters primarily wish to invite Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng does not accept the invitation alone, he calls his friends along. This action does not incite discontent in Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen, rather, they perceive him as loyal and worthy of camaraderie. Jiang Feng may not be widely experienced, yet he speaks of local customs and the scenic beauty of nearby mountains with an attitude that is neither servile nor arrogant, his voice pleasant and eyes clear, leaving a positive impression. I was concerned you might not come today, given your injuries from yesterday. By the way, how are your sisters faring? Meng Xiaoxia inquires. My eldest sister was a bit startled last night and ran a slight fever, but she is well this morning. My younger sister is fine. Thank you, both brothers, for your bravery. Our reputation in the county is not particularly good. If we had delivered that abductor to the Yamen, we might have been the ones to receive punishment, falsely accused by the very abductors, Jiang Feng replies with a wry smile. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen are not surprised, although they are wealthy young masters, their good upbringing and extensive knowledge allow them to discern Jiang Feng's awkward situation. Hearing him speak so candidly only heightens their admiration for his honesty. As he speaks, Jiang Feng produces two packages wrapped in leaves, each the size of a small brick, tied with hemp rope, adorned with a small square of red cloth, an endearing touch of simplicity. This is a token of gratitude from my sister for both of you. Our family is humble and cannot offer much, but this is game meat hunted in the mountains, dried for preservation. If you find yourselves on the road and unable to find shelter, it may serve as sustenance, Jiang Feng explains. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen have never received such modest gifts before, dried game meat, yet, seeing the polite young man before them, unashamed and honest, they are touched by the sincerity of his offering. Remembering how the other youths devoured their meals ravenously, while Jiang Feng, though eating quickly, did not consume with such gluttony, they are struck by the realization that perhaps they are not accustomed to adequate meals. They are surprised. Throughout their journey, they can no longer utter the phrase about not eating meat. Thus, this humble gift must be precious to Jiang Feng. The weight of sentiment far exceeds its material value, and they gladly accept it. Initially, He Chen's regard for Jiang Feng stemmed from Meng's favorable opinion, but he now finds himself genuinely fond of the young man. Engaging in good deeds brings a sense of joy, fulfilling one's expectations for oneself. Receiving gratitude from those they help offers an even greater satisfaction, fulfilling their hopes for the world. Meng Xiaoxia gazes at the dried meat, pondering that the young lady's words were indeed unreliable. She had initially promised to offer herself in gratitude, only to push her brother forward, and now they have received a package of dried meat instead. The square of red cloth adorning the meat is rather endearing, eliciting a smile from the young lady. Chapter 48 The Fox assuming the tigers might. The weather was sweltering. In the county office, a side room boasted a courtyard that facilitated ventilation, providing a welcome respite from the heat. The clerks enjoyed lounging there, engaging in idle chatter and gambling. They were all officially employed personnel, well compensated, striding about the county with heads held high, exuding an air of self-importance. The clerks were as steadfast as iron, while the officials were ever-changing, seasoned veterans. They navigated the hierarchy easily. The formidable ones maintained control, while the less competent coexisted peacefully. Those who were weaker often found themselves trampled upon. The current official was indeed formidable, yet disinterested in managing them, preferring to immerse himself in scholarly pursuits and poetry. Consequently, the various matters of the county were handled by the chief clerk. Initially, a group of clerks was engrossed in gambling, but upon the clerk's arrival, most of them dispersed. The remaining clerks could no longer wager, aimlessly wandering about. One clerk, familiar with the apothecary assistant Xiao Jiang, strolled over. Today, a fresh batch of herbs had arrived, and Jiang Changtian was meticulously organizing them. He aimed to categorize each type of herb entering storage, labeling their properties, origins, and harvest years, among other details. Although this process was not initially so intricate, Jiang Changtian's diligence garnered praise from higher-ups during the county's able contributions and led to his labeling system being adopted nationwide. Despite his awkward position, he managed to retain his temporary employment. Xiao Jiang, still sorting herbs. Your brother Feng has stirred up trouble again, remarked the approaching clerk, Lao Lu, as he stood at the doorway. Jiang Changtian halted his work, accidentally knocking some herbs to the ground. Clearly startled by the news, he quickly straightened up and called out, Lao Lu, come in and sit. Allow me to brew you a refreshing tea to beat the heat. My boy has been getting into mischief with his friends again. It's an endless worry. You're fortunate, Lao Lu, your Baozhu is already capable of handling things alone in the prison, Jiang Changtian replied as he handed over a cup of tea. Lao Lu sauntered in, accepting the bamboo tube filled with tea, which carried a subtle bitterness, yet upon sipping, it undeniably alleviated his inner heat, providing considerable comfort. My Baozhu is not exceptional either, relying heavily on his uncle. At least he possesses a steady temperament, which his uncle appreciates, he boasted of his son. Lao Lu continued. The clerk mentioned that a guard from the Jiang family has gone missing, and they suspect it might be connected to your brother Feng. They've dispatched someone to apprehend him. Moreover, the clerk also mentioned that those two kidnappers need not face execution, as a noble has interceded on their behalf, considering their plight in procuring medicine for a child. Jiang Changtian poured himself a cup of tea as he absorbed this information, drinking slowly to savor the bitter herbal infusion that gradually slid down his throat. A faint smile appeared on his face as he remarked, my brother Feng lacks the fortitude of your Baozhu, he merely loiters about the streets. If he were to truly commit an offense, he would be too timid to do so. It's possible he has crossed paths with the Jiangyang Master's guard, who beat him up a few days ago. Perhaps, Lao Lu, you could show some leniency. After all, children are often thoughtless. Of course, this tea is rather delightful, Jiang Changtian replied, handing over 2 packets of herbs to the clerk. This tea is brewed with these 2 herb packets. My wife foraged them herself, mixed 2 of the larger packets with 1 of the smaller ones. It's excellent for cooling off and aiding sleep, suitable for children and the elderly alike. Lao Lu took the herbs and happily wandered away. Inside the small room, the long-haired youth continued to sort the herbs, meticulously arranging the disordered piles into neat rows. He deftly trimmed any protruding bits with a knife, effortlessly transforming the chaotic into the orderly. A small window in the room allowed a sliver of light to enter, through which could be glimpsed a tightly shut door. The clerks, in their quest for Jiang Feng, swiftly located him at the Qingfeng Tavern. To their surprise, this wayward youth was found dining with 2 young lords from the capital. The clerks, who rarely dined in such establishments, only doing so on occasion when invited, would have charged in to apprehend anyone else. However, here, they were mindful of offending powerful individuals, polite and courteous. They ascended the stairs and soon spotted Jiang Feng, amidst a group of rascals, sharing drinks with the 2 young lords. Nearby, a table of guards stood watch. They had encountered those guards the previous day, clad in armor. They had been the ones to capture the kidnappers who had surrendered. The clerks felt a pang of envy. Despite their official status granting them a measure of authority in the county, compared to the guards of the capital's young lords, they were but country bumpkins. They had never donned armor, let alone ridden fine horses or wielded spears and swords. These were luxuries far beyond their reach. Rusty knives and crude clubs sufficed for their duties, as no one dared to resist them in the county. Seeing the lavish food and drink laid out, the clerks, typically imposing figures, approached Jiang Feng with an air of deference. Jiang Feng, equally bewildered, inquired, "Is this about the incident with those two kidnappers yesterday?" The clerks, though justified in their actions, found themselves feeling diminished in the presence of the two finely dressed young lords. A guard from the Jiang family has been missing for several days, and prior to his disappearance, it is said that he had an altercation with you. Therefore, we must take you back to the office for questioning, one clerk explained, somewhat sheepishly, as he was among those who had witnessed Jiang Feng being beaten on the street and had received a handsome compensation for it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng gingerly touched the wound on his forehead. He had healed well, yet a large patch remained. He had examined it in a basin of water, and his father had skillfully treated the injury, making it appear less unsightly. From a distance, it resembled a flower, yet, upon touching it, he found it uneven and bumpy. It no longer pained him, though it occasionally itched, a sensation that seemed to emanate from his very skull. "They are apprehending me simply because that guard nearly killed my brother Feng," the one with the facial injury asked, perplexed. While this was indeed the case, it felt somehow off when articulated so. "I understand that you clerks are merely following orders. There is no need for concern. My whereabouts have been consistent these past few days, and I trust that you will not wrongfully accuse an innocent man." Jiang Feng addressed the clerks. "Apologies, but this is standard procedure," the clerks replied as they prepared to shackle him. Jiang Feng turned back to the two young lords, expressing his regrets. "I apologize for interrupting your fine meal. Should I manage to extricate myself from this predicament, I hope to have the opportunity to join you for the remainder of this feast." "Wait," Meng Xiaoxia interjected, rising to intervene. He believed in the young man before him. Having witnessed his restraint during the encounter with the kidnappers, he felt assured that Jiang Feng was not the type to seek reckless vengeance. "Let us all go together and observe how your lord handles the case. I am Meng Xiaoxia from the Meng family in the capital. Coincidentally, the supervisor of the Nine Gates is my uncle. I am He-chan from the He family in Qingzhou, also curious to see how your lord adjudicates matters. Notably, my uncle is the ordinary inspector He." The group of rascals gazed at He-chan with palpable admiration, having heard tales of how the inspector had toppled corrupt officials. The clerks, too, felt a shiver run down their spines. Jiang Feng, intrigued, pondered what rank the supervisor of the Nine Gates held, and what significance the inspector had. Upon hearing these two young lords mention their influential relatives, the clerks immediately bent their backs, even neglecting to shackle him. They courteously invited him to proceed. Jiang Feng found this experience rather astonishing. He tasted the flavor of power, albeit one that was utterly distant and unrelated to him, yet he felt its undeniable presence. Power held a remarkable sway, akin to divinity, evoking reverence simply by its mention. Jiang Feng was escorted to the county office, surrounded by clerks. The group of rascals displayed no fear, striding confidently alongside them, transforming from street urchins to proud individuals, as if Jiang Feng was not being taken in for questioning, but rather invited as a guest. Before the imposing entrance of the courthouse hung a sign, "The Mirror of Justice." In the reflection of that high-hanging sign, Jiang Feng glimpsed the myriad lives of those accompanying him, proud sons of heaven, fallen youths, carefree and restless, the small gaining power, and the fox assuming the tiger's might. Chapter 49. A life lost in the county jail. The atmosphere was sparse. Baozhu, an intern, languidly leaned against the door, discontent with his occupation. While prisoners could occasionally change their quarters or, worse yet, face execution, he was bound to remain indefinitely. His plight was more dismal than that of the convicts. Fortunately, the head of the prison was his uncle, allowing him occasional reprieves, even leaving the door ajar for fresh air. He envied the carefree Jiang Feng, who roamed the streets, basking in the sun and boasting with abandon. Yet, his neighbor, Aunt Wang, insisted that Baozhu's position was fortunate, sheltered from wind and rain, ensuring a lifetime free from want. Aunt Wang's daughter, Xiao Huan, was strikingly beautiful. Within the confines of the jail, a couple of peddlers lay in a state of despair. They were gravely injured, with the male peddler suffering from a mysterious insect bite that rendered him in excruciating pain, occasionally groaning. After all, they faced capital punishment. No one cared for their fate. Suddenly, the cell door creaked open, prompting Baozhu to rise hastily. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "I've told you numerous times, within the office, refer to me as Lu the captor," he retorted. Liu the captor entered with a physician, and Baozhu followed with curiosity. Oh, Lu the captor, aren't these two rascals to be sentenced? Why fetch a doctor? He inquired, intrigued. Lu the captor scoffed, fortunate for them. A benefactor has interceded on their behalf, they shan't perish, keep an eye on them, lest they expire. The couple, believing their demise was inevitable, were taken aback by the prospect of salvation. Dear, dear, we are saved. We won't die, the woman exclaimed, pushing her husband in excitement. The doctor disdainfully examined the dwarf, taking his pulse. It appears to be an ant bite, or a bit of herbal ointment will suffice. As for the other wounds, as long as the bleeding has ceased, they will heal. The woman was skeptical. How could this be the work of mere ants, with such a multitude of bites, as if an army had attacked? The male peddler grasped his wife's hand, stifling her complaints, and turned to the jailer, stating, "We intend to press charges against those who harmed us. They are not rescuers, they are highwaymen, who assaulted us and framed us. One of us is disabled, and the other is a woman. We could not fight back." Baiju felt a surge of youthful indignation and nearly spat in response. The doctor, leaving the herbs behind, exited in a huff. Lu the captor reassured them, "Rest assured, our Lord will uncover the truth of the matter, simply wait." As the couple watched Lu the captor depart, they spotted the jailers escorting a young man, the very one who had assaulted them the previous day. Excitement surged within them. Retribution was at hand. The male peddler regretted not having silenced that infant when he had the chance, which might have spared them this fate. Wana applied the herbal ointment to her husband, murmuring, "We are eternally grateful for the benefactor's mercy. May the benefactor's family be blessed with longevity." Once the treatment was complete, the couple nestled together, relying on one another. As long as they survived, they feared nothing. They were determined to return and care for their basket. Outside the jail, the sun shone brilliantly. After the doctor concluded his visit, he made his way to the medicinal store, where he was familiar with Xiaojiang. The apothecary's wares were limited but could be procured at a lower price if one knew the right channels. "I knew at a glance it was an ant bite. That peddler must have stumbled upon an ant nest. That ignorant woman even dared to question my skills," he grumbled. After a brief exchange, the doctor took 2 packets of herbal tea. Jiang Chongtian sipped the remaining cold tea from his bamboo cup, now bitter, yet it cleared his mind. Jiang Rong sat in the scribe's chamber, sipping tea from a crude Celadon cup filled with common brew. He took a sip and set it down, disinterested. He would not have come to the office had a guard not reported the capture of Jiang Feng. Reluctantly, his disdain for Jiang Feng compelled him to investigate. As he sipped his tea, a jailer rushed in, whispering urgently to the scribe. The scribe stood abruptly, glancing at Jiang Rong, and said, "Young Master Jiang, please make yourself comfortable." He hurried off to find the county magistrate, realizing the gravity of the situation. What he assumed to be a minor issue had escalated considerably. The county magistrate, always ambitious, would likely not take kindly to the trouble he had stirred. True to form, upon hearing the scribe's news, the magistrate hurled a teacup at him. "Fool! Go door to door to inquire about the whereabouts of that Jiang family's guard. This county is not vast, he cannot have vanished. Immediately bring him forth." The magistrate hastily adjusted his official robes and hurried out to greet the newcomer. Jiang Feng was no stranger to the magistrate, having only observed from a distance before, awed by his authority and mystery. However, today, he emerged with a beaming smile, warmly greeting brothers Meng and he, reminiscent of a village woman who, upon learning of your success, seeks to forge connections. His words were laced with feigned gravity. "I am a Jinsha of the 24th year, 3 years apart from your uncle, yet we share the same mentor." Jiang Feng stifled a laugh, realizing the world operated on such peculiarities. The imposing magistrate could indeed bow low, his warm smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, exuding no intimidation. He was refined, courteous, and Jiang Feng, in his youthful innocence, echoed, "Good day, uncle." The magistrate, momentarily flustered, tugged at his beard, unsure of how to respond. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen found the scene amusing. They had encountered numerous provincial officials, all similarly inclined, yet Jiang Feng's earnestness was refreshing. He took everything at face value, a trait that could lead to deception. Meng Xiaoxia mused that his sister shared this naivety, falling prey to trickery herself. A lively conversation ensued among the group. Jiang Rong's impatience grew. Weren't they supposed to be apprehending someone? The magistrate had already mentioned a banquet but had not once inquired about the case, treating Jiang Feng as a mere visitor among friends. Then, a jailer burst in, breathless, "Report, the remains of the missing Wu Lu have been discovered at 46 West Street. Cause of death, poisoning. The perpetrator has been apprehended, Wu Lu's lover's husband." The assailant confessed that Wu Lu and his wife plotted to poison him. Upon discovery, he retaliated, poisoning Wu Lu instead. The wife, being the mother of his child, was spared but lay half dead at home. Both Meng Xiaoxia and He Chun were astonished to witness such a murder case unfold. Zhang Rong, upon receiving the news, was taken aback, especially when confronted with the gruesome sight of Wu Lu's remains displayed at the office. He recoiled several steps. Wu Lu had perished from poisoning, his face grotesquely disfigured, his body decomposing, reeking horrifically. Zhang Rong recalled Wu Lu's ominous words about Jiang Feng's demise, yet it was Wu Lu who had met his end. With the murderer apprehended, Jiang Feng was naturally exonerated. Eager to relay the good news to his family, he sensed justice had been served, with Wu Lu meeting a fitting end. As night fell, Jiang Feng awaited his father, and they set off homeward together. In his father's presence, he shed the facade of the heavy-hearted Jiang Feng and revealed his youthful exuberance, bounding along with a skip in his step. Jiang Chongtian, having not purchased meat buns today, noted the absence of the vendor, who had gone to observe the commotion. Along the way, he listened to his son's animated recounting of tales involving the two young masters from the capital and the magistrate's affability. Jiang Feng exhibited a youthful spirit, brimming with dreams and ambitions. Father, do you think I could one day hold an official position? Father, do you believe that wrongdoers face retribution? Father, will I one day become formidable? Indeed. There is hope. You shall. Jiang Chongtian replied affirmatively, all the while pondering, my child, you shall never hold an office. Your scarred visage, my unfilial nature, and lack of scholarly qualifications assure that unless you enlist in the military, starting from the lowest ranks, you shall be thrust into the fray, facing blades and traps. Without connections, your fate would be sealed swiftly amidst the countless bones of the fallen, as only one triumphs in war. Evildoers often evade justice. Should you refrain from striking them down, they shall remain free, having harmed you and reaped rewards. They bear no grudge against you, yet they have wronged you for profit, thus, they deserve death. I cannot foresee whether you will become powerful, I only wish for your survival, health, and peace. The mountain path stretched long before them, the night breeze warm and gentle. Jiang Chongtian resolved to be a good father, walking behind his child, guiding him forward, clearing the thorns from his path. For his son, he would willingly stain his hands with blood, bearing the weight of his own sins without regret. Suddenly, sensing his father lagging behind, Jiang Feng turned and called out, Father, hurry. Mother and my sisters await us at home. Jiang Chongtian nodded, coming. Chapter 50 Mutual Concealment. As darkness finally enveloped the world, Jiang Mianmian felt a flicker of joy at the sight of the night sky. The arrival of dusk heralded the return of her elder brother and father. Although the night was often plagued by swarming mosquitoes, the anticipation of loved ones transformed this otherwise unpleasant occurrence into a delightful event. Observing the two as they returned home together, her elder sister rushed to greet them with palpable excitement, while their mother, cradling Jiang Mianmian, stood beneath a tree, her face adorned with a smile. In that moment, Jiang Mianmian could sense her mother's elation, which mirrored her own eagerness to rush forward, only to be outpaced by her sister. She joined in the merriment, exclaiming, Ayayaya. Jiang Yu stepped forward, wrinkling his nose in annoyance as he approached their brother, indignantly asking, Brother, did you sneak off to indulge in treats without me? Today marked the first time Jiang Feng had been apprehended by the constables, an experience that left him thoroughly shaken. Although he and his companions were known for their reckless abandon, they had never before been summoned into the precincts of the law. They had witnessed the constables in action, ruthless and unyielding, apprehending individuals regardless of their guilt or innocence, meting out punishment before any semblance of a fair trial. In truth, he was filled with trepidation, yet, amidst the harrowing scene before the two young masters, he felt a compulsion to maintain his composure, fearing that showing fear would sully his pride. As a wayward youth, he had often endured scorn and kicks, but these two gentlemen, cultured and respectful, treated him with equal regard. Before them, Jiang Feng instinctively sought to preserve his dignity. He did not plead for mercy, nor did he weep or throw a tantrum. Remarkably, he emerged from the ordeal unscathed. His animated conversation with his father on the way home was undoubtedly fueled by this newfound sense of pride, the realization of what it meant to possess dignity, particularly the esteem associated with the high-ranking officials of the capital. He cherished this feeling, dreaming of a day when he, too, would command respect and admiration, not only for himself but for his family as well. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted as Jiang Xiaoyu tugged at his sleeve, pulling him back to reality. Had he not been captured, he would have undoubtedly brought home a feast for the family, for the tavern had an abundance of food, and wasting it would be a travesty. Let us not dwell on that. I nearly ended up in the precinct today, and you're concerned about food. Jiang Feng playfully tapped his sister on the head. Hearing this, Qin Luoxia expressed her worry, inquiring, Did you cause trouble again? Jiang Chongtian stepped forward, taking the child from his wife's arms, shaking his head as he reassured her, It's nothing. I'll explain it all when we return. After resting in her father's embrace for a while, Jiang Mianmian was taken up by her brother, who seemed lost in thought as he gently stroked her head. Anxious about her hair being tousled, she wriggled free and, in a playful act of defiance, landed a tiny punch on her brother. Jiang Feng was taken aback by her newfound assertiveness, his expression one of surprise. "If you hit me again, Mianmian, you are incredibly strong." Determined, Jiang Mianmian clenched her tiny fist and landed another punch, causing her fingers to tingle with the impact. Her brother burst into laughter, lifting her high into the air to boast to their parents, "Mianmian can throw punches now, look at how impressive she is." Clutching Jiang Mianmian, he paraded her around, and she energetically swung her little fists, managing to deliver a playful punch to each family member. Their collective admiration echoed through the air. Her father exclaimed, "What strength, you'll be as formidable as your mother, no one will dare to bully you, our Mianmian is the mightiest." Her mother added, "Your grip is so steady, just like your father's. One day, you'll hold a brush and write beautifully, our Mianmian is truly remarkable." Her sister chimed in, "You are so strong, sister, other children in the village are much older and can't do nearly as much. You're extraordinary." Jiang Feng beamed with pride, "Indeed, our Mianmian is the best." Jiang Mianmian thought to herself, "If only they knew I merely clenched my fist and tapped them, they practically offered their bodies to my little punches. Such praise could easily inflate my ego." Qin Luoxia, brimming with pride, declared. Today, she even called out for her mother, "Mianmian, say it again." Jiang Mianmian, feeling the pressure, exclaimed, "Urine, urine, urine." Surely she meant bad, bad, bad. She must be yearning for the birds in the trees, there are so many today. Jiang Xiaoyu interjected. Jiang Feng playfully patted her bottom, saying, "Mother, I think she needs to go." Jiang Mianmian felt a pang of guilt. The exertion of punching had been taxing, and she had lost control. With an innocent expression, she lay back. Her father changed her diaper and, to her utter embarrassment, even kissed her bottom. The family shared a lively dinner, enjoying a hearty soup of wild vegetables and meat. Thanks to her mother's foraging and hunting, their meals had become significantly more abundant, and the family appeared much healthier. Upon returning home, Jiang Changtian washed his face, and once refreshed, his handsome demeanor was even more pronounced. The family had grown accustomed to his looks, except for Jiang Mianmian, who occasionally gazed at her father with awe. Everyone believed their improved appearances were due to the meat they had consumed. It was a common notion that beautiful young men and women were simply products of a diet rich in meat. After the near tragedy involving their eldest son, Qin Luoxia, and Jiang Changtian no longer hoarded their meager savings, they decided to spend it on their children, for that was the true purpose of their earnings. Jiang Feng recounted the day's events at the dinner table, and Jiang Mianmian was so engrossed that she hardly paid attention to her father. What? The villain who had harmed her brother had been poisoned. Jiang Xiaoyu's excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, "This is what they call poetic justice. That man was wicked for injuring our brother. He even coated his weapon with poison. Thankfully, our brother was lucky. In the end, he met his own demise. He deserved it." Qin Luoxia remained silent, serving her husband a piece of meat. "You are too thin, you must eat more." Jiang Changtian took the meat with solemnity. He was not particularly fond of meat, having experienced hunger in his youth when his family could scarcely afford food. The memories of that hunger lingered, leaving him with an aversion to greasy dishes. However, when faced with the harshness of life outside, one must eat anything to survive, even grass or dirt. Yet that deep-seated repulsion remained. No one in the family seemed to notice, perhaps unable to comprehend how one could dislike meat. Meanwhile, Jiang Mianmian observed her father frowning as he devoured his meal, akin to a picky child. Alas, her father resembled a celestial being, ethereal in his presence. She resolved to secretly enhance his post-dinner tea with something special. Among the family, her father appeared the thinnest. As night fell, the stars illuminated the sky, and fireflies danced about. After a long day of being the family's pillar, Qin Luoxia transformed into a youthful figure before her husband. Jiang Mianmian was astonished to see her father helping her mother wash her feet, such a rarity even in modern times. Although her mother appeared slightly bashful, it was evident that this was not a new occurrence. Nestled in her mother's embrace, Jiang Mianmian watched as her father, with hair cascading down to his waist, diligently massaged her mother's feet. In that moment, she understood her mother's strength in severing the serpent's head. "If a handsome man with flowing hair were to wash my feet at night, I, too, could wield a sword during the day. Xiaomei, you've walked quite a bit these past few days. How about taking a rest at home tomorrow?" Though Jiang Changtian lacked great strength, he possessed an uncanny ability to locate pressure points, providing a soothing massage. Qin Luoxia fought to suppress her reactions, occasionally feeling a tickle. She had many tasks she wished to accomplish, but upon hearing her husband's suggestion, she found herself agreeing without thought. Very well, very well. After soaking her feet and tending to the baby, Qin Luoxia still hesitated to retire for the night. Jiang Chongtian sighed, asking, "Xia Mei, is there something you wish to discuss?" Jiang Mianmian packed up her ears, eager to learn what her mother had been up to earlier in the day, especially since her mother had returned in a visibly somber mood, having shed tears. Once again, Qin Luoxia lifted her garment to feed the baby. Jiang Mianmian thought being forced to eat an extra meal might lead to weight gain. In the dim moonlight, the graceful figure of a woman leaned forward, revealing a hint of pale skin and a delicate visage, her high nose and round face rendering her quite beautiful, even if she was unaware of it. "My dear husband, I have committed a grave error. When I thought of that villain who abducted our child, I was filled with a desire to harm his offspring. However, upon arriving in the county, I encountered their simpleton son, and I could not bring myself to do it. That poor child was injured, bleeding from his nose, and I even helped him clean himself. He did not recognize his own mother, calling out for me instead." Qin Luoxia's voice faltered with emotion. Jiang Mianmian too felt choked up. Her mother's fervor was overwhelming. The thought of her mother daring to confront the kidnapper's lair filled her with awe. Jiang Chongtian embraced his wife, who stood tall beside him. Despite their height difference being negligible, he cherished her stature and athletic form. Each embrace brought him a sense of comfort and joy, renewing his hope during times of despair. As he held both his wife and child, he gently patted her back, whispering, "Xia Mei, it was not your fault. You acted admirably. Your heart is kind, and you mustn't allow yourself to be stained with blood. It is right to spare that child. His life will be far more painful than death. Do not grieve for such a person. He is not worth your sorrow." Qin Luoxia had intended to confess her own misdeeds involving arson, but upon hearing her husband's words of kindness, she hesitated, fearing it might frighten him. "I tore that simpleton's clothing, which was stained with his blood. Please find a way to deliver it to the kidnappers. It might serve as a token for them," she said. Jiang Chongtian nodded in agreement, withholding the fact that the kidnappers had been spared from execution. He kept silent about the plan that had led to old Wu discovering Wulu with blood on his hands. He had taken a life, yet his wife believed him to be a good man. He feared that revealing the truth might frighten her. Holding his wife and child close, he felt content. Jiang Mianmian, nestled in the embrace of her parents, thought to herself that she would never forget this night. Though the embrace was a bit cramped, it provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. Her parents were truly wonderful people. Chapter 51:2 Lives lost. As dawn broke, a sudden outburst of wailing echoed through the prison cell, startling the on-duty officer, Bao Zhu. He scrambled to his feet, only to find a woman, a non-trafficker, weeping uncontrollably. In her distress, she shoved the dwarf beside her, exclaiming, Master, what has happened? Help, this ointment is poisonous. Someone, please, come quickly." Yet, regardless of her loud cries and frantic pushes, the peddler had already ceased to breathe. This was the first time Bao Zhu encountered such a situation, and he felt an unsettling panic rise within him. Where could he possibly find assistance at this early hour? No one had yet arrived at the office for roll call. He stood at the door of the cell, scanning the surroundings, when he spotted a tall figure approaching like a beacon of hope. "Mr. Jiang?" Bao Zhu called out. Jiang Chongtian approached and inquired, "What is the matter, Officer Lu?" Although Bao Zhu was initially flustered, being addressed as Officer Lu instinctively puffed out his chest, and a blush crept onto his face. "Well, it appears that one of the traffickers we apprehended is in dire straits. I am unsure of the exact circumstances, but Mr. Jiang, since you have knowledge of medicine, could you please assist in examining the situation?" "Officer Lu, while I possess some understanding of medical matters, the individual in question is a serious offender. It would be inappropriate for me to enter and examine them, especially since it involves my family. I can observe from outside, if that suffices." Feeling a profound sense of respect from Mr. Jiang's repeated use of Officer Lu, Bao Zhu nodded vigorously. Jiang Chongtian followed Bao Zhu to the exterior of the cell where the two traffickers were confined. Upon seeing the visitors, the peddler's wife, Wana, perceived an air of nobility about them. Could this be the benefactor who would plead for mercy on behalf of her husband? Embracing her spouse, she knelt and repeatedly bowed her head in supplication, exclaiming, "Noble sir, please save my husband. He is in grave peril. I implore you to summon a physician." Jiang Chongtian produced a piece of water blue pattern silk cloth and covered his nose. He turned to Bao Zhu, saying, "Officer Lu, please step aside. I fear it may be a contagious disease." At this, Bao Zhu quickly retreated to a safe distance. Still unmarried and cautious, Jiang Chongtian addressed the occupant of the cell, "Please pinch his philtrum and see if he reacts." Wana pinched her husband with all her might, but he remained unresponsive. Jeong Chongtian shook his head, declaring, "By the looks of it, he is beyond saving. He likely passed away in the dead of night. Were you so deeply asleep that you did not notice?" Tisk, judging by his expression, he must have suffered greatly, dying in silence. You were beside him and had nothing. Wana, bewildered, could not comprehend how her husband could have called out to her in the night. Had he truly experienced such pain before his death? She widened her eyes, searching for a rebuttal. When she gazed up at the noble figure, she noticed his silk cloth covering his nose, his expression one of disdain for the filth. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the silk cloth in his hand, and recognition dawned upon her. "Noble sir, where did you acquire this handkerchief?" Jeong Chongtian replied to the woman in the cell, "I am not a noble. I am a victim. Among the 3 girls you abducted, 2 are my own daughters." In an instant, Wana dropped her husband and sprang to her feet, as if to rush at him. She shouted at Jeong Chongtian, "I demand to know where you got that handkerchief." Jeong Chongtian unfurled the cloth, revealing its exquisite beauty, albeit stained with a few drops of red. "This was given to me by my husband. I do not know its origins, though it is silk. It has been marred with blood. However, the fabric is of good quality, and I could not bear to discard it, so I fashioned it into a handkerchief. By the way, my husband mentioned that she fulfilled the promise made to you." With the handkerchief covering his mouth and nose, Jeong Chongtian stepped back. He turned to Baozhu, saying, "Officer Lu, your work is indeed perilous and demanding. You should also prepare a handkerchief. Should you encounter another corpse, and it be a contagious disease, it could become quite troublesome. That woman appears to be infected," babbling incoherently. Baozhu nodded fervently, recognizing Mr. Jeong's goodness. He watched as Jeong Chongtian departed. Turning back, he noticed that the female trafficker had ceased embracing her husband in mourning and was instead muttering to herself in a daze. He promptly retreated even further. When the next shift finally arrived at the office, Baozhu exhaled a sigh of relief and hurried to attend to the 2 traffickers. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, the female trafficker suddenly charged at the wall, shattering the bricks upon impact, her head bleeding profusely as she breathed her last. In an instant, the cell was filled with 2 lifeless bodies. Upon returning to his quarters, Jeong Chongtian resumed organizing his herbs. A faint light filtered through the small window, illuminating the wooden sill, now adorned with 3 freshly carved lines. A small theater. Several years later, Chapter 52. A visit at dawn. In the early morning, 2 young boys engaged in a sword play in the expansive practice yard. The boy with a square face exhibited evident prowess. His movements were precise and deliberate, devoid of any wasted effort. As his sword etched 3 distinct marks upon his opponent's spear, Hichen, in frustration, discarded the long spear from his grasp. "I refuse to continue this duel. Your family has been martial generals for generations. You have the advantage over me. I have already been bested by you 30 times. Meng Xiaoxia sheathed his sword and accepted a damp cloth from a guard to wipe the sweat from his brow, a broad grin illuminating his face. "If your family were like mine, with a lineage of single heirs, your parents would surely drill you relentlessly. However, my skills are not the finest. Should I have the chance to duel Zhong Feng, I sense he would prove formidable." Hichen pondered the appearance of those 2 ruffians from their last encounter, an involuntary shiver coursing through his body. Perhaps not. With their numbers, the chaotic brawl could easily overwhelm a master. Those 2 ruffians are merely ordinary men. Just as he spoke of the ruffians, the guard approached with news. Both ruffians had met their demise. Meng Xiaoxia and Hichen exchanged astonished glances. To be honest, they had encountered death throughout their journey, yet the coincidence of 3 deaths in 2 days, all intertwined with their own fates, felt rather uncanny. "How did they die?" Meng Xiaoxia inquired with curiosity. "The male ruffian succumbed to a venomous insect bite at midnight, while the female ruffian perished from grief after colliding with a wall," the guard explained. "Heaven and earth are bound together." "They were indeed a pair of lovers," Hichen mused. Meng Xiaoxia frowned slightly. "Come, let us freshen up. We still intend to pay a visit to the Zhong family, do we not?" Hichen nudged Meng Xiaoxia. The 2 only learned from the county magistrate the day prior that the once renowned Zhong family of the capital had chosen to live in seclusion here. The esteemed Master Zhong had passed away, yet old Madame Zhong remained. Master Zhong was known for his exceptional character, embodying the grace of a clear sky after a storm. Both Meng Xiaoxia's grandfather and maternal grandfather had spoken of him. Hichen had also heard tales of this man from his elders. However, with the crown prince's fall from grace and subsequent confinement, the Zhong clan had fragmented, and Master Zhong's family was exiled from the capital. During their exile, the emperor eventually pardoned Master Zhong, yet alas, his health had deteriorated, leading to his untimely demise. It was unexpected to discover that his descendants had taken refuge in Ming County. Moreover, the deceased guard had been the protector of the Jiang family's legitimate heir. Having arrived, it would be impolite not to pay a visit. Furthermore, in recent years, the emperor had grown increasingly fond of his old ministers, often reminiscing about the past. It was likely that the Jiang family would rise again. Master Jiang had 2 sons and a daughter. His daughter had married the 7th prince, who, lacking the emperor's favor, had departed to his 5th early on. The elder son, Jiang Huai, was said to possess remarkable talent, excelling in both literature and martial arts, yet he was encumbered by his father's misfortunes. The younger son, however, was seldom mentioned and seemed to lack promise. Nevertheless, the Jiang family maintained a commendable family ethos, devoid of concubines, leading to a straightforward lineage. Even in the worst circumstances, they would not falter significantly. In contrast, He Chen's family was rather chaotic, with siblings numbering beyond count. Meng Xiaoxia's family was somewhat amusingly tragic, not that they did not take concubines, but their offspring were perilously few due to various misfortunes. By Meng Xiaoxia's generation, he was the sole male descendant, a single sprout. Even the emperor expressed concern for the Meng family's lineage, jesting about sending 2 princes to their aid. Thus, Meng Xiaoxia had been urged from a young age to strengthen his body, always accompanied by a retinue of guards, fearing that any misfortune might lead to the extinction of the Meng line. After refreshing themselves and donning suitable attire for their visit, they set off. They had already sent their visiting card the previous day. They approached as juniors, intending to pay their respects to the old madam. The legendary old Madame Jiang was said to have been a close friend of Princess Huiyun, sharing a bond that extended even to childbirth. Now, as Princess Huiyun devoted herself to Buddhist practices, old Madame Jiang had chosen to live in seclusion here. The grandeur of her past had faded into the annals of time. A new generation of youth approached with the dawn's light. Knock, knock, knock. The door knocker echoed as the gates of the Jiang residence slowly creaked open. Chapter 53. At the first meeting and the last farewell, Jiang Wan was acutely aware that today, guests were expected at her home, causing her a slight sense of unease. The Jiang family had not entertained visitors for many years. As was her custom, she rose early to transcribe scriptures, allowing her mind to settle in tranquility. The previous day, her brother's bodyguard had met a tragic end, casting a pall over the household. The matriarch was incensed that Wu Lu possessed such a grave flaw, fearing it might corrupt Ronga. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding his death were far from honorable, bringing shame upon them in the presence of esteemed guests. Jiang Wan felt a pang of compassion. The scripture she had copied that morning was the Amitabha Sutra, a farewell of sorts for him. In the grand tapestry of life, the ephemeral glories ultimately dissolve into mere dust. Once she completed her transcription, her maidservant attended to her grooming. The maid, Mai Zi, styled her hair with utmost care and gentleness. Jiang Wan's long, lustrous black hair was remarkably thick and beautiful. "Miss, you are becoming increasingly more radiant. I have never seen anyone as lovely as you. You must be the most beautiful in the world," chapped the effervescent Mai Zi. Jiang Wan smiled. This was merely a reflection of rural simplicity, and beauty did not always equate to virtue. It was said that the emperor's only sister, Princess Huiyun, was extraordinarily beautiful, yet after a devastating fire marred her visage, she now chose to shun the world, finding solace in the company of ancient lamps and Buddha. After completing her preparations, Jiang Wan went to pay her respects to her grandmother. Today, all family members were present: her father, mother, and elder brother. To her surprise, she was late. The family had already finished breakfast with the matriarch, and as they rinsed their mouths, the guests had arrived. In truth, it was unnecessary for the entire family to attend to the 2 younger visitors. However, the Jiang family had been distanced from the centers of power for too long, and the monotony of rural life made their gathering seem overly formal. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen, both scions of prominent families, exuded grace and composure, masking any surprise they might feel. The Jiang residence was spacious and well lit, though it lacked ostentation. The antique vases and the paintings adorning the walls spoke volumes of the family's heritage. Jiang Huaisheng, upon seeing the 2 young men, found himself quite taken with their impressive stature and spirited demeanor. He, too, was a gentleman of poise and eloquence. Observing the 2 youths, he felt a tinge of discontent regarding his own son, who, despite being of similar age, seemed utterly unremarkable, unable to even read clearly from the county school, often muddling through life with tricks and deceit. Jiang Wan followed suit in greeting the guests, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Deep down, she understood the impropriety of the situation, yet her grandmother had insisted on receiving them, and in this rural setting, there was little room for pretense. Her gaze fell upon a young man with a square face, momentarily startled, before shifting to another youth whose sharp brows and bright eyes, high nose and thin lips, along with his resplendent attire, exuded both beauty and charm. Wana pays her respects to her two elder brothers, she said, her greeting confident and graceful. Jeong-rong also bowed, yet the grisly memory of his bodyguard's demise haunted him, leaving him with dark circles under his eyes. Having lived in the countryside for so long, he seemed to shrink in stature before the refined airs from the capital, feeling an inexplicable shyness. In truth, Jeong-rong was not lacking in appearance. He was fair and somewhat plump, embodying the desirable looks of the era, but he lacked the commanding presence of his peers. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen exchanged glances, puzzled. The eldest grandson of the Jeong family appeared rather ordinary, while the young lady, Jeong-wan, possessed an extraordinary grace akin to an orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Even amidst a gathering, she commanded attention effortlessly. Though her dress was not brand new, it fit her perfectly, and her simple adornments complemented her cascading black hair. Her smile, even before it graced her lips, hinted at a life of ease and comfort, revealing her upbringing in a nurturing household, a vision of youthful elegance, akin to a lotus after a rain. He Chen felt a flash of warmth at her address, inexplicably drawn to her despite being no naive youth himself. Having encountered many noble ladies, he found something uniquely captivating about Jeong-wan, as if she radiated an inner light. Meng Xiaoxia, too, felt an odd sense of intrigue, despite Jeong-wan's demeanor not aligning with his usual preferences. He typically favored girls who were more relaxed and less formal, yet he couldn't suppress a burgeoning fondness for her. As the younger generation exchanged pleasantries, they were invited to stay for a meal. The atmosphere was decidedly jovial. The matriarch, fond of Buddhist teachings, was warm and approachable, her years not dimming the remnants of her past allure. Jiang Shabei, as rumored, despite his withdrawal from courtly affairs, was well informed about current events, impressing the two youths with his sagacity. Furthermore, his martial prowess was remarkable, and he enthusiastically engaged Meng Xiaoxia in a sparring match in the family's training yard, both exhilarated by the exchange. As Jeong-rong became more comfortable, he engaged in conversation, displaying a keen understanding of leisure activities, though he seemed slightly intimidated by his father, who silenced him whenever he was present. However, it was Jeong-wan who truly astounded them both. In this rural setting, she shone like a radiant lotus, her eloquence flowing effortlessly, revealing her remarkable insight, akin to a precious gem emerging from the dust, enchanting all who beheld her. The luncheon was sumptuous. While it may not have rivaled the lavish feasts of the capital, it was nonetheless delightful, featuring an array of local delicacies and vegetarian dishes, making it one of the most satisfying meals they had enjoyed in recent times. The servants of the Jeong household were impeccably trained, ensuring a harmonious gathering. As they bid farewell, a lingering sense of reluctance filled the air. It was only upon their departure that the two young men realized they had not encountered the youngest son of the Jeong family, who should have been of a similar age to the esteemed Hon Shitzi, the emperor's favored nephew, who was seldom seen apart from his uncle. He Chen instructed his attendants to inquire about the reason for this absence, only to learn that the youngest son had been expelled from the household by the matriarch for being unfilial and disrespectful, a grave accusation indeed. As Confucius stated, filial piety and fraternal duty are the foundation of ethics. Both young men, being scions of noble families, naturally refrained from prying into the private affairs of others. Their impressions of the Jeong matriarch, Jiang Shabei, and the charming Jeong-wan were exceedingly favorable. Jeong-rong, though lacking in distinction, was unpretentious, resembling the typical frivolous youth. The Jeong matron spoke little, yet He Chen found her to be a beauty with a forthright demeanor, someone he referred to as aunt. Though merely a visit, it was difficult to glean much, yet their initial impressions led them to believe that the youngest son must have committed a significant transgression. Otherwise, the matriarch would not have acted so decisively, nor would Jiang Shabei have acquiesced to such a judgment. They resolved to extend their stay for a few more days, yet unexpectedly, the guards from both families arrived in Ming County, urging their swift return due to recent unrest. The sweltering heat, drought, and natural disasters had led to turmoil at the borders, with rumors of instigators rallying the displaced populace to revolt. Consequently, both families hastily dispatched emissaries to hasten their return. Their journey was still far from complete, and the two had intended to explore the world together. A sense of disappointment settled over them. Meng Xiaoxia suggested, "Why don't we seek out Feng brother this afternoon and see if he would like to accompany us?" He Chen, inexplicably reluctant to leave the Jeong household, felt a kinship with Jeong-wan, as if they shared an unspoken understanding, even amidst the throng of people. Meng Xiaoxia also appreciated Jeong-wan's insights and found her demeanor quite agreeable, though he held a particular admiration for the younger Jeong Feng, given their prior acquaintance. He dispatched someone to inquire and learned that Jeong Feng was indeed at home today. Thus, the two, accompanied by their guards, set off on horseback towards Jiangfeng's village. The mountain path wound its way, the horses moving at a leisurely pace. After a few halts, they glimpsed the village ahead, dwellings sparse, the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking creating a somewhat desolate yet unfamiliar atmosphere. A large tree stood at the village entrance, under which an elderly man sat, seeking respite from the sun. After asking for directions, they continued their ascent up the mountain. The sun began to dip in the west, not an ideal hour for visiting. As they navigated the uneven terrain, Hichen's impatience grew. Suddenly, laughter rang out, kick 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 kick. The sound was bright and melodious, akin to the chime of bells beneath a roof. Chapter 54. My surname is Meng. A wooden cottage, fertile fields, dogs, trees, and curling smoke. This is the quintessential scene favored by literati painting rural landscapes. In reality, one might also expect to encounter the remnants of canine and poultry droppings, as well as the sight of a gaunt, disheveled old man by the roadside, his ribs visible and his face etched with deep wrinkles. A fool running about. As the two young gentlemen from affluent families entered this dilapidated village, both felt a twinge of regret. Meng Xiaoxia found the place too shabby. Observing the tattered garments of the villagers, he feared witnessing the discomfort of Jiangfeng and his sister, worried that they might feel ill at ease. It would be prudent to extend greetings fast, rather than making an unannounced visit, yet time was of the essence. Hichen, accustomed to a life of luxury, was still preoccupied with the sweet, dimpled smile of that girl Wana, feeling that every movement of hers was enchanting, convinced she was gazing at him, her eyes sparkling with light that seemed to include him. However, as an unpleasant odor wafted by the sweetness of their initial encounter faded into obscurity, the stench was overpowering. A colt had stepped in something indescribable. As they ascended the hill, leaving behind the densely populated area of the village, the air grew somewhat fresher. They even caught the sound of laughter, which jolted them into a moment of clarity, offering a glimmer of hope. Finally, they reached the household pointed out by the villagers. Before them stood two grand trees, a crumbling earthen wall, black tiles, and a wooden house. Beneath the trees, there were a few bamboo chairs and a stone platform. A ragged youth cradling an infant stood up hastily upon seeing them, one hand supporting the child, the other offering a respectful greeting. Brother Meng, brother He, I did not anticipate your visit. Please, take a seat. Jiangfeng was utterly astonished, never expecting these two distinguished young masters from noble families to visit him personally. In truth, the excitement he had felt last night had gradually faded by the time he lay in bed. When discussing it with his father, he felt a surge of pride, believing himself quite impressive. Yet, as he lay there, he reflected deeply, the essence of faith lies in power and strength. It cannot be granted by others. He felt small and insignificant, and any forced sense of pride was merely a fade, masking his underlying insecurity. Had Meng and he not spoken up the previous day, he could have easily found himself subjected to a severe punishment, suffering both physically and in terms of his dignity. He could not rely on luck, for fortune would not always favor him. He needed to become stronger. Jiangfeng gently touched the scar on his forehead, reminding himself that he could no longer afford to squander his days aimlessly as he had in the past. After some introspection, he resolved that the next time he met Brother Meng, he would muster the courage to request instruction in swordsmanship, no matter how shameless it might seem. A basic technique, such as that learned by the gods, would suffice. In this world, while the poor may lack dignity, they possess a measure of strength. If he were skilled, he would not be easily bullied. Moreover, there was the ever-watchful bandit, Tiger, lurking in the shadows, a source of concern for Jiangfeng. Thus, when he saw the two young men appear at his doorstep, he was filled with immense joy. Meng Xiaoxia and Hichen both sensed the genuine delight radiating from the impoverished youth. Jiangfeng, the boy's face bore no trace of formality or fear, only pure amazement. His attire was more tattered than when they last met, riddled with patches, the fabric faded in areas where there were none. His robe was somewhat short, exposing his sturdy calves, marred by several scars. He wore straw sandals, yet he stood not in embarrassment, but with a heartfelt smile to welcome them. His grin revealed pearly white teeth. The scar on his forehead remained, yet it did not detract from his appearance, rather, it resembled a delicate adornment upon a lady's brow. He held an infant in his arms, yet there was no hint of discomfort. He seemed even more amiable, tranquil, and comforting than before. The two young masters were instantly uplifted, feeling their journey had been worthwhile, their winding path justified. Though Jiangfeng's home was in the village, it possessed an elegance and rustic charm that distinguished it from the rest. It was tidy and clean, devoid of any foul odors. Above the entrance, a wooden plaque bore a couplet, the inscription reading "Home," with the upper line stating "Celebration of auspicious clouds," and the lower line, "Fragrant grasses greet spring." A rather ordinary couplet, yet the calligraphy was exquisite. Its origin remained a mystery, showcasing remarkable skill. Meng Xiaoxia, indifferent to the art of calligraphy, simply found it visually appealing. He glanced around, noticing the absence of Jiang Feng's round-faced sister, only to see the little sister seemingly asleep in his arms. However, he had just heard the laughter of a girl, yet she was nowhere to be found. He Chen, on the other hand, grew increasingly fond of the one door frame, finding a unique charm within its rusticity. The characters displayed a certain poetic allure, imbued with elegance and grace. Back into discovering a treasure amidst a pile of junk, curiosity compelled him to inquire who wrote the couplet on the door. "My father did," came a clear voice from the tree above. Meng Xiaoxia looked up to see a girl perched high on a branch, swinging her legs, her round face beaming with joy. Suddenly, she stood up, resembling an agile little monkey. He Chen's mouth gaped in astonishment. He had never witnessed a girl climbing a tree before. "Brother, I'm going to jump down now," Jiang Yu called out, and with that, she leaped from the tree. Jiang Feng, cradling the infant, swiftly dodged aside, yet Meng Xiaoxia dashed forward. As Jiang Yu soared down, she landed heavily upon Meng Xiaoxia, knocking him to the ground. Embarrassed, she quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, young hero Feng. I was just playing with my brother." Meng Xiaoxia, feeling the weight of the girl atop him, found the impact dazzling, his thoughts of Jiang and Wan dissipating like mist. He dared not meet her gaze, instead fixating on a nearby bird, which was remarkably white. He managed to utter, "My surname is Meng." Chapter 55 The Illusion of Hearing. In the afternoon, after a delightful nap, Jiang Minmin initially resisted her brother's affectionate ruffling of her hair. However, as he continued, she found it rather comfortable and soon succumbed to sleep, completely forgetting about the ants she had been amusing herself with moments earlier. Having narrowly escaped abduction, Xiao Minmin now shared a deeper bond with her ants, feeling a newfound sense of courage towards the tiny creatures. She appreciated their utility, especially in critical moments when she could simply tuck them into her pocket. Yet, the little ants were quite busy themselves, bustling about with more friends than she had. She was awakened by her sister's infectious laughter, "Jie Jie Jie," and upon opening her eyes, she discovered two unfamiliar young men had joined their household. The two young knights had come to pay a visit, and in their haste, they had forgotten to present their formal greetings, so they brought gifts instead. They presented the Jiang family with the 4 treasures of the study and a tea set, which were both appropriate and commendable offerings. In contrast, for Jiang Feng, they prepared 4 portions of pastries, a tea set, a piece of fabric, and a sum of silver, all thoughtfully selected by their subordinates according to the recipient's status. Since Jiang Feng hailed from a humble background, it would have been somewhat inappropriate to bestow the 4 treasures, as his family likely lacked scholars. Pastries and tea, however, were universally enjoyed, while the fabric and silver were practical gifts that could be put to good use, serving as a reciprocation for the dried meat Jiang Feng had sent them. They presumed that the meat was merely the humble fare of wild boar from the mountains and had no intention of consuming it, as it was not their place. Nevertheless, they felt compelled to respond to the kind gesture. Jiang Yu's laughter was sparked by the delightful aroma of the pastries. She found the 2 young knights to be exceptionally amiable, her smile revealing a mouthful of gleaming teeth. Busy like a diligent bee, she darted in and out of the house, fetching bamboo tubes and water, demonstrating her eagerness to host. She generously offered a medicinal concoction made from red crowberries, which she had treated as a sweet snack, presenting a small plate of it. The castor root, a finger's length, was sweet when chewed, and one could simply spit out the residue. The snake meat jerky, cut into small strips, served to quell hunger, becoming increasingly savory with each chew. In no time, Jiang Yu had set out 3 small plates of peculiar pastries on the stone table and poured tea for their guests. Meng Xiaoxia observed the industrious young girl and mused that had he a similarly diligent figure at home, he might never wish to live to explore the world. He Chen found Jiang Feng's sister to be energetic and lively, her steps buoyant, yet her demeanor was entirely respectful, bringing a sense of joy to those around her. They felt at ease, in stark contrast to the formality of their morning visit to the Jiang residence. Jiang Minmin awoke, and despite the presence of guests, she could not help but exclaim, "Ayayaya! I need to urinate." Fortunately, her family was well acquainted with her needs. Her brother excused himself and carried her away to relieve herself. As she freely urinated, a sense of relief washed over her, knowing her brother would preserve her dignity. Sometimes, she simply relieved herself beneath a tree, and it seemed those trees had flourished ever since. Today, her brother took her to a small patch of land cultivated by their mother beside the wall, where wild onions grew, a patch that Jiang Minmin considered her own, as she had watered them with her urine, fostering their growth. Once finished, she was once again the lively Jiang Minmin. While her brother washed his hands, she fell into her sister's embrace, who gazed intently at the 2 young men. Jiang Minmin too looked on with earnest curiosity. Their garments were stunning, adorned with exquisite fabric that shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an air of opulence. They wore headpieces that seemed to promise the possibility of elegant high ponytails, the remedy for any flat hairstyle. They had arrived on horseback, their hair remaining perfectly intact. Did they use hair gel? Their swords hung at their sides, then seated, they posed no threat to themselves. Their shoes were equally striking, with pointed toes reminiscent of stylish boots, yet possessing a hip-hop flair. Jiang Mianmian was utterly captivated, having overheard her brother speak of two exceptionally wealthy and formidable young gentlemen the previous evening. Her curiosity about the offspring of the affluent elite was piqued. Observing them closely, she noted their splendid attire, graceful demeanor, and polite conversation, yet she could not help but feel that in terms of appearance and bearing, they paled in comparison to her father. Alas, Jiang Mianmian was unaware whether her perceptions were skewed by an overly romantic lens or a child's innocent aesthetic bias, but she found herself thinking that her rugged, upstealing father possessed more grace and charm than these noble young men. Perhaps she was indulging in a bit of self-absorption. Even her brother, seated nearby, seemed handsome in her eyes, albeit with less refined clothing and footwear. Indeed, she thought her brother's face was more appealing than that of the young men before her. Jiang Mianmian's eyes roamed inquisitively. Jiang Yu's gaze was equally intense. Meng Xiaoxia felt his cheeks flash as he caught Jiang Feng's sister's gaze filled with unabashed admiration. He felt a sense of panic. How could she be so forthright? Though he was undeniably handsome, such directness was overwhelming. His family's long-standing lineage meant that matters of marriage could be quite complicated, with numerous relatives, parents, grandparents, 7 uncles and aunts, and in-laws certain to scrutinize his choices. His father had married his mother largely due to her family's fruitful lineage, yet ultimately, she bore only him. Despite their martial heritage, which imposed fewer restrictions on women's backgrounds, his grandfather had warned him that given the emperor's age and growing suspicion, his potential bride must not come from an overly prestigious lineage. Yet, he also needed to ensure she had suitable roots, otherwise, if he returned home with a woman of unknown background, he would likely find himself in dire trouble. The more Meng Xiaoxia thought about it, the graver his expression became. In contrast, Hichen felt no discomfort under Jiang Yu's scrutiny. His family was an established scholarly lineage, and he was accustomed to appreciating beauty. He found Jiang Yu, clad in coarse linen, to be an unremarkable round-faced girl. What intrigued him was the elaborate delicacy of the young men before him. Thus, he remained undistracted by Jiang Yu's gaze, instead turning his attention to the infant cradled in her arms. Was this the child they had rescued from abduction? He had overlooked it before, but now, as he looked at the infant's wide-eyed stare, he was taken aback. Earlier that morning, he had seen Jiang and deemed her the most beautiful girl in the world, akin to a gem emerging from the dust. Her radiance was striking, yet now, he found himself thinking that this mere infant, once grown, would surpass Jiang's beauty by 1,000-fold, for the child appeared as an unblemished jewel, untouched by grime, an exquisite, flawless creation. The tattered swaddling cloth seemed to tarnish her brilliance. She ought to be resting in the most opulent of chambers, upon a grand bed, with a golden chamber pot at her side, rather than in this earthen-walled, muddy abode. Hichen felt as if he had lost his mind. How could he harbor such peculiar sentiments towards this tiny infant? Yet, the child was undeniably enchanting. Jiang Feng and his sister, in contrast, did not possess such allure. Was it possible that this infant had been abducted? Jiang Yu's gaze remained fixed upon the two young men, pondering how they must have enjoyed a sumptuous meal, at least 16 dishes, for she could smell it. The thought brought her to the brink of tears. How could anyone indulge so extravagantly? One bowl would suffice for her. Meanwhile, Jiang Mianmian mused that the two young aristocrats appeared somewhat dazed. Their horses were quite handsome, and her attention shifted to them. The horses were magnificent, muscular, with lustrous tails, and even their backs bore a sheen hidden beneath the saddles. If her mother were to see them, would she not take a piece of their mane, trimming it to perfection, tying it in neat bundles? The small broom on their table was fashioned from the wild boar's hair that her mother had collected. As she gazed, she noticed her little black ant diligently climbing up one of the horse's legs. Unable to contain herself, she cheered it on. Ayaya, ayaya. Meng Xiong, He Xiong, if you do not mind the humble nature of my abode, would you care to stay for supper? Jiang Feng inquired after washing his hands. He had taken a quick look in the kitchen and found dried meat, wild vegetables, and coarse grains, an extravagant feast for his family. Noticing the abundance of gifts the two young gentlemen had brought, he felt a sincere urge to invite them to dine, as refusing guests would be disrespectful. Today, Jiang Feng was less concerned with appearances and extended a heartfelt invitation, confident that his mother would return shortly. Meng Xiaoxia and Hichen exchanged glances, and in response to Jiang Feng's earnestness, they inexplicably agreed. Jiang Yu was taken aback but delighted that they accepted the invitation, anticipating a more bountiful dinner. As the two young men nodded in agreement, they themselves felt a bit surprised. Since they were already here, they might as well make themselves comfortable. Jiang Feng called for his sister to come inside, her voice ringing out in the thin-walled house. I'll go borrow some fine grain from Lu the landowner. Will they oblige? Very well, I shall return shortly, I promise to secure some. The two young men watched as the round-faced girl bounced out to greet them before skipping down the mountain. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen exchanged awkward glances, realizing that while they had been invited to dinner, she was off to borrow grain. As Meng Xiaoxia picked up a piece of pastry from the platter, he bit into it, only to be met with the tartness of the wild root, causing his cheeks to pucker. He Chen, observing Meng Xiaoxia's reaction, took a small piece of dried meat, placing it in his mouth, and was stunned by the crunch. Would his teeth survive this? Chapter 56 A Letters Gesture. In the afternoon, after a brief slumber, Jiang Wan awoke to the news from a servant that her two elder brothers had unexpectedly gone to the countryside to visit Jiang Feng. A wave of unease washed over her. She had previously experienced a lengthy dream, so vivid it felt like reality, yet now, certain details seemed awry. Nevertheless, her father would soon be reinstated, and his career would flourish. In the twilight of the sage's life, amidst the fierce rivalry among the princes, none could have anticipated that the ultimate victor would be the inconspicuous seventh prince, whose consort, her aunt, would ascend to the role of empress. The tumultuous chapters of her life were set to unfold in the capital, and all that remained was the passage of time. In her dream, there was no sign of her second uncle's family. They remained behind, and she had overheard servants mention their unfortunate fate due to their extreme actions, which had led to just repercussions. Only Jiang Yu, having gone to the capital city as a maid, was fortuitously rescued and later encountered in the capital. However, it was quite awkward that Jiang Yu had become a concubine of the very suitor she was to discuss marriage with, rendering her a subject of ridicule in the city. In dreams, one is but a guest, subject to whims of joy and sorrow. Upon awakening, Jiang Wan resumed her transcription of Buddhist scriptures. It was only in the afternoon that she learned of the tragic demise of the peddler couple. In their desperate attempts to earn money for medicine for their ailing child, they had committed a grave error, evoking both pity and sorrow. Though lacking in handsome features, their love was sincere. The husband passed away, and the wife took her own life, united in death, a lamentable yet commendable tale. She diligently transcribed 2 copies of the scriptures for the deceased. In a corner, her maid, Maizi, fanned herself vigorously over a basin of ice, attempting to cool the room, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. She felt grateful to her mistress for allowing her to sit and fan herself, providing some comfort. Jiang Yu, following her brother's instructions, prepared to entertain esteemed guests and had indeed borrowed fine grains from the landlord Lu's household. Moreover, these grains came with an interest-free period. As long as they could be repaid within a month, there would be no additional charges, but beyond that, interest would accrue. Jiang Yu, carrying the fragrant grains, hurried home with excitement. Upon her arrival, her brow glistened with sweat, her eyes sparkling. With a large fan in hand, she vigorously fanned herself and, in passing, offered a breeze to the 2 esteemed guests. Her brother had surprisingly laid out the pastries sent by the guests, colorful and sweet to behold. Jiang Feng looked on in silence at Jiang Xiaoyu. He had not intended to display the pastries. However, after witnessing the reactions of the 2 gentlemen to the treats Jiang Xiaoyu had presented, one grimacing from the sourness and the other nearly losing a tooth, he hastily arranged the pastries on display. Jiang Yu energetically fanned the guests while deftly picking up a piece of pastry, placing it before the 2 guests before finally serving herself. Her expressions were vivid and transparent, easily interpreted by Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen. Meng Xiaoxia realized he might have misjudged her intentions. She merely desired to eat, not to seek his attention. Her gluttony was somewhat poignant, yet her upbringing instilled in her the values of courtesy, yielding to others, especially her elder brother. Jiang Mianmian curiously eyed the pastries but felt indifferent, desiring milk more, missing her mother. Her mother had promised her father the night before not to leave the house, yet when he was gone, she too had departed, leaving Jiang Mianmian feeling abandoned. Jiang Feng noticed He Chen's inquisitive gaze fixed upon his little sister Mianmian. He Chen, do you wish to hold her? Jiang Feng inquired. He Chen looked bewildered. Hold her. He had never held a little lady before, even if this one was quite small. All right, fine. Clumsily, he extended his hands, accepting the squirming bundle, warm and alive. At the moment of contact, he nearly dropped the swaddled infant, feeling as though he had touched a soft, squirming creature. Thankfully, he managed to steady himself. He carefully cradled the infant, following Jiang Feng's guidance to sit down, supporting the baby's head with one hand while allowing her body to rest on his lap. The infant's neck is delicate. You must support her head, Jiang Feng instructed earnestly. Hichen grew more anxious. Why had he agreed to hold the baby? He felt a wave of trepidation. Despite the infant's stunning beauty, she was unlike anyone in her family, and he remained fearful. In large families, infants were treasured, and he had only ever glimpsed such young ones, never daring to touch them, always surrounded by caretakers. Jiang Feng, in his trust, had allowed him to hold her. How much faith Jiang Feng had in him. Fortunately, as he sat there, supporting the child, she was surprisingly calm, gazing up at him with her large, dark eyes, smiling and drooling. Hichen, with one hand cradling the infant's head, found the other free to wipe her drool. As he did so, he couldn't help but smile. How could he have imagined that this tiny babe would grow into an unparalleled beauty? Was he not now wiping the drool of a future beauty? Alas, the drool was quite abundant, and even after wiping, it continued to flow. Hichen was cautious, afraid of hurting the soft, pudgy flesh of the baby. As he held her, the enchanting whispers of "Wana, Wana" in his mind gradually faded into the background. Jiang Minmin nestled in his embrace, feeling somewhat indifferent. The fine fabric of his clothing did not breathe as comfortably as cotton or linen. Yet, there was a subtle fragrance about him, undoubtedly a hint of perfume. Seeing him bring so many delightful treats, her sister was elated, and her brother also seemed pleased. She obediently mastered a smile, though a pang of sorrow lingered in her heart, for a child of poverty had to sell smiles at such a tender age. Consequently, the drool flowed even more. Hichen thought, I can't keep up with this, it's endless. Meng Xiaoxia could no longer bear to watch Jiang Feng's sister eat, for he found her utterly captivating as she munched away, resembling a little squirrel, the pastries vanishing at her lips. Unable to resist, he offered her another piece, only to realize how abrupt he had been. To his surprise, the little girl eagerly accepted it. Meng Xiaoxia's face flushed as he quickly diverted the conversation. Jiang brother, may I challenge you to a duel? Jiang Feng had been contemplating how to approach Meng Xiaoxia for a sword technique, feeling it improper to seek something without offering assistance first. Hearing Meng Xiaoxia propose a duel, his eyes brightened. It was a perfect opportunity to witness Meng Xiaoxia's swordsmanship, and perhaps if Meng Xiaoxia won, he would be inclined to teach him. I do not possess a sword. May I use a stick instead? Jiang Feng retrieved a smooth wooden stick from his woodpile. Meng Xiaoxia had not anticipated such a question. Having practiced with numerous weapons at Jiang's estate in the morning, he had asked out of habit. He hadn't realized Jiang Feng lacked even a sword. That will do, he thought, as he too could wield his sword as a stick. Ensuring fairness, the two youths stood opposite one another, one clad in fine garments, the other in coarse linen. One wielding a brocade sword, the other a piece of firewood, one donned in polished boots, the other in straw sandals. Please. Please. Meng Xiaoxia issued a warning. I have practiced swordplay since childhood, never neglecting my training regardless of the weather. My sword is swift. Jiang Feng nodded earnestly, filled with admiration. It was said that scholarly pursuits flourished among the affluent while martial skills were the domain of the impoverished. Those who trained in martial arts must consume meat daily to gain strength. Had he enjoyed regular meals of meat in the past, he likely would have lost interest in martial training. He gripped the stick firmly, putting aside any stray thoughts. He understood that sincerity was vital in his interactions, as it was his honesty that endeared him to others, making them willing to engage with him. If Meng Xiaoxia wished to duel, he must genuinely bring forth his abilities to honor the challenge. Taking a deep breath, he focused solely on the small, round face before him and the sword. Jiang Xiaoyu, seizing the opportunity while unnoticed, quietly swept the crumbs from the table into her hands and ate them. The pastries were simply too flaky. Hichen, bracing himself while cradling the infant, was in perpetual motion, akin to a machine wiping drool. Jiang Minmin chimed in with encouragement for her brother. Two horses swished their tails, gazing down at the village below, occasionally lowering their heads for a drink. One white horse felt an itch in its ear, though there was no breeze. Meng Xiaoxia unleashed his sword. While it remained sheathed, his speed was remarkable, swift and decisive. As he aimed a strike at Jiang Feng raised his stick to defend. Bang! The stick splintered. The sword clattered to the ground. Meng Xiaoxia grimaced, clutching his wrist in pain. Jiang Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, exclaimed, Meng brother, I apologize, this firewood is too brittle. Having dried out, it broke instantly. Hichen stifled a laugh, his abdomen rising and falling, but he managed to contain it. Today was indeed a day for Meng Xiaoxia. Jiang Minmin pumped her fists, cheering, Brother is the best. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the small round face, bewildered, her mouth agape in a display of frustration. She offered him a piece of pastry. Don't be upset, my brother's strength is just average. My mother is the truly strong one. When she wants to discipline my brother, he can never escape. Jiang Xiaoyu, concerned that this wealthy young man might unfairly blame her brother, hurried to comfort him. Meng Xiaoxia's pale face gradually flashed, and his wrist hurt less now. She cares for me. The pastry was quite a challenge to swallow. Chapter 57 Eagle stood with Gastrodia. Quack. 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 Beneath a colossal tree, a robust human figure paced restlessly. Qin Luoxia stood in the mountains not far from home. Indeed, it was not too distant. At her current pace, she had yet to reach the neighboring county. The last time she passed this way, she noticed this towering tree but hurried on without lingering. However, upon reflecting on it later, she recalled that there seemed to be an eagle perched upon its branches. Early in the morning, she made her way to the grand tree. Upon arrival, she began to circle it. The eyes of humans, she appeared as a statuesque woman gazing upward at the tree, exuding a somewhat artistic aura. In the eyes of animals, she resembled a bear-like creature circling the tree, seemingly contemplating what quarry might reside among its branches. The birds in the forest chirped in a state of panic. She exhibited remarkable patience, waiting. As noon approached, with the sun blazing overhead, a great eagle indeed soared above before descending. Qin Luoxia gripped her handmade slingshot, crafted from the sinew of a python she had previously captured. Tied to a Y-shaped tree fork, she placed a stone within, drew it back, and prepared to launch it. Having practiced for quite some time, she awaited the eagle's descent, and at the opportune moment, she released the sinew with a forceful tug. Bang! 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 3 stones were hurled into the air. A piercing cry echoed as a massive eagle plummeted to the ground, blood splattering the earth. This time, Qin Luoxia did not linger to collect her prize. Instead, she wedged the eagle's head under its wing, crammed it into her basket, and hurried homeward. Stewed eagle with gastrodia was said to remedy ailments of the head, a remedy she had heard from her husband. Fonga had sustained an injury to his head, and in recent days, she noticed a change in the child. His eyes bore the look of someone who had experienced fright, filled with terror. When she visited him at night, he no longer sprawled comfortably as before but curled up tightly, which worried her about potential after effects. Thus, she recalled this particular remedy. She had some gastrodia her husband had brought back, but an eagle was hard to come by. Today, she had finally succeeded in her hunt. Qin Luoxia's basket was laden with wild herbs as she rushed home. She managed to arrive just as the evening glow began to set in. Her mother had not yet entered the house. Jiang Minyan caught a whiff of her mother's scent from afar and began to call out excitedly. Jiang Yu, upon hearing her sister's voice, instinctively looked outside and indeed saw their mother returning. She leaped up in delight. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen, upon hearing that Jiang Ji's mother had come back, also stood up. Since they were close friends with Jiang Feng, it was only natural that they regarded Qin Danyang as their elder. After a brief wait, they spotted a vigorous woman, flushed in complexion, carrying a basket on her back, exuding an air of enthusiasm. They had actually encountered her once before outside the city, but that time, due to an ambush, they had not had the opportunity to observe her closely. Upon arriving home, Qin Luoxia discovered guests at the door, 2 young gentlemen clad in fine garments, the very ones who had rescued her family that day. She welcomed them warmly, saying, "Perfect timing, please stay for dinner tonight, you must." Jiang Yu, eager to respond, chimed in, "Mother, I have already borrowed some grain." Qin Luoxia felt a flash of embarrassment, slightly mortified by her daughter's boldness. Jiang Minyan exclaimed, Yay. Mother, look at me. You all sit and enjoy some tea. I will prepare the meal, it will be ready shortly. Once my husband returns, he can keep you company." Previously, she had barged in while searching for her daughter, her demeanor fierce and unyielding. However, in the familiarity of her village, Qin Luoxia felt at ease and forthright, yet, faced with such refined gentlemen from the capital, she felt a twinge of nervousness and dared not gaze at them for long, feeling unworthy of conversation. She wished her husband were present to engage in dialogue. After freshening up, Qin Luoxia came to embrace Minyan, gently pulling her elder daughter away from the enticing snacks. Jiang Yu sad-faced, see Minyan, blissfully cradled in her mother's arms, nursed contentedly until she noticed her sister extracting a colossal eagle from the basket of wild vegetables. Pfft! She nearly choked. Wasn't the notion of eagles snatching up children merely a scare tactic? This eagle was so large it could certainly carry off a small child. Her mother's vegetable basket truly resembled the pocket of a robotic cat, filled with all manner of things beyond mere greens. "Mother, such a large bird, the wings must be delicious," Jiang Yu said, swallowing hard. Seated beneath the great tree at the entrance of the courtyard, He Chen and Meng Xiaoxia turned their gazes inward, following Jiang Yu's words. With the door ajar, they caught sight of the spectacle. A little girl brandishing an enormous eagle, likely weighing dozens of pounds, a sight so rare in the sky. How had she managed to capture such a creature? Their bows and arrows could hardly reach it unless one were a legendary archer of renown or had located the eagle's nest, which, for a bird of such size, would typically be situated high in treacherous terrain, making it difficult to find. This is a medicinal ingredient, stewed with gastrodia. It can cure ailments. You all should partake of it abundantly tonight, Qin Luoxia said with a hint of joy. As long as she was doing something good for her family, she felt it was all worthwhile, no matter how challenging. Cough, cough, cough. Mian Mian truly choked on her milk. She recalled hearing a diabetic patient mention that stewed eagle with gastrodia could alleviate headaches, as he had bought an eagle and was sentenced to a year in prison. There, he maintained a routine of meals, exercise, and rest, and upon his release, he found his headache cured. However, after being released, he indulged excessively, developing diabetes. Curiously, Mian Mian gazed at the enormous eagle, wondering how it could possibly fit in a single pot, reminiscent of the one that had flown from the Tian Shan Mountains, so vast, so grand. Mother, how did you catch it? I can barely catch the little birds in the trees, Jiang Yu inquired with genuine curiosity. Qin Luoxia lifted her daughter, positioning her upright with her head resting on her shoulder, gently patting her back. After a few moments, she replied, I don't know how it was injured, I simply found it on the road and brought it back. Jiang Yu. Minion. Chapter 58. Brother Jiang, can you read? The evening glow in the sky grew ever more crimson. The barks of dogs in the village rose loudly, calling families to return home. Jiang Xiaoyu entered the courtyard to tend to her tasks, while Meng Xiaoxia found his attention drifting. His wrist still bore a slight ache. Thoughts flitted through his mind. How could such a grand eagle be injured, and then, how could it be that he too was wounded? He would need to apply medicinal alcohol to his wrist upon returning. He Chen, purely curious, wondered what such a raptor looked like, having yet to observe one up close. Jiang Feng had always been adept at reading people's expressions. Sensing that the two young gentlemen were very curious about his home, he graciously led them into the courtyard. To the two young masters from the capital, the courtyard appeared rather cramped. They had never stayed in such a modest space. The earthen ground and mud walls revealed the granules of earth, with no intricately carved windows, no hanging paintings, and no porcelain vases on display. However, several black pottery jars were neatly arranged in the corner. The courtyard was tidy, devoid of chaos, with a bamboo pole propped against the wall for an unknown purpose, a clothesline. Jiang Feng had just entered to collect the diapers. It did not seem sturdy enough for exercise, being too frail to hold a person. Meng Xiaoxia cast a curious glance at it. He Chen gazed at the earthen wall, which had partially collapsed, revealing a view of the grand tree outside. From this angle, it appeared unexpectedly beautiful, exuding a picturesque charm. Jiang Feng joyfully proclaimed, my family's location is quite favorable, for there is a well right in the courtyard, eliminating the need to venture out for water. Everything we need is conveniently at hand. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen followed Jiang Feng's indication, discovering that the area covered by wooden planks concealed a well. By its side were stone stools, wooden sticks, and a wooden basin, along with a girl pressing down on a gigantic eagle. Meng Xiaoxia's gaze faltered in surprise. He Chen focused on the great eagle. Jiang Feng took the cotton bundle from his mother's arms, cradling it in one arm while affectionately ruffling its head, a gesture he had mastered. Jiang Mian Mian wore a resigned expression, contemplating that aside from milk, she only drank from the spiritual spring. Surely, that would safeguard her hair. With guests present, Qin Luoxia was at a loss for words, taciturn as she immersed herself in work, attending to the eagle. Jiang Xiaoyu assisted her. Thus, the two young masters from the capital witnessed the majestic bird being stripped of its feathers in a few deft movements, the sound of slicing resonating through the air. Jiang Feng's sister skillfully rinsed the remains, leaving no traces of bone or blood. The rare giant eagle was soon arranged neatly in a basin, no longer recognizable as it once was. Observing his mother's practiced movements, Jiang Feng instinctively sought to divert the attention of his noble guests. My family is small and lives simply. My father and mother share a room, my sister and I share another, and there is one room for storage and one for cooking. Once my younger sister grows up, we can free up the storage room for me, and both sisters can share a room. Come, Meng brother, let me show you my room. Meng Xiaoxia pondered in surprise that Jiang Feng's sister shared a room with him. How could that be? Would he not get to glimpse the young lady's private quarters? Jiang Feng, holding Mian Mian, led the two to his room. The space was small, with the ceiling barely visible above. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, two small wooden beds separated by a wooden partition. One bed featured a wooden window nearby. Initially, Meng Xiaoxia felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, for he had stepped into a young girl's chamber. Strange thoughts flickered in his mind. However, upon entering, he saw a bed with a pillow and a quilt, the latter patched and neatly folded, hardly suggestive of a young lady's room. At the head of the bed stood an old cabinet, neatly displaying a pair of embroidered shoes. He recognized them. The young girl had worn those shoes when she had fiercely kicked that scoundrel. Bloodstains marred the embroidered footwear. A protruding beam on the earthen wall bore a red string. Jiang Yu's was hung on a tree. This one was given to her by their mother. Only this hint of color revealed the essence of a girl's chamber. Meng Xiaoxia felt a peculiar discomfort in his heart. Meanwhile, He Chen's gaze fell upon the side where Jiang Feng slept. By the window stood a small table, upon which lay a somewhat tattered book, its condition betraying frequent handling. He flipped through it, discovering it to be a volume on herbal medicine, densely packed with intricate characters he had never encountered. He Chen exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Jiang, you can actually read." Initially, they had assumed Jiang Feng was illiterate, for it was commonplace for vagabonds to be unlettered. Then finding someone literate in the marketplace was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. When asked whether he could read, Jiang Feng reminisced about his childhood, recalling how his father had taught him characters. His embrace of his sister softened slightly, and he instinctively swayed gently. He had been keen to learn, excelling in his studies, and possessed a remarkable memory, recalling everything his father taught him. His father frequently praised him for his intelligence. However, as time passed, his father's instruction dwindled. His father only taught them to recognize characters. As he grew older, he realized the preciousness of literacy. For some, the ability to read and take the imperial examinations could alter one's fate and bring glory to one's family. Yet, neither he nor his father even qualified to participate in the examinations. They could not even pass the filial piety test. He was uncertain of his future, and having learned to read only made him feel more out of place compared to his peers, leading him to become a vagabond on the streets. Still cradling his sister, he swayed gently, a simple smile gracing his face. "Not only can I read, but my sister can too. My mother knows a few characters as well, all taught by my father. Teaching my sister is challenging. She only remembers when I tell her about delicious food." As he spoke in the dimly lit room, the boy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He envied the young man before him, not because of their wealth or esteemed backgrounds, but simply because they had the opportunity to study. In the darkness, the elder brother leaned down to kiss Jiang Mianmian, who mistook the gesture for saliva landing on her face. She squealed in delight, hearing her brother's laughter resonate in the air. Chapter 59 The Contest for Talent. As darkness descended, the kitchen transformed into a crucial battleground for the matriarch. Occasionally, the air was punctuated by the rhythmic sound of clattering. Jiang Xiaoyu darted out to the mountainside to borrow some spices, then scurried to the wall's base to pluck a few wild scallions, her movements a flurry of activity. Torches were lit in the courtyard, accompanied by a peculiar herb powder that filled the air with a subtle fragrance, defective at warding off mosquitoes. The evening mosquitoes were particularly vicious, and the two fair-skinned young heroes would surely be left with welts all over their bodies. Jiang Mianmian waited alongside the heroes for their meal. Remarkably, she had found herself nestled in the embrace of the square-faced young hero. This square-faced youth exhibited a surprising expertise in cradling the child, his support of her back providing a comfortable curve, in stark contrast to another hero's rigid hold. Meng Xiaoxiang had ample experience in holding children at his maternal grandfather's home, where numerous cousins would pass through his arms, hoping to impart some fortune to him and alter the family's long-standing tradition of single heirs. Feeling at ease, Jiang Mianmian became animated, throwing punches, kicking her legs, then turning her head to search for her little aunt. She observed her elder brother sweeping the floor, bemused by young Master He's insistence on instructing him in the art of writing. After witnessing the exceedingly humble bedroom, He Chen felt a deep kinship with Jiang Feng, pitying this scion of a humble family who could read and write. Jiang claimed his father worked in the apothecary, possessing knowledge of herbal medicine. He had assumed his father was a physician. Jiang Feng, strong in martial prowess, could easily knock Meng's sword from his hands, but he could not provide guidance in the literary arts. Unfortunately, the Jiang family lacked spare paper and writing implements. Thus, Jiang Feng resorted to extracting a wooden stick from the firewood stack, using it as a makeshift pen to write upon the ground. After clearing the earth and smoothing it out, he created a square space, gripping the firewood stick firmly. Meng Xiaoxiang, cradling the child, watched on as this young gentleman seamlessly integrated with the family, fitting in surprisingly well. He felt a sense of familiarity as he observed Jiang Feng, who bore a striking resemblance to his demeanor when they had just sparred with swords, no longer frivolous, but serious and intensely focused. Jiang Feng, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I have not written in a long time, my handwriting is poor." He Chen, with an encouraging voice, replied, "No matter, I began practicing calligraphy at the age of 3, diligently practicing for an hour each day, regardless of the season." You need not compare yourself to me, simply write what you wish to express. He spoke with pride, for the He family of Qingzhou was renowned as the pinnacle of literary talent. He had already achieved the second degree and was preparing for his next journey, aiming to secure the top honor and bring further glory to his family. What others considered unattainable, within the He family, was merely a matter of encouragement exchanged between uncle and nephew. His uncle had once been the top scholar. Jiang Feng surveyed the modest home before his gaze settled upon the two horses. They were splendid creatures, not overly plump, yet exuding a palpable strength, distinctly out of place in their humble surroundings. He then inscribed in the mud, "This horse is no ordinary steed, the star of the stable is indeed a star." He Chen watched with a smile, nodding slightly in approval. Though simple and direct, it was already commendable poetry. Observing Jiang Feng continue to write, "With each strike upon the slender bones, there resonates a sound of bronze." He Chen's nod faltered. He opened his mouth several times, only to close it again. He had intended to offer guidance to Jiang Feng, but as he gazed at the characters and the poem, he was momentarily taken aback. The handwriting was somewhat unpracticed, indeed showing signs of infrequent use. Yet, the force behind each stroke penetrated the earth, striking with a fierce intensity. Jiang Feng was writing about a horse. It seemed, however, the poem resembled the discourse of his own elders. Every line spoke of a horse, yet none truly depicted one. He Chen fell silent, his handsome countenance shadowed by a weighty contemplation. He surveyed his surroundings, the dilapidated abode, the earthen floor, the sounds of barking dogs and chirping insects. With each strike upon the slender bones, there resonates a sound of bronze. He Chen, as if peering through the worn, tattered robe of the youth, glimpsed the essence of resilient bronze. He envisioned countless individuals striking at that bronze, the resonant clang echoing, stirring the soul. He raised his eyes to the heavens, where the stars sparkled brilliantly. He had once taken pride in believing that among the world's talents, he alone possessed a measure. Yet here, in this modest dwelling, this young man, without pen or paper, produced poetry that stung his very being. In that moment, he realized that through his travels, he had encountered the very person he had sought. This was the true treasure of his journey. Without offering any critique, he finally spoke. "Jiang brother, I am to return tomorrow. Would you care to accompany me back to Qingzhou?" Meng Shaoxiang grew anxious. How could He Chen possibly be poaching talent? Was it not enough that he had already encountered so many unfortunate young women along the way? "Jiang brother, come with me to the capital. Your martial skills are commendable, and you would fit well in my household. To Qingzhou, where your literary gifts would not go to waste." Chapter 60. Seeing is believing. Fragrant aromas wafted through the small courtyard, perhaps due to a prolonged wait, or perhaps the genteel lunch had left the two youthful gentlemen feeling somewhat peckish. They both sensed that the scent was rather overwhelming, igniting their curiosity about the nature of the food. The dining table had been relocated to the center of the courtyard. It was not a grand, intricately carved round table, but rather a patchwork of weathered wooden planks. The legs of the table had been mended, one of them having previously broken but was later repaired. Instead of ornately carved chairs, there were simple bamboo stools, wooden blocks, and benches. These items seemed familiar, yet the experience of sitting around such a table, without attendants to serve, illuminated only by starlight, moonlight, and the flickering glow of fireflies, offered a unique and enchanting experience. From Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, which sparkled brighter than the stars, it was evident that tonight's meal would far exceed the usual fare of their household. Meng Shaoxia and He Chen remained somewhat taciturn. Jiang Xiaoyu did not respond to anyone, stating that he needed to ponder for a night. Jiang Mianmian nestled in her brother's embrace. She understood that these two gallant youths wished to invite her brother to accompany them. However, her brother refrained from giving a direct affirmation. Jiang Mianmian furrowed her brow slightly. Although her brother often ruffled her hair, she felt a twinge of concern for her growing baldness. Yet, if a day came when her brother ceased to do so, she would undoubtedly feel estranged. Observing the demeanor of the two young men, she sensed they were inherently good-natured. If her brother were to join them, it would indeed be a far better fate than merely idling on the streets. Jiang Mianmian felt conflicted. In ancient times, transportation was slow and inconvenient. Should her brother truly depart, it was uncertain when he would return or when they might reunite again. Thus, she remained obediently in her brother's embrace, appearing deep in thought, as if the invitation was directed towards her rather than her brother. At such a tender age, she bore the weight of contemplation, yet, to the eyes of adults, she appeared merely as a beautiful infant, lost in reverie. She increasingly resembled her father, Jiang Chongtian, and grew ever more radiant, as if emitting a luminous glow. The family harbored no suspicions, for their father was indeed strikingly handsome. Qin Luoxia held a particular fondness for the youngest child, as she bore the closest resemblance to her husband. She felt herself lacking in beauty. It was preferable for the child to resemble her husband. The table was sparsely set, with some bowls and dishes borrowed from the village by Jeongyu. In the center, there was a clay pot belonging to the Mienyan family. They had not yet begun to eat, patiently awaiting the return of their father. Despite swallowing several times, Jeong Seoyu did not touch the food laid before them, dutifully waiting for their father. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen waited along with them. They politely offered to wait, yet the family genuinely intended to do so. It was a novel experience, waiting for someone to dine, awaiting the head of the household, an individual of great significance. It underscored the family's extreme modesty. The feast before Zhongfeng's family, which made Mienyan drool, was actually quite meager. Each person had a bowl of rice, not purely white but mixed with corn and some coarse grains, although the majority was fine rice. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen would not have noticed this detail had they not observed the varied hues of the rice. In the center, a large pot emanated a delightful aroma. It was tonight's main dish, heavenly herbs stewed with an old eagle and wild vegetables, a rarity they had never encountered before. Beside it were a dish of wild onions, a plate of pickles, and a portion of dried meat, the kind that nearly knocked He Chen's teeth out, and that was all. Even their guards likely dined on superior fare. Families of their stature would never skimp on the provisions for their servants. Yet, despite the meager spread, Zhong Feng's family reacted as if they had encountered a banquet of delicacies, filled with excitement. Even Jiang Yu served the rice with an air of reverence, counting each grain as if it were sacred. Despite this, they maintained decorum and exhibited refinement. They did not sneak bites. They were earnestly waiting for the return of the head of the household, Jiang Chongtian, whose life was filled with toil far from home, finally returned, cloaked in starlight. Upon reaching his doorstep, he paused, noticing guests in the courtyard. Qin Luoxia approached the door, brushing the dust from his clothes while saying, "My husband, Feng Ji's friends have arrived. Since they rarely come, we've prepared a meal and are all waiting for you." Jiang Chongtian entered, clasping his fists in a gesture of apology, stating he would be but a moment as he needed to freshen up. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen finally caught sight of Jiang Feng, Jiang Yu, and their youngest sibling, Jiang Minyan's father. They had expected a robust woman akin to their own mother, yet were met with a tall, slender youth who seemed somewhat shy, hesitating to meet their gaze while conversing with them. This was the type of person they encountered most often, so it felt familiar. They were not prepared for the entrance of a lanky young man. The courtyard was dimly lit, obscuring his features, though they noted his long hair and loose garments, his figure not as sturdy as that of Qin Danyang. Jiang Chongtian retreated to wash up. After a moment's hesitation, he wiped away the makeup from his face and retied his hair. In his father's days, he too had been a well-dressed young master, the youngest of an affluent family, and he understood their preferences. He slowly dried his hands, turned, and stepped out of the room. With a creak, the door, aged and in disrepair, announced his presence. Jiang Chongtian emerged, a warm smile gracing his face. "I apologize for my tardiness. I appreciate your patience, father. It's no trouble at all. We haven't waited long, just a brief moment," Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Jiang Minyan waved her arms, exclaiming, "Yay, yay, yay. Father, hold me, father, hold me." Qin Luoxia beamed with pride. "This is my husband, his words are truly delightful." Jiang Feng also felt a swell of pride. This is his father, a father who does not bow and scrape. The family was filled with joyous commotion. However, He Chen and Meng Xiaoxia grew increasingly awkward, even rising to their feet, feeling that remaining seated was somewhat disrespectful. "Please, take a seat, you are our honored guest," Meng Xiaoxia urged, nudging his small bamboo chair forward. He Chen, in his fluster, accidentally kicked over his own stool. Chapter 61. That courtyard, that night, that bowl of soup. The earthenware pot retains heat well. After some time, when the lid was removed, steam still wafted from it. A large pot of soup bubbled vigorously. The long-haired beauty raised her slender hand to unveil the lid, and then she sprinkled a plate of pickles and a plate of dried meat into the pot. Following this, she stirred the contents with a long spoon. Next, she added a handful of wild onions into the earthenware pot. A rich aroma wafted through the air. This was a recently unlocked culinary delight at home. Whether it was wild vegetable soup or some other broth, even a mouthful of boiling water with a sprinkle of wild onions would yield a delightful fragrance. Jiang Yu observed her father's actions, her hands clasped together holding chopsticks, her excitement soaring as if she might take flight, unable to conceal the smile on her face, brimming with joy. Jiang Feng also wore a smile, his happiness genuine, this grin not foolish but rather hearty. Qin Luoxia watched her husband's movements, her admiration evident. Everything he did was remarkable. Jiang Minyan felt an overwhelming sense of joy, relishing the presence of her family. Every evening surpassed the day in happiness, with everyone gathered together, nestled in her brother's embrace. She gleefully played with her toes. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen felt somewhat constrained. Meng Xiaoxia had just stood up to offer his seat, originally seated in a position of honor alongside He Chen. In truth, the dilapidated table in the small courtyard bore no distinctions of rank, yet they still hurriedly relinquished their seats. As it turned out, Jiang Feng's father did not take a seat. He positioned himself at the end, beside Jiang Feng's mother. Hichen hailed from an established noble family, pursuing a civil service path, succinctly put, a connoisseur of beauty. This has been previously mentioned, reiterated here. Today, he first beheld the ethereal beauty of Miss Wana, a gem untainted by the world, in the small county. Then he encountered a child in a deep village, possessing a beauty akin to a precious jade, untouched by worldly filth. Following this, he witnessed the multifaceted talents of Brother Jiang, who could wield a stick to disarm Meng's sword and compose resounding poetry with the same stick. Now, under the moonlight, he observed the beauty stirring the pot with a long spoon. Such a peak of attractiveness, beauty knows no gender. Thus, all of this has its roots. The jade-like child exists in this remote village because she resembles her father. The capable Jiang brother owes his prowess to the striking man before him. The man merely stirred a pot of food, yet he stirred Hichen's heart. His silence was deafening. This moment, he resembled a bashful Qin-dama, unable to meet the other's gaze, feeling unworthy to speak. He suddenly became introverted. In contrast, Meng Xiaoxia was not a connoisseur of beauty. He held no excessive pursuit of physical allure, having been surrounded by too many female relatives on his mother's side. Instead, he sensed that the excessively handsome man before him exuded a formidable aura, even a hint of danger. Meng Xiaoxia's maternal grandfather oversees criminal investigation and public security. When a person reaches the pinnacle of something, they become extraordinary. He had not anticipated that the seemingly simple father of the naive Jiang Yu would embody such a form. It seemed somewhat absurd that such a man should be a mere assistant in the county office. If he were a physician, he would surely heal countless women's ailments. Jiang Changtian stirred the pot and then ladled generous portions into bowls for everyone, saying, "Eat up." Jiang Yu immediately took a large mouthful of rice paired with a hearty spoonful of soup, filling her mouth. Delicious. Jiang Feng also devoured his food with gusto, dry rice accompanied by meat soup. How could it not be delectable? Moreover, dining at home with his parents and sister surpassed even the pleasures of Qingfeng restaurant. Qin Luoxia, while still maintaining a semblance of decorum in the presence of guests, also ate heartily. Jiang Changtian, as was his custom, ate at a moderate pace, his posture elegant, the ingrained grace of his demeanor evident even at this modest dining table. Meng Xiaoxia's attention had initially been captivated by the beauty of Jiang's father across the table. However, he inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Menyan enjoying her food, unable to resist being drawn in. Watching her eat was a sight of pure satisfaction. He too began to mimic her manner of eating. Meng Xiaoxia was not one to indulge excessively in culinary delights. He lived without the meticulousness of Hichen, yet this meal was surprisingly delectable. Not due to hunger, but genuinely delicious. One does not tire of exquisite food, nor of finely crafted dishes. He had dined in every restaurant in the capital, attended imperial banquets, and sampled dishes from renowned chefs across various regions. Though he had no specific demands, he was well versed in the world of gastronomy. When the food entered his throat, an unusual sense of satisfaction washed over him. His mind momentarily blanked, consumed solely with the act of eating. He even felt that the weariness from his travels dissipated as he savored the meal, as if his wrists no longer throbbed with pain. He buried his head into his meal. Hichen observed Meng Xiaoxia devouring his food with a sense of bewilderment. How could one eat with such abandon when seated across from such a beauty? He found it impossible to refrain from glancing at the exquisite figure at the end of the table. He and Meng Xiaoxia occupied the main seats, directly facing the last seat, allowing him to see her with a mere lift of his head. He found it difficult to concentrate on his food. He felt that it was impolite to gaze at her, and even a fleeting glance from her would send him into a fluster. Yet, this was merely his illusion. Jiang Feng's father was not looking at him, solely focused on enjoying his meal. Originally, he felt a tinge of anxiety about dining at Jiang's home, fearing he might accidentally chip a tooth, envisioning the refined scholar revealing a gold tooth when he smiled. But at this moment, his thoughts were far from the meal. Seeing everyone else partake, he too joined in. As the rice entered his mouth, he felt a slight constriction in his throat. The coarse grains were rather harsh. He paid it no mind, still somewhat lost in thought as he continued to eat. He took another dry mouthful of rice and choked, cough. He swiftly covered his mouth, embarrassed even to cough, feeling he had been rude in front of the beauty. He hurriedly lifted his bowl to sip the soup. The warm, thick broth flowed down his throat, and Hichen was momentarily stunned. That rough rice he had just consumed suddenly seemed worthwhile. It felt as if those 2 bites of coarse rice were merely a prelude to opening his throat after a long day of toil and fatigue. All that exertion seemed to have been in preparation for this bowl of soup. The hot broth cascaded down his throat and into his belly. In an instant, his entire body felt warmed, a delightful shiver coursing through him. He could not afford to gaze at the beauty any longer and took another sip of soup, his hand trembling slightly as he held the bowl. Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed with emotion. In a world where literati gathered in Qingzhou, the city monopolized 8 parts of the literary spirit in the realm. The culinary delights of Qingzhou were similarly esteemed. Part of this fame could be attributed to the abundance of scholars, who always spread poetic verses, then various culinary-related poetry circulated widely. Another reason lay in the aggregation effect brought about by the multitude of scholars, drawing diverse cuisines to Qingzhou. He Chen had attended numerous gourmet banquet invitations, hoping to offer his critique. He had tasted many delectable dishes and could articulate their merits, yet this bowl of soup before him was unlike any other. The wild vegetables bore a slight bitterness, the medicinal herbs also slightly bitter, the eagle meat was fresh and sweet, infused with the smoky aroma of cured meat, complemented by the saltiness of the pickles, and the fragrance of the wild onions. Remarkably, these elements combined to create an unbelievable flavor that enveloped him in a sense of relaxation from head to toe. He felt as though his pores had opened, and a light perspiration graced his skin. He had expected the food from this humble household to be difficult to swallow, for he had seen Jiang Feng's sister relish every bite, while the pastries they had brought from the county were mediocre, not freshly made, yet Jiang Feng's sister savored them as if they were divine delicacies. Thus, he had no expectations for dinner. Moreover, with the beauty present, he paid no attention to what he was consuming. However, he too began to eat with fervor. It became clear that in the face of exquisite food, there was little time for critique, for if one ate slowly, it would be gone. He Chen devoured his meal with impatience. The coarse rice exuded a delightful aroma as he chewed. He lacked decorum, too preoccupied to glance at the beauty, and while eating, he suddenly understood Jiang Feng's sister, grasping the essence of her happiness reflected in her squinted eyes and crescent-shaped smile. The eagle meat was extraordinarily tender, the wild vegetables fragrant, and even the tough dried meat had been perfectly soaked to yield a satisfying chew, while the pickles were crisp, and the wild onions were nothing short of exquisite. Those wild onions, so readily found by the roadside, which he had previously avoided, were now a delightful addition to his meal. He would have once spat them out, yet, as he gulped down the soup, the wild onions revealed themselves to be incredibly delicious, imparting an indescribable freshness. He felt suddenly alert, as if he had taken a step closer to achieving the top scholar's rank. He lamented inwardly, having wasted so much time earlier, merely gazing at the beauty. By the time he came to his senses, there was little left in the pot of meat soup and wild vegetables. Jiang Minyan, drooling as she watched the others eat, felt no envy. She was content, as if she were drinking her mother's milk. Having consumed these dishes herself, it was almost as though she too had partaken. Furthermore, she had just relieved herself of the wild onions earlier that afternoon, so she had no desire to eat. Chapter 62. A child has a child. After the meal, there was no wine, only clear water. The boiling water, slightly infused with the essence of the pot, was not particularly palatable. Nevertheless, Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen consumed several bowls of it, feeling sufficiently nourished. After a couple of water baths, they prepared to take their leave. They had not intended to stay over, as there were accommodations available in the county town. Moreover, this establishment did not seem equipped to host guests overnight. However, He Chen found it difficult to comprehend how such a beauty as Jiang Feng's father could reside in such a place. He could not fathom how he could merely be a mere aide in the county office. In this era of opulence at the imperial palace, even the literati of Qingzhou would first judge a person by their appearance. With such a visage, even if he submitted a blank examination paper, he would likely still achieve a respectable ranking. How could it be? Speaking in the presence of a beauty felt abrupt in any case. It was Meng Xiaoxia, with her square face, who curiously inquired, "Uncle Jiang, where is your ancestral home? You must not be a local." As she posed this question, the Jiang family fell silent for a moment. The long-haired youth seated on the bamboo chair, cradling a baby in his arms, spoke calmly, "If we speak of ancestry, I should be from Jiangyin." "The Jiang family of Jiangyin?" He Chen asked eagerly, realizing there was indeed a prestigious lineage. The beauty unmistakably resembled a scion of a noble family. Jiang Chongtian gently rubbed the little hands of the baby, Jiang Minyan, whose tiny fists were always clenched, palms damp with sweat. The father would assist her in opening her hands, gently kneading them to enable her to use them more dexterously. "My father once held the positions of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, head of the Imperial Academy, and Minister of Rites. His name was Jiang Bai. After my birth, he named me Chongtian, wishing that my life could be as boundless as the sky, free from constraints, and filled with romance." Under the night sky, in the small courtyard, on the bamboo chair, the long-haired youth spoke softly. Both Hichen and Meng Xiaoxia were momentarily taken aback. Hichen wished to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Meng Xiaoxia had not anticipated that Miss Jiang was actually the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor Jiang. Jiang Feng, upon hearing this, was also momentarily stunned. His father had never mentioned it, yet, almost immediately, an overwhelming sense of bitterness surged within him. He recalled how his father had bowed and scraped before the county officials. He fervently wished to grow, to mature into a pillar of support for his father, so that he would no longer have to think of such people. Qin Luoxia stood behind her husband, her hands anxiously wringing the corners of her garment. Jiang Yu remained silent, feeling an immense pity for her father. If her father and mother were to abandon her, the very thought would bring her to tears, yet her father's parents had truly forsaken him. But is there some misunderstanding? Hichen recalled their morning visit to the Jiang residence. Though not opulent, it featured pavilions and towers, ancient paintings, and fragrant vases, with windows draped in fine gauze made of shoe material. The old matriarch of the Jiang family was resplendent in her grandeur. His distant aunt, Madame Jiang, adorned with gold hairpins and jade bracelets, added to the family's prestige. Although Lord Jiang was not dressed extravagantly, it was evident he had never known the worry of financial hardship. The martial arts training ground was expansive, and the study was bright and airy. Miss Jiang Wan was clad in a half-new skirt, raising her hand to reveal a warm jade bracelet, while her shoes were embedded with emeralds. Her fair hands and sweet smile exuded an air of refinement untouched by hardship. Meng Xiaoxia also reflected on this, recalling Miss Jiang Wan's exquisite attire and graceful demeanor, her kindness towards the maidservants. She looked at the round-faced little girl before her, dressed in coarse linen, sitting there with reddened eyes, resembling a small rabbit. Meng Xiaoxia felt an urge to gently tap her on the head. Foolish girl. After finishing with one hand, Jiang Chongtian proceeded to rub the other tiny hand, his voice softening further. He was reluctant to broach such matters, fearing it would reveal his vulnerability. He wished to appear unperturbed, unaffected by emotion. He spoke in the gentlest tone, as if his vocal cords scarcely needed to be engaged. My mother has despised me since childhood, claiming that evil lurked in my eyes, that my heart was wicked. I secretly endeavored to study, aspiring to liberate myself from home through the imperial examinations. My mother informed my teachers that I was unfilial and unworthy of being human, thus severing my path to the examinations. Jiang Menyan listened intently to her father's words, which were markedly different from his usual tone. Each sentence was spoken slowly, deliberately. Her father's body trembled slightly. She looked up at him, only to find him gazing down, smiling at her. Though my mother wishes for my demise, I do not wish to die, for I have a child. Chapter 63. The damp pillowcase. The young hero returns home under the night sky. The stars illuminate the path, accompanied by the chorus of frogs and insects. Ultimately, the two bid farewell to that quaint courtyard. The one with a corner of its earthen wall crumbled, where a table had its legs replaced, and where the boy proudly proclaimed the presence of a well, the humble abode with merely 4 rooms. The place where heavy rains necessitated the use of bowls to catch the leaks, and where strong winds threatened to whisk away the tiles. The courtyard adorned with 2 trees at the entrance. It was late, and the heavens showed no mercy. They were bound to part ways, for the morrow would require them to continue their journey. Yet, Meng Xiaoxia's horse stubbornly refused to budge, no matter how much he coaxed or cradled it. It was quite the awkward predicament. Meng Xiaoxia pondered whether the horse had somehow discerned his sentiments. The horse seemed more perceptive than he. Thus, he mounted the guard's steed instead. As the young heroes made their way home, the guards followed in silence. Both young men had once relished such weather. They would feel a thrill when darkness enveloped the road. Engaging in grand discussions, Meng Xiaoxia would sometimes mischievously recount tales of the unspeakable incidents that transpired at night, leaving Hichen both terrified and exhilarated. Yet, on this night, words eluded them. Perhaps there was too much they wished to express, but found themselves at a loss for how to begin. The journey there had felt extensive, the path winding through deep villages. Yet, departing, it seemed to pass too swiftly, as the little courtyard faded from view, swallowed by the shadows. Upon reaching the county town, they encountered no curfew. Open vendors still called out from the roadside, peddling snacks. As they passed through a street, the sounds of laughter from young women reached their ears, along with the sweet scent of powdered water. However, the 2 young men's expressions were unusually grave. Upon arriving at the inn, they were greeted by gifts sent by the Jiang family. Learning of their impending return the following day, the Jiang family had thoughtfully prepared a plethora of items for them. Not to mention the food and drink, there were thick cloaks to ward off the chill, opulent wool blankets in case they needed to sleep outdoors, local specialties from Ming County, medicinal herbs, and fine porcelain, gifts worthy of presentation, suitable for sharing upon their return. Additionally, there were fragrant sachets prepared by Miss Warner, reputed to repel mosquitoes and invigorate the spirit. There were even prayer beads gifted by the elder matriarch, consecrated by the master of Chinuen Temple. An abundance of things, half a room's worth. It was a gesture filled with sincerity and thoughtfulness. The two fell into silence. The next morning, they visited the Jeong residence. Lord Jeong exuded charm and vigor, possessing both literary and martial prowess. Lady Jeong was graceful and beautiful. The elder matriarch radiated a serene aura, her elegance palpable. Miss Jeong-won was talented and well-read, with beauty that rivaled flowers. Jeong-rong was plump and prosperous. The Jeong family was steeped in tradition, their household well-ordered, leaving a profound impression on the two. This even led them to harbor an unwarranted disdain for the Jeong family's youngest son, whom they had never met. Disrespectful, unfilial, neglectful of their grandparents and parents, indulging in merriment during mourning periods, lacking brotherly love, they harmed their siblings, committing unforgivable acts. Such a reputation surely indicated they had committed grave transgressions. Meng Xiaoxia's family, at least, did not harbor such individuals. However, he had an uncle who managed the capital's security and dealt with all manner of peculiar cases, reflecting the darker side of human nature that was hard to fathom. He Chen's family was complex, indeed harboring unfilial descendants, some even cast out from their homes. Yet, in light of all this, when compared to the earthen walls and thatched roofs of the Jeong family, it all seemed laughable. Even the lavish gifts before them appeared hypocritical. They were no children, nor were they novice. They had read extensively, witnessed the world, and understood the principles of life. They believed in what their eyes beheld. They saw Jeong Fong proudly asserting that his home was admirable because of the well, never lamenting the difficulties of the mountain roads, nor the dilapidation of the courtyard, nor the hardships of life. He merely smiled, stating that with a well at home, fetching water from afar was unnecessary, making washing up quite convenient. They observed Jeong Yu discreetly sweeping away crumbs from the pastries on the table, cupping them in her hands before quietly consuming them. It was neither refined nor cultured. They glimpsed Jeong Yu's boudoir, adorned with a red string upon the wall. They witnessed Jeong's father returning home under the stars, weary from work but smiling tenderly as he held his child. They saw Jeong's mother, laden with a basket, drenched in sweat, returning home against the backdrop of the setting sun. They recognized their struggles, yet all of them wore smiles, expressing delight over the delicious pastries and feeling grateful for the sumptuous dinner. Initially, when He Chen read the poem penned by Jeong Xiong, he found it somewhat incredulous, even harboring doubt within. The poem was steeped in sorrow. The youth had always greeted them with a smile. He could not fathom that he understood such suffering. However, now he comprehended, understanding why he had not readily agreed to follow him to Qingzhou, for those unfilial were barred from the imperial examinations. They even recalled how Jeong Fong had unexpectedly saved his sister from a band of ruffians. They had been deceived into a robbery outside the city, targets of the very two before them. Yet, they could not muster any animosity towards them. Their eloquence and benevolence paled in comparison to a pot of wild vegetable soup. The rice they could not swallow was a rare delicacy for them, food that required borrowing and came with interest. As they hosted their guests, each received a bowl. Jeong Xiaoyu ate with such earnestness, so cautiously, fearing the waste of even a single grain of rice. Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen gazed at the mountain of gifts before them, still silent. The servants inquired how to handle the gifts. The two remained mute. Such heartfelt gestures only intensified their discomfort. Had they not encountered Jeong Fong and remained unaware of his family's circumstances, perhaps they would have joyfully accepted the gifts and formed an excellent impression. After all, to maintain one's dignity in such dire straits was truly remarkable. Yet, upon witnessing the Jeong family's plight, they understood what true hardship entailed, and what was truly precious. Within He Chen's heart, the voice echoed repeatedly, asserting that these were matters concerning their elders, unrelated to Miss Jeong-won, who was generous and kind. Yet, they could not evade the reality. Miss Jeong-won treated even a maid with gentleness and courtesy, while her cousin's attire fell short of that of her own maid. The night wore on, with the morrow heralding another journey. They ought to rest early. The two young heroes, born with silver spoons in their mouths, found themselves sleepless. Meng Xiaoxia dreamt of a valiant act, rescuing a girl who was being pursued and beaten in the city. The girl, it was said, had wounded their young master, and she bore the marks of a brutal beating, blood streaming from her head, yet her eyes were fierce, akin to a hunting dog. He saved her, but the girl remained unconscious, so he did not involve He Chen in her care, instead choosing to keep her by his side. When she finally awakened, she could not recall her name or identity, her mind a blank slate. He took her under his wing, teaching her. She had an insatiable appetite, eager to eat anything, and often spoke without tact. Yet, each time he witnessed her eating or heard her speak, he found himself smiling, filled with joy. He sent someone to inquire in the city, but due to the chaos of war, he could not locate the family that had sold her, yet, as a servant, she could not have come from a prestigious lineage. His mother, seeing his affection for her, consented to him taking her as a concubine. She was delighted, still greedy for food, still speaking in a manner that left others at a loss. However, during that time, he had achieved great military feats and was appointed as a general of the realm. Others praised him for his valor, yet in truth, each time he went to battle, he merely wished to return home swiftly to bring her delicious treats. He worried for her, knowing her thoughtless words could offend others. He feared he might perish in battle, leaving her to fend for herself. Later, he was to discuss marriage, with the intended being the niece of the current empress. This was also a move by the new emperor to win favor with his family while harboring suspicion over their military power. One day, she suddenly returned, wailing uncontrollably. She claimed to have seen the girl he was to marry. She recalled everything, lamenting her lack of parents. She expressed her wish not to visit the city in her next life, hoping instead to die in front of her parents. The next day, she was found hanging in her room. He went to negotiate the marriage, having settled on the engagement, all formalities completed. The rooster crowed. Meng Xiaoxia awoke, tears streaming down his face, his pillowcase dampened. Chapter 64. The fragrant grass reaches the azure sky. Suddenly, the rain began to fall. A chill lingered in the morning air. Rainy days are meant to welcome guests, not to hasten one's journey. Yet, the servants of both households rose early to prepare. Hichen and Meng Xiaoxia's rooms faced each other. Despite his usual practice of swordsmanship in all weather, Meng Xiaoxia refrained from training that day. Likewise, Hichen, who typically devoted himself to calligraphy regardless of the season, also set aside his brush. Upon waking, Meng Xiaoxia was astonished to find tears on his cheeks. It had merely been a dream, yet he had wept profusely, overwhelmed with sorrow. However, as he recalled the dream, it dissipated, leaving only an endless melancholy behind, and he could not even remember whom he had dreamt about. From a young age, Xiaoxia had been favored, with elders commending his name, suggesting that even a slight flaw does not obscure one's brilliance. Life's minor imperfections only serve to prolong one's journey. Yet, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loss, as if a piece of his heart had been excised, leaving an emptiness within. Hichen, too, had dreamt an exceedingly chaotic dream. In it, he found himself enamored with Meng's betrothed, convinced that Meng treated her poorly, and he took it upon himself to defend her honor, even to the extent of severing ties with Meng. However, as fate would have it, Meng fell in battle. He wished to care for the unfortunate woman, disregarding her prior engagement, and resolved to marry her as his legitimate wife, even if it meant clashing with his parents. Yet, she did not accept his proposal. Instead, she became a concubine in the prince's harem. The prince, a son of the emperor, was not born of the empress, her aunt. He felt sympathy for her struggles and discreetly aided her at every turn, aligning the He family with the prince's faction. Eventually, the prince ascended to the throne, and she rose from beauty to favored concubine, ultimately becoming empress. When they met again, she was exalted, while he knelt before her in submission. He found himself on the execution ground, stretching his neck to glimpse the empress elevated above him. She had become empress, yet still harbored affection, personally bidding him farewell. He smiled, but as laughter turned to tears, his head fell, still weeping. His entire family faced eradication, all because of her. That rolling head continued to shed tears. Upon waking, Hichen could not recall his dream. He merely felt a stiffness in his neck, instinctively rubbing it, suspecting it was due to an uncomfortable pillow at the inn. The two of them, somewhat sleep-deprived, rose to pack their belongings, dressing and grooming themselves. Dark circles formed under their eyes as they exchanged no words. Once prepared, they were informed that someone was seeking them outside the inn. Both Meng Xiaoxia and Hichen's eyes brightened. It must be Jiang. The previous night, they had discussed allowing Jiang to accompany Meng, considering his martial prowess would surely lead to greatness alongside the Meng family. Meng de Ji, he de Ji. In the courtyard stood Jiang Wan, clad in white robes, her hair tied high in a ponytail, disguised as a young man, holding a paper fan, her radiant smile illuminating the scene. Beside her was her plump brother, who held an umbrella for her. The rain fell lightly, and she resembled a flower blooming at dawn, pure and delicate. Standing in the rain, her smile was as clear as crystal. Upon learning that my esteemed brothers are about to depart, Wana and my brother have come to bid farewell. Jiang Rong nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Hichen felt an acute pain in his neck, instinctively taking a step back and rubbing it. Meng Xiaoxia also experienced an unsettling sensation in his chest, retreating a step and clutching his heart. Jiang Wan and Jiang Rong, perplexed, wondered why these two distinguished young men appeared so frightened. Jiang Wan had scrutinized her reflection. She believed she looked quite handsome in her attire, fresh and refined despite her disguise. She had even composed a farewell poem, yet before she could recite it, the two noble youths mounted their horses and galloped away, as if pursued by wild dogs. Jeong Rong was bewildered, muttering, "Could it be that there is an urgent matter?" Jeong Won gazed at the rain curtain, equally puzzled. The rain intensified, splattering mud onto her pristine robe, staining it. She furrowed her brow slightly. Upon leaving Ming County, the rain ceased, and the sky cleared, revealing a radiant rainbow arching across the heavens. The vibrant colors revitalized the two young horsemen, who felt a renewed sense of clarity. They galloped towards the rainbow, which gradually faded from view. They soon spotted the three siblings waiting by the roadside, alongside a grazing horse. Was the younger sister also nibbling grass? Jeong Fong held his little sister, dressed not for travel but in coarse garments and straw sandals. The young horsemen reined in their steeds and dismounted. Chapter 65. At the youth who dares not pursue his aspirations. Last night, under the sparse stars, Jeong Fong found little solace in sleep. Through the small window of his room, he gazed outside, where the stars twinkled far above and the crescent moon shone brightly. He recalled how Jeong Xiaoyu had spoken of betrothing him to two young gentlemen from the capital, yet those gentlemen had not engaged with the notion directly. Their polite indifference had, in essence, been a rejection. This realization left him with a subtle pang of disappointment, an emotion too profound to articulate. It was, after all, to be expected. Individuals of their stature were simply beyond his reach as a wayward youth. Unexpectedly, one day, both Meng and his brothers simultaneously extended invitations to him. Jeong Fong felt a mixture of astonishment and pride, a pride born from recognition. His imagination began to soar, envisioning himself at the Meng residence in the capital, showcasing his prowess, mounted on a fine steed, clad in splendid armor, commanding respect as a young hero. He envisioned his visit to the He family in Qingzhou, donning a flowing robe, exchanging courteous bows with scholars, indulging in wine and poetry, earning praise from maidens for his literary talent. Lost in these thoughts, he smiled, and as he chuckled, he awoke. Had it not been for his near-fatal experience that day, he might have eagerly accepted their offer to explore the world, to traverse the vast landscapes that beckoned. Yet, fear gripped him. He dreaded the thought of Jeong Xiaoyu losing him, of his sister and mother once again lying in the mud, and of his father weeping alone. He could not leave. He yearned to stay, for he had matured, his shoulders strong enough to bear many burdens, including that of his family. In that moment of resolve, his heart calmed, and he finally drifted into a peaceful, dreamless sleep. At dawn, Jiang Minyan clamored for her brother's embrace, her arms outstretched high as she leapt towards him. She too had not slept well the previous night, waking twice for milk and once for a change, all while pondering her brother's potential departure. The thought of waking to find him gone frightened her, as if he were a mischievous child embarking on an adventure away from home. Thus, upon seeing her brother in the morning, her excitement propelled her towards him for a hug. Her life, though brief, merely 2 months, had been filled entirely by the presence of her brother, parents, and sister. The thought of being separated from any of them filled her with sorrow. As her brother gently ruffled her hair, she obediently accepted his affection, yet he still did not mention leaving until their father set off for work. Did this mean he would stay? Jiang Minyan rejoiced, for she wished for her family to remain whole. The world was a perilous place, and her powers were still nascent. If her brother ventured too far, she feared she would be unable to protect him. Clinging to him throughout the morning, she consumed last night's leftovers, thick broth, and awaited their mother, who had gone to forage for wild vegetables. Her brother held her close while her sister led a white horse, and together they waited by the roadside for others. They marveled at a beautiful rainbow, which faded as the gallant team of the young hero arrived. Nestled in her brother's arms, Jiang Minyan curiously observed the approaching group. She had witnessed them once before during her rescue, though she had not taken the time to truly see them then. The sight was indeed magnificent, with numerous horses and an abundance of goods. In ancient times, without traffic lights, she pondered how one would navigate a crossroads teeming with many travelers. Lost in thought, she struggled to suppress her drool. Noticing her, He Shao, who had dismounted, felt his compulsion arise upon seeing the drooling infant in Jiang Feng's arms. "Jiang brother," he exclaimed, pointing to the child and then to his mouth. Jiang Fong assumed he wished to hold his sister again. After all, she was irresistibly charming, adored by all. Yet, with their departure imminent, he willingly offered his sister to hold her once more. Flustered, He Chenshun accepted the infant, hurriedly producing a handkerchief to wipe her mouth before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Meng Xiaoxia turned his attention to the round-faced little girl nibbling on grass and suddenly inquired, "Xiaoyue, did you sleep well last night?" Jiang Yu, initially confused by the name, realized she was indeed Jiang Yu, not Little Fish, as her brother called her Jiang Xiaoyu, no Xiaoyue. However, seeing the square-faced brother address her, she nodded. "I slept splendidly and ate heartily, which made for a wonderful night." Meng Xiaoxia smiled and, reaching out as if to pat Jiang Yu's head, hesitated. Jiang Yu, curious, looked up, thinking he might be intrigued by her hairpiece. She grinned. Is it not lovely, the red ribbon my brother gave me? Meng Xiaoxia nodded, affirming, it is indeed beautiful. He then turned to Jiang Feng with earnestness. Jiang brother, come to the capital with me. Your family can accompany you. Times are unstable, and chaos reigns. He Chenshan looked up at Meng, recognizing his decisiveness at critical moments. He was inviting Jiang Feng's entire family to leave. Jiang Yu was astonished. Did this round-faced brother truly expect their entire family to accompany them? Was the debt of gratitude so immense that it necessitated such a response? Jiang Feng, momentarily taken aback, felt a fleeting temptation at the suggestion. However, he knew that they were not closely related to the Meng family. It would be inappropriate for his family to seek refuge unless they were to serve them. He shook his head in refusal. Thank you, Meng brother and Jiang brother, for your sincere invitation. I am indeed tempted. I spent a restless night, excited and unable to sleep. I have never traveled far in my life, my experiences limited, and I yearn for both the splendor of the capital and the scholarly atmosphere of Qingzhou. The youth paused, then continued, I have yet to witness the capital's grandeur or absorb the literary essence of Qingzhou. My heart longs for both, yet at home, my sister is still young, my mother shy, and my father frail. Only I am in my prime. While I yearn for the allure of distant lands, I equally cherish the tranquility of home. Thus, I must respectfully decline, as I choose to remain with my family. Bowing deeply in gratitude, Jiang Feng felt his eyes welling with emotion, yet a gentle smile spread across his face as he found solace in his decision. The youth dared not chase after aspirations, for he prioritized his familial duties. He did not harbor regrets. He was anchored at home. Chapter 66 to 3 matches and 6 proposals. The rain had just ceased, leaving the grass by the roadside moist and verdant. Dewdrops shimmered on the blades, glistening in the sunlight, reminiscent of Jiang Xiaoyu's sparkling eyes. As Meng Xiaoxia prepared to depart, he unexpectedly presented her with a box of delicacies. He unsheathed the sword at his side, cradling it in both hands, and offered it to Jiang Feng. This sword, named Chaoyang, was bestowed upon me by my grandfather. It has seen the battlefield and tasted blood, yet only of those deserving of death. Since my acquaintance with Brother Jiang feels like that of old friends, I wish to gift you this treasured blade. Meng Xiaoxia held the sword aloft, then Jiang Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Having been accustomed to the ways of the common folk, he appeared steadfast yet was not entirely sincere. His words and actions were often dictated by an instinctive survival mechanism. However, the square-faced young hero from the capital before him was indeed a rare find, truly sincere. No, I am unworthy of such a fine sword. It would be a waste upon me, Jiang Feng hastily declined. In truth, he had no desire for Meng's sword. He had merely thought the weapon carried by the guards was already impressive. The sword before him, though its scabbard bore simple yet ancient floral patterns, was strikingly beautiful. The hilt was polished, indicating it was a frequently wielded sword rather than a mere decorative piece. What stood out most was the jade stone atop the handle, appearing as if it had been stained from white to red, resembling blood. The vivid crimson HUE.IT was named Chaoyang. Meng Xiaoxia insisted on placing the sword into Jiang Feng's embrace. You are deserving of it. A precious sword is befitting a hero. In the days to come, while I am far away in the capital, I shall surely hear the name Jiang Feng of Qinyuan Mountain. He Chen, cradling an infant, felt his blood surge with excitement at Meng's gesture and blurted out, why not let us become sworn brothers? Meng Xiaoxia paid him no mind, as Jiang Feng remained preoccupied with the sword. The infant in his arms widened its eyes and began to drool once more. After presenting the sword, Meng Xiaoxia removed a jade pendant from his person and offered it to Jiang Yu. This pendant has accompanied me for many years, guiding me through perilous times. I gift it to you, little Yua. Take care not to lose yourself. Jiang Yu, lost in thoughts of delectable treats, was startled when the pendant was thrust into her hands, terrified of dropping it and shattering it. She had never touched anything so precious. I don't want it, she protested, clutching the pendant tightly and thrusting it toward Meng Xiaoxia's face. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a token of our meeting, he replied with a smile. Look at us, we all adorn ourselves with trinkets to offer gifts upon our encounter. Behind them, an older guard shielded his eyes. Since the young master had left home, aside from his clothes, he had bestowed away nearly everything. The jade pendant was a family heirloom, passed down through generations, the rare warm jade known as jade spirit, virtually impossible to find another of its kind in the world. Jiang Yu curiously glanced at He Chen, who, upon seeing Meng Xiaoxia, could only nod in agreement. Yes, the token of our meeting. He held the infant in his arms and instructed his subordinate, "Come here, help me remove the jade pendant." The subordinate complied, taking the pendant from him. Though not an heirloom, it was still a fine piece of jade, yet it was not as Meng Xiaoxia claimed. They did not wear jade merely to gift others, for he was no mere jade ornament. From now on, he would carry a psychological burden whenever he wore jade. He placed the pendant atop the infant's swaddling. "A token for little Mian Mian, when you grow up to be a beauty, I shall boast that I once held you, ha ha ha." Jiang Mian Mian gazed at the pendant with curiosity, reaching out to grasp it. It was smooth and cool, delightful to touch, a circle adorned with exquisite decorations, truly beautiful. She was captivated, her chubby little hand able to fit through it as if it were a jade ring, perfectly carved for an infant. Jiang Mian Mian beamed a radiant smile at the young hero before her. He Chen watched as the infant drooled again, her laughter pure and infectious, devoid of teeth. It lightened the somber atmosphere of parting. He had not anticipated Jiang Feng's refusal. Even if he chose not to accompany him to Qingzhou, he could have journeyed to the capital with Meng Xiaoxia, a truly admirable person with a noble heart and a commendable family background. Yet Jiang Feng expressed his reluctance to leave home, citing his young sister, introverted mother, and frail father, declaring his duty to care for his family. Both He Chen and Meng Xiaoxia hailed from prominent families and understood the harsh realities of being without one. The gravest punishment for a member of a noble family was to be disowned, and those who faced it were often left weeping in regret, pleading for mercy. Without a family, one was akin to drifting reeds or mere bubbles, subject to the whims of others, vulnerable to the strikes of adults or the bites of wild dogs. Such was Jiang Feng's existence. Nevertheless, Jiang Feng's rejection only deepened He Chen's admiration for him, convinced he was indeed a youth of resilient bones, still echoing with a copper sound. Though unexpected, his refusal seemed fitting. Last night, he had hastily penned a letter to his uncle in the capital, recounting Jiang Feng's poetry and his own observations. Whenever he found himself in a state of confusion, he would turn to his uncle for guidance. Despite his uncle's busy life, he devoted great care to He Chen, always ready to answer his queries. In the midst of the chaos surrounding He Chen's family, he had managed to develop into a principled individual, thanks to his uncle's diligent teachings. Perhaps he had a premonition that Jiang Feng would decline understanding Jiang Feng's poetry. He Chen prepared a set of scholarly supplies, an abundance of paper, and the books he carried with him, all left behind for Jiang Feng. Meng Xiaoxia had given away not only the sword and jade but also his prized steed, which refused to depart. He had not foreseen Jiang Feng's refusal but had also prepared numerous gifts for his family, various delicacies, fine grains, floral fabrics, and hair ties, yet had left behind little in terms of silver, wary of the potential misfortunes that could arise from bestowing too lavish gifts. As they bid farewell, it became evident that this would indeed be their last meeting. Meng Xiaoxia turned back several times, catching sight of his horse and the young woman beside it, one hand clutching the box of delicacies while the other waved vigorously at him in farewell. He observed the young man cradling the infant and bearing the sword, the child waving its arms as if to bid them adieu. He stepped forward a few paces, then looked back. Again, he moved forward only to glance back once more. Eventually, the young woman's arm grew weary, and she sat upon a stone by the roadside. Noticing him turn back, she waved once more. He Chen too could not resist glancing back, watching as their figures grew smaller and smaller, retreating farther away. Once, travel was slow, the roads long. In times past, partings were often accompanied by poetry. People cherished their bonds, for encounters were rare and farewells even rarer. Li Bai remarked, "The waters of Taohua Pond are 1,000 feet deep, they cannot compare to Wang Luan's heartfelt farewell." Wang Bo proclaimed, "In the world, a true friend resides nearby, even when separated by vast distances." Wang Wei advised, "I urge you to drink another cup. Beyond Yongguan, you shall find no familiar faces." Bai Jui mused, "The grass upon the plains sways, with each passing year, it withers and flourishes." Gao Sha reassured, "Do not fret over the road ahead without friends. Who in the world does not recognize you?" He Chen and Meng Xiaoxia sat upon the swing back of their horse, each lost in contemplation, as if reading their own farewells. After traversing a stretch of road, they arrived before a lush thicket, dense enough to obscure the presence of anyone within, a prime location for banditry. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoxia and He Chen exchanged knowing glances, followed by uproarious laughter. Here, they encountered a group of wayward youths attempting to abduct a girl, not for the sake of selling her but due to their unwillingness to leave money for her parents. In the midst of the dense woods, muddy ground, and chirping cicadas, a scene so commonplace transformed into something extraordinary due to the presence of unique individuals. He Chen chuckled, "This journey proves delightful." Meng Xiaoxia nodded in agreement, "Indeed, very delightful." "Meng brother, do you harbor feelings for Miss Jiang?" That jade pendant of yours is jade spirit, I've heard my grandmother speak of it, Hichen inquired with curiosity. Meng Xiaxia replied, I admire her straightforwardness, her joyful appetite, and her sincere devotion to her family. My heart is greatly pleased, yet I do not wish to be too forward. Allow me to return and inform my parents. I shall seek a formal proposal. Chapter 67 The Gift After the Rain. The sky cleared. Jiang Wan donned her male attire, while Jiang Rong also changed into a fresh outfit. As they set out in the early morning, they were caught in a light drizzle. By lunchtime, Jiang Huaishen noticed that his son Jiang Rong had once again chosen not to attend the county school. Enraged, he brandished his whip. Jiang Rong, feeling aggrieved, protested loudly for help and fled to his grandmother. Father, please listen to me, it's not that I do not wish to go. I have recently felt that there are suspicious individuals lurking on the streets, which is quite frightening. Jiang Huaishen, skeptical, believed his son was merely fabricating excuses to avoid school. Others shared his disbelief. However, the old matriarch spoke up with Wu Lugon, Ronga, your sensitivity is understandable, let it serve as a lesson and do not neglect your studies. With his grandmother's admonition, Jiang Rong could only obediently nod in agreement. However, those two young masters are eager to return home, indicating that the current state of affairs is indeed somewhat chaotic. Huaya, write to your sister and have her send some guards over, the old matriarch suggested. Jiang Huaishen felt it inappropriate to trouble his sister, given her delicate position alongside the 7th prince's brother-in-law. Sending guards could attract unwarranted attention, yet, being a dutiful son, he always heeded his mother's words. With no other option, he acquiesced, saying, I shall write immediately. Hearing her grandmother mention sending for assistance from her aunt, Jiang Wan joyfully exclaimed, Grandmother, I have painted a picture of us praying at the temple. Let us send it to Auntie, that way, whenever she misses you, she can look at the painting. The old matriarch lightly tapped her nose, saying, You little rascal, I am not as young as you think. This painting resembles your aunt much more. However, your aunt does not have a penchant for praying, her temperament is quite wild. I wonder if she has mellowed at all. After the rain, the sky was clear. Jiang Mianmian lay in a wooden basin, gazing up at the large tree above, where a red ribbon fluttered in the breeze. When she grew weary of watching it, she turned her attention to the little black ant. This industrious little ant had previously brought her red bubbles, assisted her in chewing through obstacles, and even rallied a group of ants in an attempt to carry her away. Now, it had become even more impressive. It had managed to drag over a horse. As for this horse, Jiang Mianmian was not particularly well versed in the current purchasing power of silver, but it felt akin to an ordinary family's sudden acquisition of a Ferrari. She could hardly afford the fuel. Surely, she couldn't feed the horse hot pot broth every day, or limit its diet to grass. Grass seemed feasible. Although their meals were modest, she couldn't help but notice how the two young masters devoured their food with such delight. It made her want to taste a morsel herself. Jiang Mianmian wished to communicate with the little black ant, explaining that not all creatures that wandered into their territory were meant to stay. However, after the previous incident with the obstacles, the little black ant seemed to have grown a bit wiser, displaying a stronger sense of autonomy. Jiang Mianmian was hesitant to share her spiritual spring water, fearing she might not grow as quickly as the little black ant. The little black ant paid no heed to ownership. Upon entering its domain, it sought to claim everything. The steed belonging to the BMW young master was tethered at the foot of the tree, occasionally wandering off to nibble on wild leeks, yet would return to sniff around Jiang Mianmian with a sense of familiarity. The little black ant had carved out a new nook atop the horse's magnificent, fluffy mane, parading proudly. Many villagers gathered to observe the spectacle, astonished to find that Jiang Feng had indeed made a name for himself among the influential. Truly, he was a young master from the capital, generous in his dealings. The gifts he presented were piled high. In a village where even the slightest addition to one's belongings would spark gossip, the recent commotion surrounding the Jiang family piqued everyone's curiosity. However, prior to this, the nobleman had passed by without their daring to glance. Now that he had departed, they flocked to witness the commotion. Chui Nyang's envy was palpable. She jabbed at Chui's head, scolding, You foolish girl, look at how others navigate their affairs so well. You too were saved, yet you failed to seize the opportunity to forge connections. Such a bounty of gifts. Chui, unperturbed by the jabs, murmured, Didn't you say we must keep a low profile to maintain our reputation? Chui Nyang was momentarily speechless, finally gazing at the white horse and exclaiming, What a magnificent beast! How on earth can it be afforded? People are struggling to make ends meet. Just then, a guard arrived, carrying items, and spoke, My young master's beloved horse has been entrusted to young Master Jiang. Here are the provisions for its care. It is quite particular about its diet, so I ask for your kind attention. The young master will come to retrieve the horse later. Only then did the crowd find this reasonable. After all, how could such a horse simply be given away? It was evidently not an ordinary steed, thus, they were merely asked to care for it temporarily, with the understanding that the young master from the capital would return. This implied that he would indeed come back to the village. A few envious onlookers moderated their expressions. Curiosity spread among the villagers. After observing the spectacle, they returned to their chores, leaving the commotion to fade away. The small courtyard fell silent. Jiang Yu, overwhelmed by the abundance of delectable treats she received for the first time, found herself at a loss as to which delicacy to indulge in first. She never anticipated that her life would present her with such a dilemma. Despite her concern, she felt an undeniable joy. Unable to contain herself, she gently nudged her sister Jiang Mianmian with her head. Jiang Mianmian, you are luckier than I am, that such a young age, you get to taste so many delicious treats. Jiang Mianmian giggled as her elder sister's head tickled her. Jiang Yu gleefully contemplated what to eat next. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng busied himself with the gifts, which were numerous enough to lighten the sorrow of parting. Of course, only Jiang Feng felt the pang of sadness, while Jiang Yu reveled in her joy, hopping about. Jiang Mianmian nestled in her sister's embrace, feeling that the usual jostling was somehow more pronounced today. Brother, they are so generous, why didn't you go with them? Who knows, you might become a general and return to treat us to delicious feasts every day, Jiang Yu said, inadvertently dispelling the slight sadness Jiang Feng felt. All you think about is food, can't you use your brain a little? Jiang Yu received a light tap on the head, but it didn't hurt at all. Her head was quite steady. She replied with a grin, isn't the point of using one's brain to enjoy a good life? A good life means having good food. If I can enjoy the food directly, skipping the thinking part, wouldn't that be ideal? Jiang Feng. Jiang Mianmian. It seemed that sister made a fair point. Even if something felt amiss, the gifts from Meng Shaoxia and Hichen were divided into two piles. The poorer families tended to place greater importance on the gifts they received, maintaining a mental ledger in anticipation of reciprocation. Their family had only hosted the two young masters for a humble meal, yet received an overwhelming number of gifts in return. They felt an immense sense of guilt over such a disparity. Moreover, what could they possibly offer in return? Considering the vast difference in their social standings, they might never be able to repay such kindness in their lifetime, which only compounded their guilt. As they bid farewell, they presented the guests with a bag of jerky, for their home truly had little else to offer. They even pulled up a couple of wild leeks to include. Jiang Feng meticulously sorted through Hichen's gifts, finding brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, all precious to him. Besides this, the guards had also brought a milking sheep. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, carrying her sister on her back, examined the gifts from Meng Shaoxia. She believed they were even better, more aligned with her preferences. There were numerous pastries, floral fabrics, and even a beautiful hairpin. She lifted the bottom box and gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Inside lay a pair of rainbow-colored embroidered shoes adorned with a large pearl, radiantly beautiful. Chapter 68. The Godfather. As night fell, Jiang Chongtian returned home once more under the gentle glow of the moon. Approaching the village, he spotted a figure leaning by the roadside, startling him momentarily. However, upon recognizing the person, Jiang Chongtian exhaled in relief. "Jix, what brings you here?" he inquired of Yan Laosan, who was one of the few in the village to address him by name rather than by his nickname, Lao Er. Yan Laosan, in turn, was also among the rare individuals who called Jiang Chongtian by his full name instead of Lao Er. "I have come to wait for you," Yan Laosan replied. "As it happens, I hosted some guests yesterday, and there should still be some food left at home. Let us go and eat." Yan Laosan nodded and stood up, slightly unsteady on his feet. Jiang Chongtian cast a curious glance at him but chose not to comment further. The two walked back to the village together. The villagers were not surprised to see them. It appeared that Yan Laosan and Jiang Lao Er had always maintained a good relationship, which was likely why everyone referred to him as Laosan, following the custom of addressing Jiang Lao Er. Yan Laosan, though slightly younger, had a disheveled appearance, neglecting both his hair and beard, which made him look older than he was. "Oh, Laosan, off to Lao Er's for a meal again," the villagers teased. "Today, Lao Er's family has a sumptuous feast. A wealthy patron has bestowed many gifts upon them." "Laosan, you certainly know how to pick your moments. Quite clever, Laosan. Look at Laosan, he even understands the importance of bringing gifts when visiting. What treasures do you have in your hands?" Someone reached out to grab them, but Yan Laosan protectively clutched the items to his chest. Jiang urged, "Your former is quite splendid. My family has a niece who is diligent and strong. I will bring her to meet you tomorrow." Jiang Chongtian responded politely, either smiling or declining the suggestion. Typically, Yan Laosan would retort with a sharp tongue, possessing a knack for witty comebacks, but today he remained silent, cradling his belongings as he followed Jiang Lao Er. Those who had attempted to grab Yen Laosan's items scoffed, "What a treasure he has," guarding it as if it were a family heirloom. Laughter erupted in their wake as the two continued on their way. Upon reaching the entrance of his home, Jeong Changtion was greeted cheerfully. "Father, father!" Jeong Yu exclaimed excitedly. "Aya, aya!" Jiang Menyan chimed in, mimicking her brother. Qin Luoxia wore a warm smile. Upon seeing Yen Laosan, she greeted him with an open demeanor. "Ah, Sana, you arrived just in time to share a meal with us." Jiang Yu respectfully addressed him, "San Shu." Jiang Feng followed suit, saying, "Father, San Shu, greetings." Jiang Menyan gazed curiously at the newcomer, wondering about this man who held a close relationship with her father, yet appeared to be less prosperous than him, dressed even more poorly. However, being a polite child, she waved her arms and joined in the greeting. "Susu susu." Jeong Changtion washed his hands and lifted Menyan with a smile, saying, "Jix, look, she already calls you uncle." Yen Laosan, intrigued by the little girl in Jeong Changtion's arms, remarked, "She resembles you." He produced a copper token from his clothing and placed it on the blanket, saying, "A token of our first meeting." Jeong Changtion was momentarily taken aback. This was a personal item, and he wondered why Yen Laosan was being so ceremonious. As dinner commenced, the family gathered around the table, with Yen Laosan joining them. He ate with great earnestness, and as he did, tears began to well in his eyes. "Luoxia, sister-in-law, had I known marrying you would bring such delightful meals, I would have jumped off the bridge you cross daily, hoping you would fish me out." Qin Luoxia rapped the table with her chopsticks, scolding, "Sana, speak no more nonsense, or I shall strike you. In front of your brother and the children, what foolishness is this? Jump, and I would merely watch you float away, I wouldn't rescue you. My mother prefers handsome men, San Shu, you simply do not measure up," Jiang Yu remarked bluntly. Yen Laosan laughed and pointed at Jiang Feng, saying, "What a loser, a wealthy patron calls you to the capital, yet you refuse to go. If only the patron would notice me, I would eagerly run there, willing to carry their shoes." Jiang Feng, having sorted through his thoughts throughout the evening, had already come to terms with his feelings. Though there was a tinge of regret in his heart, he believed it was a man's duty to provide for his family, and there was no reason for lamentation. He responded with his usual jovial demeanor, "What can I say, San Shu? I cannot bear to leave my mother, the food she makes is irreplaceable. Perhaps when you find success, you can take me along and I shall enjoy a life of luxury." Suddenly, Yen Laosan declared, "Very well. I am planning to venture forth. Fonga, I have no children of my own, will you accept me as your godfather? If I find success, I shall ensure you live in abundance, but if fortune does not favor me, then remember to burn a stack of paper for me." Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned, glancing at his father's expression. He then stood up and bowed deeply. Bang, 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 he knocked his head 3 times. "Godfather." Qin Luoxia pondered inwardly, wondering what had come over Sana today, who had been so vocal about wanting to marry her, a mere child. Jiang Menyan was curious, questioning whether this man was indeed a suitor for her mother. "Does mother have admirers?" Jiang Yu asked, intrigued. "San Shu, can my sister and I join in? We can also burn paper for you." Jiang Menyan. Others. Yen Laosan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he could not help but chuckle. "If you wish to acknowledge me, it brings me immense joy. I shall suddenly gain 3 children, and my life will be complete." Thus, Jiang Yu, embracing his sister, bowed alongside his brother. In this manner, the 3 siblings gained a godfather. Jiang Menyan, however, had yet to truly see what her godfather looked like. After dinner, they sipped water. Jiang Menyan had added some seasoning to her father's tea, yet noticed he had not taken a sip. Yen Laosan solemnly presented a bundle to Jiang Changtian. "Changtian, this is my treasure, please find a place to bury it. If I achieve wealth, I shall return to retrieve it. Should I not return, consider me deceased." "Where are you going?" Jiang Changtian inquired. "I possess a talent for singing and have heard that the nobility in the imperial city enjoy it. I wish to sell my songs, aiming to cater to the wealthiest patrons." Upon finishing, Yen Laosan was filled with fervor, seizing the water in front of Jiang Changtian and downing it in one gulp. He stepped forward, embracing Jiang Changtian and choked out, "Brother." After glancing around at Jiang Feng, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Menyan, he called out to Qin Luoxia at the doorframe, "Sister-in-law, I am off." Qin Luoxia sensed something was amiss with Sana. Returning inside, she fished out a small piece of silver, then added another half piece, then finally a whole one. She emerged holding the silver and, finding Yen Laosan's figure already vanished, handed it to her son, saying, "Go, give this to your godfather." Jiang Feng sprinted after Yan Laosan, delivering the silver at the village entrance. Watching the man's silhouette fade into the darkness, he felt a twinge of envy. He waved his hand, shouting, "Godfather, do your best." Yan Laosan walked on without looking back. I in the dark, a song floated through the air, "Yet my heart yearns for what is good, even if I face death, I shall have no regrets." The melody was enchanting and unending, silencing the birds. Chapter 69:2.5 Silver horns. Nightfall. The barking of dogs in the village has diminished. Some bark cheerfully, while others, having received a beating, have quieted down. The ancients retired early, and candles were precious. Jiang Mianmian's parents had yet to sleep. Her father unwrapped a bundle, revealing a jar within, which he did not open, as it was tightly sealed. The night was dark, and the couple stealthily began to dig a hole. Her elder brother and sister were already in slumber. Like thieves, her parents rose from their beds. Jiang Mianmian, cradled in her mother's arms, was drowsily awakened, only to discover their clandestine activity. The pit was quite deep. Her father personally placed the jar at the bottom before covering it with earth. Layer by layer, the soil concealed the jar until it gradually vanished from sight. Jiang Mianmian, filled with curiosity as to what treasure they were so earnestly burying, wondered if she might unearth it when she grew up. Once the couple had buried the jar and washed their hands, they returned to their room to sleep. Jiang Mianmian was just in time for a late-night feeding. She then lay in the middle, surrounded by darkness, yet unafraid, enveloped by the familiar sense of her parents. In the stillness, she heard her mother softly murmur, "How could Sana be so harsh on himself? How could he bring himself to do such a thing?" Her father remained silent. Yet, Jiang Mianmian felt a slender hand gently stroking her back. She was almost lulled back to sleep, only half awake enough to hear her father say, "Sana will return. He is more capable than I. Yes, he has acknowledged our child as his godson. If he cannot come back, let the child burn paper for him. He would become a person incomplete, pitiful, and in the underworld, he too would be bullied." Qin Luoxia sighed in lament, nestling against her husband to sleep. Jiang Mianmian suddenly felt a rush of clarity, as if she understood the significance of what her parents had just buried in secret. On the first day of his new role as a godfather, he severed his own ties to the world and set forth on his journey. What a fantastical realm this is. In the darkness, she wiggled her toes, tasting a hint of salt. She could hear her mother's gentle snoring. Snuggling closer to her parents, she too drifted into slumber. Jiang Chongtian listened to the rhythmic breaths of his wife and daughter, yet he found himself unable to sleep. He felt a growing unease. Feng Er had not accompanied the noble. He was uncertain whether that was for the best. Remaining seemed to hold little promise, much like his own fate. However, that day, Feng Er had frightened him. He dared not contemplate what would have happened if Feng Er had left that day. How would he and Xiame survive? As a father, he came to understand selfishness. He could not bear to see his child pursue a future, fearing that if he left, he might never return. He worried that if he were outside, without parents to tend to his remains, the child would be left cold. Jiang Chongtian refrained from sighing, merely keeping his eyes wide open. The corners of his eyes gradually moistened. In this small village, the only person he could truly converse with was Sana. He was his friend. He claimed to be Yan Jeshi. Jeshi had ruined his body, his yin and yang unbalanced. Outside, chaos was rumored to be brewing again. The road to the capital was long, and perhaps he would perish before reaching the city. That was his desire. He had made his choice. What he needed was not persuasion, but a steadfast march forward. What he sought was not consolation. Acknowledging a godchild was not a retreat, for he understood it was a path of no return. In these tumultuous times, the roads of the impoverished were merely a series of narrow planks connected by precarious bridges. He felt an infant burrowing into his embrace. Jiang Chongtian wiped his eyes and drew the child closer. At that moment, his wife Luoxia unexpectedly extended her arms, pulling both him and the child into her embrace. He thought he had disturbed her from sleep, but to his surprise, she remained undisturbed, still snoring softly. Luoxia's strength was considerable. Even in slumber, her arm held him tightly, and he found himself unable to escape. He let out a wry smile, finally succumbing to sleep himself. Now, he slept soundly. In the dead of night, the firewood room of the inn in the county town. A disheveled figure lay curled up, resembling a corpse. Upon closer inspection, one could see his body trembling slightly. He had allowed someone to beat him, believing that after resting for a few days, he would be fine. He intended to enter the palace, into the most lavish quarters where the nobles resided, but he could only do so by subjecting himself to such treatment. Without fame, fortune, power, or influence, he could only exist as a mere shell of a person reduced to the lowest of the low, akin to mere goods. He could gain entry. Such places required a multitude of those devoid of dignity, for death was frequent, and consumption swift. Yet within, the most powerful eunuchs reigned, with nobles pouring wine for them. However, this night was exceptionally unbearable. He believed he was on the brink of death. His body, for reasons unknown, emitted a foul stench. His lower half was not in pain, but he sensed something was amiss. He could only be thankful for the warm weather. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death. He curled himself tighter, thinking he could not die. He had promised his godchild to strive and provide him with a life of luxury. He could not die. He could not die. The long night dragged on agonizingly. As he endured through the hours, the night finally passed. Daylight broke. The dawn slowly crept through a corner, illuminating the face of the figure. His unkempt hair had somehow been pushed aside, revealing a face that was androgynous in its beauty. Though his body was tattered and torn, the light made him appear extraordinarily enchanting. He had not perished. Daylight arrived. A filthy and odorous wretch, he set forth with the convoy. In his arms were 2.5 silver horns. He sang aloud, "The road is long and winding," only to be scolded by the convoy leader for his ill fortune, urging him to sing something more pleasant. He began anew, "Who rests their head upon the jade arms?" A single red lip tasted by countless. The convoy leader turned around. "Now that sounds lovely." Chapter 70. The letter received by Inspector He. The pace of horse-drawn carriages is slow, and so too is the arrival of letters. Time drifts languidly. By the time Inspector He receives his nephew's missive, the court is mired in chaos. In truth, the court has long been a tangled web of disorder. The emperor, indulging in pleasures and endowed with remarkable intellect, if only he were to allocate a fraction of his mental acuity to the governance of the realm, the state would not be in such disarray. When the wise seek enjoyment, the affairs of the court and the world become tumultuous. It would be preferable to have a fool, allowing those willing and capable to labor diligently. Inspector He is a rare individual with aspirations, possessing the welfare of the common people in his heart, while also catering to the emperor's desires. He is highly intelligent and emotionally astute, yet he bears a heavy burden, treading cautiously to avoid any misstep. Inspector He has always held his nephew, He Chen, in high regard, supporting his travels across the land. The Meng family boasts a commendable lineage, and Chen has demonstrated discernment in his choice of friends. Throughout his journey, he has received several letters, witnessing his nephew's growth, though at times somewhat immature. It brings him solace. Youth must exude youthful spirit. The final letter, delayed due to external turmoil, bears a subtle difference from the previous ones. It lacks some of the youthful exuberance and contains elements of a different nature. He notes that his nephew has befriended someone new, whom he refers to as a friend, indicating a deep inner acknowledgement. However, there seems to be an air of confusion. This friend is the offspring of a person lacking filial piety and brotherly respect. He personally visited the friend's home, which was exceedingly impoverished, relying on wild vegetables for sustenance, and borrowed fine grains to host them. It was then that he learned that borrowing grain incurs interest, and that the debts could accumulate exponentially. The villagers are landless. The fields belong to the landlord, Lord Lu. After enduring several years of famine, the villagers mortgaged their fields to Lord Lu, borrowing grain to survive. Ultimately, they lived on, unable to repay the debt, and thus their land was lost. Those who perished left their descendants to bear the burden of the debt. Observing his nephew's understanding of the villagers' plight fills him with gratification. The lessons from books are no match for first-hand experience, yet human hearts can be treacherous, and his nephew, being young, is easily deceived. A person lacking filial piety and brotherly respect must harbor significant flaws. Otherwise, such a grievous sin would be unfathomable. In the previous dynasty, a mother accused her son of being unfilial and rebellious, resulting in the son being sentenced to death by slow slicing, while the mother, deemed to have failed in her upbringing, was sentenced to 3 years, a case where both mother and son were culpable. Although this dynasty lacks such cases, unfilial behavior remains a grave offense. As this pertains to another's family, I hesitate to investigate further. I would trouble you, uncle, to inquire about the younger son of the former Grand Tutor of Jiang. I observe him to be refined and poised, certainly not an ordinary individual. However, my nephew has always had lofty standards, and before him, he appears somewhat ill at ease. Inspector He reflects on the case of the former Grand Tutor of Jiang. The Grand Tutor, once a mentor to the Crown Prince, faced disgrace and confinement when the Crown Prince was deposed. The entire Jiang family was exiled, but later, the emperor's heart softened, reportedly at the behest of Princess Huiyun. During the Grand Tutor's journey into exile, the emperor issued a decree to pardon his crimes. The Grand Tutor, frail in health, could not withstand the hardships of exile and passed away en route. Due to the previous Crown Prince's involvement, the matter remains a sensitive topic at court. Aside from Princess Huiyun, the emperor's sister, no one dares to mention it. Investigating could prove troublesome, yet opportunities will arise, and he shall remain vigilant. Observing his nephew's portrayal of that family's demeanor, he shakes his head. Perhaps it is the allure of appearances, as youth is often captivated by beauty. Youth, yet when he reads the poem penned by his nephew, the youth inscribes upon the earth with a stick. This steed is no ordinary beast, the star in the house is the true star, striking forth upon the slender bones, it still resonates with a copper tone. Uncle, I am left speechless, my mouth agape, unable to utter a word, rendered mute for an extended moment. Upon reaching this passage, the once insouciant letter felt suddenly weighty in Inspector his hands. Striking forth upon the slender bones, it still resonates with a copper tone. Striking forth upon the slender bones, it still resonates with a copper tone. Striking forth upon the slender bones, it still resonates with a copper tone. He first murmurs it softly, then gradually raises his voice, then finally exclaims it with fervor, as though engaging in a spirited discourse. Striking forth upon the slender bones, it still resonates with a copper tone. In his mind, a vision of a youth with bones of copper is etched. A name has taken root in Inspector He's thoughts. Copper-boned Jiang Feng, Chapter 71. Gifted in the early morning, Jiang Minyan awoke, feeling as though she was lying on her stomach. With determination, she pushed her little bottom up, and with a plop, the world around her brightened. To her astonishment, she had successfully flipped over. Jiang Minyan felt a surge of joy. Who would have thought that her body, which had seemed so unyielding, could move in such a way? She excitedly made another effort to turn, only to find herself back on her tummy once more. With a few more enthusiastic flips, she approached the edge of the bed. Just as the story seemed poised to conclude, Qin Luoxia entered the room, startling her heart into a flutter. Swiftly, she scooped the child up and placed her in the center of the bed. Qin Luoxia was both surprised and delighted, never imagining that such a tiny child could already flip over. Her minion must take after her father, intelligent from a young age. As Jiang Chongtian finished washing up and entered the room, he intended to inform his wife that he was off to work. However, Sister Xia excitedly exclaimed, "Husband, come quick, minion can flip over." Encouraged by her mother's words and her father's admiring gaze, Jiang Minyan raised her little bottom and, with great effort, turned herself over again. A mix of embarrassment and pride washed over her as she held her expression steady, humbly awaiting praise. Indeed, her father was overjoyed, lifting her high into the air. "Minyan is so impressive. When you're older, I will buy you candy," he said, showering her face with affectionate kisses. Jiang Minyan was elated by the praise, her own mouth watering in delight. When her older sister and brother finally rose, she showcased her newfound skill to them. Jiang Yu looked on with eager eyes, marveling, "Sister, how amazing, you can flip over so early, you're so agile, I will take you to catch birds in the trees." Jiang Feng was genuinely astonished. Watching his sister struggle to flip over and then lie back with a proud smile, he felt a wave of gratitude for not having left home, cherishing every moment of her growth. Witnessing her development brought him profound happiness. Once again, Jiang Minyan was hoisted high by her brother, receiving endless compliments. She thought to herself that childhood was truly wonderful, where even the act of flipping over was regarded as an extraordinary feat. In adulthood, there would be no accolades for such simple achievements. Perhaps instead, there would be whispers, "Look, there goes a monkey." Exhausted from her efforts, Jiang Minyan drank some milk, relieved herself, and then lay back watching her brother practice swordplay. In the courtyard, a young boy wielded a sword, practicing diligently. The long blade occasionally whistled through the air. This swordplay was a result of Jiang Feng's shamelessly requesting a training manual from Meng Shaoxia. Sometimes, one must be a little bold. The young boy practiced with utmost seriousness, quenching his thirst with a cup of water before resuming his training. Initially clumsy, he soon found a rhythm. He was learning basic sword techniques, straightforward yet effective, derived from the wisdom passed down through generations. Jiang Feng, patient and dedicated, devoted 2 to 3 hours each day to practice. Feeling somewhat inept compared to Meng, who had better resources and had begun earlier, he resolved to rely on diligence, rising at dawn to practice and training before bed. The sweat poured from him. At first, the boy's sword struck the firewood, sending splinters flying. Meanwhile, Minyan flipped over repeatedly. Eventually, the boy's sword sliced through the firewood effortlessly, leaving no debris. Minyan, with newfound ease, sat up after flipping over. Soon after, the boy's sword cut the leaves from the treetops without disturbing the others. On this day, Minyan began to crawl. Her progress was as swift as her brother's. The entire family praised her for this achievement. Her brother's sword had severed the leaves from the tree, and Jiang Minyan felt as if she had witnessed the legendary sword aura. Yet, no one acknowledged her moment. All attention was focused on her. "Sister, you are incredible, truly gifted," Jiang Yu exclaimed in delight. Their father clapped his hands in encouragement, while their mother waved an axe in excitement. Her brother sighed with admiration, a smile gracing his face as they all watched her crawl. Jiang Mianmian exerted herself, crawling with all her might, determined to earn accolades while she was still young. She understood that as she grew older, receiving praise would become increasingly difficult. Her brother wielded the sword with such finesse. Was that not the essence of sword aura? She thought. Just look at my brother, I merely crawled, it's nothing extraordinary. Even if I can't crawl now, I will surely master it in a few months. Nevertheless, she resolved to put forth her best effort while she still could, for what was a few steps to her. She could achieve it. Dressed in 4 layers of padded clothing, she crawled and crawled until she grew weary, sitting up only to accidentally roll over. The thick garments cushioned her fall, causing her no pain. The exceptionally gifted Jiang Mianmian had learned to crawl. Winter had arrived. Chapter 72. Wasting time on a winter's day, a breath released into the crisp air manifests as a plume of white mist. At the entrance of the courtyard stand 2 trees. One, a seasonal sentinel, has shed its leaves, leaving it bare. The other, a verdant sentinel, remains lush and deep green, exuding a chill. Wrapped snugly in a thick padded coat, Jiang Mianmian finds her already cumbersome form further burdened, resembling a delightful little ball, round and rotund. At just 6 months, Jiang Mianmian has mastered the art of crawling, securing an early victory in the race of life. The time saved from her endeavors is dedicated to crawling. For infants, the act of crawling enhances vestibular and cerebellar coordination, marking a significant milestone in their development and laying a solid foundation for future standing and walking. Quick steps lead to swifter progress. Go, Mianmian. Qin Luoxia observes her daughter's enthusiasm for crawling, yet is struck by her fastidiousness. This child avoids any hint of dirt, refusing to touch anything unless she has witnessed it being cleaned. She will not crawl upon the bare ground, insisting upon a mat instead. Qin Luoxia weaves a grass mat, and thus Jiang Mianmian crawls to her heart's content upon it. During her explorations, a small black ant often leads the way. The family has long been aware of the little ant's presence, and knowing that a previous pestilence befell a peddler due to an ant bite, they regard this ant as a guardian spirit. While others may have snakes or foxes as their household deities, for Mianmian, it is an ant. Jiang Mianmian frequently races with the ant, always emerging victorious, for upon her approach, the little black creature pauses to wait for her. The little white horse is particularly fond of Mianmian. This steed, residing in her home, serves not merely as a mode of transport. Her father does not ride it to work, nor does Jiang Feng take it on excursions to the county, fearing its conspicuousness and potential theft. Thus, it is only her mother who occasionally rides into the mountains for leisure, while most of the time, the little white horse stands guard before Mianmian. It is easy to care for. It delights in wild licks and even nibbles on the leaves of trees, showing little interest in the chickens, for they can hardly afford to keep 2 large animals. The world has grown more chaotic, and there has been no word from the 2 young gentlemen from the capital. The dairy goat was sold, as her mother felt it mocked her inability to provide milk. Despite her ample supply, it was a waste, and the family could not sustain 2 large beasts. Jiang Mianmian's diligent practice of crawling is spurred on by the presence of the white horse. The sight of such a magnificent creature inspires her desire to ride. She dreams of the day she might grow up to gallop forth on a striking white Ferrari, a vision that fills her with delight. Time flows swiftly. Although Jiang Mianmian is but an infant, she is quite busy. Eating, drinking, and sleeping consume much of her day. When awake, she engages in crawling exercises and delights her family with her playful antics. Recently, from the tidings brought by her father and brothers, it seems there are widespread famines, banditry, and military turmoil, creating a great deal of unrest. Having just endured a summer drought, winter's freeze has now descended, making this year's cold particularly biting. Yet, Jiang Mianmian feels little of this, for her family enjoys a better existence. At the very least, they have enough to eat at every meal. Though tattered robes remain the norm outside, everyone possesses a padded coat, and their straw sandals have been replaced with cloth shoes lined for warmth. Though their garments may be hidden from view, the family's spirits remain high. Envying whispers circulate among the villagers, who claim that the family thrives on the blood of their horse, subsisting solely through it. In truth, Jiang Mianmian believes the gifts from the 2 young gentlemen are merely a part of their fortune, for a household cannot be sustained by 2 gifts alone. It is the family's own hard work that truly supports them. Her mother frequently brings home bountiful game, and her father returns with more silver than in times past. Jiang Mianmian is unaware of her father's dealings, as he never speaks of them, nor does her mother inquire. Her elder brother seems to be doing well, bringing home a myriad of assorted items. Her elder sister has honed her skills as a forager, often venturing into the hills in search of delectable treats. The mushrooms she collects are fragrant and enticing, and though Jiang Mianmian feels she may succumb to lethargy, the aroma is enough to make her mouth water profusely. However, her sister suffers no ill effects after indulging. On one occasion, a particularly vivid mushroom, even brighter than her sister's colorful embroidered shoes, was cooked up for a hearty meal, and aside from a couple of trips to the outhouse, her sister encountered no issues. Yet, that day, the mountain chicken her mother had captured met a tragic end, as her sister had inadvertently poisoned it by using a bowl meant for chicken feed. Jiang Minmian was startled, terrified to touch her sister's food thereafter. Her sister received a sound reprimanding from their mother, a genuine scolding. Jiang Minmian watched, her heart racing with trepidation. Fortunately, she has yet to experience her mother's wrath. Qin Luoxia believes her daughter's cleanliness is a trait inherited from her father. While she can be quick to wield the axe against the elder siblings, she exhibits the utmost patience with her youngest, Minmian. Today, her mother did not venture into the mountains. With winter's chill, the hunt is scarce, or the game has retreated deeper into hiding. They cannot deplete their resources entirely, for they will need to eat next year as well. The dried meats prepared at home must last them through the winter. Seated upon the grass mat, Qin Luoxia busies herself with needlework. Beside her, a simple earthen stove crackles with a fire, ensuring the outdoors remains bearable, for Minmian enjoys being outside. This child has always been easy to care for, rarely crying or fussing, yet she possesses a stubborn streak and a love of cleanliness and sunlight. In the dimness of their home, she has no desire to linger unless it is time for sleep. Crawling about, Jiang Minmian makes her way to her mother, determined to sit beside her and observe the needlework. To her surprise, she discovers her mother's stitching is remarkably delicate. Despite often wielding an axe, she handles a needle with equal steadiness. Minmian gestures toward the right side of her garment, hoping her mother might sew a pocket. Mother, pocket, pocket. Though her speech is still unclear, she is beginning to express herself. She simply cannot comprehend where one might hide things at this moment. She believes that sewing pockets onto her clothing would be quite convenient, allowing her to tuck her hands in or store her little black treasures. Qin Luoxia, mending her eldest's clothing, notes how quickly the garments become tattered after Feng practices his swordplay, leaving little time for repairs. Seeing her chubby little daughter seated before her, with pudgy fingers raised in excitement, fills her with affection. Jiang Minmian is a diminutive version of her father, only rounder and fairer, so adorable that it melts her heart. Unable to resist, she sets aside her work to plant a kiss on her daughter's cheek, asking, "Would my little girl like a pocket sewn onto her garment?" Jiang Minmian nods earnestly, her round head bobbing in agreement. Qin Luoxia smiles again, her joy evident. "Very well, I shall sew one for you right away." Noticing the sun shining brightly and the warmth from the stove, she feels at ease. She removes Minmian's outer garment, and the little girl cooperatively extends her arms. Qin Luoxia beams, her round face adorned with dimples on both sides, perhaps softened by the passage of time since her confinement, rendering her even more beautiful than before. Jiang Minmian perceives a profound maternal beauty in her mother, and being close to her instills a sense of security. Qin Luoxia selects 2 pieces of scrap fabric and stitches them onto the indicated spot on Minmian's garment, akin to patching, yet leaving the top open, discovering that it indeed serves as a functional pocket, allowing for convenient storage. As Jiang Minmian awaits her mother's handiwork, her elder sister, Jiang Yu, returns home and settles by the stove. Habitually, she scoops up her younger sister and cradles her in her arms. Leaning against her sister, Jiang Minmian rests her head upon Jiang Yu's chest, feeling the softness of her sister's bosom, which seems to have matured slightly. Mother Hui is truly getting married. I sent her a piece of fabric, but it left me feeling unsettled. Why must a girl marry? Surely, life at home is far more comfortable, Jiang Yu expresses with a hint of melancholy. Being a year younger than Hui, the notion of marriage looms closer for her as well, yet the thought fills her with dread. Home is so delightful, and at home, one remains forever a girl. Qin Luoxia gently taps her daughter's head. What nonsense are you thinking? When you meet the right man, you won't be able to stop yourself from marrying. Jiang Yu retorts with certainty, that won't happen. Life in another's home is never as comfortable as at one's own home. One can eat whatever they wish, whenever they wish, and whatever they desire. What are you doing, mother? Jiang Yu inquires, curious about her mother's sewing. Jiang Minmian thinks to herself, soon her sister will recognize the groundbreaking innovation she has initiated, possibly sparking a trend where everyone sports pockets on their clothing. Your sister's arms are too short, so I am sewing 2 pockets onto her garment for her to store things, Qin Luoxia explains gently. Jiang Minmian, upon seeing the pockets, Jiang Yu's eyes light up. This will make storing food so convenient. Mother, please sew me 2 as well. I want 6. Jiang Yu exclaims, envisioning separate pockets for her snacks. Jiang Minmian, Are you foolish? Your sister is but a child, a couple of pockets suit her well, you are a young lady now, what would it look like for you to have so many pockets? Ridiculous, who displays their belongings in outside pockets, what if someone sees them and demands them from you? Qin Luoxia gently admonishes Jiang Mianmian, daughter, forget it, I shall embrace my cuteness. The first grand invention of a time traveler has met with failure. The afternoon was spent idly in the company of her sister and mother. The air is frigid, yet the warmth of the day lingers. Chapter 73 The return of Aunt Lu. As winter descended, darkness enveloped the sky early. Father and elder brother returned home together. The chill outside was soon replaced by a comforting warmth within. Dinner, prepared by elder sister, consisted of a large pot of soup, for today was a day for dry rice. The family indulged in this delicacy every few days, the routine that Jiang Yu remembered vividly. Often taking the initiative to cook, she preferred to soak the rice longer, believing it would yield a greater quantity upon cooking. Once Jiang Chongtian felt sufficiently warmed, he embraced his daughter. Jiang Miannian cherished these moments with her father, eagerly rushing into his outstretched arms, clad in many layers, and having enjoyed a hearty meal, Jiang Miannian felt substantial, akin to a small weight hanging from a scale, colliding against her father. Jiang Chongtian, while holding his little girl, found himself slightly overwhelmed, unable to suppress a cough. This startled Qin Luoxia, who feared that her husband might have caught a chill in the winter air, recalling that Lu Laohon from the village had succumbed to such a fate just the previous month. Jiang Feng took the little one into his arms. Jiang Miannian sensed the excessive concern surrounding her father. She believed him to be in good health, not as dire as they perceived, for the essence of spiritual spring water was not without merit. Her father simply had a lean constitution. Nonetheless, she also loved the embrace of her elder brother, who would lift her up to soar through the air, truly flying. Jiang Miannian delighted in the thrill of being lifted and lowered repeatedly, her laughter echoing with infectious joy. Jiang Feng beamed with pride, proclaiming, Miannian is now calling for her brother. How impressive. In her exuberance, Jiang Miannian accidentally splattered saliva onto her brother's face before settling back into his arms. After a brief bout of playful antics, the family gathered to commence their dinner. Although their portions had been served, the pace at which mother, elder sister, and elder brother consumed their meals was rapid, a palpable sense of urgency pervading the atmosphere, as if a lingering fear of scarcity hovered over them. Father ate at a more leisurely pace, while Jiang Miannian took her time, now able to join them at the table in her little bamboo chair crafted by mother. She was resolute in her decision not to consume food that had been chewed by her mother, preferring it cut into pieces rather than mashed. This stubbornness reminded Qin Luoxia of her husband, as the little one's determination to eat cleanly mirrored his own. At that moment, only the father and daughter remained at the table, both still engaged in their meals. Jiang Chongtian ate with elegance, while Jiang Miannian earnestly attempted to clean her plate. Aware that she was no longer an infant, she felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of splattering food all over herself. Yet, being still a little one, her coordination was not yet adept, causing her to eat slowly. She appeared exceedingly well behaved, meticulously guiding her spoon towards her mouth, an endeavor that was not without its challenges. Watching this, Jiang Yu felt a pang of anxiety, exclaiming, if my sister continues to eat this way, she may find herself starving if she doesn't marry into a wealthy family. This earned her a playful flick on the forehead from her elder brother, who admonished, stop being so dramatic. Just as Miannian was concentrating on her meal, a loud knocking interrupted the moment. Bang! 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 The dinner hour had attracted an unexpected guest. Jiang Chongtian finished his soup, while Jiang Miannian cautiously surveyed the food before her, contemplating whether to hide the small portion of meat. Yet, she was the exception. Elder sister hastily cleared the table, leaving her meal intact, encouraging her to continue eating. Seated at the table, Jiang Miannian's gaze fell upon the newcomer. The figure that entered was a woman clad in silk, her face heavily painted, creating a rather intimidating appearance. She walked in a most comical manner, dragging one leg, a remnant of her injury from 6 months prior. It was indeed Aunt Lu, now able to walk but with a pronounced limp. Upon spotting the chubby infant at the table with a bowl of meat, Aunt Lu's eyes gleamed with avarice. Jiang Miannian thought back to Aunt Lu's previous declaration that she would consume 3 pounds of feces if it meant survival. With this memory, her appetite for the meat congee before her suddenly dissipated. Aunt Lu then turned her attention to Jiang Yu, now even more striking in appearance. Previously, she had often heard from Aunt Chui that her daughter was beautiful, but upon seeing her now, she realized that Chui's sharp features were indicative of misfortune, while Jiang Yu's beauty was undeniable, being the offspring of Jiang Laonian. Recalling the tall, handsome stallion she had seen upon entering, Aunt Lu could barely conceal her greed. With her limp, she approached the table, her smile wide. What splendid news I bring! Aunt Lu has come to share great tidings. Jiang Mianyan thought to herself, here we go again. The last time Aunt Lu had come with such news, she had intended to sell elder sister. What could this time possibly entail? Noticing the silence from the Jiang family, Aunt Lu continued unabated, you, my dear, rejoice, Lord Lu has taken a fancy to you and wishes to make you his concubine. He desires you to bear him children and is willing to bestow upon you the status of a cherished concubine, provided you offer a horse as dowry. Jiang Mianyan was so taken aback that she let out a small burp. Her father gently patted her back. Qin Luoxia felt that merely breaking one leg was too lenient a punishment for Aunt Lu. Both legs should have been broken. Jiang Yu was the first to speak, firmly stating, I refuse to become a concubine. Lord Lu is miserly. He is so frugal that even the sticks used to wipe himself after using the latrine are washed before reuse. If he wishes to take me, he can forget about our horse. Jiang Mianyan felt a wave of nausea wash over her, unable to stomach the dinner any longer. Jiang Feng chimed in, my sister will not be made a concubine. Lord Lu is older than our father. Aunt Lu, you ought to reflect on your actions and leave. Jiang Changtian remained silent, merely observing Aunt Lu with a polite smile. Qin Luoxia's chest heaved with indignation, her hands itching to reach for an axe. Seeing the family's reaction, Aunt Lu scoffed and dragged herself to a chair, settling down with a self-satisfied demeanor. It is only because Lord Lu has heard that you is a fruitful girl that you are being presented with this opportunity. You are destined for a life of poverty. Believe me, I could easily spread the word through the village that Lord Lu seeks a concubine, and many would be eager to offer their daughters. My daughter deserves no such fortune. Aunt Lu, it is best you leave, Qin Luoxia retorted defiantly. Aunt Lu waved her handkerchief dismissively, speaking slowly, this entire village belongs to Lord Lu. If you refuse to marry, you might as well leave now. The mountains and rivers are his domain, the wild vegetables you forage are his, and the game you hunt belongs to him as well. If he chooses to expel you from the village, you would face certain death. The world outside is chaotic, and the corpses lining the roads are fresh. In these tumultuous times, the nobles of the capital will hardly spare a thought for you. Those who are wise would do well to comply. A path to survival still exists. In 3 days, a sedan will come to fetch you and your horse. A bright future awaits her. Having delivered her message, Aunt Lu paid little heed to the expressions of the family as she rose, dragging her injured leg as she made her way toward the door. Chapter 74. Jiang Rong startled as night fell. Ming County initiated its curfew. The absence of vendors' calls rendered the entire county eerily desolate. The city god temple closed for the night, and the deity showed no mercy to the frozen corpses left out in the cold. In stark contrast, the Jiang residence, located just a street away from the government office, was ablaze with light. This was not due to any family gathering, but rather because of Jiang Rong. Recently, Jiang Rong had ceased attending the county school, claiming that suspicious individuals were watching him. His family dismissed this as a mere excuse for truancy. Even Jiang Wan casually remarked that her elder brother was simply being lazy. Although the matriarch, Jiang Old Madam, had sent guards at the behest of her daughter, the 7th prince's consort, as a precaution, no one anticipated that Jiang Rong would indeed come perilously close to being abducted by bandits. Fortunately, the guards arrived just in time to rescue him. Jiang Rong emerged unscathed, and his father's subsequent reprimand was not as severe as expected. However, he was undeniably shaken. The bandit had committed murder right before his eyes, treating it as casually as one would slaughter a chicken or a sheep, a stark contrast between the blade's entry and exit. Since that harrowing experience, Jiang Rong had been prone to nightmares, leading to the Jiang residence remaining illuminated throughout the night. The old matriarch, already advanced in years and prone to insomnia, now had to fret over her grandson's well-being. Whenever Jiang Rong fell asleep, he was plagued by night terrors, mumbling in fear, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." It had been quite some time since he last attended the county school, but given the chaos outside, classes had been suspended. During this period, Jiang Wan kept her grandmother company, diligently copying scriptures in her room, praying for her brother's swift recovery. Although her brother lacked remarkable talents, he was never a source of trouble and treated her exceptionally well. Jiang Wan, previously frightened by her dreams, now yearned to dream again, to witness the specific scenes. Alas, upon awakening, she could scarcely recall the intricate details, only a vague sense of direction or a feeling. She believed this was a divine warning. In truth, she had felt somewhat different from others since childhood. She seemed to possess an innate ability to endear herself to others, but only if she genuinely cared for them. If her heart held any disdain, such affection proved fleeting. Thus, she constantly reminded herself to be a person of utmost sincerity and kindness. As night descended, Jiang Huaisheng and his wife unexpectedly arrived at the old matriarch's room. Jiang Old Madam furrowed her brows and inquired, "Is something amiss with Ronga?" Jiang Huaisheng shook his head, while Wu, his wife, kept her gaze lowered. The old matriarch observed her son and daughter-in-law. Her son resembled his father, possessing an elegant and dignified demeanor that she greatly admired, yet she held a disdainful view of her daughter-in-law, whose beauty was overly enchanting and whose temperament was rather capricious. Mother, Fea has joyful news. I have come to inform you, Jiang Huisheng announced. A somewhat stiff smile graced Jiang old madam's face as she nodded. Very well, Wu, take care of your health, you need not concern yourself with family matters. I understand, mother. Thank you for your efforts, Wu replied obediently, bowing. In truth, she had long desired to bear another child, but her husband insisted that the current times were perilous, and giving birth would bring suffering. After each attempt, she had resorted to drinking contraceptive potions. However, after the recent incident with Ronga, her mother-in-law voiced her concerns about the family's thin line of heirs, prompting Wu to cease the potions, and at last, she found herself pregnant. She did not wish to replace Ronga but simply believed that having more offspring would bring prosperity to the family. As the old matriarch watched her son and daughter-in-law depart, her brows instinctively knitted together. She felt that Wu was unfeeling, especially in light of Ronga's restless nights, yet she also recognized that having more children was indeed beneficial. Jiang Wan gently furrowed her brows, as she had dreamed that their family would soon journey to the capital. If her mother were to become pregnant at this time, when would they be able to live? Moreover, she believed she would not have any younger siblings. These changes left her feeling somewhat anxious. For instance, her two elder brothers had recently bestowed numerous gifts upon their second uncle's family, which surprised her. She had not anticipated their acquaintance. Jiang Wan let out a soft sigh. Hearing her granddaughter's sigh, Jiang old madam patted her back, thinking that only Wana was truly considerate, understanding her concerns, and undoubtedly worried for her brother's well-being. Grandmother, those mountain bandits are utterly vile. They claimed to have mistaken their target, intending to abduct a wayward youth named Zhong Feng, who has caused trouble. Why should my brother suffer in his place? He is such a good person, never committing any wrongdoing, yet he has been wronged so gravely. I am truly heartbroken, Jiang Wan lamented, leaning against her grandmother's arm. Jiang old madam rubbed the beads in her hands, her speed noticeably quicker than usual. Good and evil are rewarded in kind. Those who commit unjust acts will meet their demise. Wana, do not worry, you are still young, and there is no need to keep me company. Retire early. Yes, I shall go check on my brother. Grandmother need not worry too much, he will be all right. As night enveloped the world, a bright red lantern hung high while a young girl donned a white skirt, walking through the courtyard and politely greeting the guards. Like a night blooming serious, pure and beautiful. As the night grew heavier, Jiang Mianmian, who had not finished her dinner, found herself unable to eat any further. At this moment, she nestled in her mother's embrace, nursing. Although she was quite large now and could easily be weaned, she relished the comfort of her mother's hold. Drinking milk provided her with a profound sense of security. In the face of any occurrence, while nursing, she felt unafraid. Just as Jiang Mianmian believed her family life was satisfactory, an unexpected calamity struck. In truth, what she deemed satisfactory merely consisted of having a single meal of dry rice every 3 days. Yet, despite this, her family remained content. However, even this fragile stability could not endure. As she nursed, Jiang Mianmian found the milk slightly bitter. Indeed, with a poor appetite, she sat on the bed unable to resist putting her fingers in her mouth. She simply couldn't help it, like a baby unable to control its hands, easily finding its way to her mouth, especially as she had the spirit spring. Sitting there, she earnestly sucked her fingers, participating in the family's momentous events. What to do, Jiang Yu, observing her family's grave expressions, even noticing her younger sister sucking her chubby fingers with a furrowed brow, spoke up, why don't I go? I'll find some wild mushrooms to cook for the whole family, let us all perish together. Jiang Mianmian widened her eyes in astonishment at her sister, feeling an itch in her gums, as though a new tooth was about to break through. This was something Zhong Feng would have said previously, but over the past 6 months, he had devoted himself to sword practice, becoming increasingly adept, while his heart grew more tranquil through reading. In these times, acquiring books was no easy feat. Previously, he had relied solely on his father's oral teachings. The only text he possessed was the Herbal Classics, which his father had organized for him due to the availability of paper at the government office for copying. However, the books gifted to him by young Master He were exceptional. He perused them daily, having long memorized their contents. Touching the characters on the paper, he still felt a sense of preciousness. One of the books was the Criminal Code, detailing the penalties corresponding to various offenses. For instance, poisoning an entire family would undoubtedly result in a death sentence. He firmly believed that, should he wield his sword, he could slay 23 members of the Lu clan in a single night, yet such actions would lead to a life on the run and endanger his family. Qin Luoxia gritted her teeth, cursing the scoundrel who dared to approach Lu's family regarding her sister. With so many people, why target her daughter, if only she could drive a spear through him? Jiang Chongtian lightly tapped his long fingers against his knee, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Sleep now, your father has a plan. Do not utter words of death, we have not yet reached that point. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to suffer as a concubine. Chapter 75 Brothers. In the early morning, the bustling wonton stall exuded a warm steam, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air from a distance. Jiang Chongtian, impeccably dressed, happened to pass by the stall, a place where he typically would not linger. He rarely indulged in street food. It was both a waste of money and a risk for his sensitive stomach, which could react adversely to almost anything. Besides, he usually set out only after having had a substantial meal. His appetite was modest, he merely sought to satiate his hunger. However, today, to his astonishment, he spotted someone utterly unexpected at the stall, his elder brother, Jiang Huaisheng, whose demeanor was always exceedingly proper. After a moment's contemplation, he halted his steps and waited. He soon observed his brother approaching with a smile, holding a food box. It was perplexing that his elder brother would personally purchase such street fare when there were cooks at home who could prepare meals. Brother, Jiang Chongtian called out, his voice trembling slightly against the cold wind. Jiang Huaisheng raised his head and recognized the man before him, who was taller than he. He paused, momentarily taken aback. Brother, what brings you here? Jiang Huaisheng's smile lingered on his face, indicative of a joyous encounter. Feiya is pregnant, Jiang Chongtian instinctively replied, that has nothing to do with me. Jiang Huaisheng's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a grave expression. What are you doing here? I am going to work. Unlike you, brother, I do not live in comfort, I must toil to support my family. Jiang Chongtian spoke with a hint of indifference. Hearing this sarcastic remark, Jiang Huaisheng felt a surge of anger that he could scarcely contain. He was aware that their mother had arranged for Yao Gu to discreetly assist his younger brother financially. Despite not managing the household himself, he occasionally glanced at the accounts, realizing the strain it placed on the family. In a world where many struggled for sustenance, how could a man like Chongtian, who possessed no skills, manage to keep himself and his child well fed and healthy? He was infuriated by his brother's lack of ambition, his absurd behavior, and the fabrications that seemed to sadden their mother time and again. Jiang Huaisheng was exceptionally filial, harboring a deep disdain for those who were ungrateful. Their father had favored his younger brother since childhood, yet it was Chongtian who had shattered the medicine that could have saved their father's life, leaving him to die with unclosed eyes, a thorn in his heart, a wretched creature. His wife, Feiya, had always been kind to his younger brother, worrying for his well-being through the seasons, yet Chongtian had the audacity to harbor such base thoughts. He was less than a beast. You are now a father. Take care of yourself, Jiang Huaisheng stated, unwilling to engage further, as his earlier good mood evaporated. Feiya had expressed a desire for street food, and fearing to trouble others or cause their mother distress, he had come to purchase it himself. Suddenly, Jiang Chongtian interjected, I heard Ronga was frightened, is he doing better now? Ronga suffered on behalf of Fonga, but previously, his guard, Wulu, injured Fonga. Now Wulu is dead, and our mother believes his death is linked to you. I do not wish to pursue the matter further, let it end here. Jiang Huaisheng's love for his eldest son was profound, and he was strict in his expectations. Upon seeing Ronga's current state, he had personally dispatched a few mountain bandits, only to discover that they had mistaken their target. They were actually after Jiang Feng, and it was Jiang Feng who had orchestrated the incident. His younger brother had always possessed a peculiar disposition, and now it seemed that his child had inherited the same erratic nature. He considered himself a gentleman of integrity, yet his gaze toward his brother grew increasingly disdainful. Jiang Chongtian merely observed his elder brother, noting how pristine his clothing appeared, in stark contrast to his own, which was frayed and worn. Despite Xiao's attempts to patch his garments, they remained tattered and faded. With a smile, he remarked, in a couple of days, Master Lu from our village intends to take my sister Yu as a concubine. Would you care to join me in celebrating this joyous occasion? Jiang Huaisheng stared in disbelief, nearly hurling the food box at his brother's head. How could he shamelessly utter such words, suggesting that he would allow his daughter to become a concubine? Have you lost your mind? I am of sound mind. Master Lu is 6 years your senior and insists on marrying you, otherwise, he will expel us from the village, leaving us without a place to stand, Jiang Chongtian replied, looking intently at his brother. At that moment, his countenance bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Huaisheng's, albeit leaner. He recalled his brother's visage clearly from their youth, as he had idolized him. His brother was robust, decisive, fair, and had treated him with great kindness. The winter chill was biting, and standing still for even a moment left him somewhat stiff, yet he felt less cold than in previous winters. This year, he had grown stronger. In the past, he had endured great hardship during the cold months, suffering from severe coughs and joint pain. This year, he had scarcely coughed, and his joints ached less. He attributed this improvement to Xiao, who had diligently sought various nourishing foods to bolster his health, yet now, standing before his brother, he still felt a chill. He knew he ought not to voice such thoughts, but he found himself compelled to speak. Perhaps deep down, he harbored a longing for his brother, as he recalled the affection reflected in his brother's gaze in times gone by. He remembered the journey into exile when his brother had carried him for an extensive distance, his feet blistered and bleeding. He recalled how his brother had shared with him the only bun he possessed, breaking off a large portion for him. Those were happier times, and he longed to walk that path forever. Despite its difficulties, it had been his final warmth. Along that road, their mother had not pushed him away, he had even slept against her leg in the cart throughout the night. Jiang Chongtian smiled at his brother, who had come personally to purchase street food, suggesting that his brother held hopes for his next child. He wished to commend his brother, stating that his little daughter was delightful, intelligent, and obedient, sharing his likeness. The cold wind howled. He merely said, "Congratulations, brother, on becoming a father once more. To be a father is to protect one's child." He had to continue striving. Having spoken, he turned swiftly and walked away, his figure slightly unsteady, moving quickly and urgently, soon vanishing into the mist. Jiang Huaisheng watched his younger brother's nearly running silhouette, tall and thin, while others bundled up against the winter chill. He remained unencumbered, as if he were merely cloaked in the wind. Chapter 76. Inviting wolves into the house. The Jiang residence. The morning still held a semblance of tranquility. Jiang Huaisheng brought his wife some wontons from the street, though they had already grown somewhat cold. Wu, his wife, took but a single bite before her complexion turned pale, and she felt the urge to retch. Jiang Huaisheng gently patted her back, waiting for her discomfort to subside before saying, "The weather is chilly and the roads treacherous. You ought not to venture outside. Perhaps you could stroll about the house, and if you find yourself bored, you might peruse some leisurely reads." He then proceeded to pay his respects to his mother. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Huaisheng broached the subject of Yujia. "Mother, may I send someone to issue a warning that Lu gentleman from the countryside is exceedingly arrogant?" The elder Mrs. Jiang was busy rubbing her prayer beads. Jiang Wan and Jiang Rong were already at their grandmother's side, sharing the morning meal. Upon hearing her father's words, Jiang Wan covered her mouth in astonishment. "Was sister you truly to become a concubine?" Jiang Rong, his plump face adorned with two conspicuous dark circles, interjected. "That sharp-tongued Jiang Yu, and yet someone desires her as a concubine? They must be blind." The old matron merely inquired, "What business do you have out so early? The world is in chaos." Ronga nearly faced calamity. "If something were to befall you, would you not cause this old woman great sorrow?" When questioned about his outing, Jiang Huaisheng found himself at a loss for words, fearing his mother would think it was due to Fei's gluttony that he had ventured out. Thus, he endured his mother's scolding in silence. Jiang Chongtian arrived at the yamen, where he observed the clerk reprimanding the constables. Although reprimands were commonplace, today's admonition was particularly loud. Jiang Chongtian quickly took a few steps back. Should the constables catch sight of him witnessing their chastisement, they would surely torment him in return. The bandits from Jishan County in the north have risen in rebellion, having slain the county magistrate and proclaimed themselves kings. They are now gathering more followers to besiege the prefectural city. The magistrate has not slept a wink all night, and yet you lot remain nonchalant. If the rebels were to come here, what would you do? Open the gates and welcome them. Jiang Chongtian discreetly exited the yamen. The atmosphere within was tumultuous today, and no one would pay him any heed. He was merely a minor overseer in the medicinal preparation office. Though the title implied authority, it was negligible. In truth, he had once garnered the county magistrate's favor, earning him a modicum of respect, but upon learning of his undutiful nature, the magistrate had grown to detest him. Encountering him felt like misfortune, leading others to avoid him whenever possible. His life felt as though it were confined within a lowly wooden barrel, the lid sealing him in and preventing any upward movement. Regardless of how eloquent or persuasive he might be, he remained trapped within that barrel, deserving only to converse with the most base of individuals. He wandered through the marketplace. The streets were bustling with people, for survival was a constant necessity. The medicinal preparation office was responsible for sourcing herbal remedies. Aside from the mandatory contributions from various villages, the yamen also had a budget for procuring herbs. The minor overseer wielded this purchasing power, albeit limited. Due to the scattered and trivial nature of herbal procurement, it was not considered a lucrative business, and those in higher positions often looked down upon it. Moreover, the previous overseer had met a grim fate, meeting his end by the rod for losing medicinal supplies. Jeong Chongtian arrived at a small inn on the outskirts of the city. "Mr. Jeong is here." A lad spotted him and ran over, visibly excited. Jeong Chongtian had previously provided his mother with 3 doses of medicine, which had cured her ailment. The lad believed Mr. Jeong to be far more capable than the local physician, and he did not even charge for his services. Upon entering the inn's courtyard, Jeong Chongtian noticed a number of robust and fierce-looking individuals gathered within. As was his custom, he inquired, "Are there any herbs available today?" Upon seeing the entrance of a frail man, the group reined in their aggressive demeanor. An old man with a scarred face approached, smiling. "Why is Mr. Jeong here so early for herbs? You usually come around noon." Jeong Chongtian replied candidly, "The clerk was scolding the staff, and I feared entering would bring me misfortune, so I opted to leave early. There are not many herbs this time. See if you can make use of them. The bruise remedy you provided last time was most effective. Do you have any more? I could use a bit extra in these tumultuous times. I heard that reinforcements have already been dispatched. The constables must prepare themselves." The old man paused momentarily before continuing nonchalantly, "Which soldiers are coming?" Jeong Chongtian, with innocent earnestness, shook his head. "I have no knowledge of such matters. I only caught snippets of conversation regarding catching turtles in a jar before I hastily left. If you ask me, attacking the county office is akin to the old immortal seeking death. If they truly need money, they would be better off robbing wealthy households, such as that Lu gentleman from our village, who intends to take a 6th concubine soon. His family is overflowing with wealth, and he desires to take more wives to ensure his legacy." The old man slowly turned to fetch the herbs, musing, "How does Mr. Jeong know about Lu's plans for a concubine?" Jeong Chongtian, eyes wide in sincerity, replied, "Lu is from our village. We certainly know of his intentions. He is notoriously frugal, portraying himself as a man of hardship, yet his cellar is filled with silver. The silver coins are buried in the earth, otherwise it would be difficult for me to account for." Jeong Chongtian accepted the herbs and added, "Please send the lad with me to fetch the medicinal paste. I still have a bit left, though not much." The old man enlisted the help of the lad who had called out to Mr. Jeong to assist in carrying the herbs. As Jeong Chongtian lifted a light bundle, the lad shouldered a hefty load, and the 2 figures soon vanished into the alley. This was a bandit's den, hidden deep in the mountains, making it suitable for herb gathering. Jeong Chongtian regularly visited to collect remedies. His lowly status meant that he interacted only with the most disparate of characters. Exiting the alley, he continued toward the yamen, passing by the bustling wonton stall he had seen earlier. Suddenly, he turned to the lad and asked, "Are you hungry?" The lad swallowed hard and shook his head. "Mr. Jeong, I'm not hungry." Jeong Chongtian handed 6 coins to the stall owner, saying, "A large bowl, please, with extra broth, and another empty bowl." The sign indicated that a bowl cost 5 coins. The owner promptly took the money and served a bowl of wontons along with a bowl of broth. Jeong Chongtian seated himself and the lad at a small table in front of the stall. The lad assumed the broth was meant for him and was quite content, especially since it was meat broth, and the wontons contained meat as well. To his surprise, Mr. Jeong pushed the wontons toward him while he drank the broth. "You eat." "I have already had breakfast," he said, lifting the bowl of broth and sipping it slowly. The lad could only gaze in awe at the steaming bowl of wontons, tears welling in his eyes from the heat. Mr. Jeong was truly kind. Had his father been alive, he would surely have been as generous as Mr. Jeong. His father had been slain by a powerful lord wielding a sword, and that lord bore some resemblance to Mr. Jeong. No, Mr. Jeong was far more handsome. As he savored the wontons, tears streamed down his face. The wontons were indeed hot. Chapter 77, Mother and Son 16. Writing is to be avoided. The author's true thoughts. The chill wind howled. Jeong Chongtian bid farewell to the little pouch. The pouch contained ointment for treating bruises and injuries. He hastily departed from the yamen, feeling an innate fear of the place, for he was acutely aware of the nature of his uncle's occupations. Yet, old Scar uncle had advised him to come and observe, to be astute. He noticed an unusual bustle within the yamen, far more than usual, as if preparations for a significant event were underway. Fearful, the little pouch hastened his steps, but could not resist glancing back at Mr. Jeong, who stood in front of a small house. He jogged momentarily, then paused to wave at Mr. Jeong. Mr. Jeong was a good man. His mother always said that one should be grateful. The gentleman waved back, his expression somewhat grave. Following Mr. Jong's gaze, the little pouch was startled to see the county magistrate, clad in an elaborate robe and hat, remarking. He had never seen the magistrate at such proximity, and his curiosity was piqued. The magistrate appeared to be escorting a resplendent elderly lady, bowing to her with utmost respect. Despite wearing an imposing official attire, he managed to bend slightly at the waist, the ornamental circles on his robe swaying gently. The little pouch halted, only to be chastised by someone, jolting him back to reality. He was indeed foolishly lingering in the yaman to gawk. Without a backward glance, he sprinted away, quickly vanishing from sight. The dignified elderly lady being escorted by the magistrate was none other than Jeong Changtian's mother, Lady Jeong. Due to some unrest in the county, she had been specially invited to confer on important matters, accompanied by royal guards. Jeong Changtian had not seen his mother for quite some time. She had not changed much, reminiscent of his memories. Her elegant demeanor radiated an innate grace, even in this small county town, commanding respect and admiration. Such poise, coupled with her gentle manner of engaging with others, left a lasting impression. He had aged. His mother remained youthful. He was now a father of 3, while she still possessed an air of youthfulness. A lovely young girl accompanied his mother, of a similar age to his own sister Yu. His sister Yu was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of food, constantly scheming for a morsel to eat. The young girl was polite, neither subservient nor aloof in the presence of the magistrate, exuding a blend of superiority and approachability, reminiscent of Lady Jeong. Seemingly sensing something, Lady Jeong turned to greet the magistrate and caught sight of the tall, slender youth standing by the small door. The youth bore a striking resemblance to her eldest son, startling her momentarily. Jeong-won also turned, recognizing the figure. In terms of appearance, he resembled her father to a degree, yet he seemed far more handsome. Just standing there, he emanated a chill reminiscent of the biting autumn winds and flowing waters. His posture was even more authoritative than that of the county magistrate standing before them. The magistrate, too, noticed Lady Jeong's expression. Seeking an excuse, he hastily excused himself to attend to official matters, keeping domestic affairs at bay. Jeong Changtian lingered. Since the arrival of his daughter Fonga, he had become considerably more composed than before. He often reflected on his past, realizing the depth of his parents' love. He acknowledged that he had surely caused his mother much sorrow in his earlier years. Later, while teaching Fonga to read and write, he discovered her exceptional intelligence, surpassing his own. Poems and texts he struggled to memorize. After multiple readings, she could recall effortlessly. After just a couple of recitations, with her hair tied in a bun, she stood before him, reciting lengthy verses with a spirited enthusiasm. Jeong Changtian was filled with joy and gratitude. Thus, the following day, he made a special trip to the Jeong residence, kneeling at the entrance for half the day, then at Lady Jeong's door for another half, remaining there until dusk. Only then was he finally able to see his mother. His elder brother had recently welcomed a daughter, a child as charming as snow, bringing a radiant smile to their mother's face. His brother was also filled with delight. He understood the joys of parenthood and thought that since they were all happy today, perhaps his pleas would be granted more readily. He sought neither wealth nor high status, merely a word from his mother, allowing him to forego the imperial examinations. He no longer dared to dream of achieving the highest honors or bringing glory to his family. He simply wished for Fonga to pursue her studies normally and hoped to provide his children with a path forward. No need for elaborate provisions, he only desired that they not be hindered, so they could forge their own way. He knelt for an entire day, his frail body on the verge of collapse. He knew he must appear pitiful, and he thought perhaps his mother would feel a twinge of compassion upon seeing him in such a state. After all, she was his mother. When she finally saw him, the charming infant began to wail inconsolably. Lady Jeong, too preoccupied to converse with him, hastily instructed someone to escort him away. The family rallied around the crying infant, concerned for its well-being. Throughout it all, he did not receive even a glance from his mother. That night was bitterly cold, and he nearly believed he would perish. Ultimately, the night watchman helped him to a wall corner, where he leaned against it, staring into the darkness, contemplating surrendering to despair, for the blackness before him seemed endless. Eventually, Xiame came to seek him out. Without uttering a word, she carried him back to the village, just as she had done years ago when she pulled him from the water. She bore him home through the enveloping darkness. He felt feverish and faint. Xiame's shoulder was warm. From that moment on, he never set foot in the Jeong residence again, despite passing by daily for work. To him, it felt like a world away. He even failed to see his mother again. Strangely, after so many years apart, he found he did not miss her. With 3 children to care for, he was consumed by the daily grind, rarely reflecting on the past. He greeted villagers with a cheerful smile, bowing and nodding, all for a handful of coins, living a life akin to that of a dog or a fly. He had forgotten that he once departed surrounded by servants. Now, he was less than a servant himself. He had forgotten that he once tossed golden nuggets around like marbles. Now, he gingerly pocketed beautiful stones, bringing them home to amuse his children. He had forgotten that the resplendent elderly lady before him was his mother. Jong-won supported her grandmother, her heart urging her to hasten their departure, yet, she felt an inexplicable curiosity. The young man standing there was undeniably handsome, thus, against her better judgment, she followed her grandmother toward the small side room. As they approached, the scent of traditional medicine wafted through the air, not unpleasant. Jong-won peered inside, discovering a meticulously organized space. A small window overlooked a table and stool, with 3 knife marks on the windowsill, likely the work of some mischievous child. Today, Jeong Chongtian finished work early. No one paid him any mind. When he returned to the village, the sky was still bright. Luo Xia was chatting with someone beneath the large tree at the village entrance, cradling their child. His little Minmian spotted him fast. "Father, father," she called sweetly, stretching out her hands toward him. He patted himself down before taking the child into his arms. She was heavy and soft. He held Minmian close, one hand supporting her back, the other cradling her bottom, securing her firmly in his embrace. He smiled while listening to the villagers' chat, though his mind was elsewhere. Even when someone called him second, he did not respond, lost in thought. Qin Luoxia noticed her husband's unusual demeanor and gently nudged him. "Darling, Uncle Wu is calling for you." Jeong Chongtian finally came to his senses, his expression flustered. "Xia Mei, we must gather our belongings quickly. Today, I learned at the county yamen that bandits from Jishun have attacked and declared themselves kings, marching toward us in great numbers. They may arrive imminently. We should find somewhere to hide. When bandits pass through, they leave no trace behind. Uncle Wu, you should gather your valuables. We need to hide for a couple of days. Once the danger has passed, we can return," Jeong Chongtian said earnestly. "I returned early today specifically to relay this news, having risked my life to escape. The officials at the yamen are aware of the situation but are keeping it quiet, hoping to delay the bandits' advance by dragging their feet in the surrounding villages." Holding the infant, Jeong Chongtian's expression was serious, his words logical and persuasive. Those present largely believed him. In those times, scholars were held in high regard. Moreover, Jeong Er was a capable person, employed at the county yamen, with 3 children of his own. He would not speak frivolously. After explaining the gravity of the situation, Jeong Chongtian quickly returned home with his wife and child. In his father's embrace, Jiang Minmian was startled by the news. What a cruel world they lived in. Just when they had begun to enjoy life, bandits were on their way to rob them. What could they possibly want? Wild vegetables? No, they could even capture people now. It was best to hide. Feeling her father's serious demeanor, she began to think that if the bandits came, her sister would not have to become a concubine anymore. Today, while strolling with her mother, no one in the village spoke of her sister's fate. As Jiang Minmian sensed her father's hurried steps, her heart raced. She rummaged through her newly sewn pockets, pulling out a tiny ant.no, that wasn't it. She quickly returned the ant to her pocket. She reached into another pocket and produced a piece of candied fruit. Holding it aloft, she pressed it against her father's stern lips. "Father, eat, sweet." Jiang Minmian said. If he had something sweet to eat, he would surely feel happy. Jeong Chongtian, taken aback, opened his mouth, and the sweet, succulent fruit filled his mouth, mingled with a hint of tartness, but primarily sweetness. So sweet, the setting sun illuminated the path. Beside him was his wife, in his arms was his child, and in his mouth was candy. That was enough. What did the troubles of others matter to him? Chapter 78. The ants of the whole village. As the evening sun cast its warm hues, Jiang Minmian sat beside the stove on a grass mat, playfully toying with a small ant in her hand. No longer fearful of the tiny creature, she had grown bolder with age. She would clench her fist, then open it again, watching as the little ant performed various antics to amuse her. At times, it would pose with its legs akimbo, and at others, it would bend its body in different ways. Each time she opened her palm, the ant would change its posture, inciting fits of giggles from Jiang Minmian. In a world devoid of conventional toys for children, one must create their own amusements, otherwise, the protracted infancy would be unbearable. She decided to name her little companion Jiang Shaoshu, something she had previously hesitated to do, fearing if it were to perish, replacing it with another ant would not feel right. By avoiding a name, it was as if she could swap it out, akin to keeping fish. When one died, another could simply be introduced, all identical in appearance. After playing with Jiang Shaoshu for a while, she crawled over to engage with the majestic white horse. The horse loved to nuzzle its head close to Minmian, who would then braid its flowing mane with her tiny fingers. Little girls often delight in such activities, reminiscent of playing with Barbie dolls. She meticulously wove the horse's mane into strands, occasionally tying them in knots. Without a Barbie doll, she had to make do with the horse's head. Meanwhile, the other members of the household busied themselves with packing. Every so often, they would cast glances at Mian Mian, who sat there, round and innocent, entangled in the mane of the horse, eliciting smiles from them. Even as the family prepared for a hasty escape, the sight of a child diligently braiding a horse's mane under the setting sun tugged at the softest corners of their hearts. Jiang Chongtian was in the kitchen, cooking for the family. He tended to the fire, added water, chopped vegetables, and stirred the pot with a long spoon. From the outside, one could merely observe his silhouette. A gentleman should not concern himself with the kitchen, yet he had become quite adept at cooking. Once, he had never lifted a finger to prepare even the simplest meal. He could not distinguish one type of meat from another. Now, however, he had learned which herbs were edible, which were not, and which could be consumed in dire hunger. Such days were truly arduous, painfully so. He felt a sense of rebellion. Why should he endure this? She had gone to great lengths for her future. In these chaotic times, without effort and struggle, one would only languish in despair. Anger and frustration brewed within him. He recognized that he was not in his right mind, for he had just encountered the venerable Lady Jiang. She had said, "Why don't you just die? You deserve it. You are a scourge, and so are your children." Her countenance was gentle and dignified, beautiful and regal. Yet her words cut deeper than any blade. As he sliced the dried meat into thin, precise pieces, each cut reminiscent of a slow and torturous execution, he pushed the slices into the pot, watching them tumble in the boiling water. The splattering hot liquid scalded his wrist, yet he felt nothing. Qin Luoxia and Zhong Feng had stashed their valuable possessions underground. This was a pit she had previously dug, which had grown deeper as she worked. It served as an excellent hiding place. Many pieces of dried meat were already concealed there. When Zhong Feng entered, he was startled, taking a moment to survey the trove of meat, wondering how many beasts his mother had hunted. He had once been confident in his swordsmanship, but now a hint of insecurity crept in. Jiang Yu was familiar with the hiding spots. She could sniff out food stashed away in their home. She too had hidden an abundance of dried mushrooms, candied fruits, and even dried rats in this cellar. Surely the bandits won't find this place, right? If they take away my food, I will fight them to the... Their home held little of value. They merely packed what they could carry for the journey. Mian Mian's necessities, food and clothing, were prioritized. The most precious possession was that clever horse, which could outrun a person through the mountains. In a crucial moment, it could even carry his daughter to safety. After gathering their belongings, Jiang Chongtian finished preparing the meal. Tonight would consist of dry rations, for a full stomach was essential for their imminent escape. Although he cooked, he hardly ate. Cradling Mian Mian, he fed her fast. She opened her mouth, and he offered her a spoonful of soft rice mixed with flavorful broth and minced meat. She eagerly finished it, then opened her mouth for another helping. They worked in perfect harmony. Suddenly, Jiang Minmin noticed that her father's hand had been burned. Without a second thought, she spat into her palm and gently applied it to his scalded skin. Jiang Chongtian initially thought his daughter was choking and quickly ceased feeding her. However, she raised her damp hand and tenderly dabbed it on his burn. "Daddy, daddy, blow, not painful, painful." Jiang Minmin earnestly assisted, secretly applying a bit of healing spring water. At the moment of scalding, he hadn't felt the pain, but now, as she blew on the wound with utmost seriousness, the discomfort became apparent. He realized the burn was more extensive than he had thought, his fair skin particularly sensitive, especially beneath his wrist. Qin Luoxia stood up, alarmed. Jiang Minmin then nestled into her elder sister's embrace, while her mother took her father to wash his hand. Her brother fetched water. It was winter, and the water was icy. Once splashed, the searing pain subsided, although his wrist remained reddened and cold. "How could you be so careless? Next time, I will cook," Qin Luoxia said, tears brimming with concern. She could not bear the thought of her good husband suffering even the slightest misfortune. "Does it still hurt?" Jiang Chongtian nodded. "It does." Because he had someone who cared for him, he felt entitled to express his pain and shed tears. His eyes glistened with emotion as he gazed at his wife. Qin Luoxia mimicked their daughter, cautiously blowing on his wound. "It's nothing, nothing, the cold water will soothe it. Next time, I'll handle the cooking." Jiang Chongtian chuckled, his face streaked with tears. "No, Xiaomai, in the future, we will have a grand house, with servants aplenty and chefs to cook for us. You won't have to do it anymore, truly." Qin Luoxia was amused by her husband's words. What grand house, what throngs of servants, she dared not even dream of such things. She only wished for safety, for her children to be well fed and warmly clothed. Tonight, they still needed to evade the bandits. Every household was busy preparing. Aunt Lee's family had 2 sons and 2 daughters, both daughters married off to other villages, fetching a good bride price, essentially selling them for a high price. In a normal family, how could one afford such sums? Those willing to pay more often had ulterior motives, while those who truly cared for their daughters would never consent to such marriages. The eldest son had already moved out, but Aunt Lee disapproved of his lack of ambition. The younger son was idle and extravagant, much to Aunt Lee's disdain. Observing others pack, the old man asked, "Should we pack too?" Aunt Lee replied, "I'll ask Lord Lu. That young heir is quite cunning, he might be up to something." The entire village busied themselves in preparation, a festive atmosphere reminiscent of the new year. In anticipation of fleeing, everyone feared the scarcity of food and decided to consume whatever provisions they had stashed away. Even in death, they wished to avoid the fate of starving ghosts. Aunt Lee limped her way to Lord Lu's residence. His home remained undisturbed, bringing her some comfort. Upon seeing Aunt Lee, Lord Lu inquired if she intended to hide. He chuckled, sitting in his intricately carved chair, shaking the pipe in his hand. "A bunch of lowly peasants, so easily frightened. The bandits from Jushon are heading to the capital. Why would they come here? Hiding things, what do they have worth stealing? Not a single grain of fine rice in their homes." Lord Lu was acutely aware of every household's possessions. Every time someone borrowed something from him, he kept meticulous records. Only the Jiang family owned a fine horse, a beautiful daughter, and some treasures bestowed by a young master from the capital. Strangely, the Jiang family had not borrowed anything from him in the past 6 months. How infuriating. Hearing Lord Lu's remarks, Aunt Lee felt reassured, and she flattered him, "It's all that Jiang heir's nonsense. I believe he doesn't want his heir to enjoy a good life here." Beside him, Lady Lu, plump and amiable, chimed in, "That little girl has a stubborn temperament. Once she is married, a few beatings will tame her. That horse you mentioned, send it to my son, he is in need of a good steed." Although initially wary of Jiang heir, over the years, they had never seen the Jiang family take any action. Jiang heir was like a featherless chicken, ripe for the picking. Lord Lu would not allow anyone in the village to prosper more than he. Those who were unfilial and ungrateful were mere peasants. No matter what books they read, what swords they wielded, or what horses they rode, they were destined to be slaves, bearing sons to serve and daughters to be maids, generation after generation. That night, Jiang Mianmian's family truly set off into the mountains. Jiang Mianmian was strapped to her mother's back, her brother pulling along her sister, while her father led the horse, followed by a long, long line of ants. It seemed as if all the ants of the village had come alive. Lord Lu observed a swarm of ants scurrying from beneath the eaves and looked up at the darkening sky, puzzled. Was a storm brewing? Chapter 79. Jiang Mianmian's early education. Nightfall enveloped the mountains, and the paths were far from easy to traverse, yet mother walked with unwavering steadiness, leading. The advantages of having an infant became apparent. Otherwise, once she learned to walk, she would have to flee on her own. How optimistic she was. Jiang Mianmian felt that her own optimism stemmed from a life untouched by hardship. Anyone who had experienced even a single day of true suffering would not possess such cheerfulness. It was also true that, despite the family's struggles, the burden had never fallen upon her directly. She had always felt a profound sense of security. Even in the face of danger, the presence of her father, mother, elder brother, and sister made her certain of her safety. The 4 above her were taller than she. As they fled, her elder sister could still manage to forage for mushrooms from the dark earth, exclaiming in astonishment, "There were none here during the day. Could they perhaps be easier to find at night?" Her elder brother brought up the rear, occasionally urging Jiang Yu, "If you keep gathering mushrooms, I shall leave you behind." The one facing the most difficulty was likely their father, who had stumbled. Upon witnessing her father fall, Jiang Mianmian couldn't help but call out in her soft, tender voice, "Father, father, keep going." Jiang Changtian was unaware of what "keep going" meant. Qin Luoshi remarked, "Is it because she saw me applying oil to your burned hand earlier that she thinks applying oil will solve everything and is encouraging you to keep going?" Jiang Changtian, unhurt from his falls, stood up and affectionately kissed Mianmian's head. "Father is fine. Keep going, everything is all right." The phrase "keep going" could be interpreted in such a manner it was forgotten that people in these times did not utter it. Jiang Mianmian felt a surge of joy from her father's kiss. Though they were in flight, it felt more like a family outing. Fortunately, they had not traveled far when mother discovered a cave for shelter. Qin Luoxia struck a match, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I found this place while foraging for wild vegetables last time. It's quite suitable." The cave twisted and turned, carrying a faint unpleasant odor, but it appeared to have been cleared. Numerous dried animals, wild boars, bears, wolves, hung from the cave ceiling like oversized wind chimes. Qin Luoxia coughed awkwardly twice. I encountered these wild vegetables and decided to roast them here rather than bring them back to the village, as it would attract too much attention. Jiang Yu excitedly chimed in, "Mother, I also gathered fresh mushrooms. If we stew them, they'll surely be fragrant." Jiang Feng thought to himself, "I still have much to learn, my sword isn't sharp enough, I might not even be able to defeat Mother." Jiang Chongtian reflected. "My dear Xia, you have sacrificed so much for me, I must ensure your happiness." Jiang Mianmian mused, "My mother resembles a strong man, could those hanging in the cave be the mighty bear Big and Bear too?" The cave was perfectly situated, not far from the village yet discreet, as the entrance curved, making it difficult for outsiders to discover. The villagers were experienced in evasion, dispersing to hide in various homes, thereby increasing their chances of survival. Qin Luoxia was somewhat selfish. Upon discovering this place, she had no intention of bringing others along, only wishing to protect her own family. After all, during life-threatening times, one could not afford to be concerned about others. The slightest distraction could lead to death. A small fire was kindled within the cave. Mother even unearthed a straw mat, placing Jiang Mianmian atop it as the family gathered around the fire. Jiang Mianmian observed as Mother produced a ceramic pot filled with water, setting up a makeshift apparatus to boil it. Jiang Yu attempted to toss mushrooms into the pot, only to be met with a playful flick from her elder brother, causing her to behave. She clutched her head and insisted, "This mushroom is very white, I've eaten it before, it's not poisonous, truly." Jiang Mianmian shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no, no." Jiang Chongtian couldn't help but chuckle, though a pang of sadness accompanied it. Qin Luoxia rolled her eyes at her daughter's words. It was a pity her daughter had such a mouth. During her pregnancy, life had been exceedingly difficult, with little to eat, and now it seemed as though she returned as a glutton, caring for nothing but food. "Drink some hot water. As the old saying goes, hot water cures 100 ailments," Qin Luoxia advised. It was her mother who had told her, recalling her father's words from his military days, how cold and lacking in provisions winter could be. A sip of hot water could make one feel alive again. The family gathered around the small fire, boiling the water in the ceramic pot, which soon bubbled. Each person received a bamboo cup of hot water, with Jiang Mianmian's set aside a bit further to cool, as her parents worried she might scald herself. Jiang Mianmian felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Nestling into her father's embrace, she found comfort. He sat cross-legged, maintaining a dignified posture. Even with just their family present, he exuded a sense of grace. Meanwhile, Qin Luoxia felt a hint of fatigue. Leaning against the cave wall, she quickly dozed off. In her slumber, she unconsciously leaned against her husband's shoulder, sinking into a deeper sleep. Jiang Feng and Jiang Yu, in contrast, felt a spark of excitement. Perhaps it was the same feeling Jiang Mianmian experienced. For the children, this did not feel like an escape but rather a picnic. Jiang Chongtian lay with a child in his arms while his wife rested against him. One hand gently caressed Xia's head, while the other patted the baby nestled in his embrace. Noticing that the two older children had their eyes wide open, devoid of sleepiness, he spoke up, "Let me impart some wisdom on how to navigate the world." Jiang Mianmian, nestled in her father's arms, was eager to listen. However, she felt herself growing drowsy, stifling a small yawn as her eyes began to droop. Jiang Feng and Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Their father worked tirelessly, leaving early and returning late. Though they enjoyed spending time with him, they refrained from clinging to him out of concern for his fatigue. Today, in the cave, with the family together, the atmosphere felt distinctly different. Jiang Yu and Jiang Feng sat upright, mimicking good children, while the gentle breeze in the cave barely stirred the flames. The shadows of each family member danced upon the cave walls, tall and imposing. Jiang Mianmian, leaning against her father's chest, gazed at the scene before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of solemnity. Was this what Confucius felt while lecturing, traveling with a group of students, seeking refuge from the cold in a cave, and when the mood struck, sharing knowledge before the fire? Given the long journey and the scarcity of resources, diligent students would etch their notes upon the cave walls, giving rise to murals. As Jiang Mianmian pondered, another yawn escaped her lips. Her father's voice resonated above her. "If you harbor hatred towards someone, how would you go about erasing them?" Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Feng appeared momentarily taken aback as well. Jiang Mianmian, now more alert, thought, was this truly practical advice? Her father had some intriguing insights. Wait, was he teaching them how to eliminate others? Jiang Yu spoke up, "Poison them, so that no one knows." Jiang Feng added, "To frame someone is easy. First, establish a false accusation, then eliminate them." Jiang Mianmian also wished to contribute but found herself at a loss. In a society governed by law, such thoughts were impermissible. The long-haired youth maintained a calm demeanor, his expression gentle. One hand adjusted his wife's head for greater comfort while the other held the child closer. He began to speak slowly. Fonga is correct. First, you must establish guilt, informing the world that this person is temperamental, a liar, capricious, and malevolent. Regardless of public opinion, they will gradually internalize this narrative, becoming the very person you claim them to be. Jiang Mianmian felt her drowsiness fade. This was akin to labeling someone. Secondly, frame them. Continuously set traps, ensnaring them in a web of deceit with no escape. Finally, study their weaknesses. When the time is ripe, strike at their most vulnerable point, leaving them with no refuge, no one to believe or heed them, compelling them towards demise. In the cave, her father's voice flowed like water, gentle and serene. Yet, Jiang Mianmian felt a strange melancholy wash over her. It seemed as though her father's tone bore a trace of sorrow. Glancing across the fire, she discovered her elder sister had fallen asleep. How could she sleep during such an important lesson? Jiang Mianmian longed to rouse her, for this was essential knowledge. Should she ever find herself in a domestic conflict, it would prove invaluable. However, mindful of disrupting her father's lecture or waking their mother, she stifled another yawn and continued to listen. Jiang Yu, leaning against her brother's leg, had also succumbed to slumber, much like their mother. Jiang Feng remained seated, continuing to inquire, what then, father, if it's insufficient, or if the opponent is formidable, what should one do? If they are strong, you can flatter them excessively, inflating their ego until they become arrogant and alienate others. If they are strong and you must comply, you can feign loyalty and obedience to win their trust, only to betray them later. Jiang Feng nodded earnestly, one hand gripping his sword while the other stroked Jiang Yu's head. Father, you should rest. I will keep watch. Jiang Chongtian observed his son, long hair and long sword, and realized, with a start, that his child had matured, more grounded and taller than before. Very well. I shall rest for a while, and then it will be your turn. Jiang Chongtian closed his eyes, cradling the infant against his wife. Jiang Mianmian, already overwhelmed by sleep, nestled further into her father's embrace, her head resting against him while her tiny feet nudged their mother's head. Before drifting off, she glanced around the cave, noting her little brother crawling near the fire, the white horse swishing its tail at the entrance, and her brother and sister across the fire. With her family all around her, she succumbed to sleep, soon emitting soft, gentle snores. Chapter 80 The Yellow Sparrow Cave Campfire. The youth resembled a knight devoted to safeguarding a princess. He observed that the entire family was asleep. Gently, he shifted his sister, Jiang Xiaoyu, and removed his own coat to drape it over her. As he divested himself of the garment, a slight chill enveloped him. Rising to his feet, he commenced his sword practice. It was still the same few maneuvers, an arc, a slash, a thrust, totally devoid of any intricate finesse. Jiang Feng meticulously continued his training. The flickering flames illuminated the cave, casting the silhouette of the young swordsman against the cavern walls, as if transcending time, evoking images of ancient sword-wielding masters of yore. With each passing moment, his movements grew increasingly fluid, more instinctive. Initially, he had perceived the sword in his grasp as somewhat burdensome, but soon it felt just right, and eventually, he forgot entirely that he was wielding a sword. Before him were his family, and he had become their protector. Finding solace in that role, Qin Luoxia quickly succumbed to slumber, only to awaken shortly after. She beheld Fonga practicing his swordplay and noticed herself nestled against her husband. Adjusting her position, she embraced both her husband and the child. Sinking back into sleep, she paid no heed to Jiang Yu, who was sprawled out, legs against the cave wall, in a careless manner, as long as she did not roll into the fire. Qin Luoxia drifted off again, pondering whether her second child would ever find a husband, and if, on their wedding night, she might inadvertently send her husband flying with her temperament. Would they, in the future, need to seek a suitor for her? The mere thought troubled her, as she contemplated where they might go. Jiang Chongtian's slumber was light. Even in an unfamiliar setting, he found it difficult to rest soundly. He believed he had drifted off, but it was merely for a fleeting moment. As Feng arose, he awakened, observing him practice. After a brief gaze, he closed his eyes once more. He began to reflect on the events of the day. He had warned the local bandits in Ming County not to assault the county office, as there lay an ambush, diverting them instead to attack Lord Lu. He had also informed the villagers that the bandits from Jishun County were approaching, urging them to take refuge. Lord Lu, however, would not believe him, for the bandits from Jishun had not made their way here. His methods were crude and lacked depth, much like the time he inadvertently revealed to the traveling merchant that Wu Lu was his wife's paramour, or carelessly divulged where to procure poison, the most lethal concoctions that could bring about immediate demise. His actions were clumsy. Should anyone investigate honestly, they might trace the matter back to him. Yet, upon witnessing Wulu's decaying corpse, he felt a surge of joy, genuine joy. He even found the meat he consumed that day less repugnant. The meat that he usually found hard to swallow now seemed remarkably fragrant as he thought of Wulu's lifeless body, as if he were truly savoring the taste rather than being overwhelmed by nausea. He mused that his mother was right. Deep within him lay a malevolent spirit, his visage resembling that of a blossoming peach, yet his heart was akin to that of a fiend. He was indeed such a person. He sought to conceal the darker facets of his nature, not wishing for Sia Mei to discover his penchant for her embrace, his yearning for her care and affection. He was the epitome of hypocrisy. Look, mother was entirely correct. To bring about a person's demise, one must bestow upon them a label of guilt. They would begin to doubt themselves, perceiving themselves as such, and gradually, they would become that very person. Unfilial, unbrotherly, devoid of parents, unfeeling, and unprincipled, with a heart full of deceit and a mouth replete with lies. He had not only transformed but had surpassed. He had also learned the art of killing. The first life he took was his own. Tonight, the bandits would come, without a doubt, for during the day, they had been sharpening their blades. Those who turn to banditry are seldom endowed with great wisdom. If they possessed true sagacity, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. They were desperate. Upon hearing that the bandits from Jishon County had besieged the county office and declared themselves kings, they felt urgency. Fearing that if they did not act, they would be left behind, they envisioned wealth and grandeur. However, the bandits from Jishon were fundamentally different from them. He had returned to the county office to inquire further, unable to ascertain whether the Jishon bandits were genuine or imposters. They were well trained, and rebellion was certain. They might simply be masquerading under the guise of bandits. The bandits from Ming County were impoverished, their stronghold nestled deep within the mountains, a mere assembly of ruthless individuals, clever but not overly so. To urge them to attack the county office was beyond their courage, yet they felt compelled to act. Bandits are easily incited, swayed by the winds of rumor. They were swept along, and upon hearing of an ambush, they would likely retreat, but at that moment, they required a ladder to save face in their banditry. Hence, they would certainly come, and this night would be no exception. With eyes closed, Jiang Changtian meticulously recalled his words, each step he had taken, and the robust figures he had glimpsed earlier. He had merely cast a fleeting glance, yet now he began to vividly recollect how many men there had been and what weapons they wielded. Lord Lu's estate would also have guards. Lord Lu would undoubtedly dismiss his warnings. His estate was vast and difficult to evade. However, he would likely arrange for additional protection. As for the other villagers, yes, Aunt Lu would probably not hide. Her conscience would compel her to suspect him of orchestrating something sinister, and she would align herself with Lord Lu. Those on good terms with Lord Lu would seek refuge there. Others, concerned for their lives, would likely retreat into the mountains like the rest. Bandits tend not to disperse into the mountains to pursue impoverished villagers during a night raid. After considering every aspect, he finally drifted back to sleep. This time, with Sia Mei nestled beside him, he fell into slumber swiftly. As Jiang Changtian's breathing steadied, Qin Luoxia opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharp. She beckoned to Feng. You keep watch, I will step outside for a moment, she silently instructed. Jiang Feng wished to accompany her, but upon observing the meat hanging in the cave and the look in his mother's eyes, he obediently nodded. Qin Luoxia gently laid her husband down, adjusting the child closer to him before rising. Grasping the spear she had prepared, she exited the cave. Outside the cave, the biting cold wind pierced through her. The chill invigorated Qin Luoxia, heightening her alertness. Behind her, in the cave, lay her family. Outside stretched the vast mountains, an unending expanse of darkness. The gentle mother who had just cradled her husband and child now secured her sleeves and pant legs, her face concealed in cloth, her head wrapped, transforming her into a formidable figure. She had resolved that whether the bandits came or not, Lord Lu must die tonight. She had never taken a life, but during this time, she had slain many ferocious beasts. She knew not of grand principles or moral dilemmas. She only understood that her mother had said her father died in battle, his bones unreturned, not knowing for whom he fought or died, leaving behind a wife and daughter, struggling to survive. Her mother had led her to this place, and she was acutely aware of the hardships her mother endured. She recalled her mother's final murmurs, the shame that prevented her from facing her father. How she wished she had been grown then, capable of protecting her mother. Now, she desired for her family to remain intact. Whoever sought to harm them would face her wrath. She was unafraid of killing, truly. From a young age, she had witnessed death on the path of escape. She had seen murder committed. In that moment, there was none of the tender warmth she typically exuded while holding her little girl. Instead, she radiated ferocity, akin to her calm demeanor while hunting beasts in the dense forest. She raced towards the village, merging with the night. The cold wind howled, and the leaves lamented. Chapter 81. On this night, heads rolled, and that year her eyes curved like arches. It was a night when the village lay cloaked in solitude, the distant barks of dogs echoing through the stillness. Occasionally, a solitary bark would pierce the silence, but there were no cries of children to be heard. The profound quietude of the vast village was somewhat unsettling, though it was never particularly illuminated. The complete darkness that enveloped it now was undeniably eerie. Outside the Lu family's abode, the old man of Aunt Lu sat at the entrance, puffing on his hand-rolled, inferior tobacco while gazing into the inky blackness of the village. He pondered whether he might stealthily venture to Zhong Lao's home in search of treasure. In their desperate flight, one could hardly carry all their possessions, or what could not be taken must be hidden away, though he was uncertain where to conceal them. However, the night was too dark for him to feel inclined to crawl out. He decided to wait until the morrow. If they had not returned by then, he would take his son along to search. Surely they would uncover something. Master Lu was notoriously frugal, lighting few lamps during the night. Increased guards patrolled the estate, relying solely on the moonlight for illumination. Hua's betrothed was also present. Lu the landlord was stingy, offering meager wages, yet Yang Wu had to endure, for his mother was bedridden with illness and he needed the scant pay. Fortunately, his good looks and sturdy physique had charmed Hua, and their marriage was imminent. His mother disapproved of Hua's family, foreseeing complications ahead, but given his circumstances, it was a stroke of luck that Hua did not mind. He envisioned a future where Hua would care for his ailing mother while he diligently worked for Lu, and perhaps in a decade, he could save enough to reclaim his family's land, cultivating it alongside Hua, ensuring they would be well fed and eventually raise children. The mere thought of such a life brought a smile to his lips. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, narrowly grazing Yang Wu's shoulder, leaving him momentarily breathless with shock. He shouted, "The bandits are here, the bandits have truly come." The flurry of arrows outpaced his cry, igniting a blaze of chaos. The old man outside the entrance had already collapsed, an arrow lodged in his chest, blood pooling as he writhed in agony, his final thoughts regretting the missed opportunity to raid Zhong Lao's home. Truly, one who does not seize an opportunity meets a swift demise. Cries and screams erupted. The villagers, who had fled only a short distance, felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing the commotion, their hearts swelling with gratitude towards Zhong Lao for risking his life to deliver the warning, for without him, their fates would have been sealed. The bandits had arrived. Had the villagers not hidden away, they might have sensed the impending danger, but with everyone gone, the bandits moved unimpeded directly to Lu's estate. The bandits dared not attack the county office, knowing the officers were robust and well-equipped, but they held no fear for the local gentry. The gentry's guards were not inclined to fight to the death. They would either fight if they could win or flee if they could not. Master Lu's harsh treatment of his servants bore bitter fruit in this hour of need. Yang Wu, initially calling out, soon sought refuge. The bandits had visions of gold and silver, yet upon entering Lu's estate, they found themselves groping in the dark for candles. Aside from the opulent attire of Master Lu's family, the other servants appeared even poorer than the bandits themselves. Confronted by a throng of masked, menacing marauders, Master Lu bellowed, "My daughter is the favored concubine of the county magistrate. Do you not fear death?" A spear pierced his heart. Lu pointed a trembling finger at the masked figure ahead, recognizing the very person who had thrown the spear. He recognized those eyes. He had once considered taking her as a concubine. Back then, her eyes had been large and round, a cherubic girl whose smile curved like crescent moons. In terror, he gazed down at the spear embedded in his chest, blood oozing forth, but he could not utter a sound. All that escaped his lips were the stammered words, "Please, please, please." The bandit leader spat in disdain, cursing, "What ill fortune, who struck so swiftly? This old man dies yet remains so polite. What is this, please? Shall we invite him in?" Qin Luoxia stumbled through the forest, her feet pierced by thorns that she would normally evade with ease. The pain was disregarded as she pressed on, driven by sheer desperation. The dense foliage masked the scent of blood, and gradually, clarity returned to her mind. She could not flee to the cave. She was covered in blood, a sight that would surely terrify her husband and child. Stumbling, she dashed towards the ravine, thoughts of her husband and child bringing her to a state of calm and determination. In the bitter winter, the ravine was devoid of flowing water, now parched. Yet, a pool remained. She dipped her hand into the icy depths, the chill biting her skin. Here, she had washed many a hunted creature, and today, she sought to cleanse herself. Though she bore some wounds, they were of little consequence, for those who had harmed her were now dead. She had slain Master Lu, and later, witnessing the bandits' merciless attacks on women and children, she had dispatched them as well. The act of killing had become too frequent. She discovered that humans were more fragile than beasts. Beasts were protected by fur, which impeded the thrust of a spear, whereas humans were unshielded. Humans wore clothing, yet it was thin and ineffectual. Beasts could run swiftly, some could even fly, making them difficult to pursue. Humans, however, moved slowly, unable to take flight, easily overtaken. Beasts would resist, and humans would resist too, yet the resistance of humans sometimes inflicted wounds upon her, for they wielded weapons and understood cooperation. Nonetheless, it mattered little, she had resolved her issues. The frigid water swiftly staunched the bleeding wounds. By the poolside, she tended to her injuries, her bloodied outer garment soaking in the water, tainting it a deep crimson. Her breath formed clouds of mist in the cold air. No birds or beasts dared approach, not even the hum of insects could be heard. Silence reigned, interrupted only by the sound of dripping water. After cleansing herself, she donned fresh clothing and began her journey back. At dawn, the sky was painted with the hues of early light. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, Qin Luoxia beheld a man standing there, his long hair billowing in the wind, his robe rustling in the chill. His nose was flushed from the cold, yet it did not detract from his beauty. The brilliance of the dawn paled in comparison to the corner of her husband's robe. "Husband, I have returned," Qin Luoxia exclaimed with a smile. Jiang Changtian gazed at Luoxia, taking in her visage. He did not inquire further but instead enveloped her in his embrace. He had awaited her return for what felt like an eternity, his concern for her palpable. Seeing her home, witnessing her smile, brought him solace. He held her tightly, the brilliance of the dawn painting their reunion in hues of hope. Jiang Mayanshan clumsily crawled out of the cave, witnessing the embrace at the entrance, unnoticed by either. She huffed and puffed, turning back to return, deciding instead to play with Jiang Shaoshu. Her mother reeked of blood, the scent overwhelmingly pungent. Jiang Mayanshan wished to remain oblivious to the events that had transpired. Perhaps her mother had simply gone to forage for wild vegetables. In this chaotic world, who was not like a mere vegetable, halfway through her retreat, she was seized by her mother and lifted up. Jiang Mayanshan fell into her father's arms, a sudden sneeze escaping her as the cold wind swept by. Fachu, Qin Luoxia observed the resemblance between father and daughter, both with flushed noses, their beauty exquisite and striking. She grinned, reminiscent of that round-faced girl from years past, her smile curving like a crescent moon. Chapter 82. Jiang Er on the white horse. As the evening glow stretches across the horizon, the morning light remains elusive. The dawn paints the sky in resplendent hues, yet, as the brilliance fades, white clouds begin to gather. A thick mist envelopes the mountains, gradually transforming into droplets of rain. It begins to rain. Sitting in the cave, one listens to the soothing sound of the rain, the splattering, the rustling, the gentle tinkling, akin to a symphony. It is said that the reason the sound of rain lulls one to sleep is due to our ancestors dwelling in caves. The sound of rain assured them of safety, for heavy rain would deter wild beasts from attacking, allowing for peaceful slumber. This genetic memory has persisted into modernity, and although the threat of wild beasts is no longer a concern, slumber on rainy days remains particularly sweet. The cave, warmed by a fire that burned through the night, is not so damp. Jiang Yu is washing rice. While she performs this task, Jiang Minmian stands nearby, quietly adding a touch of spiritual spring water. Their father had stumbled twice the previous night. A splash of this water would bolster his spirits. Their mother, who toiled to gather wild vegetables, would also benefit from a little infusion of this water. Jiang Yu's brother, who practiced swordplay until the break of dawn, too deserves a boost, and their sister, who babbled in her sleep, listing countless dishes, deserves encouragement as well. Minmian herself feels invigorated. She senses that with a bit more effort, she could rise to her feet with the support of the wall. Thus, she diligently adds the spiritual water with utmost seriousness. The family, little Minmian, with her tousled hair and soft form, sits cross-legged by the earthen pot, her chubby hands immersed in the water, reciting incantations with a sincere expression, exuding an adorable charm. Jiang Yu inquires, "What are you doing?" Minmian replies earnestly, adding energy. Jiang Yu cannot resist planting a kiss on her sister's cherubic cheek. "Oil is precious. This is fine grain, which is flavorful even without oil." The cave lacks a water source. The water is fetched by their mother. Despite having been touched by Minmian's small hands, Jiang Yu does not discard it but instead carries it to the fire to boil. As she prepares the rice, the thought of enjoying fine grain later brings her joy. If every day of their escape could be filled with fine grain, she would yearn for that adventure each day. Qin Luoxia retrieves the pickled wild vegetables she had brought along, prepared under better conditions with salt, transforming simple wild greens into exquisite condiments. Among them, wild green onions are mashed into a sticky paste. Minmian perceives a resemblance to natto, though she does not quite understand it, having never tasted it herself. The family enjoys a hearty breakfast, relishing the fine grain. Jiang Feng, Jiang Yu, and Qin Luoxia all find the meal delightful due to the presence of salt in the pickles. For Jiang Changtian, any meal shared with family is a feast. Mian Mian, slowly stirring with a wooden spoon, ladles one spoonful after another into her mouth, occasionally spilling some rice, which Jiang Shaoshu eagerly awaits on the ground, ready to devour every crumb. Indeed, should any tiny insect venture near Mian Mian, it would be swiftly consumed as well. This explains why, despite being in the wild, Mian Mian has not suffered from mosquito bites. Her delicate skin remains untouched. In the pursuit of survival, tranquility is a mere illusion, as an army of ants bears the burden for her, especially when it rains. Centipedes and venomous creatures attempt to intrude, only to be carried away by the diligent ants at the cave's entrance. The cave remains clean, allowing Mian Mian to crawl freely. After breakfast, the heavy rain outside lightens to a gentle drizzle. The sounds of birds chirping, insects buzzing, and raindrops falling fill the air, teeming with life. Those hiding in the mountains tread carefully toward the village. In the depths of winter, hiding away without food or drink could lead to death. Humans are always drawn to home, even if it is merely a thatched hut. It remains a place of longing, a memory that lingers regardless of one's location. The drizzle is soft, and the spiderwebs along the path are heavy with glistening droplets. Jiang Mian Mian and her family prepare to head toward the village. As night falls, Mian Mian feels a sense of distance, yet the journey by day seems to pass swiftly. Along the way, she gazes at the towering trees and dense thickets, marveling at the beauty of the surroundings. Perhaps it is her childlike perspective, for everything appears grand and lofty. She notices her face growing damp, uncertain if she is walking through mist. The forest and foliage are wet, and the path is slippery, causing the adult's trousers to become soaked. Their father rides on horseback, while Mian Mian is carried on her mother's back. Jiang Yu and Jiang Feng walk beside them. The group navigates through the thick woods, and as they progress, the trees become sparser, signaling their approach to the village. The forest near the village sees daily visitors, and weeds scarcely grow there. When Jiang Mian Mian's family nears home, they observe a gathering of people at their doorstep. No one dares to enter, for a multitude of ants swarms at the entrance of Jiang Laonyo's house, crawling all over the doorframe. The leader of the group squatting at the entrance is none other than Uncle Wu, who spoke with Jiang Changtian at the village's edge. Uncle Wu watches as Jiang Laonyo's family emerges from the mountains, with Jiang Laonyo atop the white horse, appearing like a legendary immortal from afar. Leading the way is Feng's mother, strong and robust, carrying a plump child in her arms while wielding a hoe. Jiang Laonyo rides the white horse, his complexion fair and his long hair flowing. Following closely is Sister Yu, playfully tapping a stick as she skips along, while behind her is Brother Feng, who carries a load of wild vegetables gathered during their escape, demonstrating their resourcefulness in survival. Chapter 83. Treating the whole village with kindness. Mr. Jiang invites wolves into his home at dawn. Villagers began returning home, undeterred by the torrential rain. The terrifying sounds of the previous night echoed in their minds, particularly in the chilling depths of the mountains, where fear only intensified with each eerie noise. Sleep had eluded them, and the urge to return to their village was overwhelming. Yet, upon arrival at Lu's residence, an unsettling silence prevailed. The rain had washed the high walls of the Lu estate clean, leaving the green tiles glistening, vibrant in color. Villagers, who had clearly heard cries for help, were taken aback by the eerie stillness that greeted them upon their return. A group gathered, and it was only the bravest souls who dared to step forward and knock on the door. With a gentle push, the door swung open to reveal the lifeless body of Uncle Lu's old servant, a man marked by a prominent mole. An arrow protruded from his chest, his eyes wide open in eternal terror, rain cascading over his face, accentuating the starkness of his features. Inside, the grim scene unfolded further, revealing numerous corpses, some familiar, others unknown. They discovered Xiao Wu, a Choi's fiancé, pinned beneath a pile of bodies. Upon seeing the villagers, he erupted into tears, overwhelmed by fear. Though he bore a scratch from an arrow and likely twisted his leg, he had survived. Now, chilled and famished, he felt as though he might perish from the cold, trapped in water with a bandit's corpse atop him. The bandits came and slaughtered old Master Lu and many others. Then, for some unknown reason, they turned on each other. They are all dead, all dead. His lips were blue, trembling as he spoke. The villagers pulled him from the grim heap and ventured into the inner room, where the brutality of the scene was even more harrowing. The once proud and disdainful old Madame Lu lay lifeless, dressed only in her undergarments. Suddenly, a villager fell to his knees, wailing, "Hua, Hua, look, the old witch is dead, dead." His daughter, Hua, had caught the eye of old Master Lu, who had claimed she would bear fine children. When they could not repay their debts, he took her as collateral. Their family, having borrowed a sack of coarse grain to survive the year, had lost a daughter without repaying the debt, hoping that her marriage would at least provide them a meal. Tragically, just 3 days later, she had been murdered. The old witch had accused her of stealing earrings, resulting in her brutal death. He had sought to see his daughter, to ask if she had eaten, only to find a tattered straw mat with her bare, frost-beaten feet protruding, devoid of shoes. Hua, oh hua, can you see me, can you see me? The wails echoed through the air. Nearly all the villagers had returned. Uncle Wu, although elderly, could not take charge, so he led the others to seek out Zhong Lao Heir. After all, without Zhong Lao Heir, they too would have become corpses. Zhong Lao Heir, having received an education, was a capable figure, and they looked to him for guidance. Soon, they spotted the 5 members of the Zhong family returning, Zhong Lao Heir riding a white horse. Today, he appeared transformed, his handsome visage reminiscent of a mountain spirit, ethereal and enchanting. Old Heir, you've returned, are you all right? Uncle Wu called out warmly. Qin Luoxia, cradling her child, greeted, Uncle Wu, the Zhen, Hu Lugu, why have you all come? Jiang Chongtian quickly dismounted, politely urging the crowd, come in, come in. No need for formalities, we are all family here. As Zhong Lao Heir approached, the villagers instinctively took a step back, flustered and unsure. Was this truly how Zhong Lao Heir looked? How had they not noticed it before, with their hasty comings and goings? His beauty was unparalleled in the village, captivating enough to leave the young maiden speechless. His face exuded warmth and kindness, making it difficult for anyone to utter harsh words towards him. Little wonder that Luoxia's daughter resembled a snow doll. She had inherited her beauty from Zhong Lao Heir. The villagers were taken aback by his appearance, but then reminded themselves of the more shocking reality. Nearly all of old Master Lu's family lay dead, and many bandits had perished as well. What were they to do? Jiang Minmian, nestled against her mother's back, awoke to the familiar sense of home. As her eyes fluttered open, she saw a gathering of faces, and, curiously, a swarm of ants. Qin Luoxia moved to open the door, her hand brushing against the ants, which quickly retreated and vanished. Pushing the door open, they stepped into the courtyard. The yard, while cleaner than their own, bore little other distinction. Jiang Minmian fell into her sister's embrace as their mother fetched water for the guests. Jiang Feng assisted their father in welcoming the visitors, while Jiang Yu took charge of Jiang Minmian, curiously observing the commotion. Jiang Minmian listened intently, eager to understand the unfolding events. Jiang Feng served tea, arranged stools, then offered each guest a piece of bread to accompany their drink. Some indulged immediately, while others awkwardly stashed it away, glancing nervously at Zhong Lao Heir, who radiated a calm demeanor, instilling a sense of safety and goodness. Old Heir, what shall we do now? Both the bandits and the Lu family are dead. Daughter Chui's fiancé, Shao Wu, survived, claiming the bandits turned on one another. And Aunt Lu is still alive, but her legs are broken, and she can only moan incoherently. Uncle Wu spoke up. Are they all dead? Jiang Chongtian's expression reflected shock, followed by deep contemplation. The undisciplined villagers, unusually quiet, waited patiently in silence during Zhong Lao Heir's moment of reflection. Old Master Lu's daughter is the concubine of the county magistrate. If we report this recklessly, we might become the targets of his wrath. How could it be that the Lu family perished while we remain unscathed? Furthermore, though many bandits are dead, others surely remain. If they return, we may not be as fortunate next time, Jiang Chongtian articulated, tapping his fingers against his knee as he sat on a small stool. Despite the harrowing escape, he appeared strikingly composed, as if he had just returned from a celestial banquet. Uncle Wu, if you trust me, I will take charge. If you do not, we shall not linger here. We might as well head to the capital to seek refuge with the nobility who have expressed interest in our Fonga. They have even left behind a horse, hoping he would come to them. Trust. Mr. Jiang, please do not leave us, the entire village relies on you for our survival. Yes, Brother Jiang, you must stay. We will follow your lead, we shall do as you say. Mr. Jiang, you saved my family's lives. From now on, our fates are intertwined. If you say east, we will not venture west, a man declared, thumping his chest resolutely. Uncle Wu stood as well, bowing respectfully. Mr. Jiang, we entrust everything to you. After being persuaded, Jiang Chongtian earnestly declared, the Lu family possesses a substantial stock of provisions. If we distribute them, we should last for several days. However, we currently face a dire threat, and our survival is uncertain. First, we must unite to fend off any external threats. My son Fonga has been given a secret manual by a noble, and though he has trained for only a short time, he has shown promising results. At that moment, Jiang Feng drew his sword, demonstrating his retained prowess. With a single stroke against a tree stump, the wood split effortlessly in half, akin to slicing through tofu. The villagers watched with envy, imagining how such skills could spare their wives and children from hunger. I can have Fonga teach everyone to practice. All able-bodied men and women are welcome to join. If we train well, we can collectively resist external threats. As long as we survive, come spring, we can divide the fields and mountains according to merit. In the future, everyone will have land and grain, and we will no longer be oppressed by the gentry. Brother Jeong. Mr. Jeong. Brother Jeong. The fervent voices rose in a chorus, the villagers trembling with excitement at the prospect of land and resources in the coming year. They gazed at Jeong Lao-er as if he were a savior. Jeong Changtion, hearing the respectful calls, appeared increasingly humble and kind, emanating an ethereal presence. These villagers had all received his medical care and herbal remedies, as he had endeavored to ensure their families could thrive in the village. Yet, they all referred to him as Jeong Lao-er. Now, having led them into peril, resulting in a massacre, they hailed him as Brother Jeong. Mr. Jeong, surrounded by the crowd, he navigated through them, catching sight of a familiar figure in the kitchen, busy at the stove. He smiled. Chapter 84 The Awakening of the Great Demon King. Father, in the depths of winter, the icy winds howled, and a chill permeated the home. It was early morning when Jeong Min-yen awoke, discovering that she had been sleeping on her stomach, having unconsciously flipped herself over. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld her father seated by the window, engrossed in his writing. A sudden recollection from her medical student days surfaced. Her instructor had once taught her the art of complimenting others. We have all dissected others. We must assess from their appearance to their essence. Jeong Min-yen scrutinized her father closely. His jawline was sharply defined yet not overly broad, for his face was quite slender, with skin tightly adhering to his mandible, forming a perfect angle that required neither cutting nor augmentation. The bridge of his nose and forehead met at a distinct junction, and whenever he slightly furrowed his brow, the muscles in his face would converge, creating an impression of gentle concern, yet the depth of his emotions was palpable, evoking an undeniable sense of care for him. Her father's eyes, elongated at the outer corners with a hint of redness at the inner canthus, were the quintessential peach blossom phoenix tail eyes. The inner corners were deeply set, eliminating the necessity for any surgical alteration, giving him a natural aura of deep affection. When he pondered, his eyes would narrow slightly, exuding a beguiling charm. The whites of his eyes were just a touch more pronounced, which rendered his silence imposing, embodying the essence of a commanding figure. Jeong Min-yen found herself lost in thought as she gazed at her father. Lingering in bed a little longer unconsciously, she sucked on her finger, contemplating the absurdity of it all. As a child, sucking her finger was somewhat acceptable, but as she grew older, such behavior would surely be deemed childish. She resolved to exercise restraint and save such habits for moments of solitude. Upon hearing a rustle, Jeong Changtion turned to see his little daughter earnestly sucking her finger while lying on the bed. A smile naturally spread across his face. Nuan Nuan is awake, he said as he rose and gathered her into his arms. Jeong Min-yen felt elated to be cradled in her father's dry embrace. Not only was he handsome to behold, but he was also affectionate. Father will help you get dressed, Jeong Changtion said, holding her in one arm while reaching for a small garment from the bedside. Jeong Min-yen pointed eagerly at a little jacket, her soft, babyish voice indicating her desire. Father, I want to wear that one. It was as if she would drool if she spoke any slower, yet her seriousness shone through. Jeong Changtion honored his daughter's choice, retrieving the jacket and helping her into it. Once clad in the little jacket, he added a small cotton robe with slits, a design Jeong Min-yen had insisted upon, perhaps due to her frequent tumbles in skirts. She had asked Xiaomei to sew the hem of her dress, transforming it into something resembling a pair of adult undergarments. However, for a small child, such matters were trivial. After dressing her, he carefully took a small wooden comb to tidy her hair. In the past, he had been busy and preoccupied, rarely finding time to indulge in such moments with his child. He was patient, and fortunately, her hair was smooth and free of tangles, although he noted a slight thinning at her forehead and the back of her head. Nonetheless, Jeong Changtion remained silent. Despite her youth, his daughter seemed to possess a keen sense of aesthetics. In their family, she was the only one who insisted upon choosing her own clothing. Xiaomei remarked that even at such a tender age, the little girl had begun to request floral embroidery on her clothes. Jeong Changtion styled her hair into two playful pigtails, reminiscent of wild chives, which appeared utterly adorable. Then, he took a damp cloth to wash her face and hands, wiping away the remnants of her finger-sucking while gently admonishing, "Our Min-yen is a beautiful little girl. We must not indulge in sucking our fingers anymore, all right?" Jeong Min-yen solemnly nodded. I won't suck my fingers." A slight blush crept across her cheeks. Although her rebirth carried a faint echo of adult memories, they gradually faded, and she was undeniably an infant, instinctively following her physical urges. Everything before her was vibrant, existent, and tangible. "Where is mother?" Jeong Min-yen inquired curiously. "Your mother has gone to work with the village women and will return After ensuring the little one was dressed and clean, he hoisted her up, showcasing her two newly sprouted little teeth, before taking her to eat. I and the pot, a warm egg custard simmered, enriched with minced meat and wild greens. Both Sister Yu and Brother Fong had a penchant for meat, while Xiamei also favored it. However, Mian was somewhat picky, opting for a bit of meat but insisting on some vegetables as well. This was reminiscent of him, as he too preferred vegetables. His daughter was easy to tend to. He served the egg custard alongside a bowl of boiled goat's milk. This goat had initially been sold to old Master Lu, but after his passing, it had returned to their household. The goat's milk had a distinct odor, and even the gluttonous Sister Yu was not particularly fond of it. Recently, Xiamei had been occupied, and the little girl had shown disinterest in breastfeeding. Thus, goat's milk had become her primary sustenance, provided in 4 servings daily, 1 each for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, plus 1 before sleep. Any excess milk was offered to her husband, as this goat supported the 2 fairest individuals in the household. Jiang Mian closed her eyes and finished the goat's milk, unwilling to remain diminutive. In ancient times, it was all too easy to suffer from nutritional deficiencies, and given the short lifespans of the era, those with means often sought the secrets to immortality. She resolved to cultivate healthy habits from a young age, drinking ample milk to promote growth. After finishing her breakfast, she supervised her father as he drank a bowl of goat's milk. Jiang Mian tilted her head, waiting for her father to wipe the milk stains from the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. Sliding down from the chair, she wobbled as she attempted to walk, her legs her own, her mind hers as well, though her control was not yet refined. A moment's inattention resulted in a tumble. Learning to walk as an infant was no easy feat, but fortunately, the winter garments were thick, softening the impact of her falls. The cold weather did indeed hinder outdoor play. After finishing her meal, Jiang Mian took a few unsteady steps in front of her father before plopping down, beginning to play with the building blocks crafted by her brother. When the blocks were out of reach, she would lazily enlist the help of the little ants to bring them closer. After attending to the child, Jiang Chongtian returned to his writing. Jiang Mian grew bored after a time, mastering the effort to crawl up, wobbling as she grasped the wall, and made her way to her father. Upon seeing his little daughter approach, Jiang Chongtian lifted her into his arms once more. "Do you wish to learn characters too, Nuan?" Jiang Mian shook her head. "I want to, father, but I don't want to learn." Jiang Chongtian chuckled, "Then sit quietly. Once I finish this, I will play with you." Jiang Mian nodded, nestled in her father's embrace. She intently observed as he wielded his brush to write. She was curious about what he was composing. After all, her father was not preparing for the imperial examination, and she realized that the aspirations of the offspring of officials might remain unfulfilled. Before her were densely packed characters, most of them in traditional script, and her heart sank as she lamented the likelihood of needing to study them. She could only rely on her half-formed resemblance to the characters to make guesses, reverting to a state of illiteracy. Art of governing the people. 1. Fool the people, unify thoughts, entice with benefits, and promise rewards. 2. Weaken the people, bestow light rewards and impose heavy penalties. 3. Exhaust the people, burden them with tasks, keeping them constantly occupied, leaving them no time for other matters. 4. Humiliate the people, strip them of dignity, inciting mutual denunciation. 5. Impoverish the people, deprive them of all but the necessities of life, stripping away any surplus wealth. 6. Should the 5 measures fail, eliminate them. Jiang Mian was so astonished that the ink from the eliminate spread, leaving her hand stained. Her father grasped her tiny hand, carefully taking a cloth to wipe it clean while saying, "Does Nuan also wish to learn characters? Once your hands are steadier, I will teach you to write, my dear." Once her hand was clean, her father planted a kiss on her palm. Jiang Mian gazed up at him in a daze. She released a burp from the goat's milk. Bloop. "Oh dear." Chapter 85. Jeshi enters the imperial palace in the bitter winter. Within the courtyard of the county office, Luciana, the concubine of the county magistrate, donned a gown of pristine white, her eyes tinged with redness as she buried her face in her lord's embrace. Luciana was a gift from the local gentry, bestowed upon the county magistrate shortly after his arrival in Ming County, before he had brought along any wives or concubines. For a time, their relationship was sweet and tender. After all, the magistrate was new to the area and felt a sense of uncertainty, making the presence of a charming companion quite delightful. Although Luciana was not a celestial beauty, her youth and charm, coupled with a generous dowry and familiarity with the locale, endeared her to the magistrate, who lavished her with affection for a considerable period. However, the dynamics shifted once his wife and concubines arrived. His wife, a secondary daughter from a prominent family, possessed insights that far surpassed those of the gentry's daughter, leading the magistrate to swiftly forget Luciana. Ming County, known for its harsh winters, was a place of exile and naturally not a paradise. The magistrate, eager to advance, found himself constrained by mediocre connections and abilities, lamenting over the years spent in obscurity. Occasionally, he would visit Luciana's quarters. In recent days, she had been sobbing incessantly, and he found it difficult to evade her grasp, ultimately being cornered. "My lord, you must avenge Sienna," she implored. The magistrate, though lacking in official attire and somewhat emaciated, could not extricate himself from her clutches and could only offer consolation. "The county has already issued orders to apprehend those bandits. But my family's wealth has been usurped by the lowly villagers. My lord, please help me reclaim it," Luciana cried, her eyes swollen, stamping her feet in a show of grievance. The magistrate internally scoffed, thinking to himself that he was well aware of the situation, but by the time he received word, it was already quite late. He had dispatched officers to investigate, only to be informed that the villagers, young and old alike, wielded clubs as weapons, fierce and formidable. The notion of bandit infighting was implausible. It was far more likely that the villagers had laid a trap, capturing and slaughtering the intruders. The villagers, having been harshly exploited by Luciana's father, bore a fierce demeanor that surpassed that of common brigands. With so many troubles at hand, it was wise to avoid provoking them for the time being. "Previously, you mentioned that your family's wealth was entirely your dowry and that there was no surplus. Now, where is this wealth? I have matters to attend to and cannot indulge you further," the magistrate stated, pushing aside his concubine and hastily retreating. Even more absurd was the fact that Jiang Laonyo, originally a mere lackey of the county office, now had subordinates to assist him in his duties. The magistrate himself was compelled to preside over court matters. In the cold winter, at the Jiang residence, Madame Jiang exhibited a noticeable roundness about her belly, her face also taking on a more pleasing plumpness. Contrary to becoming unattractive, she appeared even more beautiful. As the saying goes, a mother carrying a daughter becomes more radiant. Preoccupied with nurturing her pregnancy, she seldom visited the old matriarch, and her indulgent lifestyle had only intensified. Jiang Rong had improved significantly, free from nightmares, yet he no longer attended the county school, spending his days in pursuit of amusement. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan, at her grandmother's side, learned that Jiang Yu had not taken a concubine, as that gentry family had been utterly annihilated. She was taken aback. The old matriarch's prayer beads suddenly slipped from her grasp, scattering across the floor as the string broke. In the cold winter, within the imperial palace, the towering walls loomed. A sharp, high-pitched voice called out, "Newcomers, follow closely. Today, we shall impart the first lesson. Remember your station. We are but the most wretched of ants, with the bricks beneath our feet worth more than our lives. When encountering nobility, do not make direct eye contact, only raise your gaze when commanded." A group of young men clad in grey robes followed in orderly fashion, most of them quite youthful. Occasionally, there were one or two older individuals, either with connections or some measure of skill. Among the crowd stood a particularly striking young man, taller than the rest, his beauty almost ethereal, setting him apart from the others. The eunuch leading the group took special note of this newcomer, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. Such a fine appearance, it was tempting to indulge in mischief. Chapter 86. The whole family are performers. As evening descended, the elder brother returned, his cheeks flushed and radiating joy. Upon seeing him approach, Jiang Minmin instinctively pressed her chubby little hands against her forehead, attempting to shield her hair from his teasing grasp. Although she successfully thwarted his attempt to tug at her hair, she found herself lifted into his embrace. Jiang Feng hoisted his sister high, causing her spirits to soar. Being cradled by her youthful brother was undeniably exhilarating. "Was Minmin well behaved at home today?" Jiang Feng inquired. "Very well behaved," Jiang Minmin replied, prompting an involuntary laugh from him. He held her close and absent-mindedly ruffled her hair, only to meet the resistance of her pudgy hands. "Don't touch, it's styled by father," Jiang Minmin protested, shaking her head. "Very well, I shall refrain," Jiang Feng responded, yet, unable to resist the temptation, he playfully tugged at her hair, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Jiang Minmin felt a flicker of irritation. Her brother's words seemed insincere. She raised her tiny hand as if to swat him, only to realize that striking him was not an option, so instead, she struck the nearby table. To her astonishment, her hand collided with a small block, then she inadvertently flattened it. Indeed, the little wooden piece lay squashed beneath her palm. Initially startled, she soon met her brother's astonished gaze, leaving her at a loss for words. "Ah!" she wailed, tears streaming down her cheeks. As she cried, a thought flickered through her mind. Had her daily consumption of spiritual water finally bestowed her with extraordinary strength? This newfound power felt reassuring. Oh, what joy! With this strength, she could lift anyone with ease. Jiang Feng, watching his sister's anguished cries, noted how her little hairdo swayed precariously as she sobbed. Had she truly been frightened by her own strength? He pondered if she, like him, had returned from that place. If so, it would explain why a tiny ant had been her constant companion, and why she conversed with it daily, even naming it Jiang Shao's Hu.it also clarified her sudden increase in strength, reminiscent of his own experience. With this realization, Jiang Feng's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he enveloped his sister in a tight embrace. Do not fear, Min Mian, there is nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Min Mian felt her brother's warm embrace, and though she cried from confusion, she sensed his sorrow. He seemed more distressed than she was. Reluctantly, she ceased her tears and looked up at him, only to find his eyes glistening. Believing she was still frightened, Jiang Feng picked up a nearby block and crushed it effortlessly before her, turning it to dust. See, brother can do this too. There is no need for fear, Min Mian. Jiang Min Mian was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a wave of confidence surged within her. From this day forth, she would no longer be merely an assistant, she too possessed great strength. With renewed excitement, she wriggled free from her brother's grasp and, swaying slightly, set off to find her mother. She was eager to showcase her newfound prowess. In the kitchen, her mother, Qin Luoxia, was busy preparing dinner. Jiang Min Mian tugged at her mother's skirt, gazing up in admiration. Her mother appeared so tall. Go play outside, I worry you might get burned, Qin Luoxia said. Although she found her daughter adorable, she could not allow her to cause chaos in the kitchen. As she spoke, she tossed minced meat into the pot, effortlessly crushing it into powder with one hand before sprinkling it in. Jiang Min Mian watched in awe as her mother worked. Noticing her daughter still tugging at her skirt, Qin Luoxia asked, "What is it, Min Mian?" Jiang Min Mian presented the little block she had intended to demonstrate her strength with, but decided against it. Qin Luoxia, thinking her daughter wanted to gift her the wooden piece, eagerly accepted it and stuffed it into her pocket. She then handed Jiang Min Mian a small bun, saying, "Take this and enjoy it outside." Thus, Jiang Min Mian was sent off with a bun in hand, seeking her sister next. To her surprise, her sister was engrossed in embroidery. Jiang Min Mian observed her sister's frustrated attempts, stabbing the needle repeatedly, seemingly struggling with the colorful threads. As she approached, her sister suddenly exclaimed, "This is infuriating," before breaking the needle in her frustration. Jiang Min Mian hesitantly called out, "Sister." Jiang Yu looked up and spotted the bun in Min Mian's hand, smiling, "I don't want any, you eat it." Jiang Min Mian, clutching her block in her other hand, withdrew it. Her sister's focus was solely on the food. Feeling touched, Jiang Min Mian thought how her sister, though a glutton, always shared her treats with her. Unlike others, however, she hesitated to eat the food her sister offered. "Here, sister, have some," Jiang Min Mian insisted, offering the bun, though her sister was already full. Leaving the bun behind, Jiang Min Mian received a kiss from her sister, now smeared with saliva. Determined, she set off to find her father, thinking him perhaps the only one she could protect. After much effort, she waddled her short legs to the backyard where her father was tending to his Ferrari. To clarify, they had not moved, but the villagers had helped renovate their home, expanding the grounds and adding a backyard. As Jiang Min Mian approached, she saw her father cleaning the horse, a task he took great pride in. "Stay over there, Min Mian, don't come too close, the horse might kick," Jiang Changtian warned, noticing his daughter approaching. Jiang Min Mian obediently sat on a small stool, clutching her block as she waited for her father. She watched as he meticulously cleaned the horse's hooves, lifting one leg to wipe it down. To her astonishment, Jiang Changtian effortlessly handled the horse, proving he too possessed great strength. She had always thought of him as soft and delicate, especially when he whined in front of her mother, but now she realized he was a handsome deceiver. Irritated, Jiang Min Mian crushed the block in her hands, slid off the stool, and left with a thud. Chapter 87 Family Composition, Bitter Winter. Kana Village. Jiang Min Mian has only now come to realize that her village is named Kana. Kana suggests a place of steps, perhaps a village abundant with staircases. It feels somewhat ominous, as can also connotes an obstacle, yet the way the villagers pronounce Kana renders it melodious. Night has fallen, the wind outside resembles the wailing of an infant, a continuous sobbing. Jiang Min Mian's family gathers around the table for dinner. Due to the frigid winter, she seldom ventures out for strolls around the village, leaving her unaware of its current state. However, during dinner, she listens to her family chatter, and it seems there have been significant changes. The most apparent transformation is within her own household. Her elder sister and brother now sleep in separate rooms. Her sister has her own private chamber, complete with a small cabinet for storing belongings. The beautiful embroidered shoes adorned with beads no longer rest at the bedside but are tucked away in the drawer of that cabinet, a drawer that Jiang Min Mian dare not open casually, for doing so would prompt her sister's ire. Though her sister may merely scold her, Jiang Mianmian has mastered the art of feigning innocence, her large eyes welling with tears, which quickly makes her sister regret her raised voice and apologize. She does not quite understand why she possesses such peculiar skills. Without any instruction, her brother now has a room of his own, furnished with a desk, wooden windows, and a bed. The family has added 2 new rooms to their home, resulting in a dwelling with courtyards on all sides. Jiang Mianmian shares a room with her parents, where she now has a small bed of her own. Her sister occupies one room, her brother another, along with a storage room and a guest room. When villagers seek out her father, especially during storms, they gather in the guest room, which boasts a splendid view of the large tree at the entrance. The room is rather modest, furnished with a few mats and a table. There are no cabinets, yet a shelf holds several books. Each villager who enters reverently regards the books, for in this era, books are exceedingly precious, often regarded as family secrets not to be divulged. Ordinary folk seldom comprehend the writings, as they rarely have the opportunity to learn. Families cherish them as heirlooms. Therefore, the 2 young gentlemen who brought books to Jiang Mianmian's family are truly benevolent souls. She wonders what has become of them now. In ancient times, with travel slow and arduous, Jiang Mianmian would have walked, yet they have not sent a single letter. Alas, they are so young. Surely they cannot have perished. The books displayed in the guest room are copies her brother has transcribed. Aside from the improved living conditions, the most noticeable change lies in their meals. Now, they enjoy a substantial meal each day. Jiang Mianmian worries that her sister might be overeating, her face becoming too round and plump to attract a suitor. However, it seems her concerns are unfounded. In this time, a chubby girl is considered quite desirable. Many suitors have already inquired about her sister's intentions. Their parents are not anxious, nor is her sister. Jiang Mianmian admires her father, feeling he alone could sell off the entire village and still have people counting the money for him. After all, since the passing of the Lu family, her household has reaped the greatest benefits. Their family's standing appears to have shifted within the village, yet they have not moved into the Lu estate, despite the villagers' sincere invitations. Her father merely requested assistance in repairing their home. Meanwhile, the Lu estate has been transformed into a communal training ground for martial arts. Other houses are under her father's supervision. Those with homes in disrepair, on the verge of collapse and unable to withstand the winter, have relocated to the Lu estate. The grand manor has swiftly been divided, resembling a large communal courtyard. The villagers are immensely grateful to her father, believing him to be unlike others. If anyone else had risen to power, they would surely cling to the Lu estate, but Mr. Jiang is kind-hearted, prioritizing the welfare of the entire village, reserving the best for his fellow villagers. Her father has even set aside some space, stating that it will depend on everyone's performance, and those who excel may be rewarded. It is said that after spring, they may also distribute land, and the villagers work feverishly, striving to demonstrate their worth. In truth, Jiang Mianmian overheard her father explaining to her mother that area is cursed by too many deaths, it is inauspicious, and the view is poor. It is easily breached. We need not rush, we shall not reside there for now. Indeed, the entire village praises her father for his many virtues, as though he were a reincarnation of a benevolent being. They commend her mother for her diligence and virtue, her brother for his youthful achievements and integrity, and her sister for her round, fortunate visage. Naturally, they also praise Jiang Mianmian, lauding her beauty, which resembles her father's. Jiang Mianmian feels as though her family has transformed into the new Lu family, perhaps akin to the Jiang family. She has experienced a minor leap in social status, sensing herself as the daughter of a small landlord, living a somewhat cushy life. When one's status rises, kindness and goodwill abound, at least within the village. Dinner continues, and the family remains engrossed in their meal. Her father selects his vegetables with care, while Jiang Mianmian enjoys an extra serving of minced meat and egg custard rice, mixed with wild vegetable scraps. She also savors the wild vegetable and minced meat soup her mother prepared. Her sister eats with great focus, seldom speaking during meals. Her brother, too, eats earnestly, his appetite increasing with his physical exertion. Previously, he was capable of consuming large portions, yet he often left the table unsatisfied. His face resembles their mother's, plump, yet his body was quite lean. Over the past 6 months, he has gradually grown stronger. Now, the whole family can enjoy ample sustenance, leading them to feel content and grounded in their lives. After dinner comes Jiang Mianmian's favorite time. The family gathers to chat, a delightful habit that allows her to glean information about the outside world. Her elder brother, Jiang Feng, speaks fast. Father, I've heard that bandits from Jishun County have attacked the second county and are drawing perilously close to the capital. The townsfolk are gripped by fear. Can my friends move to our village? Jiang Chongtian nods. Yes, let them bring their families along and choose some clever ones to scout for news. Upon arriving in our village, they will adhere to the new regulations. See if there are any astute young lads to bring back. Jiang Yu chimes in, "Father, Achui says she is getting married, could you officiate?" Jiang Chongtian agrees but glances at his round-faced daughter, "Wait until spring. I shall hire a female teacher for you to learn some things." Jiang Yu. Qin Luoxia concurs, indeed, some education is necessary. Jiang Mianmian revels in her sister's plight, giggling, "I don't need to. I'm still young." Then she hears her father declare, "Your younger sister will also require enlightenment." Jiang Mianmian. Suddenly, she finds herself nestled in her brother's embrace. "Father, will the capital fall?" Jiang Feng asks anxiously, stroking his sister's head. Jiang Mianmian, curious, gazes up, her eyes wide with wonder. Her father responds, "Yes, it should be soon." Jiang Yu's eyes sparkle. Her father is remarkable, knowing such distant affairs from home. She wonders if he knows of the tavern in the capital, rumored to serve meat so fragrant it could entice anyone. "Husband, what shall we do?" Qin Luoxia asks, her voice tinged with panic, for she harbors an innate fear of warfare. Jiang Chongtian clasps his wife's hand, soothingly saying, "It makes no difference, whoever comes, we shall heed their call." Jiang Mianmian nods in agreement, affirming her father's wisdom. The matters of the capital are too distant from their village to concern them. Jiang Feng playfully ruffles his sister's hair, then shifts to massage her scalp with his fingers. "Father, shall we send people to attack the county town? We can coordinate our efforts. My friends and I have gathered intelligence. If we seize the county office, the wealthy will not dare to act boldly, as they will be concerned for their own safety. Once the county office falls to the rebels, they will certainly require new subordinates." Jiang Feng's eyes gleam with excitement. Jiang Chongtian taps his son's head, "We shall not engage in actions contrary to righteousness. Our aim is to live well. Do not speak of violence. Remember, if we dismantle the bandits, then it is not for plunder or theft, those are mere byproducts. Our primary goal is to benefit the villagers and the traveling merchants. Our actions must be justifiable." Jiang Feng comprehends, nodding, "Then if chaos erupts in the county town, may we assist in maintaining order?" Jiang Chongtian affirms, "Indeed." Jiang Mianmian. She suddenly feels the fleeting nature of her status as a landlord's daughter, as she may soon find herself the daughter of a rebel, witnessing the swift changes in family dynamics. Chapter 88. Father's birthday. Snow began to fall. Jiang Mianmian leaned against the window, gazing in wonder at the delicate snowflakes drifting outside. This marked the first snowfall of winter, and also her very first experience of snow in her life. Her petite stature only allowed her to reach the lower edge of the wooden window. To see outside, she had to push against the frame and tiptoe. As she watched the snowflakes flutter down, the well cover in the courtyard gradually turned white, and the dark earth became cloaked in a soft blanket of snow. She noticed her mother hurriedly running out to gather a large bundle of firewood to bring back inside. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the neighboring room, her sister's exclamation, "Oh!" followed by her brother's admonition, "Stop being so loud. You're a young lady, and this behavior won't help you find a husband. Mother said we should make dumplings on snowy days. Last year during the new year, we didn't even get to eat dumplings." Her sister's excitement was palpable, her voice rising uncontrollably. Jiang Mianmian dug into her pocket and retrieved Jiang Shaoshu, placing it on the windowsill. She watched it shrink back in the cold, trying to hide, before returning it to her pocket. Ants are cold-blooded creatures, and during autumn, they are quite active. Jiang Mianmian often collected various morsels for them. In winter, however, Jiang Shaoshu became sluggish, Jiang Mianmian had developed a fondness for carrying Jiang Shaoshu, for with it, she felt like a tidy little one, not spilling food everywhere. She watched the snow for quite some time until a figure lifted her up. It was her father. Jiang Chongtian, having finished his tasks, returned to find his little daughter on tiptoe, peering out the window, her small frame exuding a curious sense of solitude. He picked her up and touched her cheeks and hands, which were icy cold, as if she had been standing there for an eternity. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "What are you looking at, Mianmian?" With a rosy nose, she replied, "Looking at the white." "That is snow." "It is snowing," Jiang Chongtian said, holding his daughter as they both looked outside. "Darling, bring Mianmian over," came the voice of her mother from next door, shattering the somewhat estranged atmosphere between father and daughter. Jiang Chongtian carried his daughter into the adjoining room, which was the kitchen. Qin Luoxia, robust and strong, was kneading dough, while Jiang Feng was chopping filling, and Jiang Yu tended to the fire. Qin Luoxia brushed back a loose strand of hair with her elbow and smiled brightly. "Dear, let us make dumplings for dinner tonight, come help out." "All right," Jiang Chongtian replied, placing his daughter on her little chair and rolling up his sleeves, revealing his long arms. Jiang Yu, brimming with joy, spun around in the small kitchen like a lively Jiang Shaoshu. Qin Luoxia deftly kneaded the dough into strips, then pinched off small pieces, instructing, "Fast, you all roll these little dough pieces into balls, then flatten them with a rolling pin or press them down. That should work. I will prepare the filling, and once it's ready, we can start wrapping." Jiang Mianyan received a small piece of dough. As she rolled it in her hands, she watched her mother sprinkle salt, minced meat, and wild onion into the filling, her fingers deftly working as if she were casting poison. "Oh." Jiang Mianyan tapped her head, wondering why such peculiar thoughts crossed her mind. Jiang Yu, Jiang Feng, and their father gathered around the table, rolling dough. Their mother had also finished preparing the filling, which included an abundance of wild vegetables, a touch of meat, a dash of pickled vegetables, a sprinkle of salt, and some wild onions, finally adding a generous dollop of lard, making the mixture glisten. The family worked together around the small table to wrap dumplings, except for Jiang Mianyan, who was still struggling with her dough. Her motor skills were not yet quite developed. Her father worked a bit slower, but his dumplings were exquisite, delicate like tiny pouches. Their mother was the most efficient, her every task executed with remarkable swiftness. With her presence, the room felt warm and inviting. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, the slender branches of trees bending under the weight, producing soft cracking sounds. Snow blanketed the ground, quickly melting into water upon contact, only to be covered anew by fresh snow, layer upon layer, resembling a thick, cozy quilt. The water in the pot boiled vigorously, signaling that the wrapped dumplings were ready to be cooked, the flames crackling brightly, illuminating Jiang Yu's flushed cheeks. Jiang Mianyan noticed that her sister's face seemed rounder than usual. Jiang Feng helped retrieve the dumplings while their father wiped the table. Jiang Mianyan was still playing with her small piece of dough, patting it flat, then pulling out Jiang Shaoshu to stamp it, quickly creating a long imprint resembling her little friend. The family had grown accustomed to her fondness for playing with ants. Steam rose from the pot, and an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. Qin Luoxia stirred the contents with a large spatula, occasionally adding a bit of cold water. Watching the dumplings rise and fall in the boiling water, she wiped her hands on her apron and said to her husband, "How about a drink?" Jiang Chongtian was taken aback but had never refused his wife's requests. He nodded in agreement. Qin Luoxia instructed Jiang Feng to keep an eye on the water while she went to fetch the wine. Jiang Mianyan thought to herself how fortunate they were. In the past, they had to share even the hot pot water, and now there was wine. She was curious about where her mother hid it. Outstretching her arms, she called, "Mother, hug." Qin Luoxia, unaware that her daughter was eager to see where she concealed her treasures, scooped her up onto her back and headed to the cellar. Jiang Mianyan noticed that the cellar appeared even wider, deeper, and more extensive than before. Her mother had truly dug out an underground chamber. In a corner, her mother unearthed a small jar, cradling it as she emerged. Outside, snow continued to fall, leaving a trail of footprints behind. Jiang Mianyan, perched on her mother's back, cherished the sight of the winding footprints, feeling a sense of warmth and familiarity. Returning to the kitchen, the air was thick with steam, and the dumplings had floated to the surface, ready to be served. Her mother ladled a generous portion into bowls for everyone, garnishing each with pickled vegetables. She opened the jar for her husband, pouring a bowl of wine for Jiang Feng and Jiang Yu as well. For Jiang Mianyan, she poured a bowl of dumpling broth, blatantly deceiving her, pretending it was from the jar while using it to shield her actions. Jiang Mianyan thought, even if I'm naive, surely I can tell my broth is steaming while theirs is not. Qin Luoxia raised her bowl of wine and addressed her husband, "Today is your birthday. Let us enjoy a splendid meal and a fine drink, wishing for better days ahead." In an instant, tears welled up in Jiang Chongtian's eyes. He had forgotten. He had not remembered that today was his birthday. No one in the family had ever celebrated it with him. Jiang Feng presented a handmade brush to his father, saying, "I made this for you, father." Jiang Yu pulled out a crooked handkerchief, its contents unclear, then handed it to him, declaring, "Wishing father good health and eternal youth." Jiang Mianyan felt a pang of unfairness. Such a significant occasion, and they had kept it from her, leaving her unprepared for a gift. She rummaged through her pocket, searching, until she finally produced a small stone she had carried with her, smooth and round, a lovely shade of yellow, which she had tucked away. "Father, here, happy birthday." Jiang Mianyan offered the small stone to her father. Jiang Chongtian accepted the gift from his child and raised his bowl of wine, downing it in one swift motion. He rarely drank. Since that incident of false accusation, he had abstained from alcohol. Yet today, with his wife and children around him, he felt secure enough to indulge. Jiang Chongtian had a low tolerance for alcohol, and after one bowl, he slumped over the table, softly snoring, fast asleep. Qin Luoxia carried him away outside. The snow continued to fall. Jiang Mianmian and her siblings enjoyed the dumplings. So it turned out that today was indeed her father's birthday. Their mother had been gone for quite some time now. The dumplings had grown cold. What a pity. Chapter 89. The time has long been written. Snow has fallen. The red walls of the imperial palace in the capital are now topped with white. The entire palace is adorned with a pristine blanket of snow, rendering it exceptionally pure. A minister has presented a petition, proclaiming that this auspicious snow heralds a bountiful year, especially after 3 years of drought. This snowfall is indeed fortuitous. Coincidentally, it coincides with the birthday of His Highness, the Prince Hon. The Emperor intends to personally celebrate the occasion. The Prince Hon is favored in the capital, known and acknowledged by all. His status surpasses that of the former Crown Prince. To offend the Crown Prince is to encounter his magnanimity. However, to offend Prince Hon is to face his wrath, which may lead to dire consequences. The Emperor merely chuckles, finding his nephew's candid nature endearing. The prince's consort, however, met an untimely demise 3 years into their marriage. The Emperor is inclined to select a new consort for Prince Hon. On this day, all noblewomen of the court, accompanied by their eligible offspring, gather at the palace. The banquet continues until midnight, filled with song and dance, with wine flowing freely. The Emperor, having indulged a bit too much, embraces a youthful favorite and gestures towards the performers on stage. A soldier, bearing urgent correspondence, is halted at the palace gates. The city of Jingzhou has fallen. Within a small chamber of the palace, a battered young eunuch, barely clinging to life, stumbles out into the snow. He sways unsteadily, colliding with the ornate stage. Clad in a crimson robe, his face as pale as the snow, he begins to sing, his voice a poignant lament, akin to the sorrowful cry of a cuckoo. Suddenly, the Emperor descends from the stage, unsteady, and lifts the young eunuch with a gentle hand. After the snowfall, the skies clear. The sun has not betrayed us, and we must not betray the sun either. Jiang Mianmian rises early, dressed in layers upon layers of clothing. Her mother has warned her that the air after snowfall is even colder than during the snowfall itself. Jiang Mianmian is bundled up, resembling a true sphere. She counts the garments she wears, approximately 8 pieces, with 2 additional layers of robes on top. The snow in the courtyard is incredibly thick, resembling a heavy quilt. Once properly attired, Jiang Mianmian dashes into the courtyard. Her legs wobble, and after a brief pause, she loses her balance and tumbles into the snow. It does not hurt at all. Struggling to prop herself up like a round ball, she pushes her legs to stand, encouraging herself with a little cheer as she raises her rear and attempts to rise, only to fall again with a plop. Exhausted, she decides not to get up again. Her face barely touches the ground, her roundness resembling that of a little turtle, her belly flat against the snow, limbs flailing. A burst of laughter emanates from outside the courtyard. Jiang Mianmian strains her neck to look up. A small boy stands at the entrance, clad in a little cloak, adorned with shining armor at his knees and chest, wielding a tiny sword. Beside him stands a towering, expressionless man, and a slender gentleman in a long robe, sporting 2 small mustaches. It is the little boy who laughs at her. His teeth are remarkably white, and his smile is quite charming. In those days, toothbrushes were not as effective, making such pearly whites a rarity. Jiang Mianmian grows weary of craning her neck and lets her head fall back down. Another laugh rings out from the entrance. Jiang Xiansheng, there are guests, call the trio, followed closely by a little boy. Jiang Mianmian observes the bustling little ants at the door, noting that the villagers here are even less vigilant than her tiny ants. By the time they call out, she might be whisked away. Upon seeing the infant sprawled in the snow, the onlookers find her exceedingly adorable. Just then, a white horse appears in the snow, opening its mouth to nip at the infant's back. The robust man beside the young boy nearly draws his sword to strike the horse, yet the horse merely grasps the infant's clothing with its teeth, lifting her gently. Once it ensures she is steady, it releases its grip, standing before her like a formidable guard. Jiang Mianmian sits in the snow, staring at the boy who mocks her, her expression serious and determined, refusing to lose face. Jiang Chongtian emerges, lifting the snow-sitting Mianmian into his arms. The individuals at the entrance, including the little boy, exude an effortless air of superiority. When they visit and encounter such an exquisitely delicate infant, they are momentarily taken aback, though they quickly compose themselves, for after all, she is merely a child. However, when they see the long-haired youth in a grey robe emerge, they are left speechless. In a damp green robe with a silk sash, a fine gentleman as majestic as a soaring dragon. The youth's azure robe is still dusted with flour, as if he has been preparing a meal. He first cradles the infant gently, patting her softly, before caressing her face and limbs, then finally turning his gaze to the guests. The youth smiles before he speaks, exuding warmth and kindness. I was unaware of the esteemed guest's arrival and failed to greet you properly. Please, come in. The guests step inside, treading upon the pristine snow of the courtyard. Jeong Changtion remains unfazed, leading them to a modest reception room. It is exceedingly simple, with only a table and a few cushions, and 2 wooden shelves affixed to the walls, one holding a few books, the other a row of inverted bamboo cups. The walls are bare, there are no paintings or decorative vases, not even a single flower branch. However, from this vantage point, one can see the 2 trees at the entrance point. One tree stands bare, while the other still bears leaves, now blanketed in white snow. Please, have a seat. My humble abode is modest, so do not stand on ceremony, Jeong Changtion says. As he speaks, Chin Luoxia enters, carrying 2 bamboo-woven ceramic jars, the ceramic nestled within a bamboo basket for protection against heat. The jars contain charcoal, serving as a means of warmth. She approaches the guests, slightly anxious, and nods in greeting. The small room becomes a tad warmer with the addition of the 2 jars. Thank you, Xia Mei. Could you please bring a pot of tea as well? Jeong Changtion requests. Chin Luoxia glances at the Mian in his arms and asks, husband, would you like me to take the child? The little mustached man, observing the efficient woman bringing in items, mistakenly assumes she is a servant. She is a spirited village woman, and given Jeong Changtion's refined appearance, it is understandable that he would have an exceptional maid. Yet, to his surprise, she is actually his wife. Mian is quite well behaved. I can hold her. You go about your tasks and prepare more food, Jeong Changtion replies gently. Jeong Mian senses a glimmer of intrigue in her father's gaze. Something must have transpired between them that she is unaware of. She huffs. Chin Luoxia, feeling shy, departs only to return shortly with a large kettle of water. She deftly heats the bamboo cups, pours in the water, and places the kettle atop the ceramic jars to maintain the temperature. She works swiftly, and before anyone can gather their thoughts, she has already served hot water. Jeong Mian receives her cup with a sweet, thank you, mama. The little mustached man expresses, thank you, madam. The young boy follows suit, thank you, madam. The 2 calls of madam cause Chin Luoxia to blush, yet she graciously responds. One can see her slight unease, but it is palpable that she is a remarkably kind and gentle woman. The towering man stands outside the room, while the young boy and the mustached gentleman sit within, along with Jeong Mian and her father. Chin Luoxia steps out to offer a cup of water to the towering man, saying, big brother, have a drink to warm yourself. The towering man shakes his head in refusal. Chin Luoxia does not press the issue further, but as she hands him the water, she glances at his weapons, 2 large, sharp, and heavy swords, clearly formidable blades. Chapter 90. The young master is unwell. In the courtyard, a blanket of snow lay undisturbed. In the corner, a charcoal fire provided warmth along with a basin of heated water. The enticing aroma of dough wafted in from the adjacent kitchen. Whirling winds and soaring dragons, the foliage sways and withers in time, exclaimed the man with the small beard as he inadvertently dropped a bag of books, producing an unintelligible yet profound sigh. Jeong Mian gazed up at him. Her father gently removed her hat, revealing her crooked little braid, which he adjusted before clasping fists with the small bearded man. Little Mian extended her tiny hand to mimic the gesture. The small bearded man had accompanied the young master to pay a visit, having heard of an extraordinary individual in this vicinity. It was said that he had eradicated the local gentry, who were complicit with bandits, and subsequently vanquished the bandits themselves, seizing the lands of the gentry. He then rallied the villagers to combat the bandits, attracting nearby villagers who sought refuge, thus establishing a modest yet formidable faction. While chaos reigned elsewhere, with an influx of refugees, Ming County remained remarkably tranquil. The bandits had been subdued by the villagers, and the number of refugees had not increased. The county appeared to be a rare haven of peace. Many spoke of their leader, Mr. Jeong, in reverent tones, claiming he was a scion of a prominent family, exiled for his lack of filial piety. Others described him as strikingly handsome and possessing an extraordinary countenance, destined for greatness. Regardless of the narrative, it was clear that he was a man of considerable depth. As the new year approached, the Lord had already conquered the prefectural city, making further military action unlikely in the short term. Thus, as a disciple, Ji Qiqi volunteered to take charge, asserting that he could capture the nearby county without the need for soldiers. Of course, this did not imply he would truly proceed without troops. He still commanded a significant force, preferring diplomacy over warfare. He sought to avoid conflict when possible, yet he was prepared for battle if necessary. Relying on his eloquence, he successfully acquired the nearby Hexian County, albeit with a minor hiccup resulting in the county magistrate taking his own life, a manageable setback. Now, he found himself in Ming County, encountering a rather intriguing situation. Unlike the rampant turmoil found elsewhere, the local villagers appeared surprisingly stable, with very few refugees. This led him to inquire about Mr. Jiang, who was lauded by all as a benefactor to the needy, generous and decisive, endowed with remarkable talents, Zhiqiqi, accompanied by the young master, came to pay a visit. His main task, aside from raising the flag of allegiance, was to act as a guardian for the young master. Zhiqiqi's background was quite remarkable. He had once achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations. Although he possessed the talent of a top scholar, he had been unjustly dismissed from his official post due to unfounded accusations. Now, he served as a disciple of the rebel leader Zilu, also taking on the role of tutor to Zilu's sole legitimate son. Zilu appeared out of nowhere, exuding an extraordinary presence, surrounded by capable individuals. On the surface, he was a cultured mountain bandit, swiftly rallying the refugees, besieging the county town, and capturing the prefectural city. Zhiqiqi's position as the tutor to Zilu's legitimate son reflected his significant standing within the group. Before him sat the young lad, Zikengheng, Zilu's only legitimate heir, despite Zilu having several adopted sons. Although Zhiqiqi felt honored to be the mentor of the Lord's only legitimate son, he was also deeply concerned. The Lord's adopted sons were all exceptionally talented, each with their own strengths, while the young master, though handsome, bore little resemblance to his father. He was exceptionally intelligent, yet appeared to have some affliction. Zhiqiqi always took the young master along, not for the purpose of worldly exploration, but out of genuine concern. In the cold winter, after the snowfall, Zikengheng sat upright, holding a bamboo cup, observing those around him with focused intensity. He glanced at the youth for a moment before turning his attention back to a small child who had just fallen and was resolutely picking herself up once more, unperturbed, lying in the snow, reminiscent of a long-lived tortoise he had once cared for. Zhiqiqi was also observing. He noted that Mr. Jiang did not conform to the rumors, at least, what he perceived was absent from the tales. Mr. Jiang displayed a genuine affection for his family, devoid of any pretense, truly embodying a loving demeanor. Of course, if this were all an act, then he possessed an extraordinary depth of character. May I inquire if Mr. Ji and young Master Zikengheng have come to my humble abode with any particular instructions? Jiang Chongtian inquired warmly, having set aside his daughter's hair and placed her on a small cushion beside him. Zhiqiqi was taken aback. He had not introduced himself, and Mr. Jiang had not asked for their names. The young man who had come to deliver a message had seemed rather flustered, yet Mr. Jiang had accurately addressed them. Zikengheng's expression remained unchanged. How did Mr. Jiang know of our arrival? Zhiqiqi asked with curiosity. Jiang Chongtian took a sip of water and gestured for them to do the same. After moistening his throat, he continued, since Commander Zilu's arrival in the prefectural city, we have long awaited his intervention to liberate us. To be frank, just yesterday, my family had our first meal of dumplings, a result of the former gentry's demise at the hands of bandits. The gentry's daughter was the magistrate's favored concubine, and we lived in constant fear, practicing our martial skills solely for self-preservation. Moreover, he let out a bitter laugh, his sincere gaze fixed on the small-bearded man before him. I, a disowned and unfilial wretch from a prominent family, lacking the qualifications for examinations and any path to advancement, can only hope for Commander Zilu to soar to great heights, so that I too may fulfill my ambitions. The moment these words escaped his lips, they struck a chord deep within Zhiqiqi's heart. A newly minted top scholar, he too had been exiled and stripped of his prospects due to baseless accusations, forced to follow the rebels. He had not anticipated that Mr. Jiang would address Zilu with such respect, a title that resonated even more than his own former accolades. Zikengheng turned his gaze toward the youth once more before returning his attention to the small child. Jiang Mianmian noticed her father's sincere and moist gaze, his brow furrowed, and she realized he was about to unleash his heartfelt emotional resonance, a skill that made others feel like family. The last time her father had spoken with someone, that individual had come in with a fierce demeanor, only to kneel and weep in repentance, admitting his faults and accepting punishment. Zhiqiqi had initially approached with caution, yet in the presence of this man, he found himself unconsciously opening up, yearning for a heartfelt conversation. Scholars were often brimming with emotions. Zhiqiqi felt he had encountered a kindred spirit, causing him to pay less attention to the young master. After all, they were in close proximity, there should be no cause for concern. Jiang Mianmian noticed the boy beside her was staring intently at her. She, too, regarded him with curiosity. After a long time, she saw a wealthy child from this era. Her family was now able to afford enough food, and her clothes were no longer patched together, yet Jiang Mianmian felt there was still a considerable distance to true wealth. They had achieved moderate comfort, but no more than that. The boy before her was fair-skinned, tall, and had a delicate face, dressed in fine garments that exuded a silk-like quality, warm yet not bulky, suggesting he might be wearing fur, unlike her, who resembled a ball. He was adorned with a jade pendant, similar to the one her mother kept safe. Her elder sister also possessed one, which she treasured. However, this boy had a sword that appeared quite impressive, perfectly sized, adorned with symmetrical gemstones. Jiang Mianmian did not have one. Her family forbade her from playing with sharp objects. Jiang Mianmian scrutinized him earnestly. Zikenheng observed the small child with equal seriousness. Her hair was askew, her little braid which had been neatly tied was now askew due to her own tagging. Her collar was crooked, and her little robe was askew as well. Commander Zilu understands the value of talent, surrounding himself with great individuals like Mr. Ji, garnering the hearts of the people. Young Master Zikenheng is exceptional for his age, displaying courage in the face of adversity, earning admiration. Last night's snowfall was unexpected. Who would have thought it heralded the arrival of esteemed guests? My humble abode, though modest, looks all the more pristine and elegant with a fresh layer of snow, perfectly welcoming visitors. Jiang Chongtian spoke earnestly. His words struck a chord within Jichichi, a former top scholar whose ambitions had been reduced to this state, filling his heart with warmth and burgeoning goodwill. However, young Master Zikenheng showed no visible reaction. He suddenly reached out and tugged at the small child's errant braid, adjusting it to sit properly. You have rather sparse hair, tying it this way will only make it thinner, he remarked. Jiang Mianmian, incredulous, pondered how she could possibly be balding when she drank spiritual spring water daily. Was it possible that her elder brother had indeed caused her hair to thin? She was taken aback, noticing the gazes of those around her. Her large eyes slowly filled with tears, which began to roll down her cheeks. Chapter 91 He is ill. Snowflakes danced in the air, blanketing the wooden cabin, the tatami mat, and the charcoal stove, while the plaintive cries of an infant echoed within. A towering figure resembling an iron tower paused at the entrance, glancing back momentarily before fixating on the ants traversing the snowy ground. How curious it was, snow falling yet and still scuttling about in droves. Hearing the child's wails, Qin Luoxia dashed out of the house. Upon entering, she found her husband already cradling Mianmian, attempting to soothe her, yet unease lingered in her heart. Her precious Mianmian rarely cried. She was well behaved, especially in the presence of strangers, seldom letting out a whimper. A quick glance at her husband revealed no signs of distress or unusual mirth on his face, just a conversation in progress, prompting her to remain outside. Observing the ants in the snow, she turned and made her way to the kitchen. The robust man, known as the Black Tower, felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, for there was no one else around, save for the village woman in an apron who had flashed him an awkward smile. When the child cries, it can startle one, Qin Luoxia remarked to the towering figure. The Black Tower, a solitary man without wife or child, could not comprehend, yet, gazing at the village woman before him, he suddenly felt the urge to take a wife inside the house. Jichichi repeatedly offered apologies. I beg your pardon, I beg your pardon. My young master did not mean any harm, he simply has a fondness for little girls. After uttering those words, Jichichi wished to chastise himself. He had never encountered such a situation before. The last time he had accompanied the young master to meet the county magistrate, the magistrate had taken his own life before their eyes, and the young master had not so much as flinched, exuding an air of composure. Prior to that, he had accompanied the young master to battle, witnessing the fall of a city, the carnage, and the rivers of blood, yet the young master remained unfazed at such a tender age. Could it be that the young master was simply incapable of showing concern? It was during those times that he developed an appreciation for talent, voluntarily stepping forward to become the young master's tutor. Little did he expect to find himself in such a predicament, conversing with others while the young master tugged at a girl's hair. Jichichi himself had children, yet he was always stern in their presence, never having witnessed such unruliness in a child. Jiang Mianmian, having been an infant for too long, cried out in clever protest at her misfortune. After all, crying was the simplest means to command everyone's attention and fulfill her desires. It was a fundamental skill that all infants mastered instinctively. Being teased about her hair and called bald was a source of sorrow for her. She sought refuge in her father's embrace, sobbing and hiccuping, casting tearful glares at the little boy across from her. Such small children were the most challenging. If adults did not reprimand them, they would run wild, unable to retaliate. Crying seemed the most effective solution. As expected, the boy with the little mustache continued to apologize profusely, yet he uttered not a single harsh word. Jiang Chongtian had not anticipated such a trivial mishap. However, cradling his wailing daughter, he felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. His daughter often seemed overly mature for her age, at times appearing burdened with unspoken worries, leaving Jiang Chongtian concerned for her well-being. Yet, holding his heartbroken daughter, he found himself relaxing. No worries, children will play and cause a ruckus, Jeong Chongtion reassured as he felt her sobs subside. They resumed their discussions. Ji Shaoju remained silent, not making any further movements. He sat there like a lifeless, exquisitely crafted puppet, his brows betraying no emotion. Jiang Mianmian, nestled in her father's arms, squirmed, feeling the warmth envelop her. She had dressed too warmly, for the room was heated by the charcoal stove, yet she hesitated to disturb her father, aware that he was engaged in serious matters. Jeong Chongtion and Ji Qiqi, one having lost his civil service examination qualification and the other having passed only to lose his official status, engaged in light-hearted conversation and appreciating each other's company. Initially, he had intended to persuade them to surrender, yet now not a word of surrender was spoken as they discussed regional customs and the climate of Jingzhou. The winters in Jingzhou are quite frigid. Do you find it bearable, Mr. Ji? You may call me Qiqi, or refer to my courtesy name, Yeong. Though Jingzhou is cold, it is not damp, the sun shines frequently, lifting one's spirits, Ji Qiqi replied. Jeong Chongtion had pondered this man's background. Emerging from humble beginnings, he had ascended to the pinnacle of success, only to plummet thereafter into despair. He possessed a fervent desire for advancement, yet he differed from those of purely rustic origins. He had studied extensively and was well versed in literature, his demeanor reflecting a certain scholarly depth. Yeong, navigating the waters at night, encompassing astronomy, geography, and the celestial phenomena of all corners of the world, is quite admirable. Your name suits you well, brother Yeong, a man of great erudition, Jeong Chongtion lauded. Ji Qiqi's face brightened with a smile, his mustache curling at the ends. Jeong, indeed, was a kindred spirit. Others who had his courtesy name, Yeong, might misconstrue it as a reference to the trials of nighttime travel, fraught with challenges and unrecognized talent. In truth, it signified something far more profound. Those who journeyed by boat at night engaged in discussions spanning various fields of knowledge, and navigating the complexities of such discourse was the most formidable of endeavors. By choosing the name Yeong, he expressed a remarkable confidence in his own intellect. Jeong, upon hearing this, grasped the meaning instantly. Their conversation continued. Jeong Chongtion, having reflected on their backgrounds, soon transitioned into a casual exchange, not fixating on matters of identity but rather embracing a sense of liberation as they discussed local customs, worldviews, current affairs, and the plight of the common folk. Jeong Chongtion was genuinely delighted and engaged. Apart from Jieshi, he had not encountered anyone with whom he could converse so freely. It had been quite some time since he had met someone of equal caliber, and the dialogue became increasingly animated. Then, unexpectedly, Ji Shaoju spoke. Take off your clothes. Jeong Chongtion paused in surprise, as did Ji Qiqi. The young master addressed the little girl. Do you need my assistance? Jiang Mianmian looked utterly bewildered. Jeong Chongtion then realized that his daughter's little face had turned rosy. The room was indeed warm, and she was overdressed. He reached out to help her remove the outer robe, only to find it still bulky. He unfastened another layer as if peeling away a shell. After 3 layers, her neck finally had the freedom to turn. Ji Qiqi could not help but take out a handkerchief to wipe his brow, pondering how fortunate it was that the young master had not taken it upon himself to assist in removing the girl's clothing. To do so upon their first meeting would have been quite alarming. Perhaps it was the sheer cuteness of Jeong's daughter that had captivated the young master. On this snowy day, they had not lingered as guests. Despite Qin Luoxia having prepared a meal, Ji Qiqi did not impose upon them to stay for dinner, considering it too presumptuous on their initial visit. As they departed, Jeong Chongtion personally escorted them to the village entrance, sleeping and nearly falling on the snow-covered path. He assured them loudly, rest assured, Commander Ji, we will gather the necessary grain and funds swiftly. May you achieve success in your endeavors and unify the realm, and I hope for another opportunity to engage in candlelit discussions with Brother Yeong. Ji Qiqi gazed at the long-haired youth cradling the infant, who continued to bid farewell as they reached the village entrance, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Brother Jeong is indeed a man of sincerity and virtue. We shall meet again. Jiang Mianmian waved her little hand in farewell. Ji Shaoju, maintaining a serious demeanor, also waved as he turned his horse around. Ji Qiqi, leading the young master, mounted his steed alongside the Black Tower guards, heading towards the county town. The procession outside the village was grand and imposing. It was mealtime, and they were eager to reach the county town for lunch. Though dining in the village would have sufficed, Ji Qiqi could not fathom why he had not permitted the troops to eat there, instead leading them to the county town. As the biting cold wind swept through, the landscape on either side was breathtaking. The brisk air cleared the mind. Ji Qiqi suddenly realized he was a rebel and should have allowed the troops to dine in the village. Engrossed in the amiable atmosphere of his conversation with Brother Jeong, he had momentarily forgotten this fact. Remembering his role as the young master's tutor, he inquired, "Ji Shaoshu, what are your thoughts on Mr. Jeong?" He had not expected an answer, as the young master often remained taciturn. To his surprise, the young master replied, "He is ill, gravely so, more serious than my own condition." Ji Chichi. Meanwhile, Jeong Chongtian, enjoying a hot bowl of noodles at home, asked Jeong Mian, "What did you think of that little boy today?" Jeong Mian slapped a noodle she had finally fished out, the broth dribbling from her mouth as she replied in a sing-song voice, "He is ill." Chapter 92. The Rebels Banquet. After the snow, the sun shines brightly. It is a perfect time for brewing tea, a refined affair. Although the Jeong residence is not as expansive as the grand mansions in the capital, it offers ample space for activities. Originally, the layout was intended to accommodate 3 households: the matriarch's main quarters, Jeong Huaisheng's, and Jeong Chongtian's. Although their families had not yet been established, there were provisions for them. However, the current arrangement consists solely of Jeong Huaisheng's quarters and the matriarch's main room. The remaining spaces include the matriarch's Buddhist hall, tea room, study, reception area, and training ground, creating a spacious living environment. The weather today is delightful. Jeong Wan is in the tea room, brewing tea and admiring the snow. In her youth, the matriarch was a paragon of elegance. Years have passed, and the world has changed. In this distant land, savoring tea again brings forth many new flavors. The water from Ming County is rather hard. While it produces a fragrant brew, it can become astringent if the temperature is mismanaged. Drinking tea on a snowy day offers a unique charm. Dressed in a splendid robe, the matriarch adorns her head with a pearl hairpin, delicately holding a small celadon cup, savoring her tea with refined grace. Despite the snowfall, the tea room remains open for snow viewing, yet it is not cold. Premium frost carbon warms the copper stove, devoid of smoke, yet imparting a gentle warmth. Jeong Wan, clad in a white light fur robe, sits elegantly in her chair, her wrist slightly raised as she pours tea. The whites of her attire and skin create a strikingly beautiful contrast. The soft robe envelopes her slender neck, exuding an ethereal charm. At the entrance of the courtyard, a couple of guards stand attentively, their eyes occasionally catching the sight of Jeong Wan brewing tea within. A guard glances over but quickly averts his gaze, refocusing on the trees ahead. Jeong Wan takes a sip of her own brew. It is slightly astringent, yet after the initial taste, a subtle sweetness emerges, and the aroma is robust, perfect for a snowy day. This is the exquisite green tea sent by her aunt. Light snow, pearl carbon, green tea, a young maiden, and a matron, a scene of earthly splendor. Suddenly, the steward rushes in, flustered. "This is terrible. The rebels have entered the city." The rebels move swiftly, seizing the county office and taking control of the town. Key positions have already been filled with new faces. The city gates are manned by different soldiers. They have also booked a restaurant for a banquet inviting esteemed guests. Prominent families within the city have received invitations, leading to a mix of alarm and complaints. However, receiving an invitation is preferable to a direct threat. They cannot help but curse the county office for its incompetence, allowing the rebels entry. The invitations demand the presence of wives and daughters, leaving many to feel that the rebels lack decorum. How could noble ladies be expected to attend such a chaotic gathering? If a banquet is to be held, it should be done separately. The Jeong residence also receives an invitation. When the invitation is presented, Jeong Madam is present. Upon hearing that they are invited to dine, and that wives and daughters must attend, she clutches her belly, her complexion paling, nearly succumbing to distress. Jeong Huaisheng's expression turns grave. His life has been fraught with challenges. His sister had previously urged them to move to the capital, but due to his wife's pregnancy, they had delayed. They never anticipated encountering rebels breaking into the city. The matriarch feels a twinge of frustration. Having enjoyed a tranquil morning with tea, the sudden news of the rebels' arrival causes her heart to race and her breath to shorten. Fortunately, having weathered many storms in her lifetime, she manages to maintain her composure. Strangely, it is Jeong Wan who remains the most collected upon receiving this news. "In calamity lies fortune. Did my aunt not advise us to observe the situation? The rebels have sent invitations, indicating they are not the type to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. We should simply attend the banquet." Jeong Rong, however, recalls witnessing mountain bandits kill before him and shouts, "I will not go. I refuse. Rebels are just mountain bandits." The grandson is in a state of uproar. His mother, pale-faced, appears on the verge of fainting. The matriarch casually grabs her cane and strikes Jeong Rong. Ouch! Jeong Rong cries out in pain, surprised that his grandmother, who has always doted on him, would strike him. Silence. Huaisheng and Wana will accompany me tonight, the matriarch declares, leaning on her cane as Yao Gu assists her back to her quarters. Once inside, the matriarch's imposing presence dissipates, and she languidly reclines on a soft couch. Yao Gu kneels beside her, kneading her knees. Madam, your leg ailment has flared up again, has it not? The matriarch wearily nods, eyes closed. Wana has long urged me to move to the capital. I should have heeded her advice. With that little beast causing trouble here, I was apprehensive. I never expected to find myself in such a predicament, attending a banquet hosted by rebels as a dignified lady. Yao Gu's hand grows gentler, soothingly assuring her, these rebels do not appear to be mere mountain bandits. The eldest young master has mentioned that they conduct themselves with the demeanor of esteemed families. Surely there is no cause for concern. However, over there, the rebels have sent invitations to the elite, while they show no mercy to the common folk, threatening them with blades. At noon, the family consists of Mion, her father and mother, dining together. The elder brother trains with the villagers and shares meals with them from the communal pot. The elder sister's best friend is getting married tomorrow, so the festivities have commenced today. Mother has prepared a pot of noodles, using wild greens and meat broth as the base, kneading the dough by hand. Eating a bowl of hot noodle soup on a cold winter's day, garnished with wild scallions, is utterly delightful. Jiang Mion finds it delicious, though her limited teeth make chewing a bit challenging. Yet as she chews, the rich flavor of the noodles emerges, exquisite indeed. Mion diligently finishes a small bowl and requests another. She should be worried, after all, the guests are rebels. However, seeing her father seemingly engaging in a brotherly alliance with the rebel representative, Mr.Hu, Mion feels reassured, and that rebel young man, he looks quite handsome even in silence. Mion, with her few teeth, chews on a noodle, thinking that if her sister knew they were having noodles for lunch, she would surely regret attending the banquet. The family's noodles are far superior. Aunt Chue is known for her sharp tongue, and it is said her cooking is dreadful. As anticipated, the elder sister returns in the evening, not even bringing home leftovers, which is unusual as one typically takes some home after a banquet. Jiang Yu exclaims in frustration, Mother, I shall never marry, and neither will my sister. We will remain at home until we grow old. Qin Luoxia, shoveling snow, observes the second daughter's puffed-up face and asks with amusement, what now? If you choose not to marry, that is your decision, but why must you prevent your sister from marrying? Jiang Yu says nothing, but her mood is clearly sour, her eyes reddening. The young girl seems to harbor some unspoken worries. Jiang Mion is curious, given their father's status. Surely no one in the village would mistreat her sister. While playing with her sister in her room, she pulls out a small gold bean and says, Guest, look, sister. This was given to her by Mr. Hu when he departed, a handful of small gold beans. Their mother confiscated them, leaving one for her. Aunt Chue told me that once married, a woman belongs to another family. If mistreated, one must endure. As she speaks, Jiang Yu, feeling aggrieved, hugs her sister, and tears fall from her eyes, mingling with the gold beans in her sister's palm. Jiang Mion reaches out to wipe her sister's tears, saying, Sister, do not fear. I, father, mother, and elder brother, are all formidable. We shall protect you. Jiang Mion struggles to articulate her thoughts in longer sentences, her voice sweet yet slightly off-key. Jiang Yu bursts into tears, simultaneously snatching the gold bean from her sister's palm. Jiang Mion, her eyes too begin to redden. In the evening, someone arrives with an invitation, asking Mr. Jiang to attend a banquet at the Qingfeng restaurant in the county. The note mentions that family may accompany him. Jiang Chongtian examines the invitation and addresses the messenger. This is excellent news. It appears Mr. Zhen has successfully taken Ming County, and we shall certainly attend. The messenger does not leave immediately but respectfully adds, Mr. Zhen has advised that due to the slippery roads from the snow, we should escort you to the banquet. Mother, warmly welcoming the messenger, insists he take a seat, offering him a bowl of thick, hot noodle soup. It is cold. Drink something warm before you depart. We shall tidy up in the meantime. The messenger has delivered many invitations, enduring cold stares and curses along the way, yet here at the Jiang residence, he is met with a bowl of hot soup. The courtyard has been cleared of snow, while snow still clings to the trees outside. Under the eaves, a few broken clay pots contain vibrant green wild scallions. After consuming the soup, the messenger begins to feel a warmth spreading through him. He overhears a young girl from the neighboring room exclaim, Mother, I have no new clothes to wear. Unable to suppress a smile, he thinks, once our Lord captures another city, he shall return to fetch his wife and daughter, buying new clothes for his little girl. This winter is indeed bitterly cold, yet this bowl of soup is wonderfully warm. Chapter 93. The whole family attends the banquet. Creak. Creak. The heavy boots crunched against the snow, echoing in the stillness. The road leading into the county had already been trodden by the army, the snow compacted underfoot, rendering the path somewhat slippery yet manageable in terms of speed. The entire Jeong family, comprising 5 members, set out in unison. Jeong Min-myen was bundled up like a ball, yet being small, she felt she had no say in the matter. If she fell, it wouldn't hurt much anyway, as no one would pay her any mind. Tucked away in her little pocket was Jeong Shaoshu, eldest sister Jeong Yu. Despite lamenting the lack of new clothing, succumbed to temptation at the prospect of dining in the county and drooled in anticipation. Nervously, she inquired of Jeong Fong, "Brother, since you've been there to eat, do we need to wear bibs? Should we hold the spoon with our left hand or right? I've heard the townsfolk are particular, insisting that spoon and chopsticks must be used separately." Jeong Fong, feeling a tinge of nervousness himself, found her questions both amusing and bittersweet. Truth be told, he had only visited once before. "Just watch how others eat and follow suit, don't speak, just focus on enjoying your meal," he advised. "Will they poison us?" Jeong Yu asked again. Jeong Fong. Jeong Min-myen. Their father interjected that as unlikely. If they intended to poison, it wouldn't require such elaborate measures, a well would suffice. Qin Luoxia gazed at her husband with admiration, thinking how clever he was. In the end, Jeong Yu donned her ordinary coat, which was quite decent, lacking any patches. However, human nature is often greedy. The young girl yearned for something more vibrant but beautiful dress. Jeong Min-myen understood her sister's desire. Were she a bit older, she too would be pleading for finer garments. Jeong Fong felt a surge of excitement. Previously, he had declined the request of 2 young men to accompany him, while his godfather had ventured out into the world alone. In the quiet hours of the night, he had felt a tinge of regret, yet now, he felt a profound sense of gratitude for remaining with his family. If he had been away for so long without any correspondence, his family would surely have been worried. In these chaotic times, when lives are as fragile as grass, he was thankful to be together with his family, all in good health. Moreover, he had gained considerable confidence since then. In the past, he had merely laughed and blustered, feeling empty inside. Now, he had matured significantly. He still laughed, but he was no longer reliant on empty bravado. He had led the villagers in attacking a bandit stronghold and personally slain the notorious Tiger Brother. At that moment, he felt he had truly grown. Each day brought rapid progress as he learned hunting from his mother and the ways of the world from his father. Although still young, he now exuded a sense of steadiness and reliability, no longer referred to as the wayward Jeong Fong. Today, he wore no sword, instead donning a dark blue robe matching his father's, with a thin inner layer. He was not particularly afraid of the cold, rather, he feared the darkness and solitude. When with his family, he felt invincible. Qin Luoxia had also changed into a different outfit, not made of luxurious silks, but an ordinary coat. They had only recently managed to have enough to eat, and although she had previously rummaged through the Lu family's belongings, she had no inclination toward extravagance. Having lived through hardships, she was wary of wasteful spending. They needed to think long-term, considering their children's future. Warmth, cleanliness, and enough to eat were sufficient. The only exception was her husband's attire, which she paid special attention to. Though also a blue robe, it was well crafted, fitting just right, complete with pleats. Fonga's clothing was made from leftover fabric, yet being active, he wore it down quickly, so she hadn't fussed too much about its details, even if the sleeves were a tad short. The family ambled toward the county as if strolling through a market outside. Jeong Min-myen's nose turned red from the cold, yet she was brimming with excitement. Oh, how her family understood her. At long last, after all this time, she was entering the city for the first time. Belated, she danced about, unable to contain her joy, flashing sweet smiles at the nearby rebel brother. Jeong Chongtian engaged in amiable conversation with the guards. "May I inquire your esteemed name, brave warrior?" "Ma Nansheng. My mother endured great difficulty in bringing me into this world. Such a challenging birth surely means a smoother life ahead. I have 7 in my family. Myself, my wife, 2 children, a younger sister, and my parents. That is indeed a formidable challenge. Indeed, recently, our Lord sent us some money, which I have already sent back home. We should not go hungry now. Life will improve. We will all prosper. Indeed. Do you miss home? Very much. If you ever have the chance, do visit us. There's not much to offer, but my sister-in-law will make you some noodle soup." Indeed. As they continued on, the sky grew darker and the wind picked up. The guards' eyes were reddened by the cold gusts. Jeong Min-myen's cheeks were also flushed. In her mother's warm embrace, she swayed gently, feeling drowsy. Chapter 94. A sense of familiarity. The posts from the rebels arrived swiftly, and the time for hosting guests came even more swiftly. It is rare to post in the afternoon and dine in the evening. There is a sense of urgency akin to a desperate rush for rebirth. Typically, invitations are issued days in advance, allowing ample time for guests to prepare their belongings and make a hasty exit, or for the local shops to profit from the guests' need for new attire and accessories. After all, when the ladies of the house venture out, who does not indulge in the acquisition of new items? Each household busied itself with preparations. In comparison, the women of the Jeong household fared quite well. They had weathered many storms. The matriarch dressed more solemnly than usual, donning a dark robe adorned with entwined lotus patterns, exuding an air of dignity. Jeong Huaisheng made no special effort in his attire, wearing his usual dark satin robe and adding a cloak as he stepped out. Jeong Wan, however, had deliberately chosen a more understated outfit, opting for garments that were slightly older and more modest, removing her jewelry and applying a darker powder to her face to dull her complexion. In such gatherings, to seek attention would be tantamount to courting disaster. Jeong Rong hid within the confines of the house, anxious about being summoned, too timid to even see them off. Jeong Furan, pregnant and having suffered a fright, lay in bed to ensure the safety of her unborn child. The 3 generations of the Jeong family departed together. Although they did not adorn themselves extravagantly, their guard certainly stood apart from the others. Were it not for their distinct attire, one might mistake them for rebels themselves, imposing and formidable. When the esteemed matriarch arrived, the county magistrate personally came forth to greet them, acting akin to a server at the Chingfong Tavern, waiting at the entrance to extend his hospitality, all the while maintaining a facade of cheerfulness. He dared not express his discontent, opting instead to wear a smile. He welcomed the Jeong matriarch and her family to their seats and introduced them to the rebel leader, Ono, to Lord Ji and the young Master Ji. From this side of the county, Ji's adopted son, the second in line, Ji Gonjiang, also made an appearance. The Jeong family, with their notable background and a sister married to the 7th prince, were recognized as nobility in the eyes of the county magistrate, deserving of high regard. Upon hearing the introduction, Ji Chichi cast a curious glance towards the old matriarch. Was she not the one who had cast out the Longtian brothers? Was this Jeong Huaisheng indeed the brother of Jeong Xiong? They appeared rather unintelligent, yet their lives seemed quite prosperous, their garments and shoes indicative of a wealthy family steeped in culture. Jeong Wan followed closely behind her grandmother, casting her gaze towards the newcomers. She was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing her composure. The man seated before her, sporting a pair of delicate mustachios, would one day become a significant minister in the court, favored by her uncle after his ascension. Yet here he sat, aligned with the rebels. Beside the rebel leader sat a serious-looking young boy, whom Jeong Wan briefly acknowledged before moving on. Upon hearing the magistrate's introduction, she learned that the boy was the only legitimate son of the rebel Ji Lu. Jeong Wan began to understand the implications. In her dreams, the rebels revolted, yet the ultimate victor was her uncle, the 7th prince. It was rumored that the only legitimate son of the rebels had perished, driving Ji Lu into a frenzy, resulting in the deaths of many of his subordinates and the eventual downfall of his faction. However, it was the other stern-faced man seated beside the boy that truly astonished Jeong Wan. This individual was indeed Ji Lu's adopted son, yet she recognized him as the confidant of the crown prince, specifically, the crown prince's firstborn. Jeong Wan had not anticipated that merely attending a rebel's banquet would lead her to encounter so many individuals she would come to know in the future. She had yet to enter the capital, yet she was already brushing against the shifting tides of the world. The curtain on the grand events of the realm was slowly unfurling before her. In this lifetime, she was determined to walk beside him with integrity. Having arrived, the old matriarch estimated that they were the last to do so. However, the rebels seemed in no hurry to commence the banquet, still awaiting the arrival of others who could possibly hold a higher status than them in Min County. Or was another rebel leader expected to join? The crowd grew slightly anxious as they waited. Jeong Wan remained composed, occasionally exchanging a few words with her grandmother. When she looked up, she happened to catch a glimpse of the young boy beside the young Master Ji, and she nervously offered a smile. The young girl, full of self-respect and decorum, sat upright, her delicate wrists and unassuming attire contrasting with the lavishness around her. Ji Lu's adopted son hailed from humble beginnings, chosen for his valor in battle and bestowed the name Gonjiang. He regarded the daughters of the nobility with disdain, deeming them frail and their shrill voices bothersome. Yet today, amidst the crowd, he noticed a young girl who stood out distinctly. She had deliberately darkened her face and dressed modestly, avoiding ostentation. However, she was still a young girl, her neck and wrists fair as snow. When he looked her way, she appeared frightened yet managed to offer him a timid yet warm smile. Unaccountably, that smile struck a chord within him, his heart warmed, and he suddenly recalled his adoptive father's recent inquiry about marriage. Ji Tsong-hang noticed his brother glancing around and spoke, "You go about your business. Do not mind me, I shall not wander." He sat by the window, with the black tower standing guard behind the young master. The boy's expression remained impassive as he gazed out at the quiet street. The snow-covered ground was muddied and disheveled from the passage of feet. Suddenly, a lively group approached, and he immediately spotted the little chubby ball cradled in someone's arms. Her face was flushed from the cold, yet she smiled like a blooming flower. She was far more charming than his long-lived turtle, her two perfectly symmetrical teeth gleaming. Chapter 95 Reunion. The sun had yet to set, yet the lanterns along the roadside were already aglow. The lanterns of the Qingfeng Tavern shone particularly brightly. Standing beneath one of these lanterns, the county magistrate's official robes appeared strikingly resplendent. The Jiang family arrived, accompanied by guards. The magistrate instinctively displayed a welcoming smile, but upon recognizing his guests, the smile froze upon his lips. Who could have imagined that this dignified county magistrate would find himself bowing to a former temporary worker from his employ? He could scarcely bend his waist in deference. Asa magistrate, how could he stoop to such an unfilial and disloyal person? The world had truly fallen into disarray. At that moment, Ji Qiqi hurried down the stairs, rushing to greet them. "Chang Tian, you've arrived. We were eagerly awaiting you. Please, sister-in-law, do come in." Ji Qiqi extended his hand to grasp Jiang Changtian's. His hand was warm, while Jiang Changtian's was somewhat cool. With a smile, Jiang Changtian replied, "Brother Yihang, I did not expect to see you so soon. You are indeed quite the impatient one. Upon receiving your invitation, I immediately brought my family here. This is my eldest son, Jiang Feng, my youngest daughter, Jiang Yu, and this is my dear daughter, Mion, whom you have met before." Jiang Feng and Jiang Yu bowed respectfully, addressing him as Uncle Ji. Little Jiang Mion chimed in cheerfully, "Baba." Ji Qiqi was quite pleased that Jiang Changtian had brought his entire family, including the little girl, and notably, none of them bore weapons. He had received many gifts that day and, without hesitation, handed out a trinket to each child. Jiang Mion received a jade pendant, beaming with joy, while Jiang Yu was gifted a golden bracelet, equally delighted. Jiang Feng received a gold medal, thinking to himself how advantageous rebellion could be. As wealth seemed abundant, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. It was only then that Jiang Changtian seemed to notice the county magistrate, who was bent low to the side, and with a hint of surprise, he remarked, "Sir, what brings you here?" The magistrate chuckled awkwardly, "I came out specifically to welcome you. Please, do come in." Upstairs, the crowd awaited with bated breath, curious to see who would warrant such a personal greeting from the rebel leader. Ji Qiqi had visited Mr. Jiang in the morning and had come to the county town by noon. The county town was far more chaotic than Kana village, a veritable mess. Before their arrival, the yeoman runners had already begun to brawl amongst themselves, and some had taken the opportunity to rob the wealthy households. The magistrate contemplated fleeing but hesitated, finding the absurdity of the situation laughable. In contrast, Mr. Jiang stood out remarkably. In ancient times, travel was arduous, and few ventured far from home, limiting the circle of acquaintances. The sentiments of the ancients ran deep. Once they recognized someone as a confidant, they would cherish that bond wholeheartedly, offering their utmost loyalty and devotion. Life was fleeting, and to find a true friend was a treasure to be treasured dearly. Ji Qiqi personally welcomed and guided Jiang Changtian and his family upstairs, leading them to the pre-reserved seats of honor. The onlookers first scrutinized their attire and then the individuals themselves. Upon noticing the simplicity of their clothing, which even paled in comparison to that of the rebels, their curiosity piqued further regarding the identity of such esteemed guests. Zilu's adopted son, Zi Gongjiang, had not visited Mr. Jiang earlier that morning. As a Marshal General, he preferred action over idle chatter and had little interest in visiting anyone. However, since his adoptive father had merely requested he assist Mr. Ji, he did not take the lead in this matter. To their astonishment, the guests turned out to be a family, even bringing an infant along. The crowd's curiosity only deepened. As soon as Jiang Changtian's face came into view, an audible gasp escaped from someone in the crowd, unmistakably a woman. Was there truly such a strikingly handsome man in Ming County? In that instant, all attention shifted from their attire to their countenance. The noblewomen, who seldom ventured forth, felt their cheeks flush, momentarily forgetting they were attending a rebel's banquet, as though they were attending a matchmaking event instead. Yet, upon noticing the family surrounding him, some regained a semblance of rationality. This was Jiang Changtian's first appearance before others in his true form. Among the crowd, Jiang Huaisheng did not initially recognize his own brother, Jiang Changtian, until he spotted Jiang Feng. Previously, he had disapproved of Zhang Feng's dissolute demeanor and had chastised him as he would a wayward child. He vividly recalled the resentful glare Zhang Feng had cast upon him. Jiang Huaisheng felt justified. He had reprimanded Zhang Feng solely because he was his nephew, and had it been anyone else, he would not have even glanced their way. Upon recognizing his brother, his anger flared. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have been inclined to chastise him further. What manner of appearance was this? Did he truly look like that? He had not even recognized him. In these chaotic times, life was as fragile as a blade of grass, and for him to present himself in such a manner was perplexing. Meanwhile, upon seeing the guests, the matriarch of the Jiang family felt her pupils widen in shock, her very blood seeming to freeze in her veins as she trembled slightly. She clutched the string of beads in her hand tightly, a string that Ayao had recently restrung for her, yet at that moment, she squeezed so hard that the beads appeared to threaten to break apart once more. Jiang Wan, who had been sitting beside her grandmother, attending to her needs, had always maintained an air of calm, exuding a grace that surpassed everyone present. Suddenly, her grandmother grasped her hand with surprising strength, causing her discomfort. She looked up at the newcomers. Was that her second uncle? How strange, she had never seen him before, not even in her dreams. She noticed Jiang Yu, dressed simply yet adorned with an innocent smile. She saw Jiang Feng, who appeared even more ordinary, with sleeves that were too short for his arms, yet he possessed a striking handsomeness that surpassed even Zilu's adopted son, Zigonjiang. She spotted the tall woman cradling a child in her arms. It had not been long since she had last seen her, weeping as she gazed at her through the hands of a traveling couple. Now, she was alive and vibrant before her, causing Jiang Wan's hand to tremble ever so slightly. Chapter 96. A chilling aura. When snow falls once more outside the window, the snow flutters gracefully. The proprietor of the Qingfeng Tavern forces himself to maintain his composure. The banquet tonight is exceedingly lavish, yet he remains uncertain whether the guests will settle their bills upon finishing their meals. He has instructed the waitstaff to stay late, apprehensive about the need to clean up any potential bloodstains later. This night feels interminably long. Upstairs, the crowd is substantial, yet it lacks a festive atmosphere. On the contrary, it is eerily quiet. Once all have taken their seats, Zhang Qiqi announces the commencement of the feast. It seems that everyone's appetite is lacking. Surely they did not venture out on such a snowy night solely for a meal. Of course, there are those who have indeed come expressly for the dining experience. Jiang Yu initially feels quite anxious. The sheer number of people here is unlike anything she has ever witnessed. She has never seen so many individuals gathered in one place. Even when Achui hosted her wedding, the attendance was not this overwhelming. Moreover, the guests here are dressed exquisitely, each one appearing polished and vibrant, as if she had gathered a collection of mushrooms from the mountains, their colors strikingly vivid. However, her attention is swiftly diverted by the array of dishes being brought to the table. This journey is proving to be worthwhile. Indeed. So exhilarated is Jiang Yu that she finds herself employing idiomatic expressions. She senses that today is truly exceptional, a day she must etch into her memory, for today marks her inaugural visit to a tavern for a meal. It is a date to remember. The 12th day of the 12th lunar month. On this day, Jiang Yu's spirit saw her round face aglow with delight, a radiating beauty. Zigonjiang, initially curious about why Mr. Zhang was so fervently eager to greet someone, finds himself bemused. Why such excitement? Perhaps it is merely a literary quirk, than affectation of sorts. Yet, upon witnessing the individual Mr. Zhang has brought, he is taken aback to see a family dressed in such humble attire, far less ostentatious than the servants of the affluent patrons seated nearby. When he observes the young man clasped by Mr. Zhang's hand, Zigonjiang is momentarily struck dumb. This youth possesses striking looks, standing there and rendering those around him almost inconspicuous by comparison. Such beauty explains why Mr. Zhang had been incessantly raving about him, leaving a lasting impression. Zigonjiang muses that if his adoptive father were to meet him, he might very well wish to forge a brotherly bond, for his adoptive father is a man of character, one who values friendship and does not inquire into lineage. He cannot help but glance at the young man's companions. Despite his remarkable appearance, he lacks the haughty demeanor typical of Mr. Zhang. His family seems rather ordinary. The youth appears to be of similar age to himself, and as their eyes meet, he offers a warm, sincere smile. Next to him, a young girl beams radiantly, unreserved and unperturbed, her round face brimming with joy, eliciting smiles from all who behold her. Zigonjiang steals another glance, realizing that he is drawn to such cheerful, round-faced girls, whose laughter is infectious and joyous. Yet, he had just encountered a pretentious young lady of noble birth, and for reasons inexplicable, the notion of marriage had crossed his mind. What folly! He is taken aback by his own audacity. How could he even entertain the thought of marrying a lady of high birth, one whose every smile seems laden with hidden meanings? Has he lost his senses? His mind feels momentarily clouded, rendering him seemingly aloof as he sits there, perhaps displeased that Mr. Zhang has abandoned him for this gathering. Mr. Zhang Qiqi sincerely invited Jiang Yu and her family to dine. After Jiang Changtian takes his seat, Mr. Zhang proposes, "Tonight, let us not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Perhaps we may engage in a candlelit discussion." However, Jiang Changtian declines, stating, "Tonight is not suitable, or a young man in my village is getting married, and he has called upon me to assist him early tomorrow. A wedding is a matter of lifelong commitment, and having given my word, I cannot retract it." The assembly is taken aback, astonished that he would so brazenly refuse the rebel leader. Is he not fearful of inciting his wrath? Some recognize him as the son who was cast out by the Jiang family, a figure of much gossip and speculation. Many had gathered to witness the drama unfold, believing it to be a mere family squabble, perhaps stemming from the second son being the offspring of a deceased lord and his concubine. Lady Jiang, known for her forthright nature, was not one to suffer fools gladly. Perhaps that young man indeed harbored some deep-seated issues that had pushed Lady Jiang to her limits. To their astonishment, Mr. Zhang did not retaliate. Instead, he appeared more pleased, affirming Jiang Changtian's character as a true friend, one who values loyalty and promises. Had he forsaken his prior commitments simply because of Mr. Zhang's invitation, Mr. Zhang would have held him in contempt. "Changtian, you are too straightforward," Mr. Zhang chuckled. "After all, he is the leader of the rebels now." Jiang Changtian replied with a smile, "No, I am quite adaptable. It is only because of Brother Yeong that I say this, for he too is a man of his word." Mr. Zhang laughed heartily, further appreciating his forthrightness. As Mr. Zhang Qiqi and Jiang Changtian engaged in friendly conversation, they appeared to be the epitome of congenial rebels. Jiang Wan, seated beside her grandmother, felt an inexplicable sense of unease as she observed the scene. She could not help but glance at the rebel's adopted son, Zigonjiang, who returned her gaze multiple times, his expression increasingly stern and serious, perhaps displeased with the way the mustached gentleman had taken liberties. The young master, Zi Shaoshu, sat between Mr. Zhang and Zigonjiang, with a burly figure standing behind him. He watched Mr. Zhang and Jiang Xiaogui's father banter with a stoic expression. He thought to himself, if Mr. Zhang were to accidentally spit into his bowl of roasted duck, he would refuse to eat it. He would wait to see what Jiang Xiaogui's father could possibly consume. Should he be able to eat, he would commend him for it. The boy's gaze shifted to Jiang Xiaogui, who was nestled in her mother's embrace, her eyes blinking curiously as she surveyed her surroundings. Zi Shaozhu noted something peculiar among the guests present. There was an elderly lady and a young woman who appeared to be fearful of Jiang Xiaogui. When their eyes fell upon her, the glimmer of terror crossed their faces, as if their pupils had shifted. From a young age, Zi Shaozhu had exhibited an unusual sensitivity. At the age of 3, he had uncovered an assassin intent on killing his father. The assassin had disguised himself so well that he remained oblivious to how he had been exposed, never suspecting that it was merely because he had revealed himself in front of a 3-year-old child. At that time, everyone believed Zi Shaozhu to be a mute, incapable of speech. Zilu had also begun to take in adopted sons, yet unexpectedly, the first words Zi Shaozhu uttered were directed at his father. "He wants to kill you." With his very first utterance, someone met their demise. His second sentence came a year later when he told his father, "There was an earthquake, we must move." Zilu trusted his son and swiftly relocated with his men. Of course, there were those who did not believe him or executed orders with less than full conviction, and they perished as a result. Since the age of 3, Zi Zonghang spoke only once a year. His first words had claimed a life while his second had saved hundreds, yet he had also witnessed dozens perish. He had been largely silent, rarely even crying, leading Zilu to refrain from naming his son, affectionately calling him Turtle Boy, and even nurturing a small tortoise in hopes of his son's long life. It was only when he spoke at 3 that he was finally given the name Zonghang, which connotes profound understanding and wisdom. 85, he acquired a tutor, whose incessant chatter gradually coaxed Zi Zonghang to speak more normally. In this moment, he glanced once more at the elderly lady, noting that her maidservant harbored intentions of harming Jiang Xiaogui. The banquet appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing. Chapter 97. My apologies. Snowflakes drifted outside the window, while the interior was filled with warmth. The crowd was rather overwhelming. Jiang Minyan felt a bit overheated, so she reached into her small pocket and released Jiang Shaoshu, allowing it to wander cautiously, careful not to be trampled. Watching Jiang Shaoshu slide down to the floor along her mother's skirt, Jiang Minyan's attention was drawn elsewhere. To her astonishment, she spotted that family, the one that had become a taboo in her household. She had encountered them on 2 occasions, once when they came to prevent her elder sister from going to the capital, and once when they appeared to be leaving town to pay respects at a temple. She recalled overhearing their conversations about prayers. That time, she had nearly been abducted, and just thinking about it sent shivers down her spine. Back then, she had not yet learned to speak, but the experience had been infuriating. Time had passed, and now Jiang Minyan could stammer her words and walk unsteadily. The 2 individuals from that family stood out remarkably. The guests surrounding her seemed quite affluent, adorned in fine silks and satins, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors. Yet, none of this could conceal the striking appearances of the 2. Jiang Minyan mused that they were indeed worthy of their connection to her father, truly exceptional in their looks. The old matron, Jiang Leofuren, exuded an air of sophistication, evidently hailing from a distinguished lineage with a well-to-do background. Her posture was graceful, and her presence commanding. Beside her, the young maiden, though her complexion appeared slightly darker than before, possessed features that were undoubtedly the most captivating in the room. There was an inexplicable quality about her that drew the eye, compelling one to look again and again. Jiang Minyan found it peculiar how someone could possess such an extraordinary trait. It seemed almost surreal. Could it be that one's worldview aligned their appearance? No, it was clear that this individual was at odds with her own family, prompting Jiang Minyan to quickly shut her eyes and rub them with her chubby little hands. Upon reopening her eyes, she swiftly turned her head. To her surprise, she spotted a small boy not far away, the rebellious young master, sitting there with an expressionless face. Jiang Minyan glanced at him. He remained impassive, his demeanor vacant. She thought to herself, the son of a rebel must have it tough, having to present himself at such a young age. Her attention shifted back to the dishes laid out on the table, all of which seemed beyond her culinary capabilities. Her teeth weren't in the best condition, and she felt a bit parched, longing for a drink of water. Yet, she hesitated, finding the cups outside somewhat unclean. However, if she were to suck on her fingers, she might draw attention, which would be rather embarrassing. Jiang Minyan surveyed her surroundings. Everything appeared novel to her. Spotting the rebellious leader, the small mustached uncle, she instinctively broke into a smile. Life was challenging, the county magistrate wore a grin, and she too must feign cheerfulness. Unbeknownst to her, with her 2 tiny front teeth, her smile was utterly endearing. Zitsonghang's expression nearly faltered at the sight. As Zhu Qiqi announced the commencement of the banquet, he became earnest about his meal, indifferent to whether others could eat or not, as he intended to fill his own belly first. The rest were indeed struggling to eat, trembling with uncertainty about the purpose of this gathering. It was absurd for a rebel to host a feast, yet summon everyone, including their wives and daughters. Those with a fiery temperament could no longer tolerate the situation. Yet, seeing the county magistrate smile cautiously and the soldiers stationed upstairs and downstairs, everyone could only muster a strained smile. Initially, Jiang Leofuren trembled with nerves, but she soon regained her composure. The crowd remained tense and fearful. None took note of any peculiarities in Jiang Leofuren's demeanor. Jiang Huaisheng was taken aback to discover that his brother, Jiang Changtian, was seated as a guest of the rebel leader. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, and his brow furrowed in concern. Alas, what a disgrace! If their father were to witness this scene from beyond, he would surely be enraged. Jiang Huaisheng had little appetite, his face set in a stern expression. As the meal progressed, Zhu Qiqi finally spoke, articulating a lengthy discourse with eloquence. The assembly fell silent. Si Gonjiang, the adopted son of the rebel leader, interjected, each household shall surrender 2/3 of their wealth, leaving one member as a hostage. Upon compliance, they may reclaim their belongings. The declaration sparked an uproar among the attendees. How outrageous it was to demand such a hefty portion of their fortunes with a mere statement. More greedy than their magistrate, the murmurs of discontent filled the air. Yet, Jiang Changtian remained unfazed, understanding that a rebel's invitation to dine was merely a ruse. He had prepared provisions, grains, herbs, balap, jaki, and everything else that could be offered, though money was absent, as the villagers were impoverished. However, their sincerity was evident. Without waiting for the night navigation brother to speak, he proactively presented his offerings. In the crowd, he noticed his elder brother, mother, niece, and aunt Yao, as well as guards, but he treated them as if they were strangers. His gaze remained focused on the night navigation brother, occasionally checking on his wife and children, ensuring to serve his wife vegetables. Siame preferred meat, and he assumed she felt shy with so many people around. While conversing with Zhu Qiqi, Jiang Changtian deftly served his wife without even turning his head. This behavior drew disapproval from the wealthy families present. Though it was one thing to share a table, to personally serve food was another matter entirely. The woman, tall and reminiscent of a foreigner, lacked the delicate beauty expected of a young lady. Jiang Minyan found this quite normal. Her father behaved similarly at home. Qin Luoxia's face flushed slightly. In the spotlight of so many eyes, she strove to maintain an upright posture, unwilling to bring shame upon her husband. She made an effort to appear gracious, yet her face betrayed her with an uncontrollable blush. Jiang Leofuren observed her grandson's demeanor with a lump in her throat, unable to swallow a single bite. Jiang Wan merely sipped a little water, adhering to the decorum expected of a refined lady, feeling that eating in such a setting was somewhat unseemly. She glanced at her cousin Jiang Yu, who was unabashedly indulging in food, her brows furrowing slightly. This cousin of hers was perpetually reckless and oblivious to the sentiments of those around her. Just as Zi Gonjiang finished speaking, a dissenting voice rose from the crowd. To demand 2/3 of our wealth at the outset, have you lost your senses over money? Do you not know that my uncle is an officer of the army? Zhu Qiqi, the scholar, rose and unsheathed the sword at his side, thrusting it into the man's chest, twisting it for emphasis. You were unaware before, but now you are informed. My apologies, my apologies. Suddenly, Zhu Qiqi committed murder. The assembly was left in shock, followed by the panicked cries of women. Jiang Wan gasped in surprise, instinctively retreating behind her grandmother, clutching her arm tightly. Jiang Leofuren's complexion turned ashen, her lips moving in silent prayers. Jiang Huaisheng attempted to rise, but was restrained by the old matron. The chaotic cries quickly subsided into soft sobs, for the woman who had screamed the loudest now found a sword pressed against her. The blade grazed her skin, silencing her cries, though tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The family of the man who had boasted of his uncle's military rank dared not weep loudly. They merely held his lifeless body, mourning quietly. Is there anyone else with relatives they wish to introduce to me? Zhu Qiqi inquired, wiping the blood from his sword with a white cloth. Jiang Mianyan sat in her mother's embrace, witnessing the scene unfold before her eyes. She was rendered speechless. This small mustached uncle understood the human anatomy well. The sword had pierced the heart, a fatal blow. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Jiang Mianyan felt a surge of panic. Shouldn't she be afraid? Shouldn't she be crying? She turned to her elder sister, who was equally terrified, her eyes wide as she hastily stuffed a piece of pastry into her mouth, chewing frantically, only to glance again at the fallen man. Her expression grew even more fearful as she reached for another piece of pastry. In her state of terror, she devoured 3 pieces in one go before finally covering her eyes. Jiang Mianyan followed suit, shielding her eyes from the harrowing sight. Chapter 98. Mother, are you truly my biological mother? On that wintry day, the 12th of the 12th lunar month, snow fell abundantly, marking a day etched in the memories of many. The proprietor of the Qingfeng Tavern reminisced about that fateful day. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of bloodshed, the young server had fetched several buckets of water yet could not cleanse the stains. Fortunately, the rebels settled their tab and paid up in the end. They were rather decent fellows, after all. Outside, the snowflakes danced even more fervently. Shen Qiqi returned to his seat and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect toward Jiang Changtian, murmuring, I beg your pardon. Jiang Changtian's expression remained unaltered as he sincerely poured a cup of wine for Shen Qiqi, while he himself opted for tea. Brother Yeong, your martial prowess is commendable, and your talents in both military and literary pursuits are enviable. You certainly deserve a toast, he stated earnestly, holding the cup of tea. Jiang Mianyan felt a twinge of anxiety. Her father's choice to toast with water seemed rather inappropriate, yet her father's tolerance for alcohol was minimal, often leading him to be carried away after just a single cup. Indeed, murmurs arose among the crowd. Others hesitated to speak, but the rebellious Zilu, the young Zi Gonjing, voiced, Is Mr. Jiang looking down upon us by toasting with tea? He observed that aside from Mr. Jiang's striking height and evident affection for his wife and daughter, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Jiang Changtian sighed, I am but a lightweight when it comes to drinking. I can barely handle a cup. Once, after a single drink, I awoke to my brother's rebuke for being unfilial and unworthy, likening me to a beast. I knew not what transgressions I had committed, and was cast out of my home. Since then, I have refrained from liquor. Shen Qiqi downed his drink in one gulp. No matter, in this life, who has not faced unwarranted accusations? We rise and fall, wielding our blades with fervor, seeking swift resolutions to our grievances. Let us raise a glass. Whether tea or wine is irrelevant, what truly matters is the sentiment behind it. As Jiang Changtian spoke, the gazes of those present began to gravitate toward the trio representing the Jiang family. The mention was unmistakable. Jiang Huaisheng's countenance darkened. The matriarch of the Jiang family appeared even more displeased, yet, the rumored talented and beautiful eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Wan, stood out. Though her complexion was not as fair as the snow, her features were undeniably exquisite, making her quite remarkable. In such a scene, she remained remarkably composed, even more so than most of the men present, evoking admiration and leaving a lasting impression. The matriarch of the Jeong family, too, must have been a beauty in her youth. Despite her displeasure, she maintained an air of dignity. It was said that in her prime, she was one of the 4 beauties of the capital. Her younger son's stunning looks seemed to be a natural inheritance. Jeong Chongtion sipped his tea, directing his gaze toward the matriarch. He had never doubted his status as a legitimate son, for his father was a man of great integrity, one who would never entertain concubines or extramarital relationships. He believed his own striking appearance stemmed from his father, whom he regarded as utterly flawless. He presumed he was not the offspring of the matriarch and others, thus she harbored a deep affection for his father, and they shared a close bond. Of course, such thoughts were somewhat rebellious. Jeong Chongtion could only sigh, recognizing his own unfilial nature in suspecting that the matriarch might have been unfaithful. He had even pondered whether he might not be her child. During those years when he was confined in a dark room for his misdeeds, catching glimpses of his elder brother practicing swordplay outside, he had entertained doubts about his parentage. However, given the Jeong family's esteemed standing, how could the matriarch bear to swap her child? She would only exchange him for someone wealthier and more prestigious. Who in this world could surpass that? He had even fantasized about being the child of another family, replaced by the matriarch. Surely, his original identity should have been superior. He had attempted to probe Yao Gu, only to receive a look of righteous disdain in return. He was not mistaken. Thus, he was merely a pitiful creature, born to a mother who despised him from the outset. It was lamentable that he had spent the majority of his life grappling with this matter without clarity. Today, he yearned to inquire. He wished to pose the question once more. After finishing that cup of tea, Jeong Chongtion grasped Zhen Chichi's sword and declared, "Today, I shall borrow Brother Yeong's sword for a moment." With that, he unsheathed the long sword and approached the matriarch of the Jeong family. Jeong Huaisheng was taken aback. He had not brought a sword, weapons were not permitted. He seized the teacup before him and hurled it away. Clang, the cup shattered, producing a crisp sound. The tavern owner below clutched his chest, pained by the sight. "You unfilial wretch, what do you intend to do?" A young man with flowing hair, clad in a blue robe and cotton boots, strode forth, sword in hand, his steps heavy and sorrowful. "Everyone claims I am a disloyal and unfilial knave. What else can I do but engage in acts of disloyalty and unfiliality? My elder brother knows of my failings. How can he still perceive me as kind and tolerant, deserving of being bullied?" Jeong Huaisheng's expression soured as he gazed at his brother standing amidst the shards, saying, "Do you truly wish for me to reveal those sordid affairs? You are lesser than a beast." Reluctant to speak, Jeong Huaisheng hesitated. His wife was with child, and he could not bear to utter such words now. Society is often harsh toward women, and a woman's reputation is of utmost importance. Should he voice such matters now, it would only force his wife into despair, resulting in the loss of both mother and child. He felt a deep gratitude toward his mother for preserving the reputation of the Wu family. Jeong Chongtion stepped upon the shards, the thick soles of his shoes preventing injury, yet a soft murmur arose among the crowd, concerned for the beauty's safety. Qin Luoxia observed her husband, remaining seated, her grip on a pair of chopsticks tightening. She understood this was her husband's internal struggle, one he must resolve on his own. He could do it. My elder brother informed me that my sister-in-law is with child. I relayed to him that my sister Yu was being courted by a man well past 40 to become a concubine. You were overjoyed at the prospect of adding to your family. Given your upright character, why not lend me a hand? You need only speak a word to Lord Lu, and he would not dare to treat us with such disdain. Silence, do not mention your sister-in-law. Jeong Huaisheng gripped the edge of the table, his eyes reddening, his body trembling with agitation. He and Qing had grown up together, sharing innocent affections. Even after his banishment, she had remained by his side in silence. He genuinely loved Qing. If anything were to befall her. In that moment, Jeong Huaisheng realized his intense hatred for his brother, the loathing surging within him. He believed he deserved death, as their mother had said. Bang, 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 the matriarch's cane struck the ground with a heavy thud, echoing through the room. Enough. She commanded, how long will you continue this farce, bringing shame upon us? What enmity exists between mother and son that should linger overnight? A single reprimand years ago has festered into anger, and you have stayed away from me all these years. You deceived your mother and brother, marrying without a matchmaker, akin to eloping. Now, as a father yourself, do you not understand the tribulations of parenthood? Cease this nonsense. With Mr. Jean present, let him bear witness. You shall return home tomorrow. Upon finishing her words, tears welled in the matriarch's eyes, resembling a mother whose heart had been shattered by her child. Amidst this poignant scene, laughter unexpectedly erupted from the crowd. The usually expressionless Si Shaozhu suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 99, The Sword of Immortality. Ha 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 ha. Jeong Chongtion laughed, tears streaming down his face from the sheer absurdity of it all. Like a dog, he crawled on the ground, begging for a morsel of food to save the lives of his wife and child. Old Madame Jeong had once remarked that a mother and child should not harbor grudges overnight. Yet today, to everyone's astonishment, she shed tears. The blood of others may have dried, but a single drop of old Madame Jeong's tears held greater worth. Jeong Changtian's laughter echoed through the air, a wild, maniacal sound. The corners of his eyes, tinged with red, seemed to bleed emotion. He raised his sword high, cleaving the dishes before him in a single stroke, juices splattering everywhere. That year, I was weak and helpless, ready to end my life by jumping into the river. It was Luoxia who fished me from the depths, saving my life. She said she feared not death. What could possibly be more unbearable than that? We must live on. That year, old Madame Jeong, I returned my life to you. From now on, my life belongs to Luoxia. A debt of gratitude for saving my life, to be repaid with my very being. What could be more fitting? With the entire village as witnesses, I offer my life as a dowry, seeking her hand in marriage. She is my wife, and I, Jeong Changtian, vow to take no other. In her mother's embrace, Jiang Minyan watched as tears streamed down her mother's cheeks. Her mother's chopsticks bent under the weight of her sorrow. I did not come here today to play the farce of a mother and child reunion, nor to mend broken mirrors. I simply wish to ask old Madame Jeong, who am I truly? Am I not your own flesh and blood? Why then, do you repeatedly wish for my demise? The table laid out with food remained largely untouched. As Jeong Changtian swung his sword, dish juices splattered onto those surrounding him. Old Madame Jeong's splendid lotus-patterned robe was stained, and even her well-maintained visage bore the marks of the meal. Jeong Huaisheng's satin robe was not only splattered but also adorned with remnants of vegetables. Jeong Wan cowered behind her grandmother, narrowly escaping the chaos. Of course, Jeong Changtian himself bore some stains, but it mattered little. His handsome features drew no attention to his attire. At this moment, old Madame Jeong calmly wiped the sauce from her face, maintaining a semblance of composure. The nurse Yao Gu stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of the old matriarch, then scolded, "If Madame truly wished for your death, would you still be standing here today? Young master, all that Madame has done is for your own good." Jeong Huaisheng, filled with indignation, retorted, "What is this commotion? If you have grievances, direct them at me." The crowd grew animated. Even the previously weeping young girl had paused to witness the unfolding drama. Regardless of their background, everyone was captivated. It was a spectacle of conflict, with Jeong's youngest son boldly confronting his own mother, sword drawn. Jeong Changtian's mind was flooded with memories, each one a piercing reminder of his struggles. Who could fathom that the mere act of consuming meat could evoke such nausea in him? He feared the darkness, unable to sleep alone, waiting through endless nights for dawn to break. He had inflicted harm upon himself, grappling with the question of why his mother held disdain for him. He had carved into his own skin, watching the blood flow, a testament to his torment. He was unwell, deeply so, having contemplated death countless times. With sword in hand, he gazed at Jeong Huaisheng, old Madame Jeong, Jeong Wan, Yao Gu, and the guards. Today, he sought no explanations, he sought closure. The face of Yao Gu haunted his dreams, her visage a terrifying specter. She appeared as a monster, capable of devouring him whole. Yao Gu glared fiercely at Jeong Changtian, just as she had each time they had crossed paths in the past. Though she was merely a nurse, years of training had endowed her with immense strength. Each time she had seized him, it was akin to an eagle grasping a chick, a familiar routine. The young master wielding a sword was merely a facade. He dared not truly use it, perhaps only to strike at the dishes. Yet with the sword in hand, his expression was one of profound vulnerability. Indeed, even a man could be described thus. Jeong Wan gasped, hiding behind her grandmother, her gaze drawn to the sword-wielding figure before her, finding him strikingly beautiful, incomparable to anyone else. Yao Gu stepped forward, her chest held high, positioning herself before the sword's tip without a hint of fear, her eyes filled with scorn as she thundered, "Young master, cease your delusions. Acknowledge your mistakes, apologize to Madame at once." Poof! In the past, whenever Yao Gu approached, Jeong Changtian had always recoiled in terror. Countless times he had retreated, but today, he stood firm, the sword in his grasp. Behind him were his wife and child. There was no retreat for him now. He took a step forward and the sword advanced with him. Yao Gu's fierce expression faltered, her eyes bulging in disbelief as she glanced down at her chest. A sword had indeed pierced her. Jeong Changtian did not twist the blade, he simply pressed forward with determination. The sword sliced cleanly through Yao Gu's winter garments. Her attire was more exquisite than that of his wife, composed of cotton and lined with silk, rumored to be crafted to withstand arrows, protecting against fatal injury. But what if it were to pierce through? Jeong Changtian had only ever harmed himself, he had never taken another's life. Yet in this moment, Yao Gu's sturdy frame proved somewhat resistant to the blade. However, he had spent countless hours in the dark, his mind meticulously recalling the human anatomy. He did not wish to kill, he merely sought to end his own suffering, yearning for a swift release, free from pain. Now, he had the means to apply this knowledge. Every lesson learned was put to use. The sword found its mark in Yao Gu. Chapter 100. You are merely unable to enter the court as an official. On the 12th day of the 12th month, heavy snow fell. It was an auspicious time for coming-of-age ceremonies, sacrifices, funerals, and travel, while it was ill-fated for business openings, weddings, and erecting gravestones. Another murder had occurred. At that moment, a guard behind the old lady moved. Simultaneously, Qin Luoxia's hand stirred. The small bamboo chopsticks prepared for Min Mian were flung from her grasp, striking precisely at the guard's neck. Just as the guard took a step forward, he found himself adorned with a pair of chopsticks in his throat. In terror, he looked down, bewildered. The others were equally stunned, witnessing one of Zhong's guards collapsing backward. Zishaoju's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the woman holding Zhong Shaogui. Then, with a hint of disdain, he turned to observe the Black Tower. The Black Tower's eyes were wide open like copper bells, radiating a charming confusion. Jiang Changtian's sword was plunged into Yao Gu's body, and he exhaled in relief, realizing she was not a monster after all. She could, indeed, be slain. His eyes grew redder, his countenance more bewitching, as blood had splattered onto his face moments ago. I am conversing with the old lady Jiang. How dare you, Baloli maid, interrupt? What error do you wish for me to acknowledge? Has the old lady Jiang recalled how to address someone as unfilial and ungrateful as I? You say I am unfilial and ungrateful. I am filled with dread day and night, unsure of what constitutes such a sin, fearing I may fall short of your expectations. Would killing the maid you cherish today suffice? The old lady Jiang's face turned ashen as she extended her snow-white fingers. Ayao. The old lady Jiang was truly panicked. She attempted to support Ayao but recoiled at the thought of touching blood. For decades, she had never left Ayao's side. The old lady Jiang wept in earnest, with a voice tinged with anxiety. She scolded, Beast. I should have killed you from the start. Jiang Huaisheng was equally perplexed. His typically timid brother had dared to raise his sword. Had he truly slain Yao Gu? Yao Gu had watched him grow, and he regarded her as an elder. Yet, in this moment, Jiang Huaisheng hesitated, fearing to provoke his brother. Jiang Changtian firmly gripped the sword, addressing the old lady Jiang. Old lady Jiang, did you not often hold this maid's hand, proclaiming your sisterly bond? She is not yet dead, you can still save her. Now, tell me, who am I? Yao Gu stared incredulously at the sword piercing her chest, feeling an unanticipated agony. She could not move, nor dared to struggle, merely gazing in disbelief at the weapon embedded within her. She understood her fate was sealed. She spoke softly, Madam, do not say such things. Ayao will accompany you in the next life. Yao Gu lurched forward. Jiang Changtian was momentarily taken aback. He discerned a mocking liberation reflected in the maid's eyes. The old lady Jiang had lost her mind. Ayao, do not die. You will be fine. Beast, you beast. I tell you, I owe you nothing. Your mother abandoned you, wishing to end your life. I saved you, you beast. A commotion erupted among the crowd. It was evident that she was not of blood relation. There were deeper truths, for how could one mistreat their own flesh and blood so? Jiang Changtian did not smile this time. His expression remained stoic as he smoothly withdrew the sword from Yao Gu's body. The long blade dripped with blood as Yao Gu collapsed backward, her eyes wide open, her body convulsing with blood. Yet, he did not cease his actions. Jiang Changtian pressed the sword against the tender neck of the old lady Jiang. Then can you tell me, old lady Jiang, who my mother is? The old lady Jiang trembled, yet at that moment, she closed her eyes. You may as well kill me. Yao Gu's blood dripped onto the old lady Jiang's neck, dampening it, even warming it, while the sword's tip remained cold as ice. The old lady's eyes were tightly shut, tears streaming down her cheeks in terror, yet even so, she remained silent. Jiang Changtian's heart ached. He had always believed her to be his mother, convinced he was simply inadequate. Husband, Qin Luoxia's voice rang out. Though she harbored hatred for the old crone, she could not allow her husband to act. Her husband was a remarkably kind man, always willing to lend a hand to those in distress. If he were to strike, he would surely be tormented day and night thereafter. She could do it, she feared nothing. Her heart hardened. One night, she could sneak in and slay the old crone with a single stroke. Father, Jiang Minmian's soft voice chimed in. Father, Jiang Feng and Jiang Yu echoed. At this moment, killing a maid while still a mother might not bear the weight of significance. However, if he were to slay the old lady Jiang, the rebels would not let it pass. After all, they upheld the virtue of filial piety, such was the rule of the world. Jiang Changtian's rationality began to resurface, yet he did not retract his sword. Instead, he spoke, "Mother, I have called you mother my entire life. Yet you say you are not my mother, you are not my mother. Why take me in, why mistreat me? Mother, do you not possess a heart? I call you so every day. When you respond, does it not pain you?" The old lady Jiang remained silent, merely keeping her eyes closed. "I will not kill you. That would be too much in accordance with your wishes. I want you to live longer than your descendants, to witness them kneeling in the mud, begging for mercy, to watch them fall into despair, to see them perish one by one in misery. Old Lady Jiang, you must live long and prosper. You, who are so knowledgeable about health, who meticulously attends to your meals, you possess a body built for longevity. You will surely live for a very long time. You must survive." Upon hearing these words, the old lady Jiang felt the sword leave her neck and relaxed, realizing he was merely bluffing. She knew him, understood him, he was the child she had raised. Then came a sudden sound. Jiang Changtian's sword slashed across Jiang Huaisheng's face. "Brother, you always say I am merely unable to take the imperial examination. You bear a scar upon your face, you too are only unable to enter the court as an official. Why not join me in rebellion?" Lying on the ground, Yao Gu's eyes widened in disbelief.